Planet Constructor. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Hearing the truth in the morning. 8000 Barry used his atomic breath to sweep everything around him. The horn on his head and the bioelectric cells on his body generated huge electric and magnetic fields. The giant mechas and aerospace motherships nearby were sucked by the electric and magnetic fields, unable to move, and were destroyed by Barry. Their plasma rays were offset by the ultra-high voltage currents constantly generated around Barry, and they could hardly hurt him. This is its trump card. It is already very close to the planetary overlord level. In the Sentinel Research Institute, Barry saw this scene and commented, "It's just too ugly, it's better to destroy it." That guy, is he more evolved than us? Aura and Noah both discovered Barry's changes. The energy contained in it is very powerful. If Barry hadn't obtained the biological template of the planetary overlord level's egg, I'm afraid that the first one to be born would be a planetary overlord. In just a few minutes, 4 giant weapons have been destroyed by Barry. What kind of insect king is that? How can it have so many abilities? It's so big, like a mountain. The aerospace mothership hitting it is like tickling it. The giant mecha is just a dwarf in front of it. Its energy is also very abundant, and weapons can't hit it at all. Is this the world-destroying demon? People's hearts were filled with fear. The Mana Insect King had already left a psychological shadow on everyone, and now, the planetary behemoth controlled by Barry was 10 times more terrifying than the Mana Insect King. Even the largest mechanical behemoth was less than half of its height. Isn't it just a stitched monster? He Xingzhou snorted, "I can do it too." Aerospace mothership, increase the distance and conduct remote interference. Received. The aerospace mothership group increased its altitude, releasing nuclear electromagnetic pulses and plasma rays to interfere and attack. Giant mecha, mechanical behemoth, mechanical assembly. When He Xingzhou finished speaking, outside the biochemical base, the giant mecha that was rushing over began to modularly assemble with the mechanical behemoth in the air. With a giant mecha as the core, 2 mechanical mana kings were connected to its trunk and became its legs. A giant mechanical snake was wrapped around the mecha's trunk and connected to it, becoming a plasma energy storage cannon. It opened its mouth, and plasma was accumulating inside. 2 other smaller giant mechas were assembled on the trunk and became arms. Another mechanical horn king landed on its head, with 2 large mechanical horns facing the sky, causing thunder. A supergiant mecha as high as 2 kilometers was born. It was assembled from 4 giant mechas and 3 mechanical behemoths, and was controlled by a total of 14 modified people, one of whom was the main one and the others were auxiliary. Its head continuously released plasma rays. Its trunk was in the energy storage plasma cannon. Its 2 feet generated thunder electric fields, electrifying the surrounding earth. It was like a thunder god, standing between heaven and earth. Giant mechas and mechanical beasts, can they combine? The people were stunned. They had seen many modular weapons, but they didn't expect that this kind of giant weapon could be combined in a modular way. Is this Thor? My that triple X, so cool. The energy cores of these giant weapons are all connected together, which is equivalent to 7 nuclear fusion reactors releasing energy at the same time. This supergiant mecha can destroy a planetary beast in minutes, right? This is He Xingzhou's trump card. He had been holding back when dealing with the Mana Worm King. Otherwise, if it was discovered by other opponents, the attack effect would not be so good. The combination of giant mechas and mechanical beasts is definitely not as simple as addition and superposition. The energy continuity intensity alone are enough to achieve a qualitative change. This is a supergiant combined mecha, Ping-Tine Monkey King. Ping-Tine Monkey King's 2 steel arms tightly grasped the giant ship-slashing knife and slashed at Barry. This is a battle between a stitched monster and a combined monster, a decisive battle between 2 giants. At this moment, people all over the world are watching. Even the Aura and Noah Worm Kings sneaked into the seabed and used intelligence worms to watch this battle. The outcome of this battle will determine the trend of the entire world war. The Zeg is the strongest. Barry used atomic breath to shoot at the plasma beam of the Monkey King's supergiant mecha. The particle streams collided in the air, which was equivalent to a nuclear explosion happening all the time. This terrifying power made it impossible for anything around to exist safely. Electric current. Barry's bioelectric cells stored energy and drew thunder in the sky. The Monkey King's supergiant mecha also created an electric field. Those huge arcs were comparable to lightning, increasing the brightness of the entire sky several times. If someone could watch it on the spot, there would only be a vast expanse of white in front of him, like the continuous explosion of flash bombs. Magnetic field. Barry was angry. His two methods did not work on the supergiant mecha in front of him. It attacked and approached the supergiant mecha. A strong magnetic field was generated around it. The magnetic field could interfere with the generation of the electric field and interfere with mechanical creations at the same time. Anti-magnetic field. He Xingzhou's Mega Mecha can also generate magnetic fields. It creates a repulsive magnetic field to repel Barry's magnetic field. Barry's attack intention failed again. It's our turn. The plasma energy storage cannon accumulated by the Mega Mecha is ready, and the terrifying plasma group shoots at Barry. This giant stitched monster tried to use plasma, that is, the plasma group created by its biological organs, to detonate the opponent's attack in advance. But it did not store energy. After the opponent's plasma group destroyed its plasma, it continued to attack and punched a big hole in its body. Barry did not die. He roared and rushed towards the Mega Mecha. Cut. He Xingzhou's Mega Mecha did not hesitate at all. The ship-slashing sword chopped on Barry's claw. Although Barry used powerful electrical energy to destroy the electric energy vibration particle control device of the ship-slashing sword, this claw was still useless. He Xingzhou's Mega Mecha simply gave up the ship-slashing sword, and its body disintegrated again. The giant mechanical snake was wrapped around Barry, the mechanical mana king bit off one of its legs, and the mechanical hornworm king pounced on its face, carrying the atomic breath to release an electric field attack. The three mechas formed a circle and Matthew released plasma rays to cut its body. Barry killed the mechanical hornworm king on his face with his atomic breath, and stepped on and blew up two mechanical mana worm kings, but the attack of the giant weapon also made its body full of holes. The body of the stitched monster was cut into two pieces by the plasma ray. This was a real river of blood. Countless blood and plasma flowed out of its body, and the plasma instantly evaporated the blood into blood mist. The body of the stitched monster was split in two. It fell to the ground. Cut it open. Cut it open. People were overjoyed. Such a terrifying planetary monster was cut open. The battle in America is going to be won. They knew that as long as they killed this big guy, the other bugs would not be a problem. It was too difficult. Finally killed another opponent. Fortunately, they didn't fight here, otherwise at least a city would be destroyed. The aftermath of the battle alone is equivalent to a hydrogen bomb explosion. If it happened here, at least tens of millions of people would die. It's not dead yet. It's parasitic in this body. Destroy it. He Xingzhou ordered. Received. At this time, the aerospace mothership descended and continued to cut the stitched monster into huge pieces of flesh and blood with plasma rays. At the same time, there were unmanned flying mechas also looking for Barry's location. Found the target. An unmanned attack found Barry's location. It was hiding in the monster's flesh and blood, just like a cockroach discovered by humans, hiding in a hidden place and staying still, pretending to be a dead object. Kill. The plasma beam swept directly over and vaporized the monster meat. Barry did not sit still, but fled quickly, and he had to get out. The camera accurately saw that except for a head similar to that of a human, his body had become a wide maggot-like structure. His hands and feet were like those of arthropods. Found the target, focus fire. The unmanned mecha was not slow at all, and laser weapons and laser cannons hit it. Laser weapons are not like plasma weapons that can evaporate it instantly, and it also has a burning process. Barry can clearly feel the process of his body disappearing. At this moment, countless scenes replayed in his mind. His mother's voice and smile, his schoolmates, his wife's kiss, his daughter's little face, the horror of discovering mutant creatures for the first time, the scene of arguing with everyone, and the moment when he took the initiative to become a bugman. He only then remembered that his goal was to awaken the world, even if it was torn to pieces. But now, it has destroyed everything. No ifs. He Xingzhou looked at the scene calmly. Reality is not a movie about the Virgin Mary. Even if Barry repented at this time, he would have no choice but to die. The laser weapon completely burned Barry to ashes 3 minutes later. After his death, the biochemical army did not disappear, but continued to attack humans. There are still bugs controlling them. A bunch of rotten fish and shrimps still want to stir up waves. Kill them. He Xingzhou shouted, and other troops began to encircle and suppress the biochemical army. A large number of cloned behemoths and biochemical insects were killed. The communication channel that had just requested to communicate with He Xingzhou lit up again, and this time, another face appeared. He Xingzhou had seen him, Dr. Baker, the man who repeatedly touched him before the disaster era. At this time, Dr. Baker, like Barry, also became a bug man. He Xingzhou. Baker gnashed his teeth and said, "Don't think that you can defeat us just by killing Barry. Barry is just one of my countless bodies. Without the planetary beast, even if you have 100 billion bodies, you'll die." He Xingzhou said disdainfully, "Soon, we will clean up the American continent." Baker laughed and said, "So what? Even if I die, the Zeg will still be there. Humans are just a slightly stronger bug we encounter in the game, and they will soon be trampled to death. You will never know who you are facing. You're as pitiful as frogs at the bottom of a well." He Xingzhou directly cut off the screen and ordered, "Destroy all the Zeg people and bugs in America on the spot." Received. The troops rushed to various places and began to clean up the Zeg. Barry's death made people extremely excited. It's finally dead. There are only 2 insect kings left. We humans are going to win this world war. The dawn of victory is coming. Clear the Zeg and completely destroy them. Barry is dead, and humans still have supergiant mechas. Seeing this scene, King Aura was secretly shocked. The biochemical stitched monster created by Barry is infinitely close to the planetary overlord level Zeg. Even so, it was still killed by humans. If it were it, could it resist? It was not sure in its heart. Retreat, retreat. Retreat first. King Aura ordered the troops to retreat to the ocean. In the Pacific Ocean, Noah saw the Blue Star Alliance defeat Barry and felt incredible. Why are these natives so many tricks? It seems that things are beyond my control. That guy Aura is actually going to retreat. If this trend continues, sooner or later, he and I will be wiped out by humans. Noah contacted Aura through a certain frequency of biological electromagnetic waves. "Aura, if you retreat now, aren't you afraid that humans will settle accounts later?" Noah asked. "If we don't retreat now, we may not be their opponent." Aura said, "Only by becoming the planetary overlord can we have a chance to deal with them. Even if we can't resist humans, we can go to space and go to other planets. After becoming the planetary overlord, the Zeg has the ability to survive in space." "Aura, you were forced to flee by the natives?" Noah laughed. "What are you laughing at? Aren't you the same?" Aura asked back, "You have been hiding on Kangaroo Island. What qualifications do you have to say anything about me?" "We cooperate." Noah said directly, "We must wipe out humans." "How to cooperate? You take the lead?" Aura asked. "It's very simple." Noah said, "We are both high-level planetary beasts, very close to the planetary overlord. If you just eat me, you can evolve to the planetary overlord in the fastest time." Aura was a little skeptical. "Are you willing to give up Blue Star?" "I can give you Blue Star." Noah said, "You just have to agree to one condition of mine, that is, to help me defend Mars after occupying Blue Star. That's enough. The other part of me has already developed on Mars, and I can trade the part of Blue Star with you." "You're really cunning." Aura said, "Okay, I promise you. Let's meet in the Atlantic Ocean." Noah said. Under the cover of the swarm of insects, the 2 planetary beasts began to move towards the Atlantic Ocean. They retreated. Kingpin breathed a sigh of relief, as more than half of their weapons had been damaged. He Xingzhou only had that one supergiant mecha, and the other mechas could not be combined. Their initial tactic was to defend the Arctic Circle battlefield and the Pacific battlefield, and first kill the Barry biochemical core, which posed the greatest threat. No, they are approaching in the same direction again. He Xingzhou frowned. "Pursue and intercept," Kingpin ordered. He knew that the pursuit would not be very effective and could only kill some other Zegs. The Aura and Noah Zeg Kings were both. The speed of the Noah Bug King was very fast, and their meeting point was at the Atlantic bug nest of the Aura Bug King. Humans sent countless unmanned deep-sea warships, deep-sea mechas and deep-sea detectors to track them, wanting to know what they wanted to do. Atlantic Decepts, Aura Bug King has already joined Noah Bug King. Noah Bug King said, "Aura, I'm making a big bet this time. If you lose to the natives, you know what will happen. Don't threaten me with this." Aura snorted coldly, "If you want to die, hurry up, don't dilly-dally." Noah Bug King came in front of it, motionless. Aura opened his big mouth, bit off its head in one bite, and then the body, one bite at a time, eating it all. The entire ocean was infected with the blood of the planetary beast. When the deep-sea detector discovered this scene, the human commanders were extremely horrified. Why was Noah Bug King eaten directly by Aura? Why didn't it resist? Lumi was puzzled. Is Noah also Aura's subordinate? Kui women guessed. That shouldn't be the case, they have fought each other before. Song Jinghong was puzzled. Does the Zeg have any special rules, so Noah has to be eaten by Aura? Kon King put forward his own idea. If Aura eats Noah, I'm afraid you will evolve to be stronger. Barry's stitched monster has already made us play all our cards. If a real planetary overlord appears, it will be a big trouble. Keen Peng said worriedly. It's really troublesome, because we know nothing about the planetary overlord level's egg. He Xingzhou also frowned. The development trend of things is always beyond people's expectations. The planetary overlord is about to be born. Dubai said, Aura is close to the planetary overlord. If it devours Noah, the insect king, it will evolve to the planetary overlord in a very short time. What a pity, you all had a chance to win. Dubai, what are the abilities of the planetary overlord? Jing nodded quickly. Dubai sighed. To put it simply, basically none of your existing weapons can do anything to it. Laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons, nuclear weapons, plasma weapons, none of them can do anything to it. What about the supergiant mecha? Jing asked. In front of the planetary overlord, any mecha is vulnerable. Dubai sighed. What a pity, it's too pitiful. What a pity, it has come to this. I also want to make preparations early. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet next time. After saying this, Dubai directly fell asleep. Dubai. Jing wanted to get more information, but it had already turned its belly up. At the Blue Star Alliance headquarters, the commanders were discussing this matter. Whether it will evolve to a planetary overlord or not, we must immediately rest the troops and maximize our combat effectiveness. Since King Noah is dead, go and clean up the Oceania's egg immediately. Including Asia, America, and Antarctica, clean them all up and occupy the land first. He Hongwei said. We don't know when Aura will complete its evolution. During this period, we must send teams to continuously attack its insect nest. Kui women suggested, if there is a plan to destroy it before it completes its plan, that would be the best. Kon King was about to speak when he received a message and said, the experiment is about to begin. I'll go offline first. Okay. Everyone knew that he was conducting an important experiment, a particle collision experiment. During the war, scientific research not only did not stop, but was accelerating. Shanghai region, the particle collision laboratory, the giant circular particle collider has been built. Through the energy output of nuclear fusion and the acceleration of the circular magnetic field, the particle beams are allowed to collide. The greater their kinetic energy, the more thorough the collision. When particles collide at the speed of light, their microscopic structures will be completely shattered. At this time, humans use microscopic detection equipment to search for microscopic particles and energy. Teacher, everything is ready. Student Zhu Tenben said, his expression still calm. Kon King looked at him and asked, you don't look very interested. Zhu Tenben didn't say anything. Kon King smiled and said, do you think that everything we are doing now is useless and human civilization will eventually be destroyed? He could see that although Zhu Tenben was very talented, he was not very interested in doing anything, and was even a little pessimistic. Zhu Tenben did not hide it. He said, during my time at the Noah Science Society, everything I saw and heard told me that I found that the Z not only has a higher level of life than us, but also has more advanced science and technology than us. We are too far behind. Even if we keep researching, we can't keep up with their evolution speed. The planetary overlord is about to appear, and we are just doing useless work. So you give up? Kon King asked. Zhu Tenben didn't say anything. Kon King did not blame him, but said, you know what? In the early days of the catastrophe, the whole world was questioning what the Xuanwu plan was all about. Why did we do this instead of choosing to flee to outer space with the Noah Science Society? At the time, none of us wavered and still insisted on our own views. Later, you also saw that the Noah Science Society was just a tool of the Zeg, and we became the only country in the world that survived the disaster. We not only protected our own citizens, but also established the Blue Star Alliance to protect all mankind. If we had questioned it from the beginning, could we have done it? Zhu Tenben still did not speak. Kon King continued. Doing anything does not necessarily require a satisfactory result. The process alone is fascinating. Let them start. He said. Okay. Xu Tenben immediately notified all departments and said, "All departments start self-inspection. The particle collision experiment will begin in 3 hours." Received. All departments began to take action. The ultra-vacuum pipeline inspection has been completed, no faults. The energy output system inspection has been completed, no faults. The magnetic acceleration device inspection has been completed, no faults. The particle emitter device is being inspected. King heard the reports from various departments with great anticipation. Xu Tenben noticed that his face was radiant, as if he had regained his youth. But he knew in his heart that King's body had long been overwhelmed, and this state of excitement was definitely not normal. "Teacher, do you want to rest for a while?" Xu Tenben asked worriedly. "No need," King said, "I know my body well." He seemed to be talking to himself, but also to Xu Tenben. The physics community believes that there are 4 fundamental forces in the universe: gravity, electromagnetic interaction, weak interaction, and strong interaction. We can already explain and use gravity and electromagnetic force, but we know very little about weak interaction and strong interaction. Predecessors of physicists proposed gauge field theory, which provides a unified mathematical formalization framework for quantum electrodynamics, weak interaction and strong interaction, the Standard Model. Based on this model, physicists have deduced that there is a Higgs boson in microscopic particles. The Higgs boson is a boson with 0 spin, no electric charge or color charge, and is extremely unstable. It decays immediately after it is generated. The quantum field called the Higgs field causes spontaneous symmetry breaking and gives mass to gauge propagators and fermions. The Higgs particle is the field quantization excitation of the Higgs field, and it gains mass through self-interaction. The existence of the Higgs particle determines whether the Standard Model is correct, and also determines whether humans can rely on this theory to control the 3 basic forces of strong force, weak force and electromagnetic force. So the Higgs boson is also called the God particle. Once the God particle is controlled, humans will master a major law of the universe. In this experiment, we will prove this. King became more and more excited as he spoke. As long as we can find that God particle, human civilization will usher in another new era. Xu Tenben nodded. He naturally knew this. He also knew that King was also making a physical model that can convert electromagnetic force into strong force based on the Standard Model of quantum physics. Once this discovery is completed, humans can use strong force to create more powerful technological creations and weapons. It can surpass all existing weapons. It can almost reach the strength of weapons that a second-level civilization can have. Therefore, the success or failure of the experiment is crucial. A few hours later, news came from various departments. Self-test is completed, and the experiment can begin. Start the experiment. King shouted. Dozens of nuclear fusion reactors started to start, outputting energy to particle emitters and magnetic field generators. The particle emitters at both ends of the circular pipe simultaneously emitted a particle beam, and the accelerating magnetic field began to accelerate them. Their speed must be accelerated to close to the speed of light. According to the mass-energy formula, the closer an object is to the speed of light, the closer its mass is to infinity. So even if it is just to accelerate microscopic particles, the energy required is astronomical. They can only approach the speed of light. If they want to really approach the speed of light infinitely, then the energy of dozens of nuclear fusion reactors is not enough. At least 1 million of them are needed, and the circular pipeline must be infinitely long, even surrounding the entire planet. Humans cannot study antimatter and dark energy now, so there is no need to build such a ring planet particle collider. The particle beams are constantly accelerated, and their mass is increasing, until the accelerating magnetic field can no longer accelerate them. The particle beams are about to collide. The AI system issued a reminder. In the ultra-vacuum pipeline, the particle beams finally meet. From the perspective of microscopic particles, there are actually large gaps between them, and countless particles pass by each other without fate. Finally, a pair of particles passed through the endless waiting time and collided together. At this moment, they produced a high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, the same as the interior of a star. Because their mass is already smaller than that of an atom, no nuclear energy reaction is produced. Their microscopic structure is broken to be smaller than a quark. Because the mass is too small, this high-temperature reaction is born in an instant and disappears in an instant. The normal human brain cannot react to this time. Only by relying on detectors to observe the process of particle decay into photons can we capture the God particle. Kong King and all the staff are still waiting for the observation results. At this time, some people are gathering outside the particle collider research area. Now is an emergency period, please enter the nearest shelter to avoid. The patrol soldiers warned them. These people did not move at all, and gathered from all over the place, more and more. What are you going to do? The patrol soldiers found something wrong. In an emergency period, I have the right to take any measures. The last 3 warnings, 3. He hadn't finished the remaining 2, and a black shadow flashed behind him and pierced his chest. It was a bug man, his body was abnormally twisted, and his whole body was congested. His hand could actually penetrate the mecha. Warning, Bugman gathering found, requesting fire support. The fire monitoring system identified the Bugman and issued a warning to the Chuan system. Bugman? He Xingzhou realized that something was wrong. That was the range of the particle collider test area. The Bugman appeared here, no doubt, to destroy the particle collision experiment. Nearby troops, reinforcements immediately. There were patrol troops in the area, but at this time, they could no longer stop the Bugman. These insects are extremely strange. They change very quickly, and the detection equipment has not detected them before. These insects seem to have mutated due to some special stimulus. Song Jinghong said, their previous performance was exactly the same as that of ordinary humans, and the detection equipment could not detect them. In just a dozen seconds, they can mutate into advanced insects and then launch an attack. This may be a suicidal attack method that overdraws life potential. Their purpose is to destroy the particle collider. He Hongwei said, Dean Kong is still inside. Let them evacuate immediately. Qin Pen quickly issued an evacuation notice. Kong King saw the notice, but he did not evacuate, but continued to wait for the analysis results. Outside the institute, a large number of insects have approached. They have no intention of surviving. While attacking the defense system, they explode. Their self-explosion can generate huge power. Many structures of the institute are broken, and there are insects digging underground to completely destroy the particle collider. There are too many insects. The enemy is afraid that all the insects lurking among humans will be sent, and it is estimated that there are tens of thousands of them. Before the support arrives, we're in too much danger. Teacher, let's retreat. Zhu Tenben shouted. Kong King remained motionless, as if he had not heard a word. At this time, the AI system finally gave the analysis results. Particle decay phenomenon was discovered, and micromass changes were detected. Hearing the test report, Kong King stood up suddenly and laughed. It's the Higgs boson. I found it. The last particle of the standard model of particles was found by me. The strong force and the weak force have the same force before the spontaneous symmetry breaking occurs. Electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force can all be converted. His face was abnormally excited. Tenben, my electromagnetic force and strong force conversion model is only 1 point away. You complete it and give it to He Xingzhou. He will know what to do. Teacher, let's go. Zhu Tenben is activated the armor, and the rescuers have arrived. Dean, let's go quickly, the insects are about to destroy this place. If the nuclear fusion reactor fails, this place will be completely blown up. The researcher advised. You guys go now. Kong King sat down again. He laughed and said, in my lifetime, I was able to find that God particle and perfect the unified model of the 3 fundamental forces. It's worth it. If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. When Kong King finished his last sentence, the light in his eyes completely faded, and his head drooped. Teacher. Zhu Tenben stepped forward to support his body. He noticed that Kong King had no breath or heartbeat. His body had already run out of energy. The excitement just now was supported by his faith, and he was able to have a last burst of energy. He still had a satisfied smile. Everyone burst into tears upon seeing this. Kong King was already 80 years old when the Chuan plan was proposed, and now he is 90 years old. It can be said that he was ordered to do this in times of crisis. In the past 10 years, he has put in countless efforts. Not only has he facilitated various research, but he has also trained a large number of scientific researchers. Many of you here can be considered his students. And now, before humans have completely won the Blue Star World War, before they can see the day when people cheer and celebrate, he has passed away. The students were extremely sad and didn't even know how to express it. At this time, news came from outside. The mecha troops have arrived to support us. We found that the device is damaged and may explode. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Zhu Tenben lifted Kong King's body and whispered. Teacher, I understand. Even if the future of human civilization is dark, we can ignite ourselves and become the torch that illuminates the progress of civilization. I will complete your electromagnetic force and strong force conversion model. He raised his head with a firm look in his eyes. Please subscribe and vote. Chapter 177 Planet Overlord. 8,000 Zutenden and a group of researchers retreated, and the support troops arrived and eliminated the rebellious insects one by one. A large number of equipment in the institute were damaged. Fortunately, there was no problem with the nuclear fusion reactor, otherwise the city would have been blown into ruins. The news of Kong King's death was passed back to the headquarters. In the headquarters, everyone was silent for a long time. If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. Song Jinghong broke the silence. He sighed. Mr. Kong found the God particle. His name is enough to leave a strong mark in the history of science. Admirable, unparalleled national talent. Lu Mei took a deep breath and sighed. This is the torch of human civilization. He Hongwei suggested, Mr. Kong should be awarded the 5-star Chuan medal. Mr. Kong really deserves it. Qin Peng and Kui women nodded heavily. No one has ever won the 5-star Chuan medal. Kong King is qualified to be the first person. He Xingzhou was also filled with emotion. When he first proposed the Chuan plan, it was Kong King who led people to verify his ideas and emphasize the importance of Z genes, which made the Chuan plan possible. At the time, He Xingzhou was just an ordinary college student, and his work had no weight. It was only with the strong support of him and a group of academicians that the Chinese civilization has continued to this day. He Xingzhou sighed deeply. Mr. Kong is an explorer and guide for the advancement of human civilization. We should continue to hold high the torch he passed down. I will continue his research. Kong King had already sent a copy of his research materials to He Xingzhou, which contained his ideas on the standard model of particles and the transformation model of the three forces of electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force. It is said that he has an important research project with his student Zhu Tenden, which has not yet been completed. When peace comes, we will remember the heroes. Qin Peng calmed down and said, the insect people appeared in the city. They have ways to avoid our detection and disguise themselves as normal people. We must find all these insect people immediately and eliminate them. Kui women stood up and said, I will arrange it immediately. The Aura Insect King is still evolving in the Atlantic insect nest. We'd better eliminate it before it evolves into a planetary overlord. He Hongwei said. He, Qin Peng and other second-level military commanders thought about countermeasures together, and the others had their own tasks. He Xingzhou was also thinking of a way. He had to make plans as quickly as possible. Once a real planetary overlord appears, how to resist it? Without research samples, it is impossible to infer the true strength of the planetary overlord. He Xingzhou pondered in his heart. According to the intelligence we got before, after the Z becomes the planetary overlord, it will have the ability to absolutely crush the planetary behemoths. The Mana Worm King, the Aura Worm King, the Noah Worm King and Barry's stitched biochemical behemoth are all just high-level planetary behemoths, and they have already made me reveal all my cards. Without stronger weapons, I'm afraid it's impossible to defeat it. But time is so tight, what weapons can we make now? He Xingzhou was also embarrassed. There are all kinds of high-tech weapons on the technology tree of the quantum optical brain, but humans can't make them. Materials, design, manufacturing, etc. are all difficult problems. He Xingzhou fell into distress. All he can do now is to design a more powerful plasma energy storage cannon or a new combination of supergiant mechas. But he was always worried that this would not help. For several weeks, He Xingzhou had no clue. And the team that went to attack the Aura Worm King over there made no progress at all. The Aura Insect King hides in the insect nest 10,000 meters below the deep sea to evolve. Only small deep-sea mechas and deep-sea warships can reach such a deep area. However, after reaching the deep sea 10,000 meters, due to the water pressure problem, they are no match for the planetary behemoths and can only wait for the Aura Insect King to evolve helplessly. He Xingzhou has not slept for 2 consecutive days. On his computer drawing is the design of a supergiant mecha, which will be composed of multiple giant mechas and mechanical behemoths. The supergiant mecha of the world confused imminent can release plasma energy cannons by itself. The strength of various weapons has doubled, and the use is more flexible. This supergiant mecha can't let He Xingzhou relax. You should rest for a while. It's been more than 2 days. Beside him, Zhu Zlan looked at him distressed. He Xingzhou grabbed his hair and said with a headache, I can't sleep. I've been restless these days. This is not enough. If the strength of the planetary overlord I predicted is really that terrible, all our weapons now can't stop it. I believe you, you can do it. Zhu Zhilan held his hand, take a break, other designers will continue. Yeah. He Xingzhou rested his head on her legs and slowly fell asleep in her tenderness. Zhu Zhilan looked at him quietly, her eyes wandering, and her red lips murmured, you protect mankind, and I protect you. He Xingzhou slept all day, and when he woke up, Zhu Zhilan was still by his side. She said, Zhu Tendon is here, and has been waiting for you for several hours. He said he has important information for you. Yeah. He Xingzhou. While eating, he met Zhu Tendon. I've finished it. This was Zhu Tendon's first sentence. Teaches electromagnetic force and strong force conversion model. This was his second sentence. Commander He, the teacher said that if I give this to you, you will know how to do it. Let me see. He Xingzhou heard the news and didn't even eat his meal, and hurried to see it. If humans can really master strong forces, a lot of new technologies will be unlocked. Zhu Tendon nodded and turned on the holographic projection, which showed a complex force conversion device. Through this electromagnetic force strong force conversion model, we can convert electromagnetic force into strong force and bind microscopic particles. Zhu Tendon introduced and explained. At present, it is only in the initial stage, and can only bind microscopic particles for a short period of time, and it cannot be maintained for a long time. We will continue to optimize this model. His voice was excited and haggard. In order to complete this model, he and a group of fellow apprentices did not sleep well for several weeks, and their bodies were already very weak. He Xingzhou read it carefully, and he suddenly shouted excitedly, I know. Although this model can only maintain a short-term strong force, it can already make weapons. It will be a weapon more powerful than the plasma energy storage cannon. I understand. What weapon? Zhu Tendon asked curiously. I only have a preliminary idea now. He Xingzhou said, I want to conduct a design demonstration. You take a rest first and talk after you wake up. He saw that Zhu Tendon, like himself before, also relied on willpower to resist sleepiness. If he continued like this, he might die suddenly. Okay. Zhu Tendon really couldn't bear it anymore. When he finished saying this he fell directly on a sofa, which scared He Xingzhou. He thought something happened to him, but he was relieved when he found that his breathing was stable. This weapon will become our ultimate weapon against the planetary overlord. He Xingzhou looked at the electromagnetic force the strong converter and started working. He needed to race against time to complete the design and manufacturing before the planetary overlord was born. 2 months have passed, and it has come to the 11th year of the implementation of the Chuanwu plan. This new year, the people of China were living in trepidation. The threat of the Zeg was still there, and the alarm could sound at any time. None of the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance went home for the new year, and they were all busy. They had to stabilize the internal situation, and at the same time, they had to clean up the Zeg all over the world. The weapons damaged in the previous war were also being repaired and replenished as much as possible to prepare for dealing with the planetary overlord. In the research base in the south, He Xingzhou finally designed this weapon. That's it. As long as the supergiant mecha is equipped with it, there will be a chance to kill the planetary overlord. He Xingzhou said excitedly. If it breaks out, I really can't think of any defense that can stop it. Zhu Tendon took a deep breath. No wonder the teacher said you must have a way. How long would it take to manufacture? He Xingzhou asked Chuan. Chuan replied. The various manufacturing departments have already started manufacturing. Since this is the first high-force weapon made by humans, materials, equipment, and machines will take time, and it is impossible to determine now. Well, it seems that we still have a lot of work to do. He Xingzhou sat down and continued to study the manufacturing problem. The Atlantic Ocean, the second largest ocean in the world, occupies 20% of the surface area of Blue Star. The average depth is 3,627 meters, and the deepest part of the Puerto Rico Trench is 9,219 meters deep. That was the data before the cataclysm. After the cataclysm, the deepest part of the Puerto Rico Trench has exceeded 10,000 meters, all because of the Zed digging and building of the Zed nest. Under the Puerto Rico Trench is the Zed nest of King Horror. In the magma, a giant beast is waking up. It is wrapped in magma, and the magma of more than 1,000 degrees Celsius is around it, like a hot spring. This feeling. Powerful, hungry. Aura opened his eyes, and the green giant eyes were extremely creepy in the seabed. It opened its mouth like a black hole, and magma poured into its stomach. Comfortable. King Aura drank countless magma, and it slowly stretched out its body. The surrounding Zerg all lay quietly on the seabed, expressing their submission. Planetary Overlord. Aura Zombie King laughed in the sea. I have finally evolved to a planetary overlord. From now on, this planet is my territory and food. Natives, prepare to welcome the god of destruction. When it moves from the magma, the seabed is shaking, and the magma erupts from the seabed, submerging everything around. Next to the Puerto Rico Trench, in the Caribbean Sea, an aerospace mothership is on a cruise mission. They have to patrol the situation here at all times to find out the movements of the Zerg. At this time, the sea began to surge, and the super-strong electromagnetic pulse destroyed all the deep-sea detectors on the seabed. There is movement. Captain Zhao Qian shouted on the aerospace mothership, "Drop the detector and prepare to attack." Yes. On the mothership, the crew took action. They launched various drone detectors and deep-sea detectors, and the plasma cannons and plasma rays were ready. The natives' flying toys. In the deep sea, the black shadows grew larger and larger. A planetary overlord floated to the surface. Seeing its appearance, Zhao Qian's heart on the aerospace mothership twitched violently and almost exploded. All the crew members couldn't help the fear spreading in their hearts. Just a giant octopus-like head is comparable to a planetary behemoth. This is just the tip of the iceberg of its body. It can fly, not by flapping its wings, but by relying on the ability similar to anti-gravity to rise from the bottom of the sea. When its entire body appeared, the crew on the aerospace mothership had only one emotion in their hearts: despair. It is 3,000 meters tall. What is this concept? The altitude of Mount Tai is 1,500 meters. It is twice as high as Mount Tai. The mountain is just a small mound at its feet. Even if it is the 9 dragons pulling the coffin in the novel, the 9 dragons can only be regarded as small earthworms in front of it. The strongest warship of mankind at present, the aerospace mothership, is just a toy that can be played with at will in front of it. With such a body, human eyes can't accommodate it, and we can only see its full picture from the satellite perspective. Every move it makes contributes to tsunamis and typhoons. The planetary overlord level Zerg is the beginning of the Zerg's journey to the devourer of planets. If it is given time, it can eat all the matter on this planet and eventually become the devourer of planets. Fire, weapons, fire, retreat. Zhao Qian shouted wildly. Plasma cannon, plasma rays poured on it, and the plasma of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius was blocked by a layer of plasma when it reached it. It can control energy and form a plasma protective layer. The most powerful weapon of the aerospace mothership has failed. Little natives, what other means do you have? The Aura Zerg King laughed non-stop, and its laughter exceeded the hearing limit of humans, forming an ultrasonic sound wave weapon, which damaged the vibrating. Quickly retreat. Zhao Qian knew that they were no match for the planetary overlord. The ship is bound by the magnetic field and cannot escape. The AI system brought them more desperate news. A super-strong magnetic field was generated around the Aura Insect King, which bound the aerospace mothership tightly in place. Do you feel desperate? The Aura Insect King enjoyed this moment, the feeling of being the only one on the planet. This was the crushing of the higher civilization on the lower civilization, leaving them with no power to fight back. It used the magnetic field to slowly pull the aerospace mothership towards itself. Zhao Qian knew that they were finished. He sent the last message to the headquarters. Command, this is the Firefeather aerospace mothership. We have encountered the Aura Insect King. It is evolved into a planetary overlord. Our ship is no match for it and is about to crash. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the behemoth, Zhao Qian said, "Brothers, we will see each other in the next life. Long live the motherland. Long live the motherland." Everyone shouted. Start the self-destruct program. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth. Even if I die, I will peel off a layer of skin from you. The self-preservation program has been activated. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, start. The nuclear fusion of the Firefeather aerospace carrier, the reactor, exploded, which was equivalent to a super hydrogen bomb exploding next to the Aura Bug King. The Aura Bug King did not dodge at all. The high temperature and shockwave generated by the explosion briefly broke through its plasma defense layer, but the explosion hit its scales and did not cause any damage. Even a high temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius could not break its skin. Even if the super heavy electromagnetic cannon hit it, it had no effect at all. This is the planetary overlord, the most terrifying stage of the evolution of the Zeg on the planet. A super monster that can destroy the civilization of a mother planet. The planetary overlord, it appears. The commanders at the Blue Star Alliance Command witnessed the scene. The attack and self-explosion of the aerospace mothership have no effect on it at all. He Xingzhou said in horror, "How could this be? Can't the plasma ray penetrate it? Even if 10,000 hydrogen bombs are launched, it will be useless to it. It can withstand the power of the hydrogen bomb explosion with its scales alone." Song Jinghong's voice changed. The strength of this planetary overlord is too powerful, so powerful that it makes people suffocate in despair. How can we deal with it? Lu Mei asked. She couldn't think of a solution. Kui women couldn't think of a solution either. Qin Pen suppressed his shock and said, "We can only try. Let the giant weapon troops intercept it." The current Chuan base has been built exactly like the planetary fortress that He Xingzhou had envisioned. Same. It has a huge underground city, a high-tech weapons manufacturing plant, mecha troops, aerospace motherships, giant mechas, mechanical behemoths, etc. From the Chuan base, combat units can reach the world within 2 hours. The Aura Insect King destroyed an aerospace mothership, and then sent an infrasonic message to the world. "Natives, tremble, despair, your god of destruction is coming." It flew towards the direction of Xingzhou at a very fast speed, and the airflow it drove rolled up hurricanes and tsunamis. The planetary overlord has appeared, go to the Atlantic and destroy it. Qin Pen issued an order to the Chuan base. Yes. The aerospace mothership fleet, move out. Giant mecha troops, move out. Mechanical behemoth troops, move out. Weapon array, move out. Fighter troops, move out. Countless military forces flew to the Atlantic. They all knew that the monster they faced this time was an invincible giant monster. Hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic guns, and other particle weapons are all useless to it. Horrible existence. Their weapons were not sure if they could hurt it, but they knew that if they did not intercept it, this planetary beast would destroy Xingzhou, the Blue Star Alliance, and human civilization in a very short time. Broadcast an urgent news. All channels on TV programs and all websites on the internet were broadcasting this news. The Aura Insect King has evolved into a planetary overlord and is flying towards the land of Xingzhou. We have sent troops to intercept it. Please prepare for evacuation. When the people saw the figure and data of the Aura Insect King, they all felt an unmatched despair. A 3,000-meter high beast. It can flatten Mount Tai with 1 foot. It swallows hydrogen bombs and resists plasma rays. How can we deal with it? The end of mankind and the end of Blue Star. Even our largest mecha is like a toy in front of it. At Planet Builder, where is Academician He? My god, can humans really deal with this guy? In a certain company, He Xingzhou's classmate Wang Jiao and others were stunned when they saw the news screen. After so many years, a planetary monster has finally appeared. At the Beijing University of Science and Technology, teachers and students looked at each other and fell silent. If this monster came to Xingzhou, what was the point of hiding in the shelter? A high-level planetary monster can easily destroy a city, and this planetary overlord can destroy the shelter even more easily. Is this the end of the world? At He Xingzhou's home, his parents had already gone to the shelter, although they knew that doing so was meaningless and could only avoid being hurt by small Zeg. This is a last test. At the Blue Star Alliance command, all commanders were waiting for the last moment. Only one of them and the Zeg could survive. How could it be so fast? When He Xingzhou saw the Aura King appear, he was extremely anxious. The weapon to deal with it had not yet been manufactured. Its strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. He Xingzhou didn't even know if he could deal with the planetary overlord even if he manufactured the weapon. Hurry up, we have to be faster. He Xingzhou urged each manufacturing group. He knew that everyone had done their best to manufacture it urgently. Weapons that can generate strong forces are something that humans have never made. They have no experience and can't speed up even if they want to. In the ocean, the Chuan troops have already encountered the planetary behemoth. More than 100 aerospace motherships, 100 giants, and 100 mechanical behemoths. Such a lineup, a year ago, could have wiped out the Zeg in the world. But now, they have encountered a stronger enemy than ever before. Use plasma rays to concentrate the attack. Its plasma defense layer also has a carrying limit. In the sky, Zhu Yang commanded the fleet to attack together. Combining supergiant mechas, Ping Tai and Dashan. The two supergiant mechas were combined and attacked with plasma energy cannons. Mechanical behemoths, all on. In the ocean and in the sky, the mechanical behemoths rushed forward without regard for their lives. Countless weapons hit the Aura Bug King, and a blue plasma defense layer appeared around its body, resisting most of the attacks. The plasma energy cannon and the concentrated area of plasma rays still penetrated the plasma defense layer and hit its scales. Is it hurt? Everyone was looking forward to it. As long as they could hurt it, there would be a chance to kill it. But what made them despair was that there were only some scratches on the scales of the Aura Insect King, and it was unscathed. How could this happen? Zhu Yang felt a deep sense of powerlessness. 100 aerospace motherships could destroy a continent before, but now they couldn't kill this planetary overlord. Our supergiant mecha is useless to him. The drivers of the supergiant combined mecha, Sun Yi, Den Jian, Wang Shen, Xian Mani and others were already half-hearted. It was useless. I'm afraid there will be a one-sided massacre next. The mechanical behemoth is useless. Lei Yanfeng sighed in his heart. Although the mechanical behemoth is stronger than the giant mecha in some aspects, it is just a death sentence in the face of such a monster. Are you done fighting? The Aura Insect King laughed triumphantly. Low civilization is low civilization. Do you think I'm injured? It's my turn. As he said that, it spit out blue atomic breath, and the diameter of the ray reached 100 meters. It is 100 times more powerful than the most powerful plasma energy storage cannon currently owned by humans. The atomic breath illuminated the entire sky. Wherever it went, all matter turned into steam. In the sky, dozens of aerospace motherships had no time to escape and were vaporized in an instant. The crew members didn't even scream or feel pain, and they had completely disappeared from this world. Other planetary behemoths need to accumulate energy for a while to release atomic breath, but it is different. It can release energy almost continuously. Not only atomic breath, but also a super strong electric field is generated within a radius of hundreds of miles around its body. In the electric field, thunder and lightning appear every moment, and their voltage is as high as hundreds of millions of volts. Those giant mechas and mechanical behemoths that tried to approach it all exploded into pieces, and the drivers inside were also turned into ashes. This is not a war at all, this is suicide. He Xingzhou shouted. Qin Peng's hands were tightly grasping the table. He asked Song Jinghuang, "Okay, mission Song, if its energy is exhausted, do we have a chance?" Song Jinghuang smiled bitterly and said, "If its energy is exhausted, we will naturally have a chance to hurt it. But the problem is that as long as it is on this blue planet, its energy will not be exhausted unless it is thrown into a vacuum." In the picture, the Aura Worm King used magnetic fields to grab the aerospace mothership and the giant mecha, one by one. After eating these, it was still not satisfied and swallowed a bellyful of seawater. Song Jinghuang said, "Its biological organs allow it to devour all the matter on the planet and convert it into energy. Even stones and metals can be subjected to heavy nuclear fusion by it to produce some limited energy. In other words, unless it is in space, its energy will never be exhausted." When Song Jinghuang finished speaking, these commanders who had seen countless storms were also shrouded in despair. This is no longer a question of whether to think of a solution or not, but with the ability of human civilization, it is no longer able to deal with this world-destroying monster. The technological gap between civilizations cannot be made up by them using their brains here. What else can we do? Kui women asked. He Xingzhou was not present, he was still busy making that weapon. Start the seed plan. LV said helplessly. The seed plan is the last way to preserve the fire of human civilization. Let the rocket send some humans, robots and spacecraft carrying human gene banks into space. Go to the moon, Mars, or other planets to survive. Everyone knows that this plan was feasible in the past. But now, they know that there are also Zegs on other planets. I'm afraid those who are sent to space will not survive. Try your best to intercept. Qin Peng said, even if we fight to the last moment, we must never give up. He continued to command the battle and use various tactics. He Xingzhou was also in command. LVMA and Kui women started the seed plan, and Song Jinghuang continued to study the weaknesses of the Aura Insect King with the team. On the sea, the Chuan troops used various methods. Weapon arrays, 100 hydrogen bomb explosions, plasma energy storage cannon salvos, supergiant mechas, etc. None of the tactics worked. The Pintine Monkey King supergiant mecha that killed the Barry Insect King did not last more than 30 seconds in front of the Aura Insect King. It was torn apart by the claws of the Aura Worm King, and then eaten together with the mecha and the driver. Old Deng. Xingzhou saw that the giant mecha driven by Deng Jian was swallowed by the Aura Worm King. He was extremely angry and even wanted to rush over to fight with the Aura Worm King. But the next second, he was blown away by a shockwave and fell into the sea. Kill. The plasma energy storage cannon finally made a gap in the defensive plasma layer of the Aura Worm King. Feng Xiaolong, the former captain of the Sharp Blade team, controlled the mechanical mana Worm King to rush into the gap, determined to bite off a piece of meat from the Aura Worm King. The tentacles of the Aura Worm King grabbed the mechanical behemoth and threw it into its big mouth. Attack its mouth. Throw all the weapons in. In the sky, Zhu Yang commanded the fleet to launch super hydrogen bombs and plasma cannons to attack the mouth of the Aura Worm King. What he didn't expect was that the Aura Worm King did not eat the mechanical behemoth this time, but spit out blue atomic breath, vaporizing the mechanical behemoth and the aerospace mothership in the sky. Zhu Yang, the Depend aerospace carrier and all the crew members were wiped out from this world by it. The commander of the aerospace carrier group has died, the new commander Luowen. Luowen automatically became the new commander of the fleet. He shouted, "Keep attacking, don't let it get close to Xingzhou." He looked at the command screen, and there were less than 30 aerospace carriers left out of the 100 aerospace carriers at the start. I might be the most failed commander of the fleet, right? Luowen smiled bitterly in his heart. When he commanded the aircraft carrier fleet, the ship sank. The first time he commanded the aerospace carrier, the Chuanyao crashed, and the second time the aerospace carrier crashed again. Now, it's his turn to command the aerospace carrier group, but he encountered a world-destroying monster that humans can't match. The Aura Worm King swept across with another wave of atomic breath and super-electric field, and the giant weapon force was less than a quarter left. Lady Infant reported to the headquarters with great helplessness. "Command, we can no longer stop the Aura Worm King, it continues to move towards Xingzhou. We will continue to delay. The weapons are still attacking, but it's only a matter of time before they are completely wiped out." And in the research base in the south, a proton stripper is being manufactured. It is a tool that uses electromagnetic force to convert into strong interaction force to strip protons from the nucleus, and it is also the result of Kong King's research. He Xingzhou wants to use this device to strip protons from the nucleus. The nucleus of matter is composed of positively charged protons and uncharged neutrons, and the mass of each proton and neutron is about 2,000 times that of an electron. For most elements, their overall mass is roughly the same, so half of the mass of almost all matter is protons. Under normal circumstances, the positive charge carried by protons and the negative charge carried by electrons in the nucleus of a substance will form. This balance will be quickly broken. 1 gram of protons, without electrons so that their net charge is 0, will generate an electric field strong enough to strip electrons from their main atoms and ionize the air 15 kilometers away. Such a huge and strong magnetic field can cause lightning to pass through granite within a range of 10 kilometers. If there are enough protons stripped of electrons, it can destroy almost all materials. What He Xingzhou wants to make is a super weapon that uses strong interaction forces to forcibly bind protons of a certain mass together. He named it the proton missile. This is also the last weapon He Xingzhou is going to use against the planetary overlord. Thanks to book friends such as NRS-11, 5 Spiced Broad Beans, Lancer Alley, etc. for their rewards. Chapter 178A. Final Battle. 8,000, please subscribe, monthly ticket. According to He Xingzhou's calculations, if the proton missile could hit the Aura Bug King, it would instantly destroy its armor at the atomic level. This is more powerful than destroying the ship. The molecular destruction of the knife is countless times stronger. At the same time, the super-electric field it generates can instantly penetrate the planetary overlord and collapse it. Commander He, the Aura Worm King is about to arrive in Xingzhou. Xuan sent a message. We haven't stripped and bound enough protons. The strong restraint device is not mature enough. He Xingzhou was anxious. Now he can make proton missiles, but the number of bound protons is not enough, which will lead to insufficient damage. The Aura Worm King is too big. Killing it is equivalent to blowing up a mountain. They only have one chance. Once they lose, human civilization will be destroyed from then on. Wait a little longer. He Xingzhou tried to calm himself down, at least reach the minimum destruction standard. The Aura Worm King's route is flying from the Eurasian continent. On the way, it will completely destroy the safety zone built by humans when it passes by. A safety zone with a population of 1 million, people looked at the sky in horror. The huge shadow like a mountain shrouded them. Go to hell, reptiles. The super-electric field of the Aura Insect King covered the entire safe zone. Under the impact of countless thunders, the city was blown into a pile of ruins, and millions of humans were electrocuted into charred ash. It is destroying the world. All mankind is trembling. The terrifying power of the Aura Insect King has left humans helpless. In front of it, humans are as small as ants. Even if they knight and sacrifice their lives, they are just moths flying into the fire, in vain. This is the darkest day in the history of human civilization. People are in pain, trembling, and silent in despair. The darkness has enveloped the entire society. Even if they shout endlessly, it is just a wail before death. The Aura Insect King has come to the edge of Xingzhou, and it senses the energy fluctuations here. Although it has become the overlord of the planet, the Aura Insect King still remains vigilant enough. It must first destroy all human military bases to prevent humans from using any special weapons against it. Its biological sensory organs can sense all high-energy reactions here. Military bases must have nuclear reactors. A moment later, Aura Insect King had already seen through several locations of high-energy reactions in Xingzhou. The one with the strongest energy reaction was naturally the Xuanwu base located in the mountains in the middle of Xingzhou. Along Insect King went straight to Xuanwu base. Xuanwu issued an emergency notice, and the people of all cities along the way fled urgently. Wherever along Insect King went, all buildings were destroyed by electric fields and atomic rays. Stop it. Stop it. Countless giant weapons surrounded and attacked Aura Insect King, but as before, it was useless. In Xuanwu base, soldiers were also evacuating urgently, and Qin Peng was in command here. General, evacuate. The subordinates advised Qin Peng to leave quickly. It's too late. Qin Peng's expression was calm. There are still 10 plasma energy cannons and sharp electric fields in the base. This is our last chance. Let the other soldiers evacuate. He said calmly, it's useless for them to stay here now. Try to save the living force. General, use the armor now, there is still a chance to leave. The subordinates advised again. Qin Peng looked at the situation on the video screen, and Aura Insect King had reached the edge of the base. He said, we can still deal with it. Turn on the communication equipment and I will talk to it. Yes. The subordinate had no choice but to do as he was told. In the base, the communication broadcast was turned on, and the drone magnified Qin Peng's projection to the size of a mountain. He said to the Aura Insect King, Aura Insect King, I am Qin Peng, the commander of the Blue Star Alliance. Aura stopped, looked at his projection, and said with a smile in human language, what's wrong? Are you scared? Do you want to surrender to me now? Qin Peng said, you're indeed very powerful, but we humans are not ants that you can crush to death at will. Both sides have suffered a lot of losses. If you continue to attack now, we will destroy you at all costs. Aura Insect King laughed, and its sound waves echoed in the valley, at any cost. You bunch of natives can't hurt me. So, all of you are ready to die. Qin Peng said angrily, do you really think we can't destroy you? It's just that we don't want to use that weapon, which will completely destroy the ecosystem. Aura Insect King was doubtful by what he said. Could it be that humans really have any weapons that can hurt it? Are you deceiving me? Aura Insect King still didn't believe it. The ecosystem has been destroyed long ago, there is no need to wait until now. So many of you have died, you have run out of options. Low-level civilizations cannot hurt the planetary overlord. Qin Peng said calmly, you can try. It's useless. Aura Insect King laughed, you can't deceive me. Not only will this place be destroyed, but humans will also be destroyed. But you are not completely useless, you are more useful than some of my subordinates. It said, I will give you a chance to become insect people. I will protect you and let you become a higher life. As long as you agree, everyone can survive. The people were silent, they were waiting for Qin Peng's answer. The pressure that the planetary overlord puts on humans, the pressure has reached the point of crushing human society and spirit. Qin Peng was unmoved. He looked at Aura coldly and said, we would rather be destroyed than become such creatures. It's not that they haven't seen the insect society before. It is a society that has completely lost laws and morals. Everyone is a slave and food for the insects. No freedom, no death. Qin Peng shouted, the valiant Xingzhou, we will go to the national crisis together. We will not stop fighting until the blood is dry. At this moment, all the soldiers of the Xuan army were shouting, the valiant Xingzhou, we will go to the national crisis together. We will not stop fighting until the blood is dry. We will not stop fighting until the blood is dry. The whole country and all mankind are shouting. No one who can survive is willing to become an insect man. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to the Zeg and been destroyed in the wars in recent years. Plasma energy storage cannon, fire. Qinpen cut off the loudspeaker and gave the order. In the Chuan base, 10 large plasma energy storage cannons have accumulated terrifying energy, and locked onto the Aura Worm King while Qinpen was dealing with him. 10 plasma rays that illuminated the sky focused on the Aura Worm King, and it did not dodge. It had long seen through these energies, and it knew that even human plasma energy storage cannons could not hurt it, so it was fearless. The plasma energy storage cannon successfully penetrated the plasma defense layer on its body surface and hit its body. Hit it. The camera showed that the plasma energy storage cannon did hit it. The scales on the Aura Worm King's body turned red, as if they were about to melt. When the high-temperature plasma dissipated, the Aura Worm King's scales returned to normal color again, and everyone found that it was still unharmed. Aura Insect King laughed and said, "Did you see it? Is this your secret weapon? Since you are not insect people, then you are worthless. Go to hell." After saying that, it bit a mountain peak, bit it off with its claws and sharp teeth, and swallowed it. These stones were fused by heavy nuclei in its body, generating a vast ocean of energy, which was shot out with a super-strong atomic breath. Boom, 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 between heaven and earth, it was as if tens of thousands of thunders exploded. The mountains on the upper level of the Chuan base were evaporated in a few seconds. Next came the underground protective layer. Qinpen sat in the command room and shouted the last slogan. "Don't stop fighting until the blood is dried." As soon as the voice fell, the position where he was illuminated by the atomic beam and turned into Qinpen. In the room, Zhou Qing'an shouted and burst into tears, "You said you would come back, General Qin." At the Blue Star Alliance command, He Xingzhou couldn't believe it. General Qin also died. Li Songjinghong's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Aura, humans must avenge this. We will not stop fighting until the blood is dry." Kui Women clenched his fists, and his nails were almost embedded in the flesh. How could this happen? Lu Mei couldn't accept this fact. Aura's attack destroyed Qinpen, the Chuan base, and tens of thousands of soldiers who had not yet evacuated. The Chuan base turned into a huge hole and was collapsing. On the news, a message popped up. Aura Insect King destroyed the Chuan base. Commander Qinpen and tens of thousands of soldiers were unfortunately killed. The Chuan base was destroyed. General Qin also died. No weapon can stop the Aura Insect King. The planetary overlord is clearly a world-destroying demon. All over the world, people felt that their beliefs had completely collapsed. The reason why they can persist in this difficult era of disaster is because of the Chuan troops and the Chuan base. They can always use advanced weapons to resist the Zeg. And Qinpen, as one of the main commanders of the Chuan project and the Blue Star Alliance, has become a pillar of faith in the hearts of many people. In countless wars and countless disasters, he is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, making people feel at ease. And now, he has been killed by the Aura Zeg King. What power does mankind have to resist the Zeg? It's been 10 years, 10 years. Can't we escape the fate of being destroyed by the Zeg? Why? Why is this happening? My child has just been born, he shouldn't face such a doomsday world. Who else can save us? No hope, the world is going to be destroyed. 10 years of hard work can't resist the evolution of the Zeg. On the street, some people collapsed in the street. In the shelter, some people were crying. In the house, some people were like zombies, losing their souls and fighting spirit. The whole world is in despair. What else can we do? People asked on the internet, and no one could give an answer. Academician He, where is He Xingzhou? Someone asked. Yeah, where is Commander He? We need you. As long as Commander He is still here, we still have a chance. They came to He Xingzhou's social media account and left crazy messages. At Planet Builder, Commander He, please, show up soon. General Qin has died, only you can lead us to fight against the Zeg. Dr. Li, where are you? The last hope of human civilization. Where are you? Could Commander He be in the Chuan base just now? Someone made a guess that made everyone shudder. If He Xingzhou also died in the Chuan base, humanity would really be finished. Impossible, Commander He can't die. Then where is he? If there is still a savior in this world, the only one I can think of is him. 2 billion humans are calling for He Xingzhou. In every war and despair, He Xingzhou is definitely the one who can give people the most surprises and turn the tide of the war. His new technology and weapons have caused the Zerg to return home in defeat many times. He is the whistleblower of the catastrophe era, the initiator of the Chuanwu plan, the most prestigious scientist of this century, the mainstay and navigator of human civilization. If this miracle has a name, then its name is He Xingzhou. One has been destroyed, and there are still several. Aura Insect King continued to sense the high-energy reaction area of the land of Xingzhou. Its target is the base in the south, which is another base second only to the Chuanwu base. Aura Insect King is coming. He Xingzhou hurriedly sent a communication to He Xingzhou, Commander He, retrieve quickly. We have already lost General Qin, and we must not lose you again. No, there is no retreat in this war. He Xingzhou said firmly, either it dies or I die. If this place is destroyed, human civilization will lose the ability to manufacture super weapons, and there will be only one way to die. Weapons, made? Kui women asked. No. He Xingzhou shook his head. The time is too short. We can't put a strong restraint device in the missile. Then what should we do? Everyone gathered together. No other way. He Xingzhou made a decision. We can only go all out. He had another plan. He Xingzhou withdrew from the command. The waiting hall began to make plans. Their strong force restraint device is now as big as a basketball court. Only with such a large device can they create enough strong force to keep protons close together. How can such a large device be installed in a missile? Zhu Tendan sighed. It's too late. If we had studied it earlier, we would still have a chance. Even if it can't be installed in a missile, it can still be launched. He Xingzhou said in a deep voice. How to launch it? Everyone asked. Tear down the base and launch it. He Xingzhou's words shocked everyone. Launch the base as a proton bomb? What kind of crazy idea is this? The volume of this device is as big as a basketball court. If you add the nuclear fusion reactor that transports energy in various devices, the volume is probably no less than an aerospace mothership. Can this thing be launched as a missile? He Xingzhou said, hurry up, there is no time. Before the Aura Insect King comes, we have to dismantle the base ourselves. Use the giant mecha module as a thruster. As long as it is sent to the side of the Aura Insect King, it will work. Beside the Aura Insect King, there is a layer of plasma defenser. Leave it to me. He Xingzhou said, quickly dismantle it. He also joined in the process of dismantling the base. He put on a set of engineering mecha and presided over the dismantling of the core equipment. The distance between the Aura Insect King and the base was getting closer and closer. Request support. We can't stop it. Lu Yuan was still alive, and his mothership was not sunk. It might be because the Aura Insect King thought they were too weak, so he temporarily ignored him. We have to go up and create time for Commander Lee. In the base, Zhu Zlan stood up. In addition to dismantling the base, He Xingzhou also had to modify it. Time was running out. Let's buy time. Ding Yu also sat on the giant mecha. After the quantum chip was implanted, they could skillfully control the giant mecha like the cyborgs. A team of giant mechas and mechanical beasts left the base and went to intercept the Aura Insect King. Zhu Zlan controls a mechanical behemoth, the Phoenix. This is a mechanical behemoth made by the bionic Aura Insect King. It has the ability to fly, spit plasma flames, and attack with beam sound waves. She moved with the interception troops and saw the Aura Insect King from a distance. Its body is so huge that it is hard not to see it. The several aerospace motherships in front have already started fighting with it. Conventional weapons are ineffective. They can only attack with plasma energy storage cannons. After opening a hole in the plasma defense layer, the rest of the weapons can be fired together. This method can cause some damage to the Aura Insect King and slow down its speed. Annoying flies. The Aura Insect King was annoyed and swept with atomic rays. Wherever it swept, the giant mecha, aerospace mothership, and mechanical behemoth were destroyed. A ray came in front of Zhu Zlan, and her mind had been connected with the mechanical behemoth through the quantum chip. The Phoenix mechanical behemoth has strong flying ability and is more agile. At the moment when the atomic ray swept over, she flicked over, and the wings of the mechanical Phoenix turned over, avoiding the attack. Zhu Zlan could feel the terrifying high temperature flashing past the mechanical Phoenix, making the entire mechanical beast hot. Didn't hit it. Aura Insect King didn't care. Anyway, this level of human weapons would not cause any harm to it. It continued to move forward, and the mechanical phoenix turned around, circled around, and circled over its head, still releasing rapid sound waves. This feeling, like a fly calling in your ear, made Aura Insect King a little angry. Die. It spit out atomic rays again. This time, the atomic rays hit the side of the mechanical phoenix again, and failed to hit it. Xingzhou's heart was as calm as water, and she continued to operate. She simply gave up the attack. Anyway, she couldn't penetrate the opponent's defense, just needed to delay it for a while. So, intentionally or unintentionally, she went in the opposite direction again. Aura Insect King stopped and attacked twice more. This time, it destroyed a giant mecha, but still failed to hit the mechanical phoenix. Want to distract me? No way. Aura Insect King retracted his attention and continued to move towards the southern base. Xingzhou's pretty face was as cold as ice. She turned around again and rushed towards Aura Insect King. Xingzhou, don't be impulsive. Luo Yuan shouted in the communicator, don't get so close, it has a magnetic field. There's nothing I can do. Xingzhou said in her heart. She naturally knew that Aura Insect King could create a strong magnetic field. If she didn't harass it like this, Aura Insect King would soon reach the southern base. The mechanical phoenix flew directly to the side of Aura Insect King and released a beam of sound waves to harass it. This time, Aura Insect King did not look back. A strong magnetic field suddenly rose around it, sucking the mechanical phoenix bird. Xingzhou turned the engine power to the maximum, but still couldn't avoid the mechanical phoenix bird approaching Aura Insect King. Annoying fly, do you still want to run? Aura Insect King opened his mouth, and terrifying energy was gathering. Xingzhou glanced at the south, with a look of nostalgia in her eyes. She whispered to herself, I'm sorry, I can't protect you anymore. A ray hit the mechanical phoenix bird. It cut it in half and disrupted the magnetic field. The mechanical phoenix bird was exploding. The body has failed and the protection device has been activated. Xingzhou's cockpit automatically detached, forming a hard protective shell, and the shockwave of the explosion knocked her away. She saw that the ray just now was not emitted by the Aura King, but by a supergiant mecha. It cut the mechanical phoenix bird and used energy to interfere with the magnetic field so that it would not be trapped by the magnetic field. Only in this way can the driver of the mechanical phoenix bird have a glimmer of hope. If hit by the Aura King, the driver would not be able to survive. The atomic breath of the Aura King completely evaporated the other half of the mechanical phoenix bird. It's him. This was Xingzhou's last consciousness, and then she fell into a coma. Sister Zilan. He Xingzhou could only let the robot search and rescue Xingzhou, and he himself had to face the Aura King in person. The supergiant mecha he is driving now is the Hunter and Imminent mecha designed before. It is 1,500 meters high and is composed of modules of 3 giant mechas and 2 mechanical behemoths. The Hunter and Imminent supergiant mecha is superior to the previous Pintian Monkey King supergiant mecha in terms of energy intensity, weapon power and coordination. This scene appeared simultaneously in He Xingzhou's live broadcast room. It's Commander He showed up. When people saw He Xingzhou's face, a glimmer of hope finally emerged in their hearts. Okay, mission He's still there. The last hope of mankind. The only person we can rely on has shown up. Can this supergiant mecha create a miracle? Commander it all depends on you. 2 billion people are praying and cheering for He Xingzhou. When they saw He Xingzhou appear in the cockpit of the mecha, they already under as a scientist, He Xingzhou had no need to go to the battlefield. When he appeared on the battlefield, there was only one reason. That is, if this battle is not won, mankind will perish. He Xingzhou had no way out. This base, or the strong force restraint device in the base, was their last chance. Another human toy, a little bigger than the previous one, but still a toy. Seeing the supergiant mecha of the Chaos Demon Ape, the Aura Insect King was still not afraid. It spit out atomic breath and penetrated part of the body of the Chaos Demon Ape at a distance of 10 kilometers. He Xingzhou disintegrated the various parts of his body in time to avoid the attack, so that the supergiant mecha was not instantly blown up. But the attack of the Aura Insect King continued. Several parts of the mecha were hit by plasma rays and fell to the ground, causing a violent explosion. One of them fell near the base, and the nuclear fusion reactor exploded, shaking the earth and blowing up countless huge fragments. It was blown up so fast. People were all dumbfounded. They thought that when He Xingzhou appeared, this mighty supergiant mecha could compete with the planetary overlord for a few minutes. Who knew that the supergiant mecha was broken into pieces after just one encounter? Not only that, a huge explosion occurred at the military base. Everything was destroyed. Commander He is also no match. Okay, mission he was also defeated. It's over, it's really over. The last hope of mankind is also shattered. Aura laughed triumphantly. This is your supergiant mecha, that's it? He Xingzhou was in a part of the supergiant mecha that was separated at this time. His consciousness had merged with the quantum optical brain and the mecha, and everything was within his calculations. He saw that a huge piece of base explosion debris was flying towards the Aura Insect King and was about to be evaporated by the plasma defense layer. Fire! He Xingzhou seized the opportunity, and several separated mechas released the long-accumulated plasma energy storage cannons. Their attack targets were all only one point, that is, where the fragment was. When the plasma beam lit up, Aura Worm King realized that something was wrong. Something was wrong. A fragment of the base explosion was flying towards it where the opponent was attacking. According to the power of this plasma energy storage cannon, it can temporarily break its plasma defense layer. Could it be that the fragment was an attack weapon? Aura Worm King realized that the opponent's supergiant mecha disintegration and base explosion were not accidental, but planned. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The attack speed of the plasma beam was the speed of light. How could it exceed the speed of light? Several plasma beams hit its plasma defense layer, and the plasma collided with each other, causing an explosion, which caused a gap in the plasma defense layer. The fragment finally approached Aura Worm King's body, and the camouflage around it was melted by the high temperature, revealing its true face. This is a small basketball court pushed by a nuclear fusion thruster. There is a vacuum core area in the middle, and nothing can be seen inside. Even if you destroy my defense layer, human weapons can't hurt me. Aura Worm King's mind comforted himself. Looking at the device, it doesn't look like a powerful bomb or something like that. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The original proton bomb finally touched the body of the Aura Bug King. The vacuum ball in the core area was broken, and the strong force binding device was released. The vacuum area was filled with protons that could not be seen by human eyes or general equipment. Their original electrons were stripped away, and they were forcibly bound together by strong forces. When this binding force disappeared, these positively charged protons scattered, and they continued to achieve charge balance. So, they began to strip electrons from the substances they touched. No matter how strong the material was, even the scales of the planetary overlord level Z could not protect their electrons in the electric field of the protons. An extremely strong electric field was generated in an instant. This electric field was enough to penetrate 10,000 meters of granite in 1 second. Its power was thousands of times stronger than the strongest plasma energy storage cannon of mankind. Even if this electric field hit the Aura Bug King head-on, it might not be able to withstand it. Now, the protons have deprived the electrons on the scales of the Aura Worm King, causing its scales to collapse from the atomic structure. An unprotected wound appeared on its leg. At the same time, an electric field was generated, which was conducted from the wound on its leg to its entire body. All the organs, tissues, and even cells in its body were pierced by hundreds of millions of volts and super strong currents. The Aura Worm King was such a huge monster, a planetary behemoth, that it didn't even have time to react or think, and its brain cells died in an instant. This terrifying biological weapon was completely destroyed, because there was still a nuclear fusion reaction in its biological organs, and because of the destruction of the ultra-high voltage electric field, a violent explosion occurred. At this time, it was like a super hydrogen bomb exploded from the body of the Aura Worm King, and the ultra-high temperature vaporized the dead cells in its body. Some scales that could withstand the ultra-high temperature were blown into the sky, forming a supergiant mushroom cloud. The brightness of the sky increased countless times at this moment. It was enough to blind human eyes. The sound waves of the explosion were enough to penetrate the human eardrum. The shockwave it generated pushed the mecha driven by He Xingzhou to the horizon. He kept operating the anti-gravity system, so he was not hit to the ground and killed by the shockwave. When the white light dissipated, from the satellite's perspective, the 3,000-meter-tall planetary overlord had disappeared. There was only a pile of rotten meat and a huge impact crater left. The surrounding mountains were flattened by the explosion. In the sky, the aerospace mothership was still shaking, but Luo Yuan was stunned and said stupidly, Aura Bug King was killed by the explosion. The planetary overlord is gone. Is it dead? Ding Yu stayed in the mecha, looking at the super big pit. His heart seemed to stop in an instant, and then revived. It's gone. Is it dead? The mecha troops, Kyohome couldn't believe it at this time. That bug was blown to death. Dead. It's dead. Lady Infant shouted in the land command center. His voice was hoarse, but he shouted with extra force. The Aura Bug King was blown to death by Commander He Xingzhou. He did it. At this moment, Kui Women's heart was filled with surprise, joy, shock, regret, excitement and other emotions, and his feelings were intertwined. We succeeded, He Xingzhou did it. Lu Mei cried with joy. This commander of the Blue Star Alliance, a strong woman who had experienced countless major crises, couldn't help but burst into tears at this moment. He did it. Human civilization has not perished. It is the planetary overlord that died, the Aura Bug King. Song Jinghong stood up suddenly and shouted, He Xingzhou did it, we won. The war is won. He Hongwei's eyes were red, and he trembled. General Qin, did you see it? We won. The planetary overlord even so excited, let alone the people. Commander He succeeded. He killed the planetary overlord. He Xingzhou saved human civilization. Forever God. We won, it's been 10 years. Aura Bug King is finally dead. We are not extinct. The world is still there, humans are still there, He Xingzhou is still there. In the shelter, countless people are cheering, crying, and shouting to the sky, venting the emotions that have been accumulated in their hearts for a long time. In the city, humans are singing and moving forward, celebrating their survival. On the battlefield, the soldiers knelt on the ground. At this moment, they knew that their efforts were not in vain, and the sacrifice of their comrades was not in vain. Those there who followed Aura Bug King all felt the destruction of Aura Bug King. The natives killed the planetary overlord. There is something wrong with this planet, and there is something wrong with human civilization. Run. We actually failed. The bugs retreated like a tide, and they looked for various hidden corners to hide. He really did it. Can the Blue Star civilization also kill the planetary overlord? In the Sentinel Research Institute, the squid in Dubai's hand fell directly into the water. Can this really work? Jianghan saw from its eyes that its ideas had been completely overturned. Jianghan herself couldn't help but wet her face with tears. Over the years, they have paid too much. Everyone in the Sentinel Research Institute, and her teacher Pan Yan, earned the efforts and sacrifices of countless people just for this moment. Now, they have finally done it. In the entire Sentinel Research Institute, everyone was shouting, and those usually serious and cautious researchers now acted like a child. There are too many sorrows and grievances, and no one tells them. But now, they feel that everything is worth it. Because human civilization has not perished, their efforts have finally paid off. I also make mistakes sometimes. Dubai muttered to himself, and then his tone changed. Everything is going to be a mess now. They would never have thought that the situation on Blue Star has exceeded their plans. Who would have thought that the Blue Star civilization could also kill the planetary overlord? We succeeded. He Xingzhou was in the mecha, looking at the Tianqin in the distance. Sister Zilan. He immediately put on the armor and went to look for Zhu Zilan. She had been blown away by the shockwave and no one knew where she had landed. Zilan, you must not be affected. He Xingzhou rushed to the direction she flew out. Behind him were tens of thousands of unmanned mechas, and they began to look for the injured soldiers. Tomorrow, this volume Age of Catastrophes will end, and a new volume Dyson Sphere program will begin. In the new volume, the atmosphere will move towards a relaxed construction flow. Chapter 179a. New Era, 8,000 words. The end of this volume, the original base had turned into a wasteland, with ruined buildings and holes everywhere, and explosions happening from time to time, making it extremely dangerous. The target location is found. He Xingzhou's armor reminded him that he had found the coordinates of Zhu Zilan's location. He Xingzhou flew over and found that this place had been buried by a ruined building. He felt nervous and immediately called a drone mecha to dig together. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, He Xingzhou dug until he was 60 meters deep and finally found the location. This is a giant mecha-operated safety cabin. When the mecha is damaged, it can pop out and fly to protect the driver. Because of the impact of the shock wave, the safety cabin has been damaged. He Xingzhou saw that Zhu Zilan closed her eyes, her head and body were covered with blood, like a blood-red rose on the ruins. Zilan. He hurriedly carried Zhu Zilan out. The heart rate is too low, the injured urgently needs treatment. He Xingzhou immediately handed her to the medical mecha next to him, which could rescue the injured in time. People all over the country were searching and rescuing the wounded. He Xingzhou continued to command the troops to clean up other invading Zegs. In the city, the survivors walked out of the shelter. Some cheered, some were sad, and more people began to clean up the city and restore order. After the death of King Aura, there are no more Zegs on Blue Star that can threaten human civilization. Human civilization has regained its right to survive on this planet. Everything needs to be rebuilt. 1 month later, Xuan Army Hospital. He Xingzhou walked through the corridor, and medical staff and the wounded greeted him one after another. Commander Lee. Hello, Commander Lee. Commander Lee. I asked the doctor to replace my hand with a high-frequency sword. What if he disagrees? Wang Shen, who was sitting in a wheelchair, passed by and asked hurriedly. He was lucky to save his life, but most of his body was paralyzed and needed prosthetic transformation. He Xingzhou said helplessly, if everyone is like you, wouldn't the streets be full of humanoid weapons? Normally, mechanical arms can also hold swords. Don't talk nonsense. Shen Manning, who was pushing him, glared at him unhappily and said, reform yourself well and be a new person. Wang Shen, why are you talking like I'm breaking the law? He Xingzhou smiled and came to a ward. In the ward, Zhu Zilan was chatting with her parents through the internet. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Zhu Zilan said, the doctor said that damaged organs can be transplanted with biological organs or modified with prosthetics. I plan to replace them with prosthetic organs. You don't want to replace them with prosthetics. Her father Zubo disagreed, winked that make us robots. Yes. Her mother Yinjing said, can robots still have children? Hello, uncle and aunt. He Xingzhou walked in, and Zhu Zilan's parents hurriedly shouted, it's Commander Lee. You're here. Zhu Zilan looked at him with a smile on her face. During the battle, many of her organs were damaged. If it were the medical technology before the disaster era, she would not have been able to be saved. Now medical technology is more advanced, and biological organs or prosthetic organs cloned in vitro can be transplanted to save lives. Commander He, please persuade her, she wants to replace her with a mechanical prosthesis. Zubo said. He Xingzhou looked at Zhu Zilan, and Zhu Zilan hurriedly explained, it's just some organs, the parts that work together. He Xingzhou said, it doesn't have to be a mechanical prosthesis, just use biological organs. Our biological computers will be available soon. By then, it will be like quantum chips, and mechanical prostheses also have high performance. Really? Then I'll listen to you. Zhu Zilan said quickly. You kid, we tried to persuade you for a long time but you didn't listen, but you listened to Commander He as soon as he said it. Yinjing said helplessly. Girls are out of control when they grow up. Zubo shook his head. Dad, Mom, I'll tell you next time. Zhu Zilan's pretty face flushed slightly and she turned off the communication. He Xingzhou continued. Genetic modification technology is also advancing, and we will soon have the opportunity to perform genetic modification and gain a longer lifespan. If it's mechanical modification, we may really become robots in the future and store our memories in quantum chips. Zhu Zilan just looked at him and didn't speak. She was full of joy. How wonderful it would be to have a world without Zeg. And I didn't expect our family to be reunited. It's so rare. At He Xingzhou's home, He Gaham said with emotion. Yes, so many people died, even General Qin sacrificed his life. Jing Manrong was filled with emotion. Would people 10 years ago have thought that the world would become like this? Brother, what should we do in the future? He Mangyu asked He Xingzhou while eating chicken feet. Of course, we will rebuild our homeland, and then develop into outer space. He Xingzhou said. The blue star seems to be generally stable at present. But there are still many Zed on other planets in our solar system. He has seen the ability of the planetary overlords. The planetary overlords can already devour planetary matter to evolve. There is almost no upper limit to their size. When they finally evolve into planet devourers, they really feed on planets. Then won't I have the opportunity to drive a spaceship in the future? He Mangyu thought about it and said with a smile, Brother, do you think I have the potential to be a spaceship captain? I think you have the ability to be a planet devourer. You eat so much. He Xingzhou laughed. TSK, I'm happy. I won't gain weight. He Mangyu hummed. She had undergone the simplest genetic modification. She had always remained young and had the same metabolic capacity as a teenager. Even if she ate a little more, she would not gain weight. Another month later. Humans have cleared out a Z near Xingzhou, and all cities have returned to normal order. The Xuan troops have reorganized and are planning to build new bases. Then they will gradually clear out the Zerg in the world from land to sea. This day is a day of national mourning, mourning those who died in the war and in the era of disaster. In every city around the world, people spontaneously went to the heroes' cemetery to commemorate. On TV, representatives from all walks of life were delivering eulogies and expressing their grief. In front of every mausoleum, someone presented flowers. In front of the cemetery in the Magic City, people mourned in front of the mausoleum of the hero of the Red Child. Lu Mei, commander of the Blue Star Alliance, presented flowers and said, Peng Zimu and all the crew members of the Red Child were our first combat unit to be killed in the era of disaster. It was them who sounded the clarion call for our counterattack against the Zerg. Countless people bowed their heads in silence, and members of the Chuan force, including Jie Lang, Qi Hong, Wang Shen, Liu Tong, Xian Mani and others, laid flowers here one by one. In the capital, in front of the mausoleum, Song Jinghong, commander of the Blue Star Alliance, laid down flowers in front of Pan Yan's mausoleum. His voice was sad. Facing the terrifying Zerg, countless scientific researchers, like great biologists like academician Pan Yan, have devoted themselves to the research of this terrible monster. It is because of their existence that we understand the Zerg better, can deal with them, and have made great progress in biotechnology. May the mountains and rivers be forever, and the heroic souls be immortal. Teacher, we have seen this day, the day when the Zerg was defeated on Blue Star. Jing bowed her head and said silently, We are still here, don't worry. Huge stepped forward to mourn. Behind them, there were many researchers from the Sentinel Research Institute. Outside the original Chuan base, a huge hero cemetery and monument was built. Queen Yamin, commander of the Blue Star Alliance, stood in front of Zhu Yang's tomb and said, Zhu Yang, and the countless soldiers who died heroically to resist the Zerg, are worthy of our eternal remembrance. Salute. Behind him, countless soldiers saluted together. The tomb of Kong King was also full of people. He Hongwei and a large number of scientific researchers came here to mourn. Mr. Kong took over as the commander of Chuan at the age of 80. Under his leadership, we have made breakthroughs in many scientific research results and made great contributions to resisting the Zerg. When he was alive, he led the team to discover the God particle and made an electromagnetic force and strong force converter. It was because of this converter that we created a proton bomb and killed the planetary overlord. Under the long lamp of civilization lit by you and all the scientific researchers, we will continue to move forward unswervingly. He Hongwei, Kong King's student Zhu Tenden, as well as experts such as Lu Jianai, Yi Yun, Liu Yuan, Dong Chen, Xin Boyan, Kai Dao, Liu Tianhu, Shi Qing, Xing Zhuihao, Yu Sheng and countless other younger generations bowed their heads in silence. In front of Qin Peng's tomb, Zhou Qing'an stood silently in front of the tomb. Behind him, Lei Yunfen, Lu Wan, Zhu Zilan, Deng Yu and countless others saluted together, their eyes filled with tears. People all over the world are in silence. My dear ones, have a good journey. Heroes, may your heroic spirits be immortal. Did you see it? We're here to commemorate you today, and we will come every year in the future. 10 years of disasters, hundreds of millions of heroes. After mourning, He Xingzhou and all the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance began to announce new matters to all mankind. He Xingzhou said loudly, the sacrifices and efforts of countless heroes and people have finally eliminated the threat of the Zerg from the Blue Star. From today on, the age of cataclysm will come to an end, and we will usher in a brand new era, the Blue Star era. We will completely eliminate the Zerg in the world within 3 years. We will rebuild the human home. We will explore space, develop space weapons, and eliminate the Zerg on other planets. Human civilization will officially move from a first-level civilization to a second-level civilization, from a mother planet civilization to an interstellar civilization. The Blue Star Alliance will continue to be responsible for commanding and planning related matters. Friends across the country, friends around the world, the new era of mankind, the interstellar era, begins today. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, the scene was filled with thunderous applause and cheers resounding through the sky. The 10-year catastrophe has finally come to an end. A brand new era, a brand new life, and a brand new human civilization are setting sail at this moment. The goal is the Sea of Stars. After the new era, everything is in ruins, and construction is underway everywhere. Because too many people have died, except for Xingzhou, other countries have basically disappeared, and the remaining population is very small. Basically, they are a small number of elites and lucky people who got the Blue Star Alliance in the catastrophe era. So in this new era, the concept of the country has disappeared, and only the Blue Star civilization will remain. The Blue Star Alliance also became the Blue Star Ming's most important institution. A commanders' meeting is being held in the Blue Star Alliance. The total number of commanders is tentatively set at 100 people, and as before, they are divided into first level, second level, and third level commanders. The number of personnel will be increased in the future. And there are only 5 first level commanders at present. He Xingzhou, He Hongwei, Kui Min, Song Jinghong and Lu Mei. If Blue Star civilization wants to move towards interstellar civilization, it must have a clear direction for technological development and civilization development, and it also needs a strong commander. He Hongwei stood up and said, I propose that the Blue Star Alliance set up a supreme commander. The supreme commander has the highest authority, formulates goals for technological development and civilization development, and has the highest decision-making power of the alliance. Second. Everyone agreed. Lu Mei said. Everyone agrees that the motion is passed with 100% approval votes and will take effect immediately. Now, we will nominate a supreme commander. Each representative will propose a candidate and vote. Kui Min stood up and said, I nominate He Xingzhou. In the era of catastrophe, he has proved his scientific and military talents countless times. He Xingzhou has enough ability to lead our civilization forward. Second, He Xingzhou deserves it. He Hongwei said. Second, in terms of science, He Xingzhou has made an indelible contribution. Song Jinghong said. Second. We are confused about the interstellar era. Only those who were innocent and have vision and wisdom beyond ordinary humans can take up the position. Lu Mei said. Agree. Lady Infan voted. I agree too. Lu Yuan voted. Agree. Hujia voted. Agree. Agree. After everyone voted, Lu Mei announced. The nomination of He Xingzhou as the Supreme Commander of the Alliance has been passed unanimously and will take effect immediately. He Xingzhou stood up, looked at the commanders, and said, Thank you all for your trust. I believe that with our joint efforts, the Blue Star civilization will become more and more brilliant and bloom in the sea of stars. The applause lasted for a long time. He Xingzhou announced. The first task I issued as the Supreme Commander is that the Blue Star Alliance will immediately start designing new rockets and spacecraft to eliminate the Noah Z base on the Moon and build a lunar base while clearing the Zeg and building the Blue Star. Yes. He Xingzhou has been busy with many things. He asked Jiang to pay attention to Dubai, but Dubai has been sleeping, and He Xingzhou doesn't know when it will wake up. In addition, without the planetary overlord, the Zeg and Blue Star are no match for humans. Under the attack of the aerospace mothership, giant mecha and mechanical behemoth, there is absolutely no resistance. In addition, the marine forces began to clear the underwater Z nests and build deep-sea bases. While clearing the Z, they also developed marine resources. It is estimated that it will take at least 3 years to complete these tasks. 3 years later, the Zeg on Blue Star has been basically wiped out. If you want to see the Zeg King or the planetary behemoth, you can only see them in the biochemical research and visit base. In the new era, all walks of life have ushered in great development. First of all, regarding biotechnology, the further development of biochips can achieve the same effect as quantum chip implants, and humans have biological computer brains. Many people who were unwilling to do mechanical implants before began to do biological computer implants. Everyone has the ability of photographic memory and high-speed computing. In school, students' classes are no longer mainly about memorizing and reciting, and teachers begin to guide students to innovate and create. Secondly, genetic modification has also achieved some success. The first generation of genetic modification drugs will greatly enhance human physique. In theory, it will increase human life expectancy to 500 years. Currently, only about 30% of people are suitable for injection of this genetic modification drug. The most regrettable thing is that those who were injected with gene-lock drugs by the Z gene bomb attack will not be able to undergo genetic modification. This also includes He Xingzhou's parents, who are quite open-minded about this. Every generation has its own mission. Our generation has experienced the epic era of the Cataclysm era and ushered in the interstellar era. This is already a manager that countless humans will never experience. A lifetime is enough. He Kaham and Jiang Manrong said. And in other technologies, robotics and AI technology have further developed, and robots with high intelligence have been applied to all walks of life. Dream Games Company cooperated with the Sentinel Research Institute to develop the first virtual world game, Dreamland. Strictly speaking, Dreamland is not a game, but a large virtual world community. It is an open source community that allows all developers to develop together. With neural machines or biological computers, you can connect to the virtual world and experience things that you can't do in the real world. Dreamland has become the largest social area for humans in a very short time. In addition to bringing various jobs, entertainment, and economic activities, new crimes such as virtual world fraud and mental invasion have also emerged. For this reason, the Blue Star civilization has formulated a special virtual world management law and mental security law to manage this phenomenon. In terms of energy, nuclear fusion technology has further developed. In particular, the miniaturization of nuclear fusion reactors and cold nuclear fusion technology. In cities, the energy supply of industrial areas is almost entirely provided by nuclear fusion energy. Before humans really went into space, nuclear fusion energy was almost inexhaustible for Blue Star civilization. If it was provided wantonly, all mankind could have no worries about food and clothing. But after discussion and research, the Blue Star Alliance did not do so. Today's technology can make everyone happy for a lifetime. But this is devastating to the entire civilization. Everyone can enjoy endlessly without paying. Human nature is lazy and greedy for pleasure. Without motivation, most people will choose to eat and wait for death. Civilization must give people the motivation to strive and struggle to continue to develop civilization. There are still so many eggs in the solar system that have not been eliminated. If they continue to be comfortable, Blue Star civilization will only perish. Therefore, Blue Star civilization guarantees people's basic food, clothing, housing and transportation, and medical care and education are all provided free of charge. But if humans want to have a better life and more resources, they still need to learn and create. Under the arrangement of He Xingzhou, the planetary logistics system is still being built on Blue Star to ensure that the logistics system can run at the fastest speed on the entire planet. In addition, the morality and laws of Blue Star civilization have undergone large-scale changes. In the Cataclysm era, in order to resist the Zerg, too many men died on the battlefield, the ratio of men to women was seriously unbalanced, and the number of newborns was very small. In the new era, people have no worries about food and clothing, and many people are unwilling to reproduce. This is also an important issue that affects the development of civilization. With the current human beings, it is interstellar civilization, just one solar system, needs at least hundreds of billions of humans. In order to change this situation, the Blue Star Alliance rewards humans for natural reproduction, allows cloning babies under certain conditions, allows various forms of marriage, such as minority sexual orientation groups, and polygamous families established with an adult male or an adult female as the main body, etc. These special families must reproduce or raise a corresponding number of children. Although there are still many voices of opposition and disapproval in society, for the entire civilization, at this stage, it can't care so much. Blue Star civilization needs population. Without population, it is a problem whether it can survive in the solar system. On other planets, planetary overlords must have been born, and the Zerg is still evolving into planet devourers. Before humans have immortality, without enough population, civilization will never be able to leave the solar system. The whole society is changing every day. At home, He Xingzhou was talking to the quantum optical brain. Quantum optical brain. Since human civilization has been upgraded to the first level of civilization, the energy unit has been changed. The total energy output of a standard nuclear fusion reactor in one day is 1 unit of energy. The corresponding technology unlocking conditions on the technology tree of the quantum optical brain have been modified. You need to obtain stronger energy as soon as possible to unlock new technology. The quantum optical brain reminded. He Xingzhou asked, if a planet devourer appears in the solar system, how should I deal with it? He has already deeply experienced the power of the planetary overlord. Human civilization is just a little bit away from extinction. Planetary overlords have already appeared on the blue planet, and there is no doubt that planetary overlords will appear on other planets. They must be evolving towards the planetary overlord. Once a planetary overlord appears one day and eats up the blue planet, with the current weapons of mankind, there is no possibility of dealing with it. He Xingzhou glanced at Zhu Zilan, who was busy. She was wearing ice silk home clothes, with a god-shaped back and a pair of long white legs in slippers, walking around, which was a feast for the eyes. It was not easy to usher in today's happy life. How could he allow civilization to be destroyed? Quantum optical brain. The devourer of planets is beyond the scope of what a first-level civilization can deal with. We must unlock the ultimate planetary weapon to deal with it. The ultimate planetary weapon can only be unlocked after the Dyson Sphere is built. We still have to build a Dyson Sphere. He Xingzhou said helplessly. He also asked, how were the levels of civilization divided? The quantum optical brain said, different civilizations have different ways of division, mainly by activity area. The activity area determines the scope of energy acquisition, space navigation, and resource mining of the civilization. Level 0 civilization, also called primitive civilization, refers to the scope of civilization's activities limited to a certain area of the mother star. Level 1 civilization, also called mother star civilization, can be active in the birth planet and the surrounding space. Level 2 civilization, also called star system civilization, can be active in a star system. Level 3 civilization, star cluster civilization, can be active within the scope of a star cluster. Level 4 civilization, galaxy civilization, can be active in the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxy. Level 5 civilization, star cluster civilization, can be active in supergalaxy clusters. There are more advanced civilizations above. He Xingzhou can understand this division very well. The wider the scope of a civilization's activities, the more resources can be mined, and the corresponding technology is also more powerful. If the Blue Star civilization wants to evolve to a level 2 civilization, it must create a spacecraft that can fly at sublight speed and move freely in the solar system. He Xingzhou thought. Dyson Sphere, sublight speed spaceship, solar system's egg, devourer of planets, ultimate planetary weapons, there is a long way to go. He Xingzhou sighed. He thought that things would go much more smoothly after the Zeg on Blue Star was dealt with. Now he found that it was not as easy as he imagined. It took 10 years to upgrade the industrial system of Blue Star alone, and it had to be gradually expanded to outer space. If a Dyson Sphere is to be built, the resources of Blue Star are definitely not enough. It is necessary to go to other planets or asteroid belts for mining, and to face the Zeg, to manufacture spaceships, space battleships, space weapons, etc. While He Xingzhou was making plans, he received a communication from Jiang. Brother Zhao. Jiang changed the name of He Xingzhou from Senior and Commander He to Brother Zhao. She felt that this was more intimate. What's the matter? He Xingzhou asked, looking at the beautiful face in the projection. After genetic modification, the shelf life of human youth has now reached more than 300 years, and it may be longer in the future. Dubai is awake. Jiang said excitedly, it wants to see you. This guy is finally awake. He Xingzhou stood up. He always wanted to know why the Zeg came to the solar system, who is Dubai, and what is behind all this. Dubai originally said that humans would tell him the answer if they cleared the Zeg on Blue Star, but he was directly in a coma for 3 years. If it hadn't still had life characteristics, He Xingzhou would have wanted to make it into a specimen. Zilan, I'm going to the research institute. He Xingzhou said. Then will you come back for dinner? Zilan asked, if not, I'll send it over. Okay. He Xingzhou nodded, and he immediately shouted, Lumi. Armor. Master, the armor is here. Lumi said, and a bunch of light armor modules flew out of He Xingzhou's armor warehouse. He Xingzhou opened his hands and feet, and these armors automatically combined on his body. This is the second generation meteor armor made by He Xingzhou using the nanotechnology. It has an internal force balance system, so even if it accelerates to supersonic speed in an instant, the human body will not be harmed. The meteor the second armor flew out of the window, passing through tall buildings and countless aircraft, and landed at the Sentinel Research Institute. The Sentinel Research Institute is now a large research area. He Xingzhou slowed down and landed on the ground. Everyone around him greeted him. Hello, Dean. Hello, Dean He. He Xingzhou is now the Dean of the Blue Star Alliance Academy of Sciences, so the researchers call him Dean He, and others call him the Commander-in-Chief. He Xingzhou nodded to them and quickly came to the biochemical research base. Jiang had been waiting for him for a long time. Brother Zhao. Jiang wore 2 different colors of mandarin duck socks in black and white, with a white dress, delicate eyebrows, and black medium-length hair on her shoulders, looking very energetic. Her outfit is actually a kind of scientific research clothing. The new carbon fiber material and microelectronic material added to the clothing can make the clothing have the function of adjusting the color at will. So now even researchers can wear their favorite design clothing. It's in there, eating. Jiang opened the door of the special research room, and He Xingzhou saw at a glance that Dubai was eating his seafood bibimbap, stuffed with small fish and shrimp. You finally woke up. He Xingzhou walked in and said, "You should tell me the answer from before, right?" "No hurry, let's eat later," said Dubai. Ate heartily and soon filled his stomach. "Comfortable?" Dubai patted his belly and said comfortably, "I haven't eaten for a long time, it's so comfortable." "Dubai, you should talk about business, we're all waiting." Jing nudged. Dubai gulped down a few more sips of water, and then said, "I didn't break my promise. I have been preparing for the past 3 years. If you want to know the answer, receive a courier first, it should be here soon." "Courier?" The two are puzzled. "Which courier?" Dubai closed his eyes, and after half a minute, it suddenly said, "Here it comes." He Xingzhou received the news from Chuan almost simultaneously. "Commander-in-Chief, there are unusual movements in outer space. In recent years, humans have launched many detection satellites in the surrounding space. At this moment, a satellite sent a picture. In the vacuum of outer space, there was a strong energy fluctuation, and a ball of light emitting dazzling light appeared." "What is that?" He Xingzhou was startled, and then he saw a metal box flying out of the light ball, and it was flying towards Blue Star. "Express delivery." Dubai said, "I spent a lot of money to buy this, you should thank me." "Could that white light be a wormhole?" He Xingzhou asked. "Of course, a small wormhole." Dubai said proudly, "Is it the first time you see it? You can actually create a wormhole." He Xingzhou was shocked. Having wormhole technology means that civilization can travel through countless light years, which means it is at least a level 4 or 5 civilization. "I also want to have wormhole technology, but this is not mine." Dubai said, "This is the technology of the Order Alliance. Don't worry, it's not a weapon, but a subspace communicator." "Subspace communicator?" Jing asked curiously, "What is its function?" Dubai said, "Didn't Einstein of your Blue Star civilization propose a 4-dimensional space model? The 3-dimensional universe we're in will also bend towards the 4th dimension, time axis, which is the 4-dimensional space. For example, if a 2-dimensional plane bends toward 3-dimensional space, it will form a sphere. Imagine the universe we live in as such a sphere, but it is bent toward the time axis instead of the z-axis. The space we live in is the outermost surface of the sphere, and the space from the surface to the center of the sphere is the so-called subspace. By moving on the surface of concentric spheres, you can overcome the speed limit of light and transmit information no matter at warp speed. This is also the principle of wormholes. Transmitting information is much easier than traditional methods. This subspace communicator allows you to connect to the subspace information world. Well, in your words, it is a super virtual world that spreads throughout the universe." "You mean, there are advanced civilizations in the universe that have built information virtual worlds in the subspace, and we can visit them through this device?" He Xingzhou was really surprised this time. Of course, he knew that there were many other civilizations in the universe. Human beings have had many guesses about cosmic civilizations, such as friendly cooperation, dark forests, etc. But the sudden appearance of such a subspace virtual universe was shocking enough for He Xingzhou. This meant that they had the opportunity to communicate with other civilizations. "That's what I mean." Dubai was very satisfied with the reactions of He Xingzhou and Jing. This is the crushing of technology. At this time, the package had flown into low Earth orbit, and the aerospace mecha received it and was transporting it back to a base on the ground. Chapter 180: The Information Universe of Subspace. 9,000 words. To be on the safe side, He Xingzhou asked the robot to inspect the metal box first. The material of the box was an alloy that humans had never seen before. It was not locked. After opening it, there was an unknown crystal the size of a basketball inside. The detection equipment could not detect what it was at all. Obviously, its technological level had exceeded the scope of human civilization. He Xingzhou asked Dubai, "How do I use this?" "It needs to be connected to an energy device. You connect it to a nuclear fusion reactor, and then connect it to your own thoughts. It is used in the same way as a virtual world device." Dubai said. "Okay." He Xingzhou decided to try its function first. He immediately arranged for someone to connect this subspace communicator to the energy device. The subspace communication device started up, and it projected a picture with some binary digital dot matrices on it, expressing some information. Dubai introduced. "This is the language translation mode. As long as you translate human language into this binary digital dot matrix, it can translate the language and allow you to obtain information from other civilizations. Lumi, turn on the language translation." He Xingzhou ordered. "Okay, master." reading the binary matrix, translating the text, transmitting the information. Master, I'm done. Lumi said. At this time, a message appeared on the subspace communicator. This product is made by the Order Alliance and can accommodate 5 information flows for subspace transmission at the same time. 5 information flows means that only 5 individuals enter the virtual universe of the subspace at the same time. Dubai explained. Brother Zhao, do we want to go in and take a look? Jiang asked He Xingzhou's opinion. He Xingzhou thought for a while and said, I'll observe it first. To be on the safe side, he plans to connect to their subspace information himself, because he has a quantum optical brain. Even if the enemy has any means of information attack, it should not be able to bypass the quantum optical brain. Dubai said it didn't matter, and said, I'll wait for you in the subspace virtual universe, be quick. After saying that, it fell into a deep sleep. He Xingzhou came to the research institute and connected to the so-called subspace communicator through the quantum optical brain. In an instant, there was darkness in front of his eyes. This was an infinitely dark world. Then, countless stars emerged, and nebulae flowed, as if he had come to the real universe. This feeling was extremely real, much stronger than the small virtual world made by humans themselves. If He Xingzhou hadn't reminded himself that he was in a virtual world, he would have thought that he seemed to be in the real universe. At this time, a ray of light appeared beside He Xingzhou, and it condensed into a furry little ball, like a little elf. Hello, I am Xuanzi, the guide of the virtual universe of the Order Alliance. The elf said, Welcome, human from Blue Star Civilization. You can prepare a name and image for yourself. Why does it feel like creating a game character? He Xingzhou was familiar with it and slightly modified his appearance. His name was Qingfen, the same as in his online game. Qingfen, you are the first member of Blue Star Civilization to come to the virtual universe. You can go to certify your civilization level and you will get some help. Xuanzi hovered around him. You have a friend request. Binang Xibang from Black Sea Civilization requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? In front of He Xingzhou, a girl appeared. Small and delicate face, crystal blue eyes, and golden pattern with water pattern on the forehead, adding a bit of nobility and mystery. She has red pendants on her hair and ears, and wears shiny clothes like shells and scales, and her skin is smooth like jade. The most eye-catching thing is her lower body, which is a white fish tail. Mermaid. He Xingzhou was surprised. Why is this painting style becoming more and more game-like? It's me, He Xingzhou, I'm Dubai. The mermaid sent a message, add me as a friend. Dubai? He Xingzhou accepted the friend request, and the other party applied for friend transfer. After He Xingzhou agreed, this sexy and cute mermaid appeared beside him. Binang Xiang, is that your name? He Xingzhou asked in surprise, aren't you a white dolphin? Who said I'm a white dolphin? Binang Xiang said, that's just my information carrier. He Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, can that white dolphin connect to their subspace communicator? Don't worry about that, just take good care of it. Binang Xiang didn't intend to explain. What's the matter with your appearance and dress? He Xingzhou asked a series of questions. Do you look like this naturally, or is it edited according to human civilization? I look like this naturally. Binang Xiang said. This is unscientific. He Xingzhou said, if you were a creature from another civilization, how can you look like this? What's unscientific? Binang Xiang smiled proudly and said, you're ignorant. In the Order Alliance, most civilized races are humanoid. Do you think that only Blue Star is human civilization? No, there are civilizations in other places that call themselves human civilization. So you can only be called Blue Star Civilization. Binang Xiang said. This made He Xingzhou even more curious, they are all humanoid. Then why are the Zed not? Binang Xiang was speechless and said, are you asking 100,000 whys? I can't answer this question for you. I heard that there was a powerful civilization in the past that sowed the seeds of civilization throughout the universe, so humanoid civilization appeared. In addition to our human civilization, there are various non-human civilizations in the Order Alliance, and even silicon-based civilizations. What is the Order Alliance? He Xingzhou planned to be an elementary school student today. Xuanzi said on the side. The Order Alliance is a civilization alliance established by an advanced civilization in the universe. The purpose of the Order Alliance is to promote the development and evolution of civilization, and at the same time to resist the invasion of the Zerg. Advanced civilizations also need to resist the invasion of the Zerg. He Xingzhou was shocked when he heard this information. Are the Zerg so strong? Churanzi said, yes, the Zerg is a very dangerous and powerful race. They are a threat to all civilizations, including advanced civilizations. Okay, I'll ask you those questions later. Bai Xingzhou said, come with me, first go to the Order Alliance to certify your civilization, and your Blue Star civilization will officially join the Order Alliance. Churanzi, what's the use of joining the Order Alliance? He Xingzhou asked again. Churanzi introduced, after a civilization joins the Order Alliance, it can exchange materials and information within the Order Alliance and achieve faster development. At the same time, completing the tasks issued by the Order Alliance will also receive rewards from the Order Alliance. These rewards include resources and technology. Some key rewards can allow civilizations to upgrade their levels or survive a crisis of survival. What do you need to pay to join the Order Alliance? He Xingzhou knew that to enjoy rights, it is necessary to assume obligations. Churanzi said, there are only two requirements, that is, to destroy the Zerg and become hostile to the Star Empire. At this time, Bai Xingzhou took the initiative to explain, the Star Empire is another powerful civilization in the universe. I don't know how powerful it is. Don't worry, low-level civilizations don't have to consider these things at all. At least before becoming a third-level or fourth-level civilization, it has nothing to do with this. I see. He Xingzhou almost figured it out. There are two high-level civilizations or cosmic forces, the Order Alliance and the Star Empire, which are hostile to each other. This subspace virtual universe was created by the Order Alliance. The main purpose is to deal with the Zerg. Therefore, civilizations that join it can grow faster and destroy the Zerg. Bai Xingzhou's hand waved in the air, and a door appeared. She pushed open the door, and inside was a huge space city. This city stands in the void, with all kinds of majestic and tall buildings and strange creatures on it. The whole city is square, and in the sky, someone is driving a golden crow forward, bringing light to the city. The city is divided into two layers, with 4 large pillars supporting the 2 layers, and a supergiant tree as high as 1 million meters connecting the upper and lower layers of the city. Various strange buildings stand in the city, and all kinds of strange intelligent creatures move in the city. Bai Xingzhou said, this is the initial virtual city Galaxy T2, a place that can be entered by first-level and second-level civilizations, one of the countless initial cities. How many initial cities are there, and how many first-level and second-level civilizations are there? He Xingzhou asked curiously. I don't know either. Bai Xingzhou said, there are more than 100 billion stars in the Milky Way alone, and each star has its own star system. On planets and stars, nebulae, and asteroid belts, life may be born. The number of first-level and second-level civilizations, I don't know how many there are in the Milky Way alone. There will be much fewer third-level and fourth-level civilizations. Most of the civilizations in this initial virtual city Galaxy T2 are from the Milky Way, the civilization on the Orion arm. The Milky Way is composed of countless stars, and it is constantly rotating. During the rotation, the stars formed 5 high-density spiral arms, namely the Perseus arm, the Orion arm, the Carina Sagittarius arm, the Recognac arm and the Scutum Centaurus arm. The solar system is located near the M45 Pleiades in the Orion arm. So, these civilizations may be our neighbors. He Xingzhou was a little worried. Will the Order Alliance intervene if neighbors go to war with each other? Unfortunately, they won't, said Bai Xingzhou. The Order Alliance only does not allow civilizations above level 3 to attack civilizations above level 1 or level 2, but it do. Sometimes, war can promote the evolution of civilization. The winner becomes stronger and evolves into a more advanced civilization. Therefore, there are also their own set of rules among advanced civilizations. Level 1 civilizations don't have to worry about these problems. The advanced civilizations in the Order Alliance still cannot directly attack level 1 civilizations. It is difficult for adjacent level 1 and level 2 civilizations to even sail across star systems, and wars rarely occur. There is also competition among them. Once a civilization evolves to a more advanced civilization first, the surrounding civilizations will either be conquered by them or become their subordinate civilizations. After Bai Xingzhou's explanation, He Xingzhou almost understood that this Order Alliance was not a peace organization. If you don't join here, you will be free from the benefits of attacks from other civilizations. He Xingzhou walked behind Bai Xingzhou, and the ball landed on his shoulder. This is a virtual world, not restricted by the laws of the real world, but only by the rules of the virtual world. So as long as you want to come to a certain place that is allowed to enter, you can get there almost instantly. Probably to take care of He Xingzhou, a visitor from the indigenous civilization, He Xingzhou walked slowly on the street and introduced him to the various buildings here. The lower level is mainly the activity area of the first level civilization, and the upper level is the activity area of the second level civilization. Over there is the trading market, which mainly trades information. The trading currency is the cosmic coin, a virtual currency issued by the Order Alliance. The cosmic coin is exchanged in units of energy. One cosmic coin is roughly the energy output of a standard nuclear fusion power station in 1 year. He Xingzhou said, pointing to a honeycomb-like building. He Xingzhou thought, isn't this one cosmic coin equivalent to 365 units of energy at the quantum optical brain? Cosmic coins can be directly exchanged for resources, information and technology in the Order Alliance exchange in the trading hall. Of course, certain fees and taxes will be charged. Level 1 civilizations basically have no ability to leave the star system, so they can't trade materials with each other. If you really want to trade materials and weapons, you must borrow the wormhole transmission system of the Order Alliance, which is very expensive. When it comes to this, He Xingzhou's pretty face showed a painful expression. She said, in order to buy you the subspace communication equipment and wormhole express, I have spent all my savings. You must have a reward, right? He Xingzhou guessed. Only a little bit. He Xingzhou said, take you to register as a civilization of the Order or you'll get some cosmic coins as rewards. He Xingzhou nodded and said, anyway, I still have to thank you. This information is very valuable to him and the Blue Star civilization. That's it. He Xingzhou said, you don't know how much risk I took. For a low-level civilization like you who is being attacked by the Zerg, no one dares to pull you into the Order Alliance. Why? He Xingzhou was puzzled, isn't there a reward? Isn't the Order Alliance going to deal with the Zerg? When He Xingzhou mentioned this, she hurriedly said, don't talk nonsense. I can't tell you about this kind of thing now, and you shouldn't mention it to other civilizations. The consequences are very serious, understand? Okay. He Xingzhou still had doubts in his heart. There are also some entertainment and consumption places here, such as virtual games, civilization experience, Zerg simulated battlefield and the like. You can experience them one by one later. He Xingzhou skipped this topic. Another very important place is the Order Square of the Order Alliance. She pointed to the center of the city, where a spherical platform was floating in the air, with many people standing on it. In the Order Square, you can view the tasks that the civilization can perform and the rewards given by the Order Alliance. You can go and see it later. He Xingzhou said. They had already arrived in the city, in front of a mechanical statue. This mechanical statue was in human form and had wings, like a legendary celestial being or angel. This is the law enforcer of the initial city and the virtual life of the Order Alliance, the Order Angel. He Xingzhou said, in the virtual world, do not challenge the rules set by the Order Angel. Of course, do not do so in the real world either. It is easy for the Order Alliance to destroy a star system. The Order Angel flew to He Xingzhou and said, visitors from the Blue Star civilization, welcome to join the Order Alliance. Now, I need to certify your civilization level. Please fill out this appraisal form and provide the corresponding proof. It passed a message to He Xingzhou, which contained various proofs, such as the activity area of the civilization, the type of energy used, the main body of the civilization, and so on. The Order Angel reminded, we will identify all the information, please do not fill in false information. He Xingzhou took a rough look and found that there was no way to fill in the virtual information. For example, if the energy acquisition method was filled in as nuclear fusion, then a design diagram of the nuclear fusion device had to be drawn. If this thing does not exist, then it really does not exist, and it cannot be pretended. It is only possible for an advanced civilization to pretend to be a low-level civilization, and a low-level civilization cannot disguise itself as an advanced civilization. He Xingzhou was filling in the civilization certification when a row of shadows flashed and appeared around him. These are all intelligent life forms, a total of 78, 49 of which are humanoid creatures, and the others are all strange creatures. It's really strange, I didn't expect that there would be another civilization joining our Galaxy T2 initial city, said an intelligent creature that looked like an egg. Their languages were automatically translated into languages that they could understand. Yeah, it's been 1,000 years since a civilization joined, right? The last time seemed to be the one called Bojang civilization. These intelligent creatures were watching the show. Which civilization is he from? Another carbon-based humanoid creature, boring. Several silicon-based life forms left here. Look at his appearance. If the appearance is not modified much, this civilization is still very weak. What level of civilization is he from? No need to guess, it must be a level 1 civilization. Which civilization are you from? A carbon-based creature walked up to He Xingzhou and asked. It was also in human form, but its body was very flat, smooth and hairless, like flattened leather with a face painted on it. He Xingzhou thought to himself, if it has a brain, would it also be flat? He Xingzhou was wary of the members of these strange civilizations and only said the information that everyone could see. Blue Star Civilization, Qingfen. That's not what I'm asking. The alien said, I'm asking you, where are the coordinates of your civilization? When you join the Order Alliance, you have to tell each other. Rude, stop lying. Bai Xibang stood up and said to He Xingzhou, don't tell them the location of your civilization. This is an absolutely confidential matter. He Xingzhou nodded, he knew this too. If someone has bad intentions, then he will become someone else's target. Little mermaid, you dare to meddle in my business? Be careful or we will destroy your Black Sea civilization. The alien named Rude threatened. At this time, 4 more aliens came over and surrounded He Xingzhou. The Angel of Order at the side turned a blind eye. This is a virtual universe, and most things are not considered to violate the rules of the Order Alliance. These 4 aliens are also carbon-based creatures. Rug smiled and said, Qingfen, right. You haven't registered your civilization level yet, right? On the registration form, fill in me as the recommender, and I guarantee you'll get benefits. There are rewards for recommenders, and Rug plans to take them all. Rug, you are too much. I discovered the Blue Star civilization first, and it is a friend of our Black Sea civilization. Bai Xibang heard him and scolded. Ha ha ha. Several aliens laughed. Rug laughed and said, Black Sea civilization is nothing. Your civilization will probably be destroyed soon, right? He said to He Xingzhou, friend, don't listen to her nonsense. Their Black Sea civilization is just an ordinary second-level civilization, and it is about to be destroyed. Fill in my name on the referral list, and I can let you join our Pleiades Civilization Federation. Our Pleiades Civilization Federation is the most powerful civilization organization in the M45 Open Star Cluster. Joining us is your blessing and luck. Hearing Rug's words, He Xingzhou was slightly surprised. Because the solar system is only 440 light-years away from the M45 Pleiades. The Pleiades has more than 3,000 stars and is an open star cluster. Since the other party is a civilization organization of the Pleiades, it means that they are next to the solar system. Several companions next to Rug also showed their strength. Nhe civilization, Rafa. Our Nhe civilization is a level 1.8 civilization and a member of the Pleiades. Sering civilization, Grey Wolf. Our Cyrus civilization is a level 1.9 civilization and a member of the Pleiades. Tianyuan civilization, Dandazed, Cage. Our Tianyuan civilization is a level 2.1 civilization and a member of the Pleiades. Rug himself said, I am the representative of the Bethel civilization, Root, we're a level 2.4 civilization. Seeing He Xingzhou thinking, Bai Xibang became anxious and quickly sent him a private message, saying, the Pleiades is indeed stronger than the Black Sea civilization I am in, but they are not good guys. The main member of the Pleiades is the Pleiades civilization, which is a level 2.8 civilization. The other members are all subsidiary civilizations of the Pleiades civilization. Their joining means making the Blue Star civilization a subsidiary civilization. Subordinate civilizations will lose their military independence and become alien colonies of the main civilization. This Pleiades society has been forcibly recruiting low-level civilizations around them, and will suppress them if they don't join. Our Black Sea civilization refused and has been restricted by them in various ways. She was very worried. If He Xingzhou really agreed with Rug's point of view, all her efforts would be in vain. She took a huge risk and paid a huge price to get it. But here, she couldn't force He Xingzhou to choose herself. Although He Xingzhou didn't know the situation here, he understood one thing, everything can only rely on himself. If the so-called Pleiades society knew that the Blue Star civilization was invaded by the Zerg, would it help? Impossible. The so-called distant friends attack nearby, the Pleiades civilization is so close to the solar system civilization, and getting too close to them is not a good thing. The most important thing is that Bai Nine Xibang knows a lot about the Blue Star civilization, and also knows the coordinates and strength of the Blue Star civilization. Whether from a personal perspective or a civilization perspective, he can't break up with Bai Nine Xibang. Otherwise, Bai Nine Xibang's disclosure of the information about the Blue Star civilization could cause a devastating blow to the Blue Star civilization. He said to Rug, "I'm sorry, the person who introduced our Blue Star civilization is Bai Nine Xibang." Hearing He Xingzhou's words, Bai Nine Xibang felt a little relieved. She sent a letter of gratitude. "Thank you." Rug heard his words and threatened again, "Are you sure you won't regret it? We, the Pleiades, know the coordinates of the Black Sea civilization very well. Since they can find your Blue Star civilization, it is very likely that the Blue Star civilization is in a nearby star system. Let me guess, is it the Wolf Star system, or the Rodran Star system? Or the Badner Star system and the Solar system?" He Xingzhou remained calm on the surface, but his heart was restless. The star systems that Rug guessed were all star systems less than 20 light-years away from the Solar system. And they also included the Solar system. Judging from the information currently obtained, the Black Sea civilization where Bai Nine Xibang is located must be not far from the Solar system, so he can make such a guess. Rug continued, "The Pleiades will soon give birth to a level 3 civilization. By then, all the nearby star systems will be our territory. Qingfen, you have to think it through." He Xingzhou was already very dissatisfied with him. Judging from the momentum shown by Rug, the Pleiades was definitely not a peaceful organization. Joining them also means becoming an alien colony. Why bother? If the Blue Star civilization would succumb to other civilizations, it would have become a slave of the Zed long ago, and he would not have come here at all. He Xingzhou said, "Bai Nine Xibang and I have already made an agreement. I can learn about the Pleiades later." "Good boy." Rug sneered, "You're refusing. If you are with this girl, you are not dealing with our Pleiades. Don't wait for us to find you." Humph. As he said this, the Pleiades people around him looked at He Xingzhou coldly. People from other civilizations around were watching the show, and some even talked about it in person. Is the Pleiades so overbearing? Is this mermaid from the Black Sea civilization? I heard that the Black Sea civilization is about to perish. Is that true? It seems so. Qingfen from the Blue Star civilization, you represent your own civilization. You can't act on impulse. Although the Pleiades are really shitty, if you are next to them, you might as well join them. These people are either not nearby civilizations at all, or their civilizations are not afraid of the Pleiades, so they speak recklessly. He Xingzhou ignored them. At this time, he had already filled out the registration form. The Order Angel conducted an audit and announced, "The Blue Star civilization has successfully registered and certified as a level 1.0 civilization. It has received 100 cosmic coins as a reward, and can perform corresponding tasks of the Order Alliance to obtain rewards." Next to the Order Angel, there is a floating task bar with introductions to various tasks and rewards. Bai Nine Guang also received the corresponding reward. She was delighted and thanked He Xingzhou again. "I didn't expect you to be a good person who keeps your promises. Don't give me the good guy card." He Xingzhou said, "I just considered it comprehensively and chose you." "Okay." Bai Nine Xibang didn't say much. She was happy to get the reward. The aliens watching nearby also heard the words of the Angel of Order. "It's only a 1.0 level civilization, the lowest level. What a waste of expression, it's too weak." Some aliens immediately lost interest. Indeed, a 1.0 level civilization means that you can't leave your home planet too far, just like primitive people. I was wondering why there is a new C. Hearing the standard of 1.0 level civilization, he laughed and said, "So it's an indigenous civilization. Fortunately, you didn't join the Pleiades society. 1.0 level indigenous civilizations are not qualified to join us." He laughed at Bai Nine Xibang again. "I think the Black Sea civilization is really going to decline. I don't know where to find an indigenous civilization, haha. Are you two going to perish together and become a pair of dead mandarin ducks? Ha ha ha." Rafa, Grey Wolf, Dandast, Cage and other aliens all laughed. Civilizations are aggregates of countless intelligent lives, and the gap between them is countless times larger than that between people. Even the difference between 0.1 level civilizations will have a lot of differences in strength. Before the Blue Star catastrophic era, weak countries had no say and could only bow down to powerful countries and allow them to plunder wealth and resources. This gap is expanded to interstellar civilizations, and it is magnified billions of times. The attitude of Ruger and others towards He Xingzhou now is like a modern person looking at a monkey in a zoo, laughing at the ignorance and weakness of the monkey. And they were not worried that the monkeys would resist or disobey, because their strength had surpassed guns, and it was the difference in interstellar military power. Even if there were 10 billion monkeys, it would not take a second to destroy them. Ruger also said specifically, I remember there was a 1.6 level civilization before, arrogant and ignorant, and rejected the good intentions of our Pleiades. We only sent a star destroyer to destroy their entire civilization. Until they died, they didn't know how big the gap between civilizations was. He said this to threaten He Xingzhou, and He Xingzhou also felt the malice from the cosmic civilization. If they really knew the coordinates of the Blue Star civilization, the Blue Star civilization would be in extreme danger. It seems that He Xingzhou, the mermaid, has to keep it a secret, at least so that He Xingzhou has time to prepare. He Xingzhou ignored them. He looked at the taskbar next to the order angel and observed the content on it. It is divided into two taskbars: Civilization Construction and Zeg Contribution. In Civilization Construction, every time the civilization is upgraded by 0.1 level, a certain reward can be obtained. Breakthroughs in certain key technologies can also be rewarded. There are also rewards for destroying a certain number and level of Zeg within the Zeg Contribution. Build a warship with 10% of the speed of light, and you will get a reward of 100 cosmic coins. Build a spaceship with 99% of the speed of light, and you will get a reward of 100,000 cosmic coins. And Dyson Sphere? Building a Dyson Sphere will get you a reward of 10 million cosmic coins. Using cosmic coins, you can directly purchase resources, such as nuclear fusion energy, strong force materials, antimatter, dark energy. You can also exchange for various technological products, asteroid kinetic weapons, planetary engines. Seeing this, He Xingzhou was already very excited. If there were rewards here, the development speed of Blue Star civilization could be increased countless times. He looked at the Zeg contribution list again. Killing a primary planetary behemoth will earn you 1 contribution point. 1 contribution point can be directly exchanged for 1 cosmic coin. For the first completion, you can choose an additional reward from the T1 level reward library. Killing a medium-level planetary behemoth will earn you 10 contribution points. For the first completion, you can choose an additional reward from the T1 level reward library. Killing a high-level planetary behemoth will earn you 100 contribution points. For the first completion, you can choose an additional reward from the T1 level reward library. Killing a primary planetary overlord will earn you 1000 contribution points. For the first completion, you can choose an additional reward from the T2 level reward library. The T1 level reward library here refers to the various technological creations owned by level 1019 civilizations, which have performance quality. The T2 reward pool is naturally the reward pool of the 2029 civilization. He Xingzhou's eyes lit up when he saw it. If he could directly obtain the creations of the second level civilization, it would be a bargain for him. He asked Chuanzi, how do we authenticate the contribution of killing the Zeg? Chuanzi said, the biochip of each Zeg is unique. Even if it is cloned or copied, it cannot get a consistent identification. As long as you identify the Zeg biochip with the verification system of the subspace communicator, it can read it. Clones and copies don't count. Our Order Alliance can identify naturally evolved Zeg. So that's how it is. He Xingzhou smiled, there are actually T2 rewards. Then I can get all these rewards. Zeg rewards. The aliens realized that there were also Zeg around the Blue Star civilization. Reward. The Zeg is near the first level civilization, and the first level civilization will inevitably perish. Yes, even the second level and third level civilizations are not sure of dealing with the Zeg, and can only flee to the universe. T2 reward. Ruger and others laughed when they heard it. This native doesn't know what the planetary overlord level Zeg means. Their planet has a planetary overlord, so we don't need to do anything, their civilization will perish. Yes. Rafa of the Nha civilization laughed, a level 1.0 civilization has difficulty dealing with elementary planetary behemoths. You'd probably only have hydrogen bombs. This kind of low-level weapon can no longer kill planetary behemoths. By Xingzhou, you just found such a weak ally. Grey Wolf of the Jinlang civilizations neared, they can hardly protect themselves, a planetary behemoth can destroy them, and there is also a planetary overlord. Can this indigenous civilization exist for another year? 1 year. You've said too much. Cage of the Tianyuan civilization said exaggeratedly, the planetary overlord level Z can destroy a level 1.0 civilization within one day. Maybe the planetary overlord is sleeping, otherwise this native wouldn't be here now. He pointed at He Xingzhou. Dandaz said to He Xingzhou. Native, send out the coordinates of your civilization before you die. We, the Pleiades, will help you get revenge. The reward for killing the Zeg will be given to us. He Xingzhou still ignored him. He said to Bai Guang, I'll go offline for verification first. Well, I'll wait for you here. Bai Guang was ridiculed and was furious. She thought to herself, you don't know who He Xingzhou is at all. Although his Blue Star civilization is only level 1.0, it's just because they have been dealing with the Z on Blue Star and their activities are limited to the mother planet, so the rating is so low. Their true strength is probably not weaker than some second-level civilizations. Blue Star civilization is fully capable of manufacturing spacecrafts and various space weapons. That proton bomb is almost a space weapon that only second-level civilizations can have. Now all they need is time to develop. Bai Guang didn't leave, and the other aliens didn't leave either. Their lifespans are at least 1,000 years. They will not leave if they have the chance to watch the fun. After He Xingzhou went offline, he immediately ordered, send all the biochips of the planetary beasts to me. Do not bring clones or replicas. Especially the biochips of the Aura Insect King. The bodies of the planetary beasts they killed were preserved for research. A new chapter is opening. Please subscribe and vote. Chapter 181 Interstellar Construction Meeting. 8,000 The biochips of planetary behemoths are often hidden in their brains or important biological organs. Studying them is an important way for people to improve their biotechnology. After receiving He Xingzhou's instructions, the researchers quickly sent the groups of biochips in freezers. Seeing He Xingzhou offline, Jiang asked curiously, what is in the subspace communication? A brand new world. The subspace virtual universe of interstellar civilization. He Xingzhou said with emotion, Dubai really helped us a lot this time. Let us contact interstellar civilization in advance. If the Blue Star civilization develops on its own, it will take a long time to know other civilizations. The diameter of the solar system is 1 light year. Even if the Blue Star civilization reaches the second-level civilization and has a sublight-speed spacecraft, it will take more than half a year to leave the solar system. It takes 5 or 6 years to reach the nearest star Proxima Centauri. It is unknown how long it will take to communicate with other civilizations. The Order Alliance gave them an opportunity to develop civilization at a high speed. Interstellar civilization? Jiang's pretty face was full of curiosity. Everyone wants to know what alien civilization is like. I don't know much now. He Xingzhou said, I'll figure it out, and then you can all go and visit. Wow. Jiang said expectantly, I can't wait now. The subspace communication equipment began to scan the biochips of the planetary beasts and record them. When the gene chip of the Aura Worm King was recorded, He Xingzhou's consciousness reconnected to the subspace virtual universe and came to the Order Square. The Order Angel floated in the air, expressionless, colder than the statue. A group of aliens still gathered here, waiting to watch the fun. The Order Angel said, the statistics are over. The Blue Star civilization Qingfen has obtained a total of 5,685 contribution points. What? 5,685 points? After the Order Angel said this number, the representatives of the alien civilizations who were waiting to see the joke were all stunned. How can a level 1.0 civilization get so many contribution points? Killing a primary planetary behemoth only gives 1 contribution point. Our civilization is a level 1.4 civilization. It took us 100 years to accumulate 2,000 cosmic coins. They have more than twice as much as us. Rube questioned, even a level 2 civilization may not be able to get so many contribution points. Can you kill the planetary overlord? Raphael of the Nha civilization said, if there are so many Zegs, a level 1 civilization would not have survived until now. Raphael of the Cyrus civilization said, even for our Cyrus civilization, it is difficult to get so many contribution points. How did a civilization that just joined the Order Alliance, the lowest level, do it? Is there something wrong with this statistic? Someone asked the Order Angel. The Order Angel's voice was still cold. The statistics are correct. Blue Star civilization, Qingfen, you can choose whether to display the specific statistics. Show. He Xingzhou did not choose to hide it. Now the civilizations here all despise them. If they do not show their strength, the spokespersons of other civilizations will not communicate and trade with him on an equal footing. The Angel of Order said, the statistical results of the contribution of the Blue Star civilization: 2,945 primary planetary beasts killed, 104 medium planetary beasts killed, 7 high-level planetary beasts killed, 1 primary planetary overlord killed, more than 3,000 planetary beasts, and killed a planetary overlord. Seeing the specific statistical information, the representatives of the first-level civilization present were already shocked. This force is enough to flatten any first-level civilization. A silicon-based life of that first-level civilization said, the main civilization that created us is a 1.8-level civilization, which was destroyed by a planetary overlord. We were born in the spacecraft they launched. Although our civilization has never seen the Zerg in reality, in the simulated battlefield, all the weapons of our civilization are no match for the planetary overlord. This Blue Star civilization, this Xingzhou, is not simple. They are so strong. Why are they rated as a 1.0 civilization? At least 1.7 or above. Several members of the Pleiades Club saw the statistics and changed their faces. Being able to kill a planetary overlord means that they already have weapons that threaten a second-level civilization. Did this Xingzhou hide his strength before? Van der Star asked in confusion. Humph. A level 1.0 civilization can never kill so many planetary beasts and a planetary overlord. Rug snorted coldly, the strength of the planetary overlord is almost catching up with the Star Destroyer. There is only one possibility that they can do it. He looked at He Xingzhou with his flat eyes, then at Bai Nine Xiang, and said, it must be this Bai Nine Xiang. Their Black Sea civilization has given military assistance to the Blue Star civilization. Although the Black Sea civilization is facing decline, it is at least a second-level civilization and still has the strength to kill a planetary overlord. When Rug said this, everyone immediately, no wonder this native rejected our invitation. I'm afraid he is a subsidiary civilization of the Black Sea civilization. Cage said, the Black Sea civilization still has the ability to support a new civilization. Is the main civilization going to die, and is planning to be reborn in a subsidiary civilization? What he meant by rebirth in a subsidiary civilization is that some main civilizations encounter a devastating crisis, and are forced to transfer the elites of the main civilization to the subsidiary civilization in order to continue to survive. Bai Nine Xiang heard this, stood in front of He Xingzhou, and proved, we are not like you who would do such a thing. Xingzhou's civilization has enough strength and is an equal civilization to our Black Sea civilization. Ha ha ha. Who are you kidding? Rug laughed. Okay, Blue Star civilization, Xingzhou, I've remembered it. I guess you're either in the territory of the Black Sea civilization or near them. When our interstellar fleet arrives, whether you are the Black Sea civilization or the Blue Star civilization, we will all be destroyed together. Really? Rug kept clamoring, and He Xingzhou couldn't show weakness. He said in a serious voice, there are 2 sayings in our civilization. The first one is, if you have friends, you can always find them. It is a pleasure to welcome people from afar. If they are friendly civilizations, we are willing to communicate with them. His eyes turned cold, and he continued, the second sentence is, those who offend our civilization will be punished no matter how far away they are. If there are invaders, even if they're countless light years away, we will destroy them. Every indigenous civilization has such mysterious confidence when they first join the Order Alliance. Raphael said disdainfully, they believe that their civilization has a promising future and couldn't go to the Sea of Stars. It was not until they were educated by advanced civilizations that they realized that their civilization was just a grain of dust in the countless dust in this universe. After saying that, several civilization representatives of the Pleiades Society left here directly. The aliens around also dispersed, and only a few people remained. Rug, Raphael, Grey Wolf, Dandazd, Cage and other members of the Pleiades Society have arrived at the secret meeting space. Rug reported what he had just seen to his main civilization, the spokesperson of the Pleiades civilization. This Blue Star civilization may be a puppet force supported by the Black Sea civilization. Rug said, they are a level 1.0 civilization, and there is absolutely no way they can kill the Zerg at the planetary overlord level. Black Sea civilization, are you trying to escape? The spokesperson for the Pleiades civilization was thinking, and then he ordered, you are closer to the territory of the Black Sea civilization, immediately launch probes to the Black Sea civilization territory and nearby star systems to find the location of this Blue Star civilization. Once discovered, immediately wipe it out. The vicinity of the Pleiades will be the territory of our Pleiades, do you understand? Understood. Ruger and others responded. As a subsidiary civilization, their greatest value is to help the main civilization carry out various activities. Ruger said to everyone, each of you launch a deep space probe. In addition, keep an eye on Bai Nine Xiang and Qingfeng in the virtual universe to see what they want to do. Yes. Several civilization spokespersons responded, and they began to act separately. On the other side, the Angel of Order said to He Xingzhou, Qingfeng, you can now redeem the corresponding rewards. Okay. He Xingzhou can now choose 3 rewards in the T1 reward library, and 1 reward in the T2 reward library. In front of him, a reward library that only he can see appears. In the T1 reward library, there are various items, such as nuclear thermal rocket engines, nuclear electric rocket engines, nuclear fusion spacecraft thrusters, cold nuclear fusion power engines, etc. In the power engine, spacelight alloys, carbon nanotubes, room temperature superconducting materials, high temperature superconducting materials, low temperature superconducting materials, functional thin film materials, amorphous alloys, foam metals, liquid metals, memory metals, etc. In the materials, electromagnetic railguns, space satellite laser launchers, space mechas, space battleships, etc. In the weapons, in addition, there are various scientific and technological creations, such as detection satellites, space patrol robots, alien mining ships, etc. He Xingzhou noticed that most of the items that can be exchanged in the reward library are technological products, not technological information. He asked Bai Nine Xiang, and Bai Nine Xiang said, it's like this in the Order Alliance. Most of the rewards exchanged are technological products. It's very difficult to crack them. Many of their technological creations have anti-cracking systems. Once they are forcibly cracked, they will self-destruct. It is said that this is to prevent civilizations from becoming dependent on the Order Alliance and to upgrade their own technology. I think this reason is nonsense. In fact, it is still a technological monopoly. He Xingzhou nodded. If high technology can be obtained by rewards alone, then low-level civilizations can completely unite, exchange for advanced technology, and then share with each other, and everyone can become an advanced civilization. The reality is that this road is very difficult and is restricted by advanced civilizations everywhere. He Xingzhou carefully selected and exchanged 3 rewards. The first reward, a set of first-level Z detectors, 10. Manufactured by the Order Alliance, can detect planetary-level Z, has the ability to navigate in space and work in most planetary environments, and the maximum navigation speed in space can reach 20% of the speed of light, which can avoid detection by most planetary-level Z. He Xingzhou wanted to know how many Z there are on the planets in our solar system and what information they have. The planetary satellites that humans are currently manufacturing are slow, and when they are launched to the corresponding planets, they will soon be destroyed by the Z, and no information can be detected. For example, the lunar satellites and Martian satellites they launched were all destroyed by the Z long ago. So this Z detector is very necessary. The second reward is Space Signal Relay Station. Coverage range is 1 light-year, can receive and transmit signals within a 1 light-year area. This is also something they urgently need, and they can't build it in a short time. With this signal relay station, they can launch detection satellites to various parts of the solar system and establish a space communication system. As for the signal relay station technology, it can be studied slowly. In a nutshell, it is to get the basic equipment in place first, and then improve the speed of space industry will be much faster. The third reward is Z Biological Information Analyzer, which can analyze various biological information of planetary Z. This is also what He Xingzhou wanted. With this instrument, he can analyze the biological information of the Z and obtain more advanced Z biotechnology. Then there is the T2 reward library, which is full of technological creations of the second-level civilization. The rewards are much richer, with space battleships with 50% of the speed of light, space plasma towers, space stations, etc. He Xingzhou wanted every one of them, but he finally exchanged for a set of stellar system automatic patrol satellites. There are 1,000 satellites in this group. They have a speed of 30% of the speed of light and can patrol within the range of the star system. The main function is to intercept the detection signals of alien civilizations, timely detect alien fleets and alien civilization attack weapons, or detect the movement of space Z in the star system. When He Xingzhou found that there were so many hostile civilizations around the solar system eyeing them, he became alert. The civilization of the members of the Pleiades society is not far from the solar system. If they are really found by them, the Blue Star civilization cannot beat them now. Even if it is exchanged for an ordinary warship, it is estimated that it will only be a meal for them. It is better to raise the alert to the maximum first, so that there is room for handling when encountering problems. After exchanging the 3 rewards, the Order Angel said, the corresponding rewards will be sent to the location of the Blue Star civilization through a temporary wormhole. You can continue to use contribution points to exchange for cosmic coins and purchase related items. He Xingzhou advised, you'd better not spend this little cosmic coin. The reward is free shipping. If you buy things yourself, the postage is too expensive. He Xingzhou saw that the postage required to open a temporary wormhole alone was 10,000 cosmic coins, and it was divided into duration and the mass of the material used. If you buy a battleship, the postage is more than 10 times more expensive than the battleship itself. This postage is outrageous. He Xingzhou complained. That can't be helped. He Xingzhou said helplessly, it takes a huge amount. Oh, now you know how much I spent to send you the subspace communicator, right? So, do we have to save all this money? He Xingzhou asked. Of course not, we can exchange information with other civilizations. He Xingzhou said, information does not need postage. He Xingzhou nodded and asked, where should we go next? Are you going to have fun or work? He Xingzhou looked at him. Of course, work. He Xingzhou said directly. He also wanted to have fun, but not now. He Xingzhou thought for a while and said, there are 3 places to choose from. Civilization Arena. In the Civilization Arena, you can simulate the weapons of your own civilization and conduct simulated interstellar wars with other civilizations. The simulation in the virtual universe is very real. You can get familiar with interstellar wars in advance and find your own shortcomings in the war. You can also bet with other civilizations for cosmic coins and the like. Can this only be done with weapons of your own civilization? He Xingzhou asked. Yes, scan it with the subspace communicator and you can record the information. He Xingzhou said, if you use weapons that do not belong to your own civilization, then go to the entertainment area. Forget it then. He Xingzhou thought, humans don't have space battleships yet. Aerospace carriers can only fight in the near-Earth orbit of their own planets at most. Now going to the civilization arena is just getting beaten. The civilization market, as I said before, is a place for transactions. He Xingzhou said. What about the third one? He Xingzhou asked. The Interstellar Construction Association. He Xingzhou said, don't you call yourself an interstellar builder? There are all representatives of civilizations who have the same hobbies as you. They gather together to compete and exchange ideas to build various technological buildings. There is such an organization. He Xingzhou was very interested. Of course. He Xingzhou said, look at the Yellow Square, isn't there a civilization construction list? Building and manufacturing related technological creations and buildings can get rewards. Interstellar construction can also promote the development of civilization, so this organization appeared. Joining the Interstellar Construction Association requires annual membership fees. If you encounter any problems, you can find members to communicate. There are also various competitions and the like. It is not limited to low-level civilizations, but also many high-level civilizations. Even the Order Alliance is in it, and sometimes it will give extremely generous rewards. Then go to the Interstellar Construction Association. He Xingzhou made a decision. Now he has no choice when going to the trading market. Biotechnology. The quantum optical brain can unlock it, so there is no need. Buy weapons, technological creations and resources. The postage is too expensive. The 2 of them went forward. The location of the Interstellar Construction Association is on the 2nd floor of the initial city, where the 2nd-level civilization gathers. As a representative of the 1st-level civilization, He Xingzhou has to pay a fee of 10 cosmic coins to go up. The architecture of the Planet Construction Association is very unique. It is a climbed bottle structure. The structure is described as, there is a hole at the bottom of a bottle, the neck of the bottle is extended, and it twists into the inside of the bottle, and then connects with the hole at the bottom. Unlike the cups that humans usually use to drink water, this object has no edges and its surface will not end. It is different from the sphere. A fly can fly directly from the inside of the bottle to the outside without passing through the surface, that is, it has no distinction between inside and outside. It looks like its bottleneck and the bottle body intersect, but this is just an illusion. The bottleneck of the climb bottle passes through the fourth dimension and is connected to the bottom circle of the bottle, not through the bottle wall. This is actually a building that can only be displayed in a four-dimensional space. A three-dimensional creature like humans can only see its three-dimensional surface. If He Xingzhou had a four-dimensional perspective of this time, he would see a completely different picture. Anyway, He Xingzhou and Bai Xifang came to the door of the Interstellar Construction Association, where there were two order robots guarding. Identity authentication, first level interstellar builder, Bai Xifang. The order robot said, passable. Ordinary tourists, riding the wind, passable. The two walked in, and it was a completely different world. There are countless planets floating here, comets with long tails, very small asteroids, dwarf planets slightly larger than asteroids, as well as rocky planets, fluid planets, gas planets, ice planets, larger white dwarfs, superdwarfs, dwarfs, subgiants, normal giants, bright giants, and supergiants. There are also neutron stars, black holes, binary black hole systems, and super black holes with extremely high mass and density. There are also some other celestial bodies, such as meteoroids, interplanetary matter, star clusters, nebulae, interstellar matter, intergalactic matter, and even dark matter clusters. In these celestial bodies, there are virtual images of various buildings, planetary rings, ring planet particle colliders, space cities, Dyson spheres, artificial planets, planetary launchers, star factories, stargates, hyperspace stations, gravitational lenses, neutron battle stars, black hole mines. If the names are not marked, He Xingzhou will not recognize them. His heart has been greatly shocked. Even though He Xingzhou is the most informed person in the Blue Star civilization, at this moment, he can't help but be shocked physically and mentally. His mind has been completely intoxicated by the technological creations and buildings here. The Dyson Sphere he wants to build is just an elementary technological giant here. The universe is so vast and magical, and civilization can create countless miracles. He Xingzhou's heart ignited a flame, and this place made him feel the long-lost excitement. If these super-technological giants can be built, even if he dies, it will be worth it. At this moment, He Xingzhou truly experienced Kong King's mood at the time. Hearing the truth in the morning, he can die in the evening. Seeing He Xingzhou's eyes, Bai Xifang knew that this place was right. Hey, friend. A voice sounded from behind He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou turned around and looked, but he didn't see it. The alien said again, here. He Xingzhou lowered his head and saw that a dwarf creature less than 0.4 meters tall was looking up at him. It had red skin all over its body, and its skin was full of wrinkles. Its beard dragged on the ground. It was also humanoid. He Xingzhou couldn't tell whether it looked like this or was it an old alien. The dwarf alien stepped on something like a small aircraft and flew to a height parallel to He Xingzhou's line of sight. He talked freely and said, "Look, what a beautiful starry sky. The great universe contains countless mysterious geniuses and countless intelligent lives. We explore, we create, and let these great buildings stand in the universe. We, the tiny ones, can also create miracles like the Creator. Young man, if you also want to be one of us, pay the annual membership. You are willing to pay some extra tuition. I, the great interstellar builder mentor Tama, am willing to teach you valuable knowledge. Let you become a great interstellar builder like me, and let you become a pioneer and leader of your own civilization. Let your civilization to become an advanced civilization in the universe. Tama, don't fool the newcomers here. Xingfeng is my friend." Bai Xifang stopped him mercilessly. She said, "You are just a second-level planetary builder, and you still want Xingfeng to be your student. You wish. Little mermaid." Tama looked at Bai Xifang and said, "A second-level interstellar builder is at least someone who has built a second-level civilization megastructure. My second-level interstellar builder assessment, but I built a space fortress for my civilization. And you're only a first-level interstellar builder, and he is a first-level civilization. How can I be qualified to teach him?" The aliens here already know about He Xingzhou's registration in the Order Square. They also know that He Xingzhou now has thousands of cosmic coins. Compared with wealthy civilizations, it is naturally nothing. But compared with other first-level civilizations, it is also a fat sheep. TSK. Bai Xifang said disdainfully, "Xingfeng's strength is no worse than yours." She took He Xingzhou's hand and said, "Don't listen to this old man's nonsense, let's register first." "Don't know the goods." Tama shouted, "Young man, don't listen to this little mermaid. She knows nothing about interstellar construction. If you have any questions, come to me. That's an old liar. Binary Xibang said to He Xingzhou, I was cheated of 500 universe coins by him before. As a result, he taught me the design of a planetary orbit collector. Later, I saw it in the trading market and I could buy it for 100 universe coins. There was resentment on her pretty face. He Xingzhou smiled but said nothing. Binary Xibang realized that she seemed to have been holding He Xingzhou's hand. Even if this is a virtual universe, it has a real touch. Binary Xibang blushed and quickly let go. If this scene happened in her own civilization, I'm afraid those old antiques would have already judged her. The two came to the registration place. The registration method is very simple, pay money. As long as you pay the membership fee, you can get the title of first level interstellar constructor and will be eligible to participate in various activities within the interstellar constructor. If you stop paying the membership fee, you will be kicked out. After He Xingzhou paid the money, he automatically obtained the title of first level interstellar constructor. Chuanzi said, you now have the authority to purchase various first-level construction blueprints in the interstellar constructor, the authority to trade construction blueprints, and the authority to participate in the first-level construction competition. He Xingzhou obtained a lot of primary permissions. If he wants to upgrade and obtain higher permissions, he can become a more advanced interstellar constructor. The way to upgrade is to build various technological creations of corresponding levels and gain points. After the points are full of 100, you can take the upgrade assessment test and build some advanced creations. After completing the review, you can upgrade. Building a spaceship with a speed of 10% of the speed of light will only increase 1 point. It will only be calculated once. He Xingzhou complained when he saw the requirement, when do I have to upgrade? That's already a lot. Binary Xibang said, you represent your entire civilization. You are not asked to build it all by yourself. Besides, your civilization can carry out various constructions at the same time. In addition to spaceships, there are also planetary logistics systems, planetary power systems, spaceports, alien bases and the like. According to your strength, you should be able to become a second-level interstellar builder soon. The speed of civilization upgrades is calculated in hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. While they were chatting, Toma flew over again and said, young man, you only need to give me 1,000 cosmic coins of tuition, and I can give you a lot of architectural drawings. Whether it's a space battleship or various civilization buildings. I can help you become a second-level interstellar builder as soon as possible, and make your civilization a second-level civilization. He Xingzhou declined, forget it, I don't need it. He has a quantum optical brain, so he can unlock all kinds of technology by himself. The main reason for joining here is for various rewards. Sometimes, communicating with other interstellar builders can also gain some insights. Oh, what a pity. Toma sighed, if you don't listen to the old man, you'll suffer the consequences. Don't be like this little mermaid. Your civilization will be destroyed and it will be too late to regret it. He Xingzhou was also very curious. Several aliens kept mentioning that the Black Sea civilization where Bai Ninguan was seemed to be in danger. But Bai Ninguan didn't want to mention it, so he didn't ask any more questions. Since you are so confident, why don't you participate in this year's newcomer interstellar construction competition? Toma said, you only need to pay a participation fee of 1,000 cosmic coins to participate. Those participating in the competition are interstellar builders from the first-level civilizations in the Orion arm of the entire Milky Way. The top 100 inches the competition will receive generous rewards. Not only technological creations and cosmic coins, but also technological creation design drawings. For example, plasma controllers, planetary orbital cannons, sublight speed thrusters, etc. The first place winner will also receive the design drawings of a Star Destroyer. That is a warship that can only be built by a second-level civilization. A Star Destroyer can completely destroy the surface of a planet and is enough to deal with the high-level Z planetary overlords. Take a look at the rewards, and you will know that I am not lying to you. The ring on Toma's finger projected a reward screen, which read, 51st, 100 place, reward 10,000 cosmic coins, and a T1 prize. 11th, 50th place, reward 50,000 cosmic coins, and 3 T1 prizes. 4th, 10th place, reward 100,000 cosmic coins, and a T2 prize. The third place will be awarded 500,000 cosmic coins and a T2.0 technology design. The second place will be awarded 1 million cosmic coins and a T2.5 technology design. The first place will be awarded 5 million cosmic coins and a T2.9 technology design. This design is much more sincere than the product. By studying the design, you can directly obtain the corresponding technology, instead of getting a product with a limited life and no warranty. He Xingzhou has been tempted. Even if the quantum optical brain can unlock various technologies, they still need to continue designing, which takes too long. If there is a successful sample to refer to directly, I don't know how much more convenient it will be. Especially the Star Destroyer of the 2.9 civilization, it can be said to be one of the most powerful weapons of the second-level civilization, second only to the ultimate planetary weapon mentioned by the quantum optical brain. He Xingzhou looked at Bai Ningxiang and asked, "Is this reliable?" Bai Ningxiang said, "For others, it's not very reliable, but for you, there is still a chance." She explained, this kind of competition is also called the rookie competition, and only the first-level civilization can participate. A competition will last for 100 years. The construction items, difficulty, and completion degree must be comprehensively evaluated and scored, and the ranking will be based on the scores. Thanks to the new robot, He Xingzhou, Lancerari, Silver Dragon Cavalry and other book for IN Chapter 182 Grand Blueprint, 8000, please subscribe to monthly ticket. It's called a rookie competition, but in fact, a rookie can't win this competition at all. Those civilizations above level 1.5 are considered level 1 civilizations. Their technology and industrial capacity are obviously stronger than that of a level 1.0 civilization. This kind of rookie competition is basically their stage. He Xingzhou understood. He said excitedly, "Isn't this tailor-made for me?" "I think so too." Bai Ningxiang agreed. She had previously thought that the Blue Star civilization was an ordinary mother planet civilization that would soon be destroyed by the Zerg. Who knew that a freak like He Xingzhou would appear and bring a civilization that was destined to be destroyed into the interstellar era? This is enough to be called a miracle. Thomas smiled and said, "It seems that you are willing to sign up. Come with me. You can sign up now. We can hold a competition every 6 months on average. There are 100,000 interstellar constructors from first-level civilizations participating in each competition." So many people participating. He Xingzhou asked, "Are the participating civilizations not only from the Orion Arm and the Milky Way?" "Of course." Thomas said, "One competition takes 100 years. We can't just compete once 100 years. How can there be so many interstellar constructors relying solely on the Orion Arm and the Milky Way?" This kind of competition is also a rare opportunity for low-level civilizations to have the opportunity to contact civilizations in other galaxies. They may include various types of civilizations, such as honeycomb-type civilizations, wandering civilizations, silicon-based civilizations, etc. Generally, silicon-based civilizations and plant civilizations can often get the top 3 in such competitions. Their manufacturing speed is too fast. Hearing Thomas' words, He Xingzhou not only did not have the intention to retreat, but became more excited. The more competitors, the stronger they are, which is more interesting. It always feels that something is missing for the Blue Star civilization to build alone in the solar system to fight against the Zerg. This interstellar constructor rookie competition is the stage for He Xingzhou to perform. He Xingzhou's 5,685 contribution points have all been converted into cosmic coins. After paying the registration fee of 1,000 cosmic coins, he joined the rookie competition. The rookie competition will start in 10 days. Thomas said with a smile, "Young man, you still have a chance to become my disciple, but the tuition fee will be increased to 3,000 cosmic coins. I have a trip to quickly get a place in the rookie competition. Back then, I won the top 50 inches the rookie competition. Even if you only get into the 100 place, it's a sure win." Bai Ningxiang complained, "If you're really that good, you wouldn't be a second-level interstellar constructor now, but a higher level. What does the Little Mermaid know? How can a civilization upgrade so quickly?" Thomas said, "With me here, our civilization will soon become a third-level civilization." He Xingzhou ignored his words again. After registering, he could enter the exchange hall of the competition. This is an independent space where all participating interstellar constructors can come to communicate, and others can also watch the game. As soon as He Xingzhou arrived at the competition hall, a competition logo appeared on his body, which read First Class Builder, Chengfen, current score 0. Prepared to participate. These interstellar builders come from various civilizations, and the civilizations are far apart. With their technology, there is almost no possibility of attacking each other across the galaxy, so they are very enthusiastic and communicate with each other. Seeing the newcomer, some interstellar builders are ready to greet and talk, but when they see that He Xingzhou's score is 0, these people retreat. 0 points, completely a newbie. Everyone is very realistic. No one is willing to communicate with newbies. It's a waste of time and you can't learn anything. He Xingzhou turned around and found a new group of dozens of people. Everyone here has low points, and they don't reject him as a newbie with 0 points. Hello everyone, I'm a newcomer, Xingzhou. He Xingzhou introduced himself. Welcome newcomers, said an alien who looked like a bamboo pole. I'm Green Goblin. You can discuss civilization construction with us. He Xingzhou saw that his competition logo read First Level Builder, Green Goblin, current score 87. Preparing to participate. By 9 Xibang whispered, 87 points, his civilization is at least level 1.8. Even if he is the spokesperson of a second-level civilization, he is not necessarily a second-level interstellar builder. For example, you? He Xingzhou said. By 9 Xibang frowned and said, I'm not good at this. To become a second-level interstellar builder, you need to take an assessment. Many of the technological megastructures required for the assessment don't need to be built. In the group of newcomers, the interstellar builders have already started chatting. The competition will start in 10 days. Let me tell you some tips first. The Green Goblin said, a single technological creation will add very few points. For example, if you build a planet mining ship, it will only add 1 technology point. But this technology point can be stacked. The planet mining ship I used as an example is the technological creation that is easiest to stack technology points. It is relatively simple to manufacture and consumes fewer resources. Building a space battleship that travels at 10% of the speed of light will increase 10 technology points. The difficulty, time, and resources consumed are enough to build more than 50 planet mining ships. In addition to mining ships, there are also space exploration satellites, space mechas, and space drones. These are all relatively easy to manufacture and add good points to technological creations. If you want to get a higher ranking, these things can be manufactured in large quantities. So, doesn't that mean if all of you build planet mining ships, you'll have a chance to be in the top 100? Said an alien. Green Goblin denied it. Of course it's not that simple. There are extra points for making systematic technological creations. For example, a small fleet of 10 interstellar battleships can add an extra 100 technology points. Or making a star system logistics system can increase 1000 technology points at a time. Don't think about ranking for your first time participating. It's almost impossible to get it. Just take it as a learning experience and build a foundation for your own civilization. He Xingzhou asked, what if you want to get a ranking? How to do it? Green Goblin glanced at him. Although he didn't think these people were qualified to get a ranking, he still patiently explained. There are 3 ways. The first is what I just said, building a large number of planetary mining ships and other technology products that add points. The second is to build technology systems, star system logistics systems, star system energy systems, star system communication systems, etc. The last one is the one that adds the most points, and it is also the most difficult one. When he said this, everyone became interested and looked at him. That is to build a technological megastructure. For example, a giant spaceport, space city, space fortress, etc. This kind of technology adds more technology points, and one can add thousands of technology points. He Xingzhou pressed on, how much can a Dyson Sphere add? Hearing his words, the interstellar constructors around him couldn't help but say, you think it's too easy. A Dyson Sphere is a technological megastructure that can only be built by a second-level civilization. If you can build it, you'll directly become a second-level interstellar constructor, and you can exchange it for a reward of 10 million cosmic coins from the Angel of Order. This competition will be directly won. Someone said, how can our first-level civilization have so many resources to build a Dyson Sphere? At least the resources of the entire star system are enough. With that strength, we can be directly promoted to the second or even third-level civilization. Yes, it's not that a first-level civilization has not built one before, but that first-level civilization was a subsidiary civilization of an advanced civilization. It was completed with the help of an advanced civilization, and it directly won the rookie championship at the time. Don't think about it. If you think about that, you might as well build something useful for your own civilization. Otherwise, you will waste the resources of the star system in vain. By then, the civilization will perish directly because of resource depletion before it even leaves its own star system. Green Goblin agreed, that's right. Don't aim too high. According to surveys, more than 60% of the first-level civilizations perished not because of enemy attacks, internal wars or cosmic disasters, but because of technological bottlenecks and the exhaustion of resources within the star system, which led to their slow demise. For a slow-level civilizations, we should not consider technological megastructures such as Dyson Spheres, giant space cities, and superstar rings. The right way is to develop honestly. He Xingzhou also knew that what he said made sense, and it was indeed the case for ordinary civilizations. But for the Blue Star civilization, it could only go all out to build these technological megastructures, because it had to solve the planetary ultimate weapon of the quantum optical brain to deal with the Zerg. And these civilizations did not need to fight against the Zerg. After Green Goblin's brief introduction, everyone began to discuss how to build them. Our civilization may have to go to the neighboring civilization, and we must get into the top 100 this time, so I plan to use all of our civilization's resources to build space battleships and planetary mining ships. It's a gamble. I'm still a newcomer, so I'd better just build planetary mines honestly. There are too many contestants. I guess the top 100 will be interstellar builders with level 1.7 civilization or above. I don't think there's any hope, so I'll learn some experience. Brothers, our star system is full of gas planets. What's the best thing to build? For gas planets, of course, it's a space fractionation tower, which distills gases and refines heavy hydrogen or nuclear fusion materials such as deuterium and tritium. Chengfen, what are you going to build? Asked an interstellar builder next to He Xingzhou. His competition identification card reads, First level builder, Yangxin, current score 43 points. Preparing to participate. Yangxin is also a humanoid intelligent creature. His civilization was born on a rocky planet. He spoke to He Xingzhou because of his similar appearance. He Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, first, build a planetary logistics system and a planetary energy system, then build a base on the satellite, build a spaceport, and then develop a fleet. The more the better. Yangxin advised, if there are no enemies, there is no need to build weapons first. It is better to build mining ships and mine everywhere. You can also build a space research station, which can also improve the progress of civilization technology. He Xingzhou smiled and said, there are enemies near our civilization. He wanted to mine first, but there are probably Zergs on nearby Mercury, Venus, and Mars. How can you mine without making weapons to destroy them? So that's how it is. Then it's difficult for you. Yangxin said, if a war breaks out, the technological creations you make will be destroyed, which is equivalent to the decline of civilization, and technology points will be deducted. It's really difficult. He Xingzhou agreed. The Blue Star civilization almost perished several times. Isn't it difficult? What's the fear of difficulty? Sometimes you don't know what despair is if you don't persist. A voice sounded next to He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou looked over and saw two members of the Pleiades Club just now. Raphael from the Neh civilization and Grey Wolf from the Cyrus civilization investigated the Blue Star civilization and signed up for the rookie competition. Their entry identification cards read, First level builder, Raphael, current score 78 points. Preparing to participate. First level builder, Grey Wolf, current score 98 points. Preparing to participate. 98 points? You're about to become a second-level interstellar builder. Yangxin looked at Grey Wolf in surprise. The name Grey Wolf was translated by a translator because he really looks like a big grey wolf on Earth, or a werewolf. Why are you here again? Binang Xibang said angrily, you are like stink bugs, you can't be driven away. Raphael smiled and said, don't say that, we are all humanoid creatures. To be honest, in terms of civilization aesthetics, we are quite similar. The little girl is good-looking. If you were in our civilization, I would be willing to have a pleasant exchange with you. But everyone is a spokesperson for civilization, and behind them stands the entire civilization. Each serves his own master. Personal temper and preferences can almost be ignored. Our civilizations all need to develop, and the distance is so close. You refused to surrender, so of course you were our enemy. Grey Wolf said, yes, in fact, I personally don't like to stir up trouble. Within the Cyrus civilization, I'm a representative of the moderates. So I will give you another chance. If the Black Sea civilization and the Blue Star civilization join the Pleiades society, I can be a lobbyist and let the main civilization give you better treatment. Don't even think about it. Bai Xing immediately scolded, the Black Sea civilization will never become your colony. He Xingzhou also directly stated, if you don't share the same ideals, you can't work together. We will also go all out and make every effort to deal with you. Be well prepared. Grey Wolf said, I hope you can survive the 100 years of the competition. The two walked away. Yan Xin asked, it seems that you have a big enemy. He Xingzhou said helplessly, there is no way, who told us to start late? Yan Xin analyzed. Those two people, their respective civilizations are at least 1.7 levels, they can't do anything to you in the virtual universe. But if they find the coordinates of your civilization and attack, then, if the enemy comes, the general will stop it, and if the water comes, the earth will cover it. He Xingzhou also wanted to have a peaceful neighbor, but the reality was very cruel. They were chatting, and the Green Goblin called out, if you want to develop your civilization quickly, I have a document here, and it only costs 500 universe coins. It's all the experience of our civilization development. If you're interested, you can buy and watch it, and communication is prohibited. If you want one-on-one tutoring, you need to pay extra. No wonder he told us so much just now, it turns out to be for selling courses. He Xingzhou laughed dumbly. This is normal. Yan Xin said, there are many like him. Some well-known interstellar builders also undertake the task of designing and manufacturing for other civilizations. One of their drawings can be sold for tens of millions of cosmic coins. You can even buy a planet directly. I heard that the top interstellar builders of advanced civilizations earn the wealth obtained can buy a star system. And the low-level civilizations near them, because of civilization worship, directly voluntarily become their subordinate civilizations. Bai Xing complained. Civilization worship. I guess they think they are not their opponents, so they just surrender on their own initiative. Yan Xin said. Almost the same, anyway, a top interstellar builder has a huge influence among civilizations. Because he represents the level of technological development and military strength of this civilization. He Xingzhou seemed to have realized something. He should also improve his ranking and popularity, sell courses or drawings, and earn more resources for the Blue Star civilization. He Xingzhou stayed here for 3 full days and left after learning some information. When leaving, Bai Xing hesitated again and again, sent him a piece of information, and said, here are some experiences of the development of first-level civilizations, so don't waste money to buy courses. They are talking about irrelevant things. Thank you. He Xingzhou thanked. It's okay, you just have to remember the agreement. Bai Xing said, clean up the Zeg on Jupiter. He Xingzhou went offline with doubts, and when he returned to reality, he was still thinking about this question. He Xingzhou immediately convened a call meeting of the Blue Star Alliance to inform several commanders about the virtual universe and the Order Alliance. There are so many brilliant civilizations in the universe. He Xingzhou was extremely excited, humanity is not alone. But it is very dangerous. Kui women said, for example, the Pleiades Society, we have no conflicts with them. Just because they suspect that we are around the Pleiades, they regard us as enemies and alien colonies. If civilization wants to develop, it must need more resources. Territory represents resources. Lu Mei said, it is unrealistic to develop across the surrounding star fields, so these surrounding civilizations will become our enemies. Song Jinghong analyzed. The Commander-in-Chief mentioned that in the Order Alliance, there are rewards for eliminating the Zeg. And clones or replicas cannot be used. The Order Alliance prohibits members from associating with the Zeg. I have a guess that if the Zeg in the solar system is deliberately placed in the solar system by an advanced civilization, they will become advanced Zeg after they devour the solar system. Then, if this advanced civilization controls or kills the Zeg, wouldn't it be able to gain greater benefits? I had the same idea as you. He Xingzhou said, the Order Alliance does not allow civilizations within the Alliance to have anything to do with the Zeg. Even level 3 and level 4 civilizations dare not anger the Order Alliance. Before our solar system, no civilization was registered in the Order Alliance. If such a thing really happens, even the Order Alliance cannot determine whether the Zeg was placed here intentionally. There are too many possibilities here. The advanced civilization may do this for rewards, or the Zeg may come here naturally, or our enemies may do this, or the enemies of the Order Alliance may have placed the Zeg here, maybe there is a bigger conspiracy. Now we are too weak to find the answer. We must become stronger as soon as possible. The urgent desire to become stronger spread in everyone's heart. He Xingzhou said. 10 days later, the interstellar build of the rookie competition has begun, so within these 10 days, we have to formulate a civilization development plan. Commanders, please go to the virtual universe one after another. It would be best if we have a diplomatic representative stationed in the virtual universe so that we can keep up with the information of the virtual universe. The subspace communicator that Bai 9 Xibang gave to He Xingzhou can only allow 5 people to be in the virtual universe at a time. Okay. The commanders were very curious about the virtual universe and simply went in to visit together. As for He Xingzhou himself, he first collected the rewards he got from the virtual universe. In outer space outside the blue star, a small wormhole appeared and delivered his package here. The aerospace mecha collected them all. A set of first-level Z detectors. 10. A space signal relay station, a Z biological information analyzer, and a star system automatic patrol satellite. 1000. He Xingzhou left the Z biological information analyzer at the Sentinel Research Institute and launched the space signal relay station to a safe orbit outside the Sun, which is the center of the solar system. With the relay station there, they can get space signals through the relay station. 10 Z probes were launched to the other 7 planets in the solar system and the satellites of the larger planets to detect Z information. 1000 star system automatic patrol satellites were all launched to the edge of the solar system, so that their flight orbits formed a spherical structure that wrapped the solar system to prevent and detect enemies and attacks from before the solar system. After doing this, He Xingzhou began to read Bai 9 Xibang's information and make his own construction plan. According to them, building planetary mining ships, mining machines and some factories is a cheap plus. He Xingzhou calculated, now that Blue Star is completely under our control, we will build more mining machines and factories on Blue Star, from land to sea, and first pile up basic industries. Then there is the technology system, the planetary communication system. I have built the Skynet satellite network system, which is limited to Blue Star communications. Next, we will launch tens of billions of communication satellites to various planets in the solar system, and build a star system communication system with the space signal relay station as the core. Logistics system, now there is a surface logistics system on Blue Star, and next we will expand it to the Earth-Moon logistics and star system logistics system. Energy system, from the surface power grid, to the interstellar energy grid. Large space station, moon base, spaceport, interstellar fleet. He Xingzhou listed the plans one by one. Some of these plans are complementary, such as the communication system, logistics system, energy system, etc., which all need to be built at the same time. At present, it is crucial to upgrade the logistics system. He Xingzhou thought, in order to manufacture so many things in space, a large amount of resources and items must be transported into space. Rocket launches alone will not work. Even if they have reusable rockets and other spacecraft, how much mass can they carry at a time? How many times a day do they have to launch, not to mention the waste of energy, but also the low efficiency? The logistics tools connecting the surface and space include rockets, aerospace planes, aerospace motherships, and space elevators. Humans can make rockets, aerospace planes, and aerospace motherships. He Xingzhou has set his sights on the space elevator. As the name suggests, it is a super elevator that transports people and materials from the surface of the Earth all the way to space. Judging from the thickness of the atmosphere of the blue planet, the length of this space elevator will be as high as 36,000 kilometers, twice the 18,000-kilometer Great Wall of Steel, and it is vertical to space. In the Interstellar Construction Association, the space elevator is a type of planetary surface technological megastructure. Once completed, 5 points can be obtained. In the rookie competition, building the space elevator of sufficient size can obtain 50 technology points, equivalent to the technology points of 50 planetary mining ships. Of course, He Xingzhou wants to build more than just one, he wants to build at least 10. To ensure that the ground and space about timely exchange of materials and personnel. Within 10 days, the 4 commanders, Zhu Zilan, Jing, and some important figures of the Blue Star Alliance have visited the virtual universe through the subspace communicator. Everyone, without exception, was shocked by the virtual universe. The virtual universe let them know that the Blue Star civilization was so small, just one of the countless low-level civilizations in the universe. Those brilliant civilizations have all kinds of technology that they can't even imagine. Even at the edge of the solar system, there are some neighbors with bad intentions. Everyone's view of the universe has been refreshed, and they began to rethink the future of Blue Star civilization. He Xingzhou is going to hold a global press conference again to announce this event to the world. The Blue Star Alliance rarely holds global press conferences. The last time was to announce that He Xingzhou became the highest commander of the Alliance. The Blue Star Alliance headquarters building is located next to the original Chuanwu base. This building is right in front of the ruins of the Chuanwu base, reminding everyone not to forget the blood and sweat shed by humans in the era of disaster. He Xingzhou wrote on social media, "Today's press conference will determine the direction of future civilization. I will announce 2 super events." His words attracted the attention of the global media and the public. Super events. The last time Commander He announced a super event was when he announced the Chuanwu plan, right? What happened again? Will the alien Zerg attack? I finally have a few years of peace. Don't be like this, I just got married. I don't want to fight the Zerg again. It shouldn't be. I haven't seen any large-scale military operations recently. What else could it be? People had different opinions and made various speculations, but no one could guess what He Xingzhou wanted to announce. At 10 a.m., Shenzhou time, in the press conference hall of the Blue Star Alliance headquarters, media workers were ready, and people around the world were waiting for today's big news. In the spotlight, He Xingzhou appeared at the press conference. He got straight to the point and said, "Friends from all over the world, hello, I am He Xingzhou. The first thing I want to announce today is that we have discovered aliens. They are not aliens like the Zerg, but real alien civilizations, and there are more than one. In the star systems around us, in this universe, there are countless civilizations. They include various forms, including plant civilization, rock creatures, machine civilization, humanoid civilization, etc. There is also a super organization in the universe, the Order Alliance. This alliance is a super civilization, with the ability to cross the stars. As a first-level civilization, we have joined the Order Alliance and will get the help of the Alliance to develop technology and resist the Zerg." As He Xingzhou spoke, the holographic screens around him used images to introduce some information about the Order Alliance. He Xingzhou's first news made the global media and audiences explode. There are so many civilizations in the universe. Aren't we unique? We have discovered aliens, and there are so many. The Order Alliance is so powerful, can we let them help us destroy the Zerg? There are so many humanoid creatures, is this true? I saw a mermaid, an angel, a catwoman, they are so beautiful, I have decided, I want to go to the Sea of Stars and become a Sea King. Their technology is so advanced, will we be in danger? Are there other civilizations around us? Everyone is trying to digest this information. Fortunately, the appearance of the Zerg has made everyone realize that there are other civilizations in the universe. Now that they know this, they are more accepting. He Xingzhou continued, "Some of these civilizations are friendly, while others are very dangerous. As far as I know, the civilizations around us are not very peace-loving. We are also facing the threat of the Zerg in the solar system, as well as the threats from other civilizations in the surrounding star systems. So from now on, all space signal stations, whether sending or receiving, must be reviewed and controlled by the Blue Star Alliance. No one may launch a strong signal source into space without permission, and violators will be punished for crimes against humanity." He Xingzhou had actually made preparations a long time ago. When the Chuanwu plan was proposed, some scientists mentioned this point. At the time, Shenzhou did not allow any special signals to be launched into space. Later, after the Skynet system and that Chuanwu system were built, these behaviors were completely monitored and even less likely to happen. Unfortunately, before the catastrophe era, scientists in various countries sent signals to the universe and took the initiative to expose the location of human civilization. He Xingzhou can only hope that these signals are not discovered by the surrounding civilizations. This instruction is understandable to everyone. The following is the second big thing. He Xingzhou said, "From now on, all mankind will enter the era of interstellar infrastructure. From the blue planet to the solar system, our industrial system and civilization creations will cover the entire star system. Everyone is part of the era of interstellar infrastructure. This will be the only way for our civilization to become glorious, so I hope everyone can actively participate. You'll contribute your strength and gain more. Maybe one day, when our civilization becomes an advanced civilization, you can become great scientists, builders, artists, etc. in the interstellar space, and even have the opportunity to become the captain of a colonized planet. This is an era full of opportunities and hope. Whether you're a small person or a celebrity in your field, whether you are born rich or poor, you'll have the opportunity to reach the top. Let's start the struggle together. Build a new solar system. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, the media in the audience shouted together, and the whole world was boiling. In interstellar infrastructure, everyone has the opportunity to achieve self-realization. This is a prosperous era that has never happened in any period. No matter how ordinary a person is, they have seen the light of hope that belongs to them. Opportunities are everywhere. With quantum chips and biological computers, anyone can gain supermemory and computing power and make achievements. Go to interstellar infrastructure. I want to be a captain. I want to marry an alien. Just a quick question, can I be a space pirate? The kind that only robs aliens? I'm so excited after hearing this, I'm resigning decisively. I want to move bricks in outer space. I want to drive a space battleship. Commander He, are you still in need of a girlfriend? Go ahead, go to outer space, fight the Zerg, fight the aliens, fight the whole universe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Black Sea Civilization. He Xingzhou also announced a detailed interstellar infrastructure plan, which is divided into the development of Blue Star, the Solar System Logistics System, the Solar System Communication System, and the Outer Space Development Plan. To this end, the Blue Star Alliance has established an Interstellar Construction Department, which is responsible for the Interstellar Construction Plan, with He Xingzhou himself as the main person in charge. Other departments cooperate with the Interstellar Construction Department to allocate resources, scientific and technological research and development, industrial production, engineering construction, etc. There are many things in this, and all commanders must participate. At the same time, they also selected a representative who is resident in the virtual universe, Wen Hen. He is an expert in space technology. He used to lurk in the Noah Science Society for many years under the pseudonym Zhongzi. He has a high ability in science, communication and information exploration, so he was selected to become the ambassador of Blue Star Civilization. In front of He Xingzhou, the scientist who is already over 50 years old is sitting upright, his skin is young and full of luster. Wen Hin has also undergone the first stage of genetic modification, and his lifespan has reached 500 years. His body metabolism is faster and his cells are full of vitality, so he has regained his youthful appearance. Commander He, I'm full of energy now. Wen Hin said excitedly, since I regained my youth, I feel like I'm back to my youth, with endless energy every day. I have been curious about outer space and alien civilizations since I was a child. This time the Alliance trusts me and lets me serve as the permanent representative of Blue Star Civilization in the virtual universe. I will definitely live up to my mission. He Xingzhou praised. I trust your ability. I still have a few things to tell you. You say. He listened carefully. Be vigilant against any civilization and don't reveal our information. Collect intelligence from other civilizations, including but not limited to their technological information, location information, civilization form, etc. The most important thing is to find civilizations near the solar system. Especially for the Pleiades Society, find out their members, strength and coordinates. I understand. Wen Hin nodded solemnly. His work is also related to the future of Blue Star Civilization. While He Xingzhou was arranging tasks, members of the Black Sea Civilization were discussing in a private meeting room somewhere in the universe. The layout of this conference room is like a deep-sea altar. Around the altar, there are dragon-carved pillars, and on the pillars are seats inlaid with precious gems. The heights of the pillars are different. The leading one is the highest. On it sits an old male mermaid. He is wearing a black scale coat and holding a small red ruby coral staff in his hand. His expression is majestic, and he is powerful without being angry. He is the great elder of the Civilization Council of the Black Sea Civilization, Bajia. The ruling method of each civilization is different. There are absolute rule like the main brain of the silicon-based civilization, there is also a liberal voting system, and there is also a hereditary imperial system that controls genetic and technological power. As long as the leader of the civilization does not enslave other members, for most people in the civilization, they don't care what method the ruler uses. Most civilizations must have a ruler. As long as the laws and systems of this civilization are suitable for this civilization, it is suitable. As for the ruler, it doesn't matter whether he is called the emperor, leader, or speaker. Anyway, their power and role are the same. In addition to the Great Elder, there are 5 other dragon-carved pillars, and 5 mermaids are sitting, 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed gorgeously. On the shortest pillar sat a young female mermaid. She had a white jade-like fish tail, crystal-like eyes, and long, smooth silver hair. If He Xingzhou was at the scene, he would definitely recognize that this female mermaid was Bai Xingzhou. The Black Sea Civilization Conference begins now. Bai Jie said, and his eyes swept across the crowd, lingering on Bai Xingzhou for a few seconds before attracting them. Today, we are gathering for one thing. Bai Jie said, everyone already knows the situation of our Black Sea civilization. Because of the failure of the war, our civilization is rapidly declining. And our enemies are still chasing us. If this continues, within 1,000 years, our civilization will be in danger of extinction. When mentioning this, everyone's face was solemn. Their Black Sea civilization was once a civilization above level 3, but because of the failure of the war with other civilizations, the civilization declined and its strength greatly decreased. Because of the decline of civilization, huge problems have also arisen internally. With internal and external troubles, the civilization is in danger of extinction. Bai Jie continued, many years ago, we agreed to support several subsidiary civilizations as the last guarantee for our civilization. Just as the Pleiades guessed, the main civilization had been locked by the enemy and could not escape. That's why they developed subsidiary civilizations in territories far away from the main civilization. Once the main civilization was in trouble, there was still a place to escape to. Each elder has a corresponding task. Elder Becher supports the Sea Beast civilization. Elder Lanu supports the Fishman civilization. Elder Lanlong supports the Conch civilization. Elder Homeland supports the Siren civilization. Speaking of these 4, everyone looked at Bai Guang, and Bai Jie said, there is also Elder Bai Bing who entered the blue star in the solar system to find the civilization seed we once left behind, the Atlantis civilization. As a result, she found that the Atlantis civilization had long been destroyed. She died on the blue star due to an accident, and her daughter Bai Xingzhou continued to perform her task. Now everyone should report on their progress. The second elder, Elder Becher, is a strong mermaid and one of the most powerful military officials in the Black Sea civilization. He said loudly, the Sea Beast civilization I support has now become a 1.8 level civilization. Within 200 years, it will have the opportunity to be promoted to a 2nd level civilization. The Sea Beast civilization has strong military strength, and its territory is located in a young star system in the Orion Arm. It is rich in resources and can become a substitute for our main civilization. The third elder Lanzhao said immediately, the Fishman civilization I support is the most suitable for us. The Fishman civilization is a civilization that branched out from our Black Sea civilization. It is now a 1.7 level civilization and lives on an ocean planet. Their civilization habits and lifestyle are exactly the same. In the past, they went to the Fishman civilization for refuge. The 4th elder, Blue Dragon, said, the Conch civilization is weaker than the civilizations of the 2 elders. It is only a 1.6 level civilization. However, the location of the Conch civilization is remote and there is no civilization around it, which is more suitable for development. The 5th elder, Red Scale, made a speech. The Siren civilization I support is also a 1.7 level civilization. The Siren race is a race that we have genetically modified, and its intellectual advantages are obvious. In just 300 years, it has upgraded from a 0.6 level civilization to a 1.6 level civilization. There was a strong sense of competition in their tone. Because supporting subordinate civilizations and continuing the power of the main civilization is the most important thing for the Black Sea civilization now. Whoever can achieve the greatest results will be the next leader of the Black Sea civilization. It was Bai Xingzhou's turn. She said, the Atlantis civilization composed of a group of immigrants more than 10,000 years ago has long been destroyed. Now there is another human civilization living on the blue star, which I call the blue star civilization. They are facing Zerg attacks, and everyone knows that. Although the blue star civilization is only a level 1.0 civilization now, they have great potential. They may become our ally in the future. After Bai Xingzhou finished speaking, several elders burst into laughter. A level 1.0 civilization has been invaded by the Zerg. This civilization can be abandoned. They can never be the opponent of the Zerg. Said the 2nd elder Becher, while questioning Bai Xingzhou, I don't think it is necessary to allocate resources to you. It would be better to distribute these resources to us. The 3rd elder Lanzhao usually quarreled with Becher, But this time he agreed with Baisha and said, I heard that you have invested a lot of resources in them. Isn't this a waste? Now our civilization is already short of resources. We really shouldn't continue to waste time on the Blue Star civilization. Let them fend for themselves, said the fourth elder Lan Long. Bai Nine Xiang, you can come back. The Blue Star civilization doesn't need us to invest any more energy, the fifth elder Hong Lin said. In front of these elders, Bai Nine Xiang had no say. The main reason why she could become a member of the Civilization Council was because she inherited her mother Bai Bing's career, so the Civilization Council asked her to continue to carry out this matter. Hearing their words, Bai Nine Xiang was not convinced and said, the Blue Star civilization has successfully expelled the Zeg on Blue Star and killed a primary planetary overlord. They have great potential and will develop better. Baisha shook his head and said, they were able to kill the planetary overlord, I guess it was your help, right? Not long ago, you used cosmic coins to buy precious items and sent them to the Blue Star civilization. Did you buy weapons for them? It's not a weapon, it's just a subspace communicator. Bai Nine Xiang argued. Several elders looked unconvinced and said, with the strength of a level 1.0 civilization, they are definitely not the opponent of the Zeg. Lan Zhao said, even if they can clean up the Zeg on a planet, they can't deal with the Zeg on other planets in the star system. This civilization is doomed to perish. Don't waste our resources and energy anymore. Bai Nine Xiang was holding her breath. She looked at the elders. The elder Bai Jie thought for a moment and said, the elders are right. We have limited resources now and must not waste them. Since this Blue Star civilization is doomed to perish, we should take back the investment in Blue Star civilization and distribute it to other civilizations. Bai Nine Xiang knew that once this decision was made, all the efforts of her and her mother would be in vain. Soon, she would be removed from the Civilization Council. The civilization is now in chaos. Once she loses this identity, she and her relatives and friends may be in danger. The most important thing is that Bai Nine Xiang now firmly believes that the Blue Star civilization has great potential. She argued and said, elders, I think you should re-examine the Blue Star civilization. They not only have the ability to clean up the Zeg in the star system, but also have the potential to become a second level, third level, or even higher level civilization. As long as we give them some help, we will have a powerful ally in the future. Bai Nine Xiang. The second elder Baisha shouted, don't make a mistake. We only need subordinate civilizations, alien colonies, and we don't need allies. The third elder Lan Zhao laughed and said, have you been brainwashed by the indigenous civilization? What qualifications does an indigenous civilization have to be our ally? Yes, a destroyed civilization does not need allies. Bai Nine Xiang's momentum was not inferior to theirs at all. If she showed weakness, she would not be sitting here now. Be careful with your words. The first elder Bai Jie shouted. Bai Nine Xiang said, elders, I am not acting on impulse. I know very well that this matter concerns the survival of our Black Sea civilization. So I conducted a detailed investigation of the Blue Star civilization, which took 15 years. This civilization did not show anything special in the early days. It was only a 0.7 level civilization. When the Zeg invaded, I almost gave up on them. I thought the same as you at the time, thinking that they would definitely perish. But in just a few years, my thoughts have completely changed. Although this civilization suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Zeg, their technological progress is very fast. It has surpassed the most glorious technological explosion period of our civilization. In just 10 years, they have advanced from a 0.7 level civilization to a 1.0 level civilization, and have military strength that is no less than that of a 1.5 level civilization. When Bai Nine Xiang said this, the second elder Baisha said with even more disdain, in such a short period of time, the civilization has advanced, it must be you who provided them with scientific and technological information. The other elders also thought so. Bai Nine Xiang argued, no. Throughout the whole process, I was just a bystander. At the moment of survival of the Blue Star civilization, one of the Xingzhou civilizations erupted with super cohesion, bringing the world together to resist the Zeg together. It was during this period that their technology advanced by leaps and bounds. There is an important figure, He Xingzhou, whose appearance has accelerated the development of the entire civilization countless times. Bai Nine Xiang said as she presented evidence. Although several elders wanted to kick Bai Nine Xiang out of the Civilization Council, they still watched patiently. Seeing the various materials she showed, several elders were surprised. He has never stopped his technological research and development, and has never encountered any obstacles. We would never believe that no one helped. But this is the fact. Bai Xingzhou said, I once suspected that this He Xingzhou, then why didn't you say so earlier and bring him back for research? Baisha questioned. Bai Xingzhou snorted coldly. Second elder, are you so stupid too? If there really is an advanced civilization helping him, if we offend him, wouldn't we be offending another advanced civilization? Do you think our civilization is not falling fast enough? You. Baisha didn't expect Bai Xingzhou to defend her so much. He was about to reprimand her, but the first elder Baijie said, Bai Xingzhou is right. If there is an advanced civilization, we should not intervene. Our situation is already difficult enough. If we offend other advanced civilizations, it will only make us more dangerous. Danger. The third elder Lanzhao said, since he has the help of advanced civilizations, we should not care about them. They're advanced civilizations and Zeg, we can't wade into this muddy water. The fifth elder Honglin said, Elder Lanzhao is right, we can't be involved in the affairs of other advanced civilizations. This is different. Bai Xingzhou emphasized, the advanced civilization did not give them direct help. I don't know what they think, but this civilization is relatively easy to get along with. If they really have the ability to become an advanced civilization, they may help us in the future. Everything you said is just your imagination. The second elder Baisha questioned, what advanced civilization, what technological explosion, are all your guesses? What if it was you who helped them with technological progress? Yes, things without evidence cannot be counted. We can't pin our hopes on speculation. The resources of civilization are precious and cannot be wasted here. The other elders all opposed Bai Xingzhou. The great elder thought for a while and asked, Bai Xingzhou, what the other elders said makes sense. Our resources are very limited, and our civilization is more inclined to develop alien colonies rather than looking for a weak ally. You must come up with stronger evidence to prove that our help to the Blue Star civilization is rewarding. Otherwise, I can only revoke your position and allocate resources to you. Bai Xingzhou said, then give me and the Blue Star civilization some time. He Xingzhou has registered as an interstellar builder and has participated in the rookie competition. I believe that the Blue Star civilization under his leadership will soon be able to upgrade its civilization level. Interstellar builder. Baijie frowned slightly, he looked at the other elders, he knew very well that although the other elders were fighting among themselves, they were unanimous in kicking Bai Xingzhou out. As the leader of a civilization, Baijie not only had to balance the forces of all parties, but also had to consider the future of civilization. Although the plans of other elders seemed more reliable, they were all forced choices after the demise of the main civilization. If there is a chance for the main civilization to be preserved, it may not be a bad thing. Thinking of this, Baijie said, you gave me an idea. Everyone wants to get more resources for the civilization they support, so why not do this? All the civilizations you support will join the Interstellar Construction Association and participate in the rookie competition. The higher the ranking of a civilization, the more worthy of our support it is. Our main civilization will give more resources, including technological assistance, military assistance and so on. The second elder Baisha said, this is a good idea. The Sea Beast civilization is trying to break through the second-level civilization. Taking this opportunity, we can vigorously develop construction. The third elder Lanzhao also agreed. The Fishman civilization is no worse than other civilizations in construction. Since they all said so, the fourth elder Lanlong and the fifth elder Honglin also agreed. Bai Xingzhou was secretly delighted, her goal was achieved. As long as there was a chance to compete, she believed that He Xingzhou would not let her down. However, she was still very unconvinced and said, the Blue Star civilization is only a 1.0 civilization now. Their civilization levels are all high. It is too unfair to participate in the competition like this. Baisha smiled and said, this is a competition among civilizations, a matter of life and death. How can there be any fairness or unfairness? There is no fairness in the universe. Lanzhao said, didn't you say that they have the help of higher civilizations? Since they are so powerful, it should not be difficult for them to surpass these affiliated civilizations, right? That's right, this plan is very reasonable. Lanlong said, the Conch civilization is also weaker than other civilizations. I didn't raise any objections. What do you think? Honglin said, the winner should get more resources. The great elder witnessed and made the decision, okay, since everyone has this idea. Then this matter is settled. The inspection period is 100 years. The subordinate civilization that develops faster will be the one we focus our resources on. As for the Blue Star civilization, this civilization is not our subordinate civilization yet, so there is one more condition. Not only must it develop the fastest, but it must also at least be in the top 10 of the rookie competition before we can help them. Bai Xingzhou's little face was full of grievance and unwillingness. Seeing this, the other elders laughed in their hearts. What can a little girl do to fight them? The figures of the elders gradually faded, and they had left the conference hall. Bai Xingzhou also withdrew from here, and her consciousness came to Blue Star and loaded into the white dolphin. He Xingzhou. Bai Xingzhou turned on the communication equipment specially configured for her and called He Xingzhou. The holographic He asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Xingzhou propped herself up on the water with her fins and said proudly, "I just did something big." Huh? He Xingzhou asked curiously, "What big thing?" Bai Xingzhou told a little about the Black Sea civilization. She didn't reveal any information about the Black Sea civilization. She just said, in short, if you can get into the top 10 in the rookie competition and surpass those competitors, we Black Sea civilization will help you. He Xingzhou asked, "You Black Sea civilization, do you want us to be a subordinate civilization?" Yes. Bai Xingzhou did not deny it. The elders all think so, but I don't think it's possible. You'll definitely not agree. It's really impossible. He Xingzhou said directly. Don't worry about it now. Bai Xingzhou said, as long as you become stronger, they won't have this idea and will only treat you as allies. What's in it for us? This is what He Xingzhou asked, most concerned. Bai Xingzhou said, those elders are very stingy, and I don't have much say in the Civilization Council. What super weapons? Don't even think about civilization technology. The biggest advantage is that we can help you stop the expansion of the Pleiades. Several members of the Pleiades are too close to the solar system. For example, the Nhe civilization is located in the Nhe the third star system, 11.4 light-years away from the solar system. The Tianyuan civilization is located in the Tianyuan the fourth star system, 10.5 light-years away from the solar system. The Cyrus civilization is located in the Cyrus star system, only 8.6 light-years away from the solar system. They all have sublight-speed deep space probes with a speed of more than 90% of the speed of light. It will probably take less than 10 years to find the solar system. When they determine your coordinates, can you resist them? He Xingzhou shook his head and said, I'm really not sure, the time is too short. In 10 years, the Blue Star civilization has probably not yet built a spacecraft with a speed of 50% of the speed of light. What's more, they have to face the Zeg, how to deal with the invasion. Yes. Bai Xingzhou said, it took them 10 years to detect you, and then another 20 to 30 years to organize troops and send a fleet to invade the solar system. At this time, no matter how you develop, you will face. We will definitely not be able to stop the fleets of the Zeg and the Pleiades civilization. It will be different if we have the help of the Black Sea civilization. We will send out fleets to interfere, or use military force to deter them, so they will not dare to invade so easily. You can get precious development time. In addition to these, we also have some confidential information about the Zeg that can be shared. It sounds great. He Xingzhou said. What they lack most now is time. If they are invaded by alien civilizations before they develop, it will be a devastating blow. But I have a question. He Xingzhou asked, this rookie competition will last for 100 years. If you give us help after 100 years, by then we will either have perished or no longer need your help. Bai Xingzhou rolled her eyes and said, do you think I am a freeloader? As long as you can show your advantage in the rookie competition, I can persuade the elders in advance and give you some help so that you can avoid the attack of the Pleiades in a short time. That's possible. He Xingzhou said, if this can really come true, on behalf of the Blue Star civilization, I will remember your kindness. Hehehe. Bai Xingzhou snorted twice proudly, and said, why don't you quickly ask someone to bring me food? Don't starve this biological machine of mine to death. He Xingzhou said speechlessly. Your white dolphin just had a meal, and you've gained a lot of weight. I wasn't here just now. Bai Xingzhou said, as a matter of course, I didn't eat, so I didn't taste it. And I wasn't the one who'd gained weight. He Xingzhou had to say, I've already notified them, don't overeat and kill this body. And He Xingzhou was skeptical about Bai Xingzhou's words. He had no way of judging whether the Black Sea civilization was malicious or well-intentioned towards human civilization. If it was true, it would be a good thing. If it was false, he would also be on guard. In short, the task at this stage is to build civilization as soon as possible. He Xingzhou immediately convened experts to discuss the construction of a space elevator. In the past few days, the expert group has designed a plan for a space elevator at the fastest speed. Chief Engineer Xiao Mao said, "Dean, this is what we have in mind now. The altitude of Blue Star's low Earth orbit is as high as 36,000 kilometers. If we want to build a space elevator to transport personnel and materials, the slenderness ratio of this elevator will reach more than 10 and 1 seconds. If it is designed according to the compression structure of a traditional elevator, no material can withstand such pressure. Its own weight will crush itself. So we plan to design it as a tension mechanism to launch a large space station and a large counterweight in low Earth orbit. This space station and the counterweight rotate with the blue planet, using the centrifugal force of the blue planet's rotation to maintain the main structure under tension. In this way, in order to make the overall axis of the space elevator point to the center of the Earth and remain vertical, and provide continuous tension for the cable, the ground projection of the space elevator should be located at the equator, so its ground station should also be built on the equator," he said, using a holographic projection to project their design. In the picture, there is a conceptual diagram of a space elevator. It has a ground station at the equator, and a tower is built on the ground station. On the tower, there is an elevator cable as long as 38,000 kilometers, and the elevator car is connected in the middle. It extends all the way to space, connecting the space station and the counterweight. He Xingzhou took a look and asked, "Are there any problems now?" "Yes, there are still some problems." Xiao Mao nodded. "The first is the problem of site selection. The ground station is built on the equator, and the site cannot be chosen casually. The climate of the selected area should meet the requirement of wind speed below level 2 all year round, no cumulonimbus clouds or other clouds that may produce thunderstorms, and far away from various pressure belts and monsoon circulations. The local geological conditions should be relatively stable to avoid the impact of earthquakes. Because we have to build 10 space elevators at one time, we conducted an investigation at the equator. Only 2 lands are suitable, and the rest are oceans, which require land reclamation. Then fill it." He Xingzhou said directly, "Let the Chuan troops help to reclaim the sea and build islands." "I feel relieved with the Dean's words," Xiao Mao said. 2 other questions. First, the material of the cable. For a 36,000 kilometer cable, our current alloys and steels cannot withstand such strength. It also has to have good toughness and conductivity. The best choice is a new material called carbon nanotubes, which are tubular nanoscale graphite crystals with extremely high strength, theoretically 100 times that of steel. At the same time, it is also very soft and can be regarded as a kind of superfiber. Its electromagnetic properties, adsorption capacity and other properties are excellent, enough to meet our cable needs. The problem now is that we can only synthesize a small amount in the laboratory and cannot manufacture it on a large scale. Second, we don't have a large space station yet. While building the space elevator, we have to launch the space station and the counterweight into low Earth orbit. Oh, I see. Let's continue. He Xingzhou already had an idea in mind. After communicating with the expert group, he roughly knew the difficulties in building a space elevator. Back in his office, He Xingzhou immediately began to solve these 2 problems. The synthesis and manufacture of carbon nanotubes requires an industrialized production process. He Xingzhou turned on the quantum optical brain and found this type of material. Spend 10 units of energy to unlock the carbon nanotube synthesis process technology. Another one is the large space station. This is even less of a problem. Humans have already mastered the nuclear fusion propulsion program and reaction force technology, and it is easy to build and launch large space stations. Just as Binang Xibang said, the Blue Star civilization actually already has the strength of a 1.5 level civilization, but because it has been dealing with the Z on Blue Star, it has not yet expanded its strength to space. Let the Interstellar Construction Department launch a large space station. That's not enough. A large space station can only serve as a destination for a space elevator, and a larger mass counterweight is also required. Wouldn't it be a waste if we just launched a few large stones or large giant blocks into low Earth orbit? Moreover, these large mass objects will be affected by the gravity of the blue star and fall into the atmosphere. He Xingzhou's idea is that since a large mass counterweight is needed, it is better to directly build a large mass space object. Chapter 184 The space elevator is completed. 8000 Starport. I want to build a spaceport. He Xingzhou thought to himself, what does mankind lack now? Warships, planetary mining ships, and space bases. These man-made objects are extremely massive and need to fly in space for a long time. Aren't they the best choice for counterweights for space elevators? 10 space elevators can build 10 massive objects. He Xingzhou planned, how many space fleets does mankind need? Unlimited. So 10 starports are not too many. Some of them can be used as starports for space battleships, and there are also spaceports for commercial trade, industrial ports for engineering construction, and spacecraft construction factories, etc. It is somewhat unrealistic to build a large starport at one time and launch it into space. He Xingzhou still plans to use modular technology to manufacture starport modules. These modules have the ability to fly in space and form a starport. In this way, even if there is a malfunction or it is attacked by the enemy, the starport can quickly return to normal. He found the corresponding technology on the quantum optical brain to unlock it. Spend 10 units of energy to unlock the spaceport control system. Spend 30 units of energy to unlock the space power transmission device. Spend 50 units of energy to unlock the space dock technology. He Xingzhou used the accumulated energy to unlock a lot of related technologies, and he immediately began to design the spaceport. Personnel flow, freight, space industry, spaceship manufacturing, starship maintenance, space defense. Before the Blue Star civilization had a space city, these tasks had to be completed by the spaceport. It can be said that the spaceport is a simplified version of the space city. Lumi, generate the design. He Xingzhou shouted, and in front of him, there appeared 10,000 simple design drawings of the spaceport. This is generated by Lumi's intelligent program, which may not be correct. Through this method, He Xingzhou can quickly choose a model for transformation. This is much more convenient. Lumi, I will upgrade you to silicon-based life in the future, so I will save a lot of trouble. He Xingzhou said. Thank you, Master. Lumi also wants to have life. Lumi said happily. Her current emotions are just set emotions, not real emotions. He Xingzhou saw in the virtual world that there are many silicon-based civilizations there. And silicon-based civilizations are often more powerful than ordinary civilizations at the same level. Because their productivity and execution are stronger. As for advanced civilizations, every creature has superintelligence, and these advantages of silicon-based civilizations disappear. In just a few days, He Xingzhou has completed the first draft of the spaceport. He directly launched the first draft into the interstellar construction department, and asked the designers to improve and modify it together. Some mature modules were directly produced and launched. The spaceport must be built earlier than the ground part of the space elevator, so that the cables and cabins can be pulled. In the subspace virtual universe, He Xingzhou came to the Interstellar Construction Club again. Today is the day when a rookie competition starts. Zhulan came to the virtual universe for the first time and was curious about everything. Like He Xingzhou when he first came, she also had 100,000 whys in her mind. These aliens are too strange. Fortunately, there are humanoid races. Zhulan communicated with him, otherwise I wouldn't dare to communicate with them. It doesn't matter. This is a virtual universe. You can do anything. Just don't expose the information of our civilization and provoke unnecessary enemies. He Xingzhou said. Yeah. Zhulan followed him closely. In the Interstellar Construction Club, the competition hall was already full of people, all of whom were interstellar constructors and companions who came to participate in the competition. Chengfen, you are here. He Xingzhou came to the circle of rookies, and several people greeted him. They are all first-class civilizations, and there are no direct conflicts. Except for a few maverick alien races, most aliens will maintain superficial politeness. There are 100,000 people participating this time. Yan Xin said excitedly, 100,000 civilizations. If we are not here, we may not see 10 civilizations until the end of civilization. Yes, we should take this opportunity to learn and communicate more. Maybe we can make our civilization evolve together, said the interstellar constructors next to him. Progress is relative. Some civilizations are too weak and there is no need to communicate. Dissonant voices came. He Xingzhou had a hunch that they were looking for him again. Sure enough, 4 people appeared around, who looked like sea beasts, fishermen, people carrying large snail shells, and a female mermaid with a strange appearance. As soon as he saw their competition identification, He Xingzhou probably understood the identities and intentions of these people. First class builder, Dugong, current score is 90. Prepare to participate. First class builder, Fisher, current score is 87. Prepare to participate. First class builder, Zhu Bin, current score is 85. Prepare to participate. First class builder, Siren, current score is 80. Prepare to participate. These 4 people are representatives from the Sea Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, the Conch civilization and the Sea Monster civilization. They came here to find He Xingzhou just because of what Bai Nine Xiang mentioned. In order to gain more support from the Black Sea civilization, they need to compete with the Blue Star civilization. Chengfen, you have quite a few enemies. Last time they were members of the Pleiades Society, and this time there are several representatives of civilizations. Yan Xing complained, we are a primary civilization, so we should not have so many enemies. He Xingzhou said helplessly, I don't want to either. They came to me on their own. I was simply caught in the crossfire. Dugong said to He Xingzhou, are you the representative of the Blue Star civilization? We all participated in the competition. Fisher said, I heard that you're very strong. The winner this time must be among the 4 of us. If you are more rational, withdraw from the competition yourself, and we can still form a friendly civilization alliance. Zhuoyin took a look at the builder points on He Xingzhou, which was only 0 points. He lost interest and said, there is no need to waste time on such an opponent. I am very interested. Siren's appearance is a woman's body and a fish tail, very similar to a mermaid, and is a branch of the Black Sea civilization. She has a hot body and extremely smooth skin, as if she were covered with a layer of oil. From an aesthetic point of view, like Bai Nine Xiang, she is very in line with human aesthetics. But Bai Nine Xiang is a combination of sexiness and cuteness, while Siren is a combination of sexiness and weirdness. She moved closer to He Xingzhou and said with a smile, Bai Nine Xiang, the main civilization is very optimistic about you. Why is that? Could it be that the little girl is horny and has taken a fancy to you? Zhu Zlan stepped forward and stopped her from getting close to He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou said, the part of making harsh remarks is over, right? It depends on your ability. Depending on your ability will only make you feel desperate, said the dugong. At this time, the Angel of Order appeared in the arena, and she announced, this rookie competition will be held on the 10th. It will start in minutes. Everyone will get a unique key, and with this key, the subspace communicator can scan the surrounding space. Its scanning range exceeds a star system. Before the start of the game, the subspace communicator needs to be scanned once. After the start of the game, it will be scanned once every year to count your technology points. Everyone received a private message with a key. Chuanzi said on He Xingzhou's shoulder, do you want to start the scan now? Turn it on. He Xingzhou said decisively. Zhu Zlan said, after being scanned by them once, it will know the information of our civilization. In this way, the Order Alliance can grasp all the information of these civilizations. Siren laughed softly, her voice was extremely charming, she said. Of course it will be like this. But the Order Alliance doesn't look down on its low-level civilizations. In their eyes, we are not even as good as ants. They are too lazy to even look at us. Zhu Zlan ignored her. She was hostile to Siren and always felt that there was something wrong with this female mermaid. The subspace communicator started the first scan, and a ranking list appeared on the field. There were the names and rankings of 100,000 contestants on it. Before there were technology points, the ranking was based on the points of interstellar constructors. Now He Xingzhou is ranked at the bottom, the 100. Because his points are 0, and his registration time is the latest. He Xingzhou glanced over and saw a lot of familiar names. Dugong is ranked 13,041, Fisher is ranked 18,744, Zhuoyin is ranked 23,131, and Siren is ranked 36,478. There are also 2 members of the Pleiades Society, Rafa of the Nhe civilization, ranked 54,575. Grey Wolf of the Cyrus civilization, ranked 1,320, the highest ranking among several acquaintances. The Green Devil who sold courses before, ranked 18,730, and Yangxin next to him, ranked 87,576. Seeing the current ranking, Yangxin complained, no wonder they say that this rookie competition is impossible for rookies to win. The points of the constructors represent the initial technological strength of the civilization, and the difference is too big. The rookie competition officially begins, said the Angel of Order. A technology point appeared behind all the contestants, and it was currently 0. He Xingzhou found that these people did not choose to log off, but continued to stay in the competition hall. In just a few minutes, some people's technology points began to increase, from single digits to dozens and hundreds. Their rankings also rose rapidly, reaching the top 10,000. Dugong, Fishy, Voiced Sound, Siren, Rafa, Grey Wolf and Green Goblin are all like this. Zhuzilan asked in confusion. Isn't it said that a planetary mining ship only at one technology point, and a space battleship with a speed of 10% of the speed of light only at 10 points? They add so fast, is there any skill? Of course there is a skill. The old dwarf Tommy appeared beside them and said, you don't know that before the game starts, if you deliberately damage the planetary mining ships and space battleships, and then quickly repair them before the game starts, you can directly add a lot of technology points. So, this rookie competition seems to start with 0 technology points, but in fact it is just a direct competition of existing technological strength. Zhuzilan frowned slightly. This is even more unfair. Little girl, how can there be absolute fairness in this world? Thomas smiled. All participating members understand this. He looked at He Xingzhou and said, how about buying my secret book, which can help you add points quickly, 3,000 cosmic coins per copy. How to deliberately damage these technological creations, all require skills, and improper operation will result in deductions. You have a lot of opponents now. No need. He Xingzhou still refused. The Blue Star civilization did not have the time to play tricks. You are still a little rational. Dugong said, even if you use these means, you can't compete with me. That may not be the case. See you in a year. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, he took Zhuzilan offline. This guy is quite interesting. Thomas stroked his beard and smiled. Boring. Fisher shook his head and said, we still have to compete among the 4 of us. Siren giggled and said, the 3 brothers should give in to their sister. Our Siren civilization is not good at construction. Don't pretend. Zhuoyin said, who doesn't know that you Sirens are a genetically modified branch of the main civilization? There are many people in the main civilization who support you. They must have given you technological help this time. Since you brothers know, don't fight with us. Siren said, when our Siren civilization becomes the new main civilization, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. No need to talk nonsense. Dugong said, whatever means you have, just bring them out. We will know whose civilization is stronger after a comparison. He also went offline and began to host the construction activities of the civilization. He Xingzhou returned to the Blue Star civilization and immediately began to support the construction work. While improving the design of the space support, he supervised the construction of the ground station of the space elevator. In the sea south of Xingzhou, near the equator, a ground station for the largest space elevator is being built. This is a vast ocean, and land reclamation is needed. He Xingzhou rarely opened the live broadcast, and tens of millions of viewers poured in to greet him. Commander, he is here. What a nostalgic feeling. What are you going to broadcast like this time? He Xingzhou said. Dear audience friends, now we are going to set off to our space elevator site to reclaim land. After speaking, the camera flew around, and the nano armor had been attached to He Xingzhou's body and flew to the construction site. Fuck, Commander, his armor is so handsome. Yeah, is this the meteor armor? An upgraded version. It flies faster than a rocket. Before the audience chatted for a few words, He Xingzhou had already started to slow down and arrived at the destination. When he looked down, the audience was all horrified. Looking down at the sea from the sky, it was a dark mass. The originally blue sea surface had been completely filled. They had seen this kind of scene before. It was the doomsday scene when the Zerg attacked humans. And now, it was not the Zerg on the sea, but engineering ships. The number of engineering ships is estimated to be more than 100,000, filling the sea surface. Even the 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleets are helping with transportation. Dredgers dig up the mud and sand on the seabed, and then spit out a yellow dragon of mud and sand, spraying it to the construction site. Engineering ships are built on the spot. Transport ships come and go, transporting construction materials from other places. In the sky, there are also countless engineering mechas and engineering aircraft flying. Under the sea, there are also deep-sea engineering ships, building deep water ports and consolidating the foundations of islands. When have people ever seen such a scene? When the Great Wall of Steel was built, the density of engineering machines used was less than 1/10 of that here. Not only the sea surface, there are also engineering machines under the sea and in the sky. Under the coordination of the intelligence system, they are working people side. If this is used to build a building with more than 100 floors can be built in one day. Our industrial level has improved again. I remember that we didn't have so many ships when we fought the Z before. Many of them are converted from warships, and those mechas, see, some are military mechas, and there are the loggers of the Black Tortoise Army. 666, I haven't started yet, you're already moving bricks. I graduated from college and plan to move bricks in the sea. The future is promising. Brothers. How long will it take to build this? He Xingzhou said. According to estimates, this artificial island will be completed within a month, and its area will exceed 1,000 square kilometers. It will not only serve as a ground station for the space elevator, but also a marine logistics center. In 1 month, an artificial island of more than 1,000 square kilometers was built in the sea. The audience was very excited. Awesome. We didn't even dare to think about it before. Now we think it's really possible. Amazing workmanship. He Xingzhou continued, after the ground station is built, in the 2nd month, we will build a 15-kilometer high tower, which will be the base of the space elevator. Its height will exceed the tallest building currently built by humans. Of course, I don't know how long this record can be maintained, because we will have more magnificent buildings. We are simultaneously building more than 36,000 kilometers of carbon nanotube cables, space elevator cabins, space stations, and space ports. It is estimated that in 10 months, we will complete the construction of the first space elevator. I will broadcast it live again when the time comes. Those who are interested can follow it through news or TV programs. If you want to participate in the project team, you can also sign up online, He Xingzhou also advertised. The project team is in urgent need of manpower. In addition to this space elevator, 9 other space elevators are also being manufactured simultaneously. His advertising effect is very good. It is said that on that day, the number of people who signed up online to participate in the project exceeded 1 million. After a lifespan of hundreds of years, He Xingzhou no longer cares about a few months. It's as if he has to spend a few months on a job. During this period, he has been busy with the improvement of the spaceport, and also taking into account the design and launch of space communication satellites. Every day, more than 1,000 space communication satellites are launched to other planets and corners of the solar system. Given that their flight speed is too low, it will take many years to build a satellite communication system throughout the solar system. He Xingzhou is planning to study the hyperspeed thruster next, so that the speed of human spacecraft can be increased to at least 10% of the speed of light. The Interstellar Construction Department has sent news that the first space elevator of the Blue Star civilization, He Xingzhou 1, is about to be completed. In the low Earth orbit, they have successfully built 10 large space stations. The spaceport has currently laid the foundation template, which is enough to meet the requirements of counterweights, but as a spaceport, it needs to continue to be built. Dean, tomorrow is the completion ceremony and the trial operation ceremony of the space elevator. Please preside over the ceremony. Xiao Mao sent a message. Okay. How can He Xingzhou be absent from the completion of another planetary surface megastructure of mankind? The next day, early in the morning, He Xingzhou came to the Tianti artificial island. 10 months ago, this place was still a vast ocean. In just 10 months, a man-made island of 1,000 square kilometers has appeared here. Its area has exceeded that of Singapore before the disaster era. Ports, airports, residential areas, industrial areas, etc. have been built on it, and it has completely become a prosperous modern island. He Xingzhou called the live broadcast as promised, and the audience poured into the live broadcast room. At this time, in addition to the screen and holographic projection light broadcast, the live broadcast system of the virtual world has also been added. That is to say, if the audience has a virtual world device at home, they can have the same perspective as He Xingzhou, or get an immersive feeling through the sensors of the live broadcast robot. In the virtual world, when they really saw the island, they were already attracted by the scenery of the island. It was built so fast here. I remember that the last time I watched the live broadcast, it was still the sea. It can't be seen that it is an artificial island at all. The trees have grown so tall. This infrastructure speed is amazing. What a tall tower. The clouds only reach its feet. They saw that the most eye-catching thing on the island was the huge base of the space elevator, the tower. The 15-kilometer high tower is 10 times higher than Mount Tai. It is 5 times higher than the planetary overlord, the Aura Worm King. Even the Aura Bug King, who made all mankind feel despair, was just a dwarf standing here. It's a pity that this is not a super weapon, otherwise it would have crushed the planetary overlord to death with one kick. Someone commented. He Xingzhou, wearing armor, flew up along the tower, passed through the clouds, and came to the top of the tower, where there was a sky square. Tens of thousands of engineers and workers gathered in the sky square, waiting for He Xingzhou to preside over the completion ceremony. When He Xingzhou came to the sky square, everyone gathered spontaneously and greeted He Xingzhou. Hello everyone. He Xingzhou's armor has a loudspeaker. He looked at the expectant faces and said, "Thank you to all the workers, engineers, and designers of the Space Elevator project team for their work day and night in the past 10 months. Today, we finally ushered in the day when the first space elevator of mankind was completed. It will be our bridge to space. Now, we will conduct the first space elevator test run. Under the space elevator, the staff have prepared materials weighing 1,000 tons. These are some of the materials needed to build a spaceport. If they are transported by current rockets or space planes, at least 10 round trips are required. And this 1,000 tons is not the maximum capacity of the space elevator. Its maximum capacity is 5,000 tons, which is equivalent to the carrying capacity of a conventional cargo ship. And the round-trip speed is very fast, and it can run uninterrupted." He Xingzhou and Xiao Mao and other engineers personally got on the elevator. They were all wearing armor, so even if the elevator broke down, they could fly out in time. He Xingzhou began the countdown. When he finished reading, the switch of the elevator cabin of Ladino 1 was turned on, along with the cable. This 36,000-kilometer-long cable, made entirely of carbon nanotubes, looks like a rope thrown down from the sky by the gods. If you pull it, you can reach the sky. The tower is like an acceleration channel for a super high-speed rail. In the first 2 seconds, the audience can still see the tower clearly. 2 seconds later, the tower turned into a flickering phantom. He Xingzhou simultaneously explained, "Dear audience friends, the rising speed of the cabin can reach the same speed as that of a carrier rocket. In 10 minutes, we can reach space. Rocket thrusters and anti-gravity devices are installed at the bottom of the cabin to ensure our safety. Even if an accident occurs, the cabin can still become a small the type of aircraft landed smoothly on the ground." When he spoke, the audience could experience the same perspective and feelings as him in the virtual world through neuromechanical equipment or brainwave sensing devices. Although we have come to the new century, most people have never actually ridden a rocket or an aerospace plane. This feeling of rapid ascent is 100 times more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Standing in the cabin, the Earth is rapidly moving away from you. If you look down, you will soon see that there is only a small black dot left on the sea level, which is the location of the artificial island. And looking forward, the clouds have long been under the cabin, and you can see the arc of that blue star. It's so exciting, I feel like I'm flying. I have acrophobia, but I want to experience it. Give the virtual sensing helmet to my brother, he's already scared to death. You are so bad at playing. I flew directly. I went to the sky, it's so cool, I couldn't go to the sky at home. 8 minutes later, the cabin began to slow down. He Xingzhou looked up and could already see the location of the space station and the spaceport. At this time, they had all entered low Earth orbit and were in a state of weightlessness. The weightlessness is so exciting. This is what it feels like to fly. Have we reached space yet? The audience was experiencing it in real time. The intelligent voice of the elevator reminded, "The elevator is slowing down and is about to enter Tiangong, -1. Tiangong was the name of the former Xingzhou space station. The newly built large space station directly continued its name. This is the sequence 1 of the 10 large space stations. The astronauts on Tiangong, -1 were also sending communications. Report to Commander He, this is the Tiangong, -1 space station, and astronaut Mizhou was reporting to you. Mizhou, hello, please open the space station. Received, the space station reception cabin has been opened. Mizhou replied. The space elevator can lead to 2 destinations, the space station and the spaceport. Because the spaceport has not been completed at this time, they went to visit the space station first. There is a receiving cabin in the space station, and the car can go directly to the receiving cabin to unload goods and pick up people. At the same time, you can enter the space station for a visit. The car stopped steadily in the receiving cabin, the airtight door outside the receiving cabin closed, and the air valve opened, filling the place with air. He Xingzhou, Xiao Mao and other engineers got off the car and came to the receiving cabin. This is not the first time that Xiao Mao and others have come here. As designers of the space elevator, they naturally have to observe the construction part in space, so they quickly adapted. He Xingzhou himself, on the other hand, is still not used to the feeling of being in a weightless environment for a while, and can only rely on the automatic control system of the armor to assist in walking. It's a little embarrassing. I'm not proficient in the spacewalk yet. He Xingzhou touched the handrail and floated forward in the receiving cabin. It turns out that Commander He doesn't know how to do it. Me too, I'm practicing swimming. This virtual world is so immersive that I feel like I can no longer walk. I'm in space, too. The audience felt the same way. Hello, Commander He. Hello, engineers. 2 astronauts from the space station have opened the passage between the access module and the space station and are reporting. Xiao Mao joked to He Xingzhou, we came up in the elevator. Are you jealous? Envy. I'm so jealous. He Xingzhou also laughed with this space elevator. Can we astronauts take the elevator to and from get off work every day? He Xingzhou smiled and said, indeed, it is possible. It takes 10 minutes to go up and 10 minutes to go down, which is shorter than the commuting time in the city. That's great. Said another astronaut, Hong Wanbo, this is more convenient than my work at the space base. They walked to the Tiangong-1 space station together. The space here is extremely large. In the past, the space stations launched by humans were very small in size in order to reduce mass. But here, there are more than 1,000 cabins, and even the smallest cabin is more than 10 times the size of the previous International Space Station. Like the aerospace mothership, in addition to the various scientific research cabins required for work, there are also living areas, entertainment areas, industrial manufacturing areas, etc. The energy required now comes from the huge solar panels outside. In the future, it will come from the nuclear fusion power station in the spaceport. In theory, this place can provide human life for more than 100 years. It's just that humans have not yet evolved into a space race. Living in a weightless environment for a long time will cause problems with physical fitness. If it is a child, it will also cause bone dysplasia and become deformed. The Department of Biotechnology has already started to carry out relevant genetic modification experiments so that humans can better adapt to weightlessness, low gravity or high gravity conditions, so as to migrate to other planets in the future. There is nothing to see in the cabin. Commander He, we can see the scenery outside the cabin here. He Xingzhou took him to the observation cabin. This is a fully transparent cabin, and you can see the surrounding universe and starry sky with your naked eyes. On one side is the bright sun. Without the refraction and obstruction of the atmosphere, the sunlight is particularly dazzling and the human eye cannot look directly at it. On the other side is the vast and boundless universe and starry sky. He Xingzhou looked over and saw countless stars shining in the endless darkness. Each one of them is a star from countless light years away. An endless sense of emptiness and loneliness surged in his heart. Because of the feeling of weightlessness, at this moment, he seemed to have lost his body, leaving only his soul, floating in this boundless universe. Seeing it in the video into the virtual world, and actually touching the starry sky, are completely two different experiences. He Xingzhou was stunned for a few seconds, then he sighed. The boundless universe, how many mysteries and unknowns. He pointed to the brilliant galaxy and said, maybe, at this moment, an alien from some other civilization is also looking at us. We are looking for them too. He Xingzhou said, our space telescope has been capturing light from the surrounding star systems. He Xingzhou still looked out the window and said, one day, I will pave those stars into a starry sky avenue, and then follow this starry sky road to the depths of the universe to see what it looks like billions of light years away. Xiao Mao admired. Commander, his idea is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Now, I will take this space elevator to the moon. Ha ha ha. He Xingzhou laughed, this is a qualified interstellar builder. Don't worry, you still have many tasks. When these 10 space elevators on the blue planet are completed, the next step will be the moon, and then Mars. You will be too busy by then. With experience, everything will be easy. Xiao Mao said, the first ladder was completed today, and the other 9 parts will be completed within 2 months. In a few months, we will go to the moon to start construction. Thanks to WenRS11 for the 55,000 Kidian coins reward. Please subscribe and vote. Chapter 185 Moon Attack. He Xingzhou and the others visited the space station for half an hour, and then took the space elevator back to the ground. The feeling of falling was even more exciting, like jumping from space and crashing to the ground. As the buildings on the ground became larger and larger in their field of vision, many viewers could no longer bear the excitement and left the virtual experience. Is this a space bungee jump? It's so exciting. My heart is about to jump out. What does it feel like to jump from 36,000 kilometers high in space? Feeling? The feeling of nerves bursting. Is there anything cooler than this in the world? Will the space elevator be open to ordinary people in the future? He Xingzhou said. The space elevator will be open to everyone in the future. Within a year, it will become common for everyone to work, travel, and live in space. Just as common as you take the super high-speed rail. His words have made the audience look forward to it. In recent years, they have experienced many advanced technologies. But the number of people who have really been to space can be counted on the whole human race. Who doesn't yearn for the stars and the sea? The space elevator has begun to slow down, and it stops when it comes to the sky square of the tower. When He Xingzhou and Xiao Mao and others walked down, tens of thousands of engineers and workers in the sky square couldn't help cheering loudly. They were all wearing armor. The altitude here is higher than Mount Everest. The air is thin and the temperature is very low. Without armor, ordinary people can't stand it at all. He Xingzhou announced to the crowd, I declare that the first space elevator in human history, Tiantiano 1, has been successfully tested. It will be put into operation. Thank you everyone for your dedication and hard work. The ladder has been built. We did it. The elevator to space, the hub connecting the blue planet and space, is born. Some engineers couldn't resist their inner excitement, turned on the flight model, and flew along the tower. Lao Shao. He Xingzhou saw this and smiled, I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me. Xiao Mao said. He Xingzhou came to the edge of the sky square, jumped up, and flew along the equator. Now that he was out, he planned to inspect all the space elevators. Not only Tiantiano 1, but other space elevators under construction simultaneously have also completed most of the construction. Artificial islands, towers, and space stations. He Xingzhou came to the Pacific Ocean and saw that the aerospace mothership was helping the engineers transport cables and cabins and sent them to the spaceport. After fixing it on the spaceport and the space station, the cable was thrown down and fixed on the tower to form a roadway connecting heaven and earth. He made a full circle along the equator of the blue star and found no problems. 2 months later, Tiantiano 10 was declared completed. So far, all 10 space elevators have been built, and the planetary logistics system has also been initially completed. He Xingzhou had planned to go to an interstellar construction meeting to update his ranking. But an unexpected incident interrupted his plan. Commander-in-Chief, the moon has been attacked. An urgent message came. He Xingzhou connected to the Blue Star Alliance Command, and He Xingzhou, the chief engineer in charge of the construction of the lunar base, sent satellite footage. In the picture, construction machinery was building a surface base, and 2 giant beasts flew from the dark space. The size of these 2 giant beasts is only slightly smaller than the original Aura Worm King, and they are more than 2,500 meters tall. They look somewhat similar to the original Manu Worm King. They also have 4 claws and long tails, can walk upright, fly, and spit atomic breath. The satellites near the moon discovered them and attacked them with lasers and plasma rays, but they were all blocked by the plasma protective layer around them. The aerospace mecha intercepted them, and the weapons hit them, but it was useless. This is at least an elementary planetary overlord. Song Jinghong said, the 2 major characteristics of the planetary overlord are, first, the ability to form a plasma protective layer, and second, biological heavy nuclear fusion. Although their size is not as large as the Aura Worm King, they can survive in space, and they may be stronger. Outer Space Defense Department, attack immediately. He Xingzhou ordered. They don't have mature space battleships yet, but they have spacecraft that can fight between the Earth and the Moon. Received. The Earth-Moon defense team is rushing to the Moon. Please evacuate the members of the lunar base in time. Luo Wan, commander of the Outer Space Defense Command, responded. His position has been upgraded from the Aerospace Mothership Command to the Outer Space Defense Department Command. He Xingzhou said to He Xingzhou, the 2 behemoths are at least planetary overlords. Let everyone evacuate first and don't fight them head-on. We're already arranging for everyone to evacuate. He Xingzhou was very anxious. We worked hard to build this lunar base for a year. If it is destroyed like this project will be wasted. If the base is gone, we can rebuild it, but we can't lose talents. He Hongwei said. He Xingzhou ordered. Xuan, connect to the lunar base defense system and prepare for attack. Already connected, do you want to send out space mechas to intercept? Xuan requested the next command. No. He Xingzhou denied directly, in front of the planetary overlord, these weapons are futile. Withdraw everything that can be withdrawn to reduce losses. In the lunar base, space mechas, engineering mechas, lunar rovers, etc. are evacuating quickly and spreading on the bumpy lunar surface. He Xingzhou continued. Plasma energy storage cannons are ready, proton missiles are ready. Xuan. The plasma energy storage cannon has been activated, and the tracking proton missile has been launched. After several years of improvement by the weapons department, the original version of He Xingzhou's proton missile has been reduced by 100 times and installed in the missile. The two planetary overlords have a clear purpose, that is, the lunar base. They came straight to the front of the lunar base, and the defense weapons in the base fired at them randomly, but they could not penetrate their plasma defense layer. They spit out 2 atomic breaths like beams of light, evaporating the objects built by humans. At this time, the plasma energy storage cannon fired a shot, piercing one of the plasma protection layers, and the proton missile followed closely behind. The proton group landed on the surface of a planetary overlord, depriving it of electrons while generating a super strong electric field, directly electrocuting it to death. On the other side, it destroyed the attacking proton missile with atomic breath and escaped. At this time, the Outer Space Defense Department of the Blue Star Alliance had mobilized spacecraft and rushed to the vicinity. Seeing that the moon base had been almost destroyed, the planetary overlord flew directly into space and fled the crime scene. Chase. Attack. Lu Yuan shouted, "We can't let it go like this." The spacecraft fired 2 more proton missiles, but before the missiles got close to it, they were destroyed by its atomic breath. And the speed of the spacecraft could hardly keep up with it. "Don't chase it," Lu Yuan said. "We are not as fast as it, we can't catch up. All spacecraft, patrol between Blue Star and the Moon, and see if there are any other invaders. Damn, our base. It's almost finished." Base engineer He Xingzhou was almost angry and vomited blood. The construction of the lunar base began in the first year after the end of the Cataclysm era, and it has been the 4th year now. When they first landed on the Moon, there were still a bunch of Z people on the Moon. They were all left behind by the Noah Science Society. They were all cleaned up by them, and then the base was built. Their goals are too clear. I'm afraid there are their spies on the Moon. Song Jinghong said, "We have found some Z on the Moon, and most of them have been cleared out. But those insects with strong concealment ability and small size are difficult to completely eliminate." "I guess that's the case." He Xingzhou frowned and said, "I don't know which planet these 2 planetary overlords come from in the solar system. The solar system is too big. Even if there is a planet hidden in it, humans may not be able to find it now. Not to mention a few planetary behemoths. 10,000 planetary behemoths are as small as dust on the scale of the universe. Moreover, human space telescopes can only see large celestial bodies that emit or reflect light. Such uninvented objects are difficult to find in space. Mars is the closest to us, so it should be Mars, right?" Lu Mei was not sure. "It's hard to say." Kui Women said, "Didn't the Z probe we exchanged from the Order Alliance detect it? There are also many planetary overlords on other planets. The Z probes exchanged by the Order Alliance have a speed of 50% of the speed of light. Some of them have already reached the neighboring planets of Mars and Venus, the blue stars, and they've discovered a large number of Z creatures on them. Venus and Mars have planetary overlords." He Xingzhou said, "They may send troops to attack us. But the threat of Mars is greater. Comparing Mars and Venus, although the mass of Mars is smaller than that of Venus, it has an advantage that Venus does not have. That is, the geological activity of Venus has stopped long ago, while there is still geological activity on Mars, and there is still a magma layer under the surface of the planet. The Z can absorb this geothermal energy and grow rapidly. In comparison, the Z on Mars may evolve faster than on Venus. It is not ruled out that the Z on Venus have other ways of evolution to overtake. Mars is closer to us, and its planetary environment is more similar to that of the blue star, which is more suitable for our expansion." Xuan switched to the picture of the Mars Z probe. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, the projection screen changed. This is an orange-red planet, and its surface is covered with rich hematite. There are wind and exposed rocks, dust and sand everywhere. The original Mars was dead silent, and only the Martian dust storms that blew up from time to time showed its power. But now Mars actually has more breath of life. There are actually some strange plants living on the surface of the planet. They also have leaves to absorb and convert solar energy, and use roots to absorb nutrients from soil and rocks. Of course, these are also Zeg. I remember the pictures taken by the Mars rover before the catastrophe. There were no plants on the surface of Mars. Song Jinghong said, "I'm afraid these plants were brought over by the insect people at the NOAA Science Society." At the beginning, the NOAA Science Society sent several spacecraft to Mars, and each time they brought a large number of blue star biological seeds. Some of these tall plants can even grow to more than 100 meters high. He Xingzhou smiled and said, "If we occupy Mars, won't these egg creatures directly help us transform the Martian ecosystem?" Transforming the ecosystem is an extremely difficult process. To transform a planet into a habitable planet, with the current capabilities of the Blue Star civilization, it is unknown how many years it will take. The Zeg creatures have an extremely strong ability to adapt to the environment. If they are properly controlled, they can be used as tools. For example, there are many mutant creatures on the Blue Star now. After human research, their biological functions can be utilized. The screen flew around, showing the places where the Zeg probes passed. At this time, they could already see some Martian Zeg creatures. Unlike the Blue Star's egg, in this special environment, the Martian Zeg often have shells, which are the same as the surface of Mars, all reddish-brown. This is an environmental protection color that makes it difficult for other creatures to find them. They have built huge insect nests on the surface and underground. The screen came to the western hemisphere of Mars, the Tharsis Plateau. It is about 14 kilometers high and more than 6,500 kilometers wide. There are 5 huge shield volcanoes here. According to human experience, the Zeg in large volcanic areas evolve faster and are often the most powerful Zeg on this planet. Mount Erskines, Mount Pivanis, Mount Arsa, Mount Abak, and the largest one, Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus is the highest volcano on the surface of Mars, 21,171 meters above the Martian base level. The height difference from the foot to the top of Mount Olympus is 21.9 kilometers, which is more than twice the height difference from the foot to the top of the Mauna Kea volcano on Earth. It is also the largest volcano known in the solar system. The scene turns to Mount Olympus. The Zeg probe failed to get close to here and could only be viewed from a distance. Above this 20,000-meter high volcano, countless behemoths are flying in and out. Mapping their size, half of them have reached the level of planetary overlords. The number observed from a distance alone is more than 100 different species, and there may be more inside. The same is true for the other 5 shield volcanoes. Seeing this picture, He Xingzhou said in horror, "On Mars, there may be thousands of Zeg at the planetary overlord level. It's possible to have tens of thousands." He Xingzhou said, "Although it is very difficult for a planetary overlord to evolve, it needs to devour a large number of its own kind. But the Zeg on Mars has not been attacked by us, and the Zeg that have been eliminated by us humans cannot be devoured and evolved. The insects devoured by the Zeg can promote their evolution. It has been 14 years since the cataclysm. Let them develop freely," and the number, everyone felt their scalps tingling. An Aura Zeg king had forced the Blue Star civilization to despair, and now there are so many on Mars. And it has been confirmed that they have evolved the ability to fly in space and consciously destroy the lunar base. If these Zegs attack Blue Star together, the existing forces will definitely not be able to withstand it. Everyone felt a sense of crisis and said, "We must deal with this situation as soon as possible. We haven't even gone to trouble them yet, and they took the initiative to find us." He Xingzhou said, "This accident also exposed that our space military strength is weak. If the Zeg destroys our space, He Xingzhou nodded and said, "It seems that the space fleet plan needs to be accelerated. Improve the Earth-Moon space defense network and monitoring network, and resolutely prevent ourselves from being attacked by the Zeg next time. At the same time, build a space fleet. We will send the fleet over before they can come to Blue Star on a large scale. The battlefield on Blue Star and the Moon will have a great impact on our construction. So we have to transfer the battlefield to Mars and outer space of Mars, and start the Star Wars first. Only one update today. I'm too tired." Chapter 186 Space Battleship. 8,000 The key to starting a Star War is naturally to have mature space battleships. What the Blue Star civilization has now can only be considered spaceships. Those flying around the low Earth orbit are all ordinary spaceships, which are equivalent to the space version of the aerospace mothership. In terms of weapons, proton missiles are enough to harm the planetary overlord, and the upgraded plasma cannons and electromagnetic cannons can also have a good killing effect. The biggest problem now is that the speed of the spacecraft is not enough. When chasing the planetary behemoth before, it failed to catch up. This kind of spaceship is okay to make a planetary mining ship, but it is still far from being able to serve as a main battleship. He Xingzhou left a message to He Xingzhou in the subspace virtual universe, asking about the relevant matters of space battleships. A few days later, He Xingzhou came online. "Why weren't you here before?" He Xingzhou asked. "I went to the interstellar construction meeting specially, but you weren't online." "The Zerg attacked our lunar base," He Xingzhou explained, "so there was a delay." "Do they already have space Zerg?" He Xingzhou asked in surprise. "Then they must have space hives." "Space hives?" He Xingzhou asked. "Are they places like underwater hives and volcano hives, where related arms are trained?" He Xingzhou nodded and said, "Yes, but the functions of space hives are far more than that. First of all, at least planetary behemoths can be born in space hives. Zerg born in space hives can naturally adapt to survive in a vacuum environment. Their flying speed in the universe can reach 1% of the speed of light when they are born. And they can continue to grow. When injured or resources are scarce, they can enter a dormant state and can drift in the universe for tens of thousands of years. So perverted." He Xingzhou frowned. "This is not the most perverted." He Xingzhou said, "The space hive itself is a space weapon. It is usually excavated from a large mass asteroid. The swarm can push the asteroid to accelerate, give it kinetic energy, and let it hit the planet. If there is a long enough acceleration space, the destructive power it will produce, when it hits the planet, the entire planet's ecosystem will be completely destroyed, and the Zerg gene virus scattered in the hive will spread to the entire planet. The Zerg also often uses this method to occupy other planets." He Xingzhou realized the seriousness of the problem. If there is really a space hive with enough mass to hit the blue planet, can humans stop it? It's hard to say. With human technology now, if it is the asteroid that hit the blue planet 60 million years ago and caused the extinction of dinosaurs, humans may not be able to stop it even if they try their best. But if its mass is increased several times, no space nuclear bomb, plasma ray, or plasma cannon can stop it from hitting the blue planet. Once such a thing happens, it will be a devastating blow to mankind, and most of the civilization will be destroyed. If the Zerg attacks again at this time, the Blue Star civilization will be completely destroyed. So, there are already space Zerg nests in the solar system, and we haven't discovered them yet. He Xingzhou said. "Yes, you're in big trouble." He Xingzhou said, "Not only the Martian Zerg, but also the space Zerg nests that may exist in other places. Never mind those for now." He Xingzhou asked, "Other civilizations, do you have any standards for space battleships?" "Well, it's mainly based on the difference in navigation speed and strike capability." He Xingzhou said, "In space combat, the space is extremely wide, and the faster their speed, the greater the advantage. Below 10% of the speed of light, they can only be called planetary mining ships, near-Earth orbit scientific research ships, and engineering ships. At this speed, it's too reluctant to be called a battleship. At most, it can only turn around its own planet. 10% of the speed of light is the entry standard for space battleships. This speed, with certain weapons, can be called a conventional planetary-class space battleship. If the speed is increased by 10% of the speed of light, the performance level is upgraded by one level, marked by L1 to 9, and L9 represents a space battleship with a speed of 90% of the speed of light, that is, the sublight speed level." He Xingzhou asked in detail, "What about the functional distinction?" He Xingzhou pointed her finger and projected tens of thousands of space battleships in the virtual universe. The battleships made by each civilization are different, such as biological battleships, plant battleships, and star battleships. I will tell you according to the routine. Space reconnaissance ship. A small battleship with fast flight speed and quick response. It is not heavily armed and can be used for reconnaissance, surveillance, etc. Some of them also have stealth functions. Space frigate. A medium-sized battleship with basic space weapons and armor, usually used for escort. Equipped with a large number of short-range weapons, it has a miraculous effect in destroying small battleships and fighter missiles that cannot keep up with the artillery fire of large battleships. Space destroyer. A medium-sized battleship with medium flight speed, with sufficiently dense firepower, electromagnetic guns, missiles, plasma weapons, laser weapons, etc. And thicker battleship armor. In the fleet, it is the main output. It is used to deal with other medium-sized warships and small and light warships. It can carry small space mechas, space fighters, etc. Space cruiser. A large space battleship with medium flight speed. It is large in size and mass. Its firepower is stronger than that of a space destroyer. It generally has all common weapons and generally has a heavy destructive weapon. He Xingzhou said, in general, a first-level civilization can only create a space cruiser. Only when it reaches level 1.5 civilization or above can it create two types of space battleships stronger than this. Space battleship. A heavy space battleship with a slower flight speed. Whether it is size, whether in terms of number or firepower, they are at the top of the warship categories. Most civilizations use space battleships as command ships in their fleets, or motherships. At this point, He Xingzhou said, then the last type is the Star Destroyer, right? Yes. He Xingzhou said, strictly speaking, 99% of first-level civilizations cannot build a Star Destroyer. Its definition is that it has a cruising speed of at least 95% of the speed of light, and its firepower is enough to destroy all military bases on a planet. Generally, only the top first-level civilizations and second-level civilizations can build it. If you have a Star Destroyer, it is enough to defeat most first-level civilizations. He Xingzhou asked, if I remember correctly, several members of the Pleiades Society all have Star Destroyers. That's different. He Xingzhou said, their Star Destroyers were not built by themselves, but given to them by their main civilization, the Pleiades civilization. How does a Star Destroyer perform against Galactus? He Xingzhou is more concerned about this issue. He Xingzhou thought for a while and said, there is not much information about this. I heard a saying in the virtual universe. It is said that the Zheng's planet of Aras are divided into juvenile, growth, mature and complete forms. Star Destroyers can deal with juvenile and growth stage planet devourers. The mature stage is already very difficult. As for the complete planet devourers, forget it. Even if there are Star Destroyers, they can't be their opponents. He Xingzhou thought that the quantum optical brain said that the ultimate planetary weapon could deal with the planet devourer, which should refer to the complete planet devourer. I understand. He Xingzhou understood. Now he has to design space reconnaissance ships and frigates to ensure the safety around the blue planet, while detecting the situation of Mars and nearby planets, and looking for space Z nests. If you want to learn more about battleships, you can go to the Civilization Arena. He Xingzhou said, the Civilization Virtual Wall there can obtain battleship parts design drawings, various weapons and the like. Thank you. He Xingzhou thanked. Anyway. He Xingzhou looked serious, you have to give it your all. I'm betting on you. Don't worry, this is about the survival of our civilization. I will naturally go all out. He Xingzhou promised. He Xingzhou was offline, and He Xingzhou immediately returned to the Sentinel Research Institute to prepare to develop relevant technologies for space battleships. Spend 200 units of energy to unlock the structural design of space battleships. Spend 200 units of energy to unlock the nuclear ion thruster technology. Spend 300 units of energy to unlock the battleship armor material information. Spend 300 units of energy to unlock the combined space thruster technology. Spend 400 units of energy to unlock the invisible coating technology. He Xingzhou unlocked the relevant technologies. He wanted to build a K-1 class space reconnaissance ship and a K-1 class space frigate at the same time. The design difficulty of these two types of battleships is similar. The size and mass of the reconnaissance ship's weapons are smaller, the weapons are less, and the thruster groups carried will be more, which increases maneuverability. The frigate is larger in size and mass, and carries more weapons. Lumi, list all the space engine model diagrams. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, Lumi had already displayed several space engine modules, including nuclear thermal engines, nuclear electric engines, and so on. Nuclear thermal engines have great power and consume a lot of energy, and are more suitable for sailing in the atmosphere, while nuclear electric engines are also called plasma thrusters. In the weightless space environment, because the resistance can be ignored, only a small propulsion force is needed to make the object move. The plasma thruster continuously ejects plasma, continuously accelerates, is more stable, and consumes less energy. Our space warships must not only be able to fight in space, but also land on the surface of the planet to fight, so both engine methods are needed. He Xingzhou began to design a combination of nuclear thermal and nuclear electric thrusters. It is not difficult to combine them. The difficult part is how to quickly accelerate the warship to 10% of the speed of light. These two alone are not enough, and an acceleration device needs to be designed. He Xingzhou began to design the structural device of the first generation of space thrusters. And in the Academy of Sciences, relevant scientists also began to design simultaneously. In order to achieve the effect as quickly as possible, they planned to upgrade the basic structure of the aerospace mothership directly. Now humans already have dozens of aerospace motherships. In theory, the aerospace mothership should be able to serve as a planetary outer space defense mission. When it was originally designed, space navigation was considered. Now the structural transformation is just right to upgrade it to a space battleship. On the moon, the destroyed base is being rebuilt. At the same time, Xiao Mao lets people to the moon to start building the lunar space elevator. At the time, through the Blue Star space elevator and the Moon space elevator, a nighttime Earth-Moon logistics system can be formed. The time from Blue Star to the Moon will be shortened to less than 2 hours. The Blue Star civilization continues to develop and build, and the Blue Star Alliance also announced the situation of the Zerg. He Xingzhou wants people to know that they are not sitting back and relaxing. If they want to continue to live in peace, they have to continue to work hard on interstellar construction. Unknowingly, another year has passed. Subspace Virtual Universe, Interstellar Construction Meeting. This is the second year of the newcomer competition, and He Xingzhou is still absent. His ranking has not been updated for 2 years. Other constructors come here almost every year to update their rankings and check the status of their competitors. I've risen another 2,140 places this year. Dugong, from the Sea Beast civilization, was very satisfied with his ranking. His current ranking was first among several competitors. Our Fishman civilization is also about to enter the top 10,000. Fishy said, and he followed closely. Although we are ranked lower, we are improving faster. The voiced voice of the Conch civilization was not to be outdone. Brothers, you have to give in to our Siren civilization. Siren pretended to be weak and pitiful, and said, if this goes on, our Siren civilization will lose. Don't pretend. Dugong said, don't think I don't know that you're preparing to build a space city. When the space city is built, the ranking will rise by at least 5,000 places. Siren smiled and said, aren't you brothers also building armed asteroids? That is one of the top weapons of the first level civilization. If it is built, you will all be qualified to be promoted to the second level interstellar constructors. In the Black Sea civilization, the elders of the Civilization Council were also looking at the ranking information. It seems that participating in the rookie competition is a good choice. Our affiliated civilizations are progressing very quickly. The Great Elder Baijia was very satisfied. The improvement of the affiliated civilization's strength is equivalent to the improvement of their own strength. Blue Star Civilization, why don't you update the ranking? Baijia looked at Bai Nine Xiang. Bai Nine Xiang said helplessly, they have been attacked by the Zed recently and are exhausted from dealing with it. I have said it long ago. The old Besha shook his head and said, what a waste of resources. It seems that the Blue Star civilization can be removed from the list in advance. The third Elder Lan Zhao said, it should be so. The fourth Elder Lan Long and the fifth Elder Hong Lin said. Bai Nine Xiang said, it's only been 2 years. Why are you so anxious? Let's wait and see in another 10 or 20 years. 10 or 20 years? I'm afraid that the Blue Star civilization has already been destroyed. Besha laughed. At this time, he no longer regarded Bai Nine Xiang as an opponent. The other elders were the same. In the past 2 years, Bai Nine Xiang's situation has become increasingly difficult. Most people in the civilization are also dissatisfied with her plan to support the Blue Star civilization. The resources originally given to her have been cancelled. At this time on Blue Star, He Xingzhou was holding a press conference for the Blue Star Alliance world to announce the birth of another technological creation. The attack on the lunar base a year ago taught us a profound lesson. He Xingzhou said to hundreds of millions of viewers, that is, it is absolutely impossible without our own space military force. So in the past year, we have not only accelerated the construction of the lunar base, the construction of 10 space ports, and the construction of the lunar space elevator, but also improved the outer space defense system. In front of the holographic projection, a miniature version of the blue planet and the moon appeared. The blue planet and the moon used to be just a simple blue planet and the moon. From the perspective of space, it was difficult to see human creations. But now, even if the blue planet and the moon are reduced to the size of a basketball court, countless human masterpieces can be seen. On the surface of the blue planet, human cities, mines, and industrial bases can be seen everywhere. It is spread across 5 continents and 4 oceans. From plains to hills, from plateaus to trenches. Industrial machines are working non-stop for 24 hours. Under the deep sea, there are also giant industrial cities in operation. The Dragon Palace that He Xingzhou envisioned back then has been born. Now there are still human cities and industrial bases 10,000 meters below the deep sea. From the perspective of space, 10 space elevators traverse the equator of the blue planet, transferring the materials and resources of the blue planet to space day and night. In the low Earth orbit, there are countless satellites and patrol spacecraft flying. There are also 10 large space stations and spaceports. Needless to say, the space station is relied on for space research, industry, and life. In the 3-dimensional spaceport, spacecraft travel, dock, and repair here. The exchanges between the Earth and the Earth are already very frequent. Now going to the moon is as simple as going abroad in the past. Seeing this scene, countless people are amazed. It took us only 2 years to accomplish such a feat. Who would have thought decades ago that our civilization would develop to this extent? Yeah, not to mention too much, just 6 years ago, we were still worried about our survival. And today, our children can freely travel to the moon for sightseeing and work. That's amazing. He Xingzhou said. What we are doing now is not enough, our spaceport also has space. My ideal spaceport should be one where engineering ships, exploration ships, industrial ships, and space battleships are constantly coming and going. In order to achieve this goal, in the past 2 years, we have built hundreds of planetary mining ships, space patrol ships, etc. And 2 real space battleships. He Xingzhou's last words instantly excited the media reporters. Space battleship. We have space battleship. What exactly is a space battleship like? What functions does it have? Can it protect our space security and fight against the Z? Everyone wanted to know the true appearance of the space battleship. He Xingzhou said, next, let me introduce our first space reconnaissance ship, the Black Dragon. He Xingzhou said, the nano armor fit on his body, and he quickly flew to the manufacturing dock of the space battleship. A few minutes later, the camera turned and He Xingzhou had arrived at a large space battleship dock in the southern part of Shenzhou. This was once one of the manufacturing docks for aerospace motherships and was converted to manufacture space battleships. He Xingzhou floated in the air. Under his feet, the hatch of the dock slowly opened, and it was pitch black inside. Where is the battleship? The audience was curious. They didn't see the battleship at all. The lights were on inside, but it was still dark. Yeah, I didn't see anything. It's not here. Is it still underground? Turn off the camouflage. After he said that, everyone saw a space battleship that was slightly larger than the aerospace mothership, slowly revealing its shape and appearing in front of people. Oh my god, was it invisible just now? People were amazed. Yeah, I didn't see it at all. Such a big battleship, it seems to have disappeared. How did they do it? He Xingzhou explained. The Black Dragon is, as its name suggests, it has the function of changing its paint color. What you saw just now is its black paint. It is actually countless tiny nano-black particles, with a light absorption rate of up to 99.995%. The human eye and general optical detection equipment can hardly detect its existence. When flying in space, it is equivalent to invisible. So it has powerful stealth and camouflage capabilities. 666. It's really black. It almost doesn't reflect light at all. No wonder I couldn't see it just now. When it flies in the sky, it's like there's a piece of black cloth in the sky. He Xingzhou continued to introduce. The Black Dragon is 1,500 meters long, and the overall shape is somewhat similar to a rocket. It is a vertically long bullet shape, and the front end is a bullet's head shape to reduce airflow resistance. In space, there is no air resistance, and space battleships can be designed in any shape, such as cubes, long monomers, spheres, or all kinds of strange shapes. But human space warships need to wend to the surface of the planet to fight, so the problem of air resistance must also be considered. For subsequent warships, He Xingzhou also plans to design a streamlined hull like an aerospace mothership, These warships will have to fight across planets. Especially Jupiter, which is a gas giant planet. When space warships fight on Jupiter, the impact of air resistance will be very obvious. In addition to its excellent camouflage and detection capabilities, it is also equipped with a shipborne nuclear fusion reactor. Space laser weapons, proton missiles, plasma rays, electromagnetic guns, space nuclear bombs, etc. Compared with the aerospace mothership, its most powerful feature is its speed. He Xingzhou said this and had already entered the interior of the Black Dragon, which was full of technological interiors and buildings. The highly intelligent shipborne AI system can meet all kinds of human needs. He Xingzhou came to the power cabin and said, the Black Dragon uses a nuclear fusion reactor as its energy source, and uses nuclear thermal thrusters and nuclear electric thrusters. They can operate at the same time. In space, the Black Dragon's maximum speed can reach 15% of the speed of light. Let me explain this. The shortest distance from Mars to the blue planet the distance is 55 million kilometers. Before the catastrophe, our spacecraft would need at least 10 months to reach Mars from Blue Star. And the Black Dragon, sailing at full speed, theoretically only needs 1,300 seconds, or about 21 minutes, from Blue Star to Mars. Counting the time for acceleration and deceleration, from Blue Star to Mars, if the two planets are at the closest distance of 55 million kilometers, the Black Dragon only needs more than 2 hours. And the farthest distance of 400 million kilometers, the Black Dragon only needs less than 16 hours. Within 1 day, it will be possible to go to Mars and back. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, all mankind was amazed. Go to Mars within 1 day. Near, it took at least half a year to go to Mars before. With this speed, our blue star civilization can become an interplanetary civilization. 15% of the speed of light has appeared. Is it too far to go to other planets in the future? Commander, he is the best in the world. Brothers, 2 years ago we were still talking about space battleships. We thought it would take 10 years to make them, but now we have them. Hurry up and sign up for the Space Force to serve on the space battleship. After He Xingzhou introduced the Black Dragon, he came to the dock next to it and opened the hatch. This time the battleship was not painted with light-absorbing paint, and it was even bigger. It was like the Japan aerospace mothership was doubled in size. The hull is 2 kilometers long, with a wingspan of 1,300 meters, and it is also bird-like in shape. The current paint is silver gray, majestic and domineering. He Xingzhou said, "What you are seeing now is our first space frigate, the Silver Dragon. It is a kind of small space battleship." When He Xingzhou said this, someone couldn't help but complain. Is this still a small battleship? It's almost catching up with the planet overlord. Yes, a supergiant mecha is about this size. But it is assembled from at least 5 or 6 giant mechas. How big is a large battleship? He Xingzhou said, there is no upper limit to the size of a large battleship. It is equivalent to a mobile space city. It is indeed a small space battleship like the Black Dragon. We will build larger space battleships in the future. The maximum cruising speed of the Silver Dragon in space is 12% of the speed of light. Because of its larger mass, it is slower than the Black Dragon. Compared to the Silver Dragon, its camouflage and reconnaissance capabilities are weaker. But its defense capabilities and firepower are stronger. He Xingzhou flew into the hull of the Silver Dragon, pointed to the thick hull and said, the Silver Dragon has a double layer of hull armor. Even if it is hit by space weapons, it will suffer less damage. It is equipped with space electromagnetic guns, laser weapons, plasma weapons, proton missiles, and electric field generators. And it can carry a small number of space mechas and space drones. The combat capability is 1.5 times that of the Black Dragon. He Xingzhou finished speaking and gave the order. Black Dragon, Silver Dragon crew, prepare to board the ship. Received. In the dock, 2 groups of crew appeared. Each group has more than 5,000 people. This is still relatively small. If space destroyers and cruisers are developed in the future, the number of shipboard personnel will reach tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. According to Bai Xiang, the mothership of a large fleet can even accommodate a population of millions or tens of millions. In some civilizations, a fleet can carry tens or even hundreds of millions of people. There are even starship civilizations, where the entire civilization lives on the fleet. On the scale of a planet, this number is large, but in a star system, this magnitude is still very small. Space Defense Commander, Luo Wan, report to the Commander-in-Chief and the Blue Star Alliance. Luo Yuan saluted first. Then, two burly captains wearing space armor stood up. Captain of the Black Dragon, He Xingzhou reports to the Commander-in-Chief and the Blue Star Alliance. Captain of the Silver Dragon, Commander-in-Chief He Xingzhou reports to the Blue Star Alliance. All crew members of the Black Dragon and the Silver Dragon report to the Commander-in-Chief and the Blue Star Alliance. The crew shouted in unison. He Xingzhou also saluted, and then issued an order, saying, "The Black Dragon and the Silver Dragon are the first space reconnaissance ships and frigates of our Blue Star civilization. As the first crew members, you are also that first real space army in the strict sense of our entire civilization. You will undertake the important tasks and missions of exploring space, defending civilization, and expanding the star field. Do you have confidence?" Yes. More than 10,000 people shouted in unison, and the momentum was like a rainbow. He Xingzhou nodded. "Okay, now all crew members are on board and ready to set sail for spaceport No. 1. Yes. Everyone boarded the ship one after another, and each of them was equipped with a set of space armor. The scene of more than 10,000 people flying into the space battleship made the people almost addicted. I'm so envious. I want to be one of them too. These are the first batch of soldiers to become crew members of space battleships. They have a bright future in the future. Yes, if they do well, they may become colonels or captains of other battleships in the future. These crew members can be familiar with space battleships first. When other space battleships are built, they will naturally become experienced veterans. Promotion and appointment are just around the corner. So every crew member is full of expectations and ready to welcome their own journey to the stars and the sea. All crew members of the Black Dragon are in place. He Xingzhou shouted in the communicator. All crew members of the Silver Dragon are in place. He Xingzhou shouted immediately. Luo Yuan reported to He Xingzhou. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, the two battleships are ready and waiting for instructions. He Xingzhou shouted without hesitation. Black Dragon, Silver Dragon, take off immediately. Received. The two space battleships began to ignite, and everyone retreated. He Xingzhou was suspended in midair, watching from afar. Planetary surface flight mainly relies on nuclear thermal thrusters, and its principle is equivalent to the large nuclear-powered rocket thrusters. When the thrusters are started, a huge roar is heard throughout the world, like the roar of a planetary overlord. The impact of the heat wave, the reverse thrust and the balancing force generated by the anti-gravity system make the two warships Spitfire Dragons and take off at high speed. Watching these two behemoths launch into space, people have an indescribable sense of pride in their hearts. Once upon a time, people could only look up at the stars and admire the various magical places in space. But now, their space battleships have taken off and will gradually unveil the mysterious veil of the universe. The speed of space battleships taking off is faster than rockets. On the Tianti No. 1 space elevator, people can more intuitively watch them approach the No. 1 spaceport. At an altitude of 36,000 meters, we have entered low Earth orbit. The nuclear thermal thrusters are turned off, the nuclear electric thrusters are started, and they begin to decelerate. The Black Dragon took off earlier than the Silver Dragon. After it decelerated, it approached the spaceport. Black Dragon requests to enter the port. Warship identification in progress, verified successfully. Black Dragon, welcome to Spaceport 1, your berth is 0001, please enter the port as soon as possible. Silver Dragon requests to enter the port. Warship identification in progress, verification. Silver Dragon, welcome to Spaceport No. 1, your berth is 0101, please enter the port as soon as possible. Space reconnaissance ships and frigates are parked in different berths. The berths here are different from those in ocean ports. The berths in a spaceport are similar to a large, hollow space capsule. When a space battleship is parked in it, the space maintenance robots and maintenance robotic arms in the space will start working. Inspect the battleship, repair it, add nuclear fusion materials, and replenish weapons and ammunition. The Black Dragon and the Silver Dragon will conduct the first inspection, and after passing the inspection, they will begin their mission. The Silver Dragon will sail near the Blue Star, while the Black Dragon will head to the orbit of Mars for reconnaissance to see if there are any space insect nests. 8,000 today, recovering. Please subscribe and vote for me. Chapter 187 Space Hive. 8,000 The two space battleships stopped at their respective berths. When they saw the Silver Dragon entering the spaceport, the audience on the internet and in the virtual world congratulated one after another. Congratulations to the Black Dragon and Silver Dragon for arriving at the port. Our space battleships have begun service. The Space Military Science Academy sent a congratulatory message. The Xingzhou Research Institute sent a congratulatory message. The Mega Hobby Club sent a congratulatory message. We plan to set up a Space Battleship Enthusiasts Club and sincerely invite members to join. After the Black Dragon and the Silver Dragon were inspected and found to be normal, they began to perform their missions. The Black Dragon reappeared the light-absorbing nanoparticle coating on the hull, and the entire battleship turned into darkness and flew towards Mars. The Silver Dragon orbited the orbit of the Blue Star and the vicinity of the Moon to prevent the Zerg from coming to attack again. Our next task is to expand the fleet. He Xingzhou said to He Xingzhou, the number of space reconnaissance ships and frigates must be expanded to at least 50 within 3 years. Space battleships are more difficult to build than aerospace carriers. The special materials required alone require a lot of effort. He Xingzhou still had to continue to invest in the design of the space destroyer. In terms of power, he could not improve it too much for the time being, affected by materials, manufacturing capabilities and other aspects. He could only continue to expand the hull on the basis of the frigate, increase the number and power of weapons carried, and reach the level of a destroyer. In the past few years, the main engineering tasks of the Blue Star civilization have been to build space elevators and lunar bases, and the next step is to build a space fleet. At this time, Blue Star is not the farthest distance from Mars, but is in a central position. After reconnaissance near Blue Star, the Black Dragon began to head to Mars. It took less than 5 hours to reach the orbit of Mars. It takes several minutes to go from Blue Star to Mars, and it takes more than 10 minutes to communicate back and forth. For modern people, this is undoubtedly an unbearable delay. If it is a first-level civilization, there is no way to solve this problem. Blue Star can receive stable signals because He Xingzhou exchanged the Interstellar Space Communication Station and launched a space communication satellite in the Order Alliance before. Otherwise, the signal from Mars to Blue Star is prone to fluctuations and loss. Report to the headquarters, we have arrived in the orbit of Mars. We are conducting reconnaissance near Mars. Captain He Xingzhou reported. None of the commanders spoke. The voices they heard and the images they saw were from 8 minutes ago. In the image, the Black Dragon approached the outer space of Mars and began to orbit around it for reconnaissance. All the orbital satellites launched by humans before were destroyed by the Zerg. So this time, the Black Dragon released the small communication satellites it brought with it while conducting reconnaissance to improve the Mars reconnaissance system. No Zerg has been found yet. No Zerg activities were found in the outer space of Mars. Could it be that the 2 Zergs that attacked us were not from Mars? Song Jinghong said in surprise. That's even more terrifying. Kui Women said, other planets are farther away from us, and they can send Zergs to attack us. Their strength is stronger than we expected. He Xingzhou ordered. Black Dragon, go to Phobos and Deimos for reconnaissance. There are so many planetary overlords on Mars, and there must be Zerg going to these 2 satellites to build space insect nests. More than 10 minutes later, the news that the Black Dragon received the instruction came back. Mars has 2 natural satellites, Phobos and Deimos. Phobos is 9,370 kilometers from the center of Mars, with an orbital period of 7 hours and 59 minutes, much faster than the rotation of Mars. Its size is 13.5 kilometers, 10.8 kilometers, 9.4 kilometers, and its mass is estimated to be 138 1014 kilograms. The size of Deimos is 15 kilometers by 12.2 kilometers x 11 kilometers, and its mass is 1.8 e 15 kilograms. The mass of these 2 satellites is much smaller than that of the Moon, and Deimos is the smallest satellite in the solar system. Because of their small mass, neither satellite is spherical, but an irregular body. Black Sky first found Deimos, which is farther away from Mars. Its flight orbit is constantly moving away from Mars, and Black Dragon sent a space exploration drone to approach Deimos. This big rock is bare, and its surface is full of pits and craters caused by meteorite impacts. It is mainly composed of carbon-rich rocks, and there are also some ice cubes. Report to the headquarters, we have checked Deimos and found no space insect nests. 2 hours later, He Xingzhou sent a message. Then, they went to Phobos. Phobos is larger in mass and volume than Deimos, and it is very close to Mars, only 6,000 kilometers from the surface of Mars. According to its orbital plan, if there is no interference from external factors, this satellite may fall into Mars in 50 million years, causing a major satellite collision disaster. The Black Dragon approached Phobos, and the space mecha and space drone were released to scout Phobos. Everyone's perspective came to Phobos, a small satellite. Its composition is the same as Deimos, which is a mixture of carbon, containing rocks and a large amount of ice. The surface is bumpy, and there is also a crater and crater chain with a diameter of 8,000 meters. When sampling the surface, neither the space, it's just an ordinary satellite. However, when the detection machine came to the crater of Phobos, it found something unusual. A high-energy reaction was detected in the crater. The thermal image showed that there were several giant beasts. Report to the captain, a planetary giant beast was found. The robot passed the information while flying into the crater and taking pictures of it. The original crater pit was only 500 meters deep, but now, the crater pit has been dug to the bottom. When the drone landed, the thermal image showed that there was egg everywhere. Several space planetary giant beasts were digging this asteroid, and some of them were species that humans had never seen before. This is an ellipsoidal, black giant bug. They have no extra limbs, only a head and a tail. They are huge in size and have a particularly high thermal reaction, but they did not attack the drone mecha. They are laying eggs and nurturing offspring. One of the drone mechas even took a picture of a newly born planetary giant beast eating an ellipsoidal giant bug. That should be the wet nurse bugs used by the Zeg to breed space egg. Song Jinghong analyzed, there is an extreme lack of energy on the satellite, and there is no way to grow these Zeg. This kind of wet nurse bugs should have been transported to space by the bugs from Mars. Obviously, they are building a space hive. He Xingzhou nodded and said, it looks like they haven't built it successfully. Then the planetary overlords who attacked us before should not be from Mars. They haven't even finished building their own hives, and they deliberately come to provoke us, which will only result in both sides suffering. Well, Lu Mei judged, the ones who attacked us should be Zeg from other space hives. We can't let them build space hives. He Hongwei said, blow it up. Although Phobos is small, it is compared to other satellites. Compared with our space battleships, it is still a behemoth. He Xingzhou said, we can only launch a few large-yield space hydrogen bombs to destroy the current part. When the bugs react, we still can't destroy them. For large mass objects such as celestial bodies, among the several space weapons of mankind, space hydrogen bombs are more powerful. Plasma cannons and rays can only do local damage, while proton missiles can destroy defense armor and generate super-strong electric fields. This trick is useless against satellites. Black Dragon, prepare to destroy it, and then evacuate immediately. He Xingzhou ordered, don't get entangled in a fight with the Zeg. After all, the Black Dragon is just a space reconnaissance ship. If it really fights with the space egg, it may not be able to gain an advantage. 10 minutes later, He Xingzhou responded to the message. Yes. My ship is preparing to attack. Not only is he preparing to attack, but the Zeg is also preparing to attack. After discovering the human space mecha, the planetary overlord level Zeg flew out of Phobos to find the location of the Black Dragon. Because of the camouflage of the Black Dragon, they have not yet discovered the Black Dragon. On the surface of Mars, the Olympus Mountains, and the 5 major shield volcanoes, there are also huge planetary overlord level Zeg flying into the sky and heading for space. On the Black Dragon, He Xingzhou ordered, fire 1/3 of our space hydrogen bombs. Target: Phobos crater. At least destroy the current Z nest and blow up all the young planetary behemoths inside. Yes. The crew immediately began to operate. Fire. On the Black Dragon, dozens of space hydrogen bombs were fired at the same time. They shot at the Phobos nest at different angles and directions. When they appeared, the planetary overlords discovered the location of the Black Dragon. Some of these huge Zeg flew towards the Black Dragon, and some went to the Zeg to intercept human weapons. Some space nuclear bombs had been detonated in advance by the planetary overlords with atomic breath, but several still fell into the crater. The space was silent, but the light produced by the explosion illuminated the sky in a short time. If you're on the surface of Mars, you can see a flash of light in the sky. The space nest that had just been built was destroyed, and the planetary overlords had already killed them. They flew at an extremely fast speed. Some of the fast-flying behemoths could even exceed 10% of the speed of light. Through the detection satellite, He Xingzhou saw that at least 10 planetary overlords were chasing them, and there were also giant beasts in the atmosphere of Mars. Retreat. He shouted, return to Blue Star. Turn on the acceleration mode. Replan the route, destination, Blue Star no. 1 space support. The Black Dragon quickly fled the scene, and the space engine was turned to the maximum. Behind the ship, there were planetary monsters chasing after it, spitting out atomic breath, one of which hit the Black Dragon. Warning, the hull armor is partially damaged, and the temporary valve has been activated. Seeing this, He Xingzhou gritted his teeth and said, "Turn on the engine overload. Engine overload will cause great damage to the thruster. Once the overload is too high, it may also cause an explosion. But at this time, he can no longer care about so much. If this goes on, they will inevitably crash here. Turn on engine overload, currently overloaded by 5%. The speed of the Black Dragon increased a lot, but it still couldn't pull away. At this distance, it can still be attacked by the atomic breath of the planetary overlord. Atomic breath is also plasma energy, light speed attack, more than 10% speed, it is impossible to avoid. Overload 10%. He Xingzhou said. 10% overload is almost the limit that this space reconnaissance ship can bear. Its thrusters are on the verge of exploding at any time. The speed of the Black Dragon increased again, and finally shook off the planetary overlords chasing behind. Relying on its camouflage color, it disappeared in space. Humans ran away. The Zergs were also communicating, and they were very angry. Humans actually have space battleships so quickly. And destroyed the space insect nest we are building. It's all because of that waste aura, who can't even solve the humans on Blue Star. Don't chase. I can't catch up. We don't have many space troops now. When our troops are stronger, we will directly attack Blue Star and occupy the planet. The planetary overlords gave up the chase, and they began to patrol around the orbit near Mars, destroying satellites, space drones and other equipment released by humans. The Black Dragon escaped successfully. More than 8 minutes later, the command center received the news of what had just happened. Fortunately, the mission is accomplished. He Xingzhou issued another order and said, "Black Dragon, return to port for maintenance immediately." Fortunately they left. He Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, the flying speed of these insects is almost reaching L2 level. Yeah. He Xingzhou said, "We can also upgrade the battleship to L2 level. Another point, that is, our battleship can only rely on armor protection when it encounters an attack, which is too disadvantageous. The armor cannot block the atomic breath." Fortunately, the Black Dragon was not directly hit in the power cabin just now, otherwise this space pat. When the Zerg attacked the Martian Zerg, they had a plasma protective layer for defense. Can we create a similar protective layer? Lu Mei asked. He Xingzhou said, "The Zerg's plasma protective layer is actually energy shield technology. It uses magnetic fields to bind plasma to form an ultra-high temperature protective layer that can resist energy attacks. We are developing it and should be able to use it on the new generation of cruisers." A few hours later, the Black Dragon returned to the port. The hull was damaged by more than 50%. Because the engine was overloaded, the damage to the thruster group was particularly serious. It can no longer be used and needs to be replaced. But their gains this time were worth it, disrupting the construction of the Martian Zerg space hive. In the command center, He Xingzhou was discussing the next tactics with the commanders. A message from Mars gave him a headache. The Zerg probe was found by the Zerg. Just 8 minutes ago, the Zerg probe that He Xingzhou exchanged at the Yordra Alliance was found by the Zerg. They did not destroy it directly, but took it as a prisoner and captured it in the hive. A message came, and on the screen was a blonde and blue-eyed human face. That's the insect body of the insect king Noah. Xuan said, "The intelligence department shows that this body of Noah took the Mars spacecraft of the Noah Science Society during the Cataclysm era and went to Mars. I didn't expect that we could meet an old acquaintance again." Kui women complained. "This Noah, I remember that it was swallowed by Aura at the beginning." Lu Mei said, "At the time, we thought it was a subordinate of Aura, so it was eaten by the insect king Aura without any resistance. Now it seems that this is not the case." Noah greeted the camera and smiled, "Humans of the Blue Star civilization, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to see your little gadgets on Mars. It seems that you have also entered the space age. I didn't want to have friction with you. I'm developing well on Mars." As he said that, he deliberately showed humans the interior of the Olympus mountain insect nest. Inside this largest known volcano in the solar system is a supergiant insect nest. Its volume is larger than any insect nest on the Blue Star. Compared with the Olympus hive, the Mariana Trench hive of King Mana and the Atlantic hive of King Aura were just small grass bags. Here is the magnificent Zerg palace and the supergiant biochemical factory. Noah has 5 supergiant volcanic hives like this. Life here is very comfortable. Noah seemed to be doubting, the resources on Blue Planet are richer than Mars, but there are too many competitors. Here, I'm the only king. I could have evolved slowly into a planet devourer, built a space hive, and then competed with my other kind in the solar system. Such a perfect plan was interrupted by you. Its face twisted, you destroyed the Phobos space hive that I built with great difficulty, so wait for my Zeg army to return to Blue Planet and turn all of you into Zeg people, making you live a life worse than death and become decorations of the hive. As it said, the picture turned and was placed on the wall of the hive. On the wall, there were humans. Oh, Zeg people. Everyone recognized them. They were all famous people on the Blue Planet before the cataclysm. Big capitalists on Wall Street, big figures in some countries, international superstars, sports stars, world models, artists, writers. These people who were once world-renowned and powerful were all turned into insects, pierced through their bodies by bone spurs, and hung on the wall. It was like the skulls of wild animals hanging on the walls of humans, collected as trophies. Because they became insects, they couldn't die even if they wanted to, and could only endure the pain all the time. After experiencing the cataclysm, the commander's psychological qualities were super strong, and no one was afraid. Lu Mei said with regret. Although some of them really deserve to die, they are also innocent victims. He Xingzhou said. As a human being, the greatest mercy to them is to end their lives. He Xingzhou sent a message to the Zeg probe. Noah, when we go to Mars, we will build a huge city on Mars. Your body will be displayed in the Mars Memorial Hall for future people to visit and warn. 10 minutes later, Noah sent a message. Very good, He Xingzhou. And the commander of the so-called Blue Star Alliance, you will become one of my precious collections. The communication was interrupted. Noah did not destroy the probe, but sealed it in the Zeg nest. This group of humans is really beyond my expectations. Noah was surrounded by a group of planetary overlord level Zeg. He said, if we are as careless as Aura, we may fall into their hands. My king, what should we do? The insects asked. Noah said, from now on, send a special Zeg patrol team to patrol the orbit near Mars. No more human sneak attacks can happen. My king, the space hive of Phobos has been destroyed, and its mass has also been lost a lot. The explosion of the space hydrogen bomb caused a large amount of rocks and ice on Phobos to shatter and fall on the surface of Mars. Noah said, push Deimos, and let the construction troops merge the two satellites of Deimos and Phobos together to build a new space hive. This time, we will build a stronger space hive. Yes. The planetary overlords took action. They flew to the space of Mars and were divided into 3 groups. One group patrolled the outer space to prevent human warships from harassing them. One group flew to Phobos and one group flew to Deimos. It is very difficult to push satellites. As an advanced civilization, the Zeg has long been prepared. Several giant planetary overlords swallowed enough energy from the surface of Mars and flew into space. They spewed plasma and transformed into giant biological plasma thrusters to push satellites to move slowly. 5 years passed. This is the 8th year since the Blue Star civilization joined the Order Alliance. He Xingzhou still has not gone to the planetary construction meeting to update his ranking, because he knows very well that some of the technological creations built by humans now are not enough to push his ranking to the forefront. In the past 5 years, the Blue Star Alliance has already owned more than 100 space reconnaissance ships and space frigates. In addition, a large number of various space research ships, engineering ships, and mining ships have also been built. The Star System communication system has been further improved. Relying on the launch of a large number of space communication satellites, the Blue Star Alliance has been able to establish a smooth communication network around Venus, Blue Star, the Moon, and Mars. The construction of the Blue Star surface and the lunar base has further developed, and now several large bases have been built on the surface of the Moon. In addition, there is a helium-3 mine and refinery for nuclear fusion raw materials, as well as send a space reconnaissance ship to explore. It is found that the Martian Zeg have spliced Phobos and Deimos together. Its mass and volume are far better than before. The Zeg once again built a space hive and continuously transported supplies from the surface of Mars to the space hive. The detection intelligence shows that there are more and more Zeg that can fly to space. The intelligence department predicts that the number of planetary overlords that can fight in space may exceed 200. These planetary overlords are all primary planetary overlords or above, and each has the combat power of a space frigate. And the advanced planetary overlords have the strength of a space cruiser. Not only is the Blue Star Alliance exploring their strength, Noah also often sends Zeg to explore the strength of the Blue Star Alliance and try to destroy some space creations. Some satellites were destroyed by them, but the spaceport, space elevator and lunar base in the near-Earth orbit of the Blue Star were not affected under the protection of the frigate fleet. As the communication between the two sides becomes more and more frequent, the outbreak of the interstellar war between the Blue Star Alliance and the Martian Z is getting closer and closer. Destroyers, at least destroyers, are needed to go to Mars. He Xingzhou has been designing space destroyers. In the past 5 years, he has completed the general structural design of space destroyers. He has even designed the L2 class space battleship thruster upgraded to 20% of the speed of light. There is only one key technology left, the energy shield technology. Let the plasma wrap the entire outer layer of the battleship, without damaging itself, and be able to offset the enemy's attack. Only a controllable, powerful magnetic field is needed. On the quantum optical brain, He Xingzhou has unlocked and broken through several technologies, such as the upgraded nuclear fusion reactor technology, the closed magnetic field generation technology, the upgraded plasma control technology, and so on. Spend 1000 units of energy to unlock the primary battle general energy shield technology. He Xingzhou was finally able to unlock the finalized technology, and the quantum optical brain passed the information to him. In the armor layer of the battleship, install a layer of magnetic field control and plasma injection holes. Can this design complete the energy shield? He Xingzhou began to design. A month later, he obtained the first version of the energy shield design mechanism diagram. Lumi, simulate. He Xingzhou said. Okay, master. Lumi simulated a space battleship, and it started to activate the energy shield. The nuclear fusion reactor heated a large amount of heavy hydrogen into plasma, and sprayed it near the battleship through the nozzle. It was not fired like a plasma weapon, but was bound by the strong magnetism generated by the battleship's hull and kept around the battleship. Success? He Xingzhou was about to be happy, but Lumi said, Master, during the dynamic simulation, it was found that the plasma damaged the battleship's hull. Failed. He Xingzhou frowned and thought. He had no problem binding the plasma outside the battleship now, but he had to ensure that the plasma would not burn the battleship's armor. Design a double magnetic field. The inner magnetic field pushes away the plasma, and the outer magnetic field binds the plasma, so that the plasma can be surrounded by the battleship to form an energy shield. The battleship's hull needs to be improved, and an extendable outer magnetic field generator needs to be added. He Xingzhou thought of the big horns and thorns of the spiny-backed hornworm king. Those biological organs can generate super strong electric and magnetic fields. If a similar mechanical mechanism can be designed, it should be possible. He started to improve the design again. Another month later, He Xingzhou called Lumi again. Lumi, simulate the energy shield. Here it comes. Lumi simulated. This time, several magnetic field generators extended from the space battleship, and the plasma was slowly emitted. The strong magnetic field bound it and prevented it from escaping. When it approached the battleship armor, it was pushed away by a reverse magnetic field. The ultra-high temperature plasma flowed on the surface of the battleship, thus forming a plasma protective layer. Simulated attack. He Xingzhou said. Space hydrogen bomb simulated attack. Lumi let the space hydrogen bomb attack the simulated battleship. The hydrogen bomb warhead was detonated by the plasma protective layer outside before it hit the hull. The generated fragments were all vaporized by the plasma, and the rest of the damage hit the armor, so the war damage was limited. Laser weapon attack simulation. Several lasers hit the battleship, and all were blocked by the energy shield. Electromagnetic gun attack simulation. The small electromagnetic gun was vaporized by the energy shield before it hit the hull. The large electromagnetic gun can still penetrate the shield. This shield has a load limit. If it exceeds its load limit, it will be pierced and attack the ship. Even so, the power of the electromagnetic gun has been reduced a lot. Proton missile simulation attack. The proton missile attacks. If the energy shield can melt its outer protective layer, it can stop it. If not, the proton missile can still penetrate the warship. He Xingzhou was very satisfied with the results of the simulation test. In most cases, the energy shield can be used, which is enough. In this case, then start making space destroyers immediately. He Xingzhou thought, in addition to the shield, I have to design a weapon that can deal with emergencies. When on Blue Star, every battle, the Zeg will have an evolution beyond their imagination. Some Zeg are very cunning and will hide a trump card. And Noah has evolved to the planetary overlord long ago. Its degree of evolution must be much higher than those elementary planetary overlords. I have to hide a trump card. As for weapons, the most powerful one right now is the proton missile. It's only in the initial stage, and I can continue to upgrade it. When He Xingzhou was painstakingly studying space battleships and space weapons, at the edge of the solar system, an unmanned space reconnaissance ship was flying towards the edge of the solar system. Its speed was extremely fast and had reached the sublight speed level. It has reached the edge of the solar system and is about to enter the solar system. The intelligence system on the battleship transmitted the information back through the subspace communicator. The space reconnaissance ship has finally arrived in the solar system. In the virtual universe, the members of the Pleiades were sitting together. Even the Cyrus civilization, which is only 8.6 light years away from the solar system, took 10 years to reach the solar system at sublight speed. But this space reconnaissance ship was not launched after they saw He Xingzhou in the virtual universe, but was already in a nearby star system before, so it came to the solar system so quickly. We have already detected the Wolf star system, the Lalan star system and the Badna star system, and have not found any traces of the Blue star civilization. The solar system is very likely. Ruger of the Bessel civilization analyzed. There are 8 planets in the solar system. The orbits of the 3rd planet, Blue star, and the 4th planet, Mars, are very suitable for the survival of carbon-based life. There may also be life on the satellites of several other planets. If the Blue star civilization is in the solar system, it must be on one of these planets. I'll let the reconnaissance ships detect these suspicious planets, said Grey Wolf of the Cyrus civilization. They controlled the space reconnaissance ship to move forward. At this time, even if they appeared outside the Earth, the Blue star civilization could not detect them. Because their space reconnaissance ship is L9 class, not only has a sublight speed, but also has stronger firepower and stealth capabilities. Their warships soon arrived at the Kuiper belt outside the solar system. This is a dense disc-shaped area of celestial bodies beyond the orbit of Neptune. It is similar to the asteroid belt, with dense celestial bodies and meteorites, but the range and mass are much larger than the asteroid belt. The space reconnaissance ship was about to go to Neptune for exploration. When it passed through a meteorite, it was suddenly attacked by a plasma cannon. The energy shield of the space reconnaissance ship rose instantly, but this attack actually penetrated the energy shield and left a scar on the battleship armor. Weapons of Blue star civilization? Grey Wolf said in horror, can they penetrate the shield of our L9 class space reconnaissance ship? Everyone did not speak, and the space reconnaissance ship continued to approach, only to find that it was not the battleship that was attacking them, but a patrolled satellite. The space reconnaissance ship launched an attack and destroyed the patrolled satellite. The appearance of the patrolled satellite was transmitted to the subspace virtual universe. Rafa of the Nha civilization said, this is not a weapon made by the Blue star civilization, but something in the Order Alliance T2 reward library, a star system patrolled satellite of the 2nd level civilization. That's why it can penetrate the energy shield of the planetary level L9 reconnaissance ship. I remember that Qingfeng had the opportunity to exchange for the T2 reward. That's right. Rug agreed, how could a 1st level civilization hurt this battleship? Keep going. They were about to continue to other planets, and several planetary behemoths flew out from the nearby Neptune and rushed towards the direction of the reconnaissance ship. It's the Zeg. The Zeg is in this star system. The Blue star civilization is undoubtedly in the solar system. Chapter 188 Attack, Mars. 8,000 These planetary beasts went straight to the space reconnaissance ship. Their speed was extremely fast, exceeding 50% of the speed of light. If it was sailing normally, the space reconnaissance ship could avoid their pursuit. But just now, it had been hit by a star system patrolled satellite, and the hull was partially damaged, affecting its speed. Several beasts were about to catch up. Grey Wolf was about to let the reconnaissance ship overload and accelerate, but found that there were also beasts in the space ahead. There are still bugs in space, there is a space bug nest here. Grey Wolf judged, the reconnaissance ship can't escape. Then release all the reconnaissance satellites. Rug said. On the reconnaissance ship, millions of reconnaissance satellites flew to all directions of the solar system. The reconnaissance ship fought with the bugs, and it launched some kind of weapon to kill a planetary beast behind it. One of the planetary beasts, huddled in its shell, like a giant egg, accelerated and hit the space reconnaissance ship. The weapon of the reconnaissance ship did not smash it. It passed through the energy shield and directly hit the hull, smashing half of the warship. This power is even more terrifying than the electromagnetic cannon of the space battleship. The energy shield and hull armor of the battleship failed to stop it. Our reconnaissance ship is destroyed. Grey Wolf said. Its purpose has been achieved. Rook said, at least we have confirmed that the Zeg is in the solar system, and the Blue Star civilization is likely to be there too. Dandazd of Tianyuan civilization was puzzled. If the Zeg can penetrate our L9 class space reconnaissance ship, the Blue Star civilization, as a 1.0 civilization, cannot stop them. Raphael of Nhe civilization said. Jingfeng of the Blue Star civilization participated in the rookie competition of the Interstellar Construction Association, but he has not appeared in 8 years since the competition. They may be attacked by the Zeg. No matter what the Blue Star civilization does, we must take over the solar system. Rug said, I have asked the main civilization. The solar system is so close to us. Whether it is occupied by the Blue Star civilization or the Zeg, it will be disadvantageous to us. Especially the Zeg, while these Zeg have not evolved into planet devouras and star beasts, destroy them first. Everyone nodded. Compared with the Blue Star civilization, they were more worried about the Zeg. If the Zeg devour the solar system, they will inevitably evolve to a more powerful level. At the time, even the second-level civilization will face their threat. Rug arranged. Grey Wolf, Osiris civilization continue to send space reconnaissance ships to the solar system. Nhe civilization, Tianyuan civilization, you're only a dozen light years away from the solar system. You two civilizations start preparing fleets and cooperate with Cyrus civilization to take over the solar system. Yes. Several people responded. Rug said. It will take at least 15 years for your warships to reach the solar system. During this time, collect more intelligence from the solar system. The news that the Star System patrolled satellite discovered the alien warship was directly sent to the subspace communicator. The location is at the edge of the solar system. Fortunately, there are Star System patrolled satellites. Otherwise, even if the enemy's warships arrive at the Blue Star, we can't find it. Kui Women said that the Star System patrolled satellite is a subspace communication that can exceed the speed of light. Their warships seem to have been destroyed by the Zeg. He Hongwei felt uneasy. For us, this is simply adding insult to injury. They didn't know how many space reconnaissance ships the enemy had. In addition, the strength shown by the Zeg also frightened them. The L9 class planetary space reconnaissance ship was actually destroyed by the Zeg, and the strength of the Zeg on other planets is even greater than that on Mars. Internal and external troubles. He Xingzhou sighed. We don't have any energy to deal with the alien fleet now, and we don't have enough strength. Luoyuan said, the Zeg on Mars alone is enough to give us a headache. He Xingzhou thought for a while and said, I'm afraid we have to talk to the Black Sea civilization about this matter. The enemy came too fast, and they didn't have so much time to develop and grow stronger. The Cyrus civilization, Tianyuan civilization, and Nhe civilization are all civilizations above level 1.8. Moreover, they have the help of the Pleiades Society, they all have L9 sublight speed warships, and they also have planetary superweapons such as Star Destroyers. It can be said that if a Star Destroyer comes to Blue Star, it can destroy all of them. The whole group was wiped out. Even if He Xingzhou had a quantum optical brain and could unlock more technologies, it would be too late. No wonder the quantum optical brain said that even if the technology could be unlocked, the success rate would be terribly low. He Xingzhou finally understood that since the age of cataclysm, crises that could destroy civilization have come one after another. And many times, these crises exceeded their ability to cope with them. He Xingzhou went to the subspace virtual universe and contacted Binang Xiang. Binang Xiang has rarely appeared recently, and her possession Dabai has been sleeping. He Xingzhou sent her a message and asked her to come to the office to discuss matters. In the initial city, you can rent a small house as an office for 100 universe coins per year. Usually only when Hing is in this office. Almost no one comes here, and the civilization here is not interested in weak civilizations. Moreover, the Pleiades Society has already said that it wants to take over the solar system, so those civilizations will not come to make friends with them. Commander-in-Chief. When Hing greeted He Xingzhou. Any recent intelligence? He Xingzhou asked. There is one thing. I bought it with 300 universe coins. When Hing said, it's about the Black Sea civilization. What information? When Hing continued. The intelligence provider said that the Black Sea civilization was once a civilization above level 3, and was more powerful than the Pleiades civilization, the main civilization of the Pleiades Society. It was defeated in the process of going toward a certain civilization. The entire civilization began to decline, and the civilization that attacked them is still hunting them. So the Black Sea civilization has been trying to find a way to survive. Originally, with their strength, the Pleiades society would never dare to offend them. Now the Pleiades society is deliberately attacking them, trying to obtain some of the remaining advanced technologies of the Black Sea civilization. So that's how it is. He Xingzhou understood after thinking about it. The Black Sea civilization cultivated those subsidiary civilizations for refuge. The enemy of my enemy can cooperate. Since the Black Sea civilization itself has conflicts with the Pleiades society, I am more confident in this negotiation. He Xingzhou praised, well done. Wen Hing smiled bitterly and said, this is just the information bought from the trading hall. No civilization has yet formed a friendly alliance with us. I'm ashamed. This has nothing to do with you. He Xingzhou said, weak countries have no diplomacy, and the same is true for weak civilizations. When we become strong, many civilizations will naturally come to us, form an alliance with us, or provide us with information. I hope this day will come soon. Wen Hing said. He Xingzhou waited for several hours, and then saw Bai Xiyang. She still looked small and delicate, but her body was very proud, and her white fish tail floated in the space of the virtual universe. He Xingzhou went straight to the point and said, we found the Pleiades space reconnaissance ship, and it was destroyed by the Zeg. So fast. Hearing He Xingzhou's words, Bai Xiyang's expression changed, and said, this disrupted my plan. I guess they have already confirmed that you and the Zeg are in the solar system, and they will soon send a fleet to attack you. Yes. He Xingzhou said, we don't have the ability to stop them now. That's why I wanted to ask you for help and balance them a little. This makes it difficult for me. Bai Xiyang gently stroked her forehead with golden water patterns, looking embarrassed. He Xingzhou said, I have nothing to hide from you about the situation of the Blue Star civilization, and you know it all. Now we have to focus our energy on dealing with the Zed on Mars. Our interests are the same. Whose interests are the same as yours? Bai Xiyang retorted, no matter what the Blue Star civilization does, it will not affect the Black Sea civilization. Who knows that? He Xingzhou shrugged and said, I don't know why you want us to eliminate the Zed on Jupiter, but I guess it has a lot to do with the Black Sea civilization. Jupiter has the largest mass of all the planets in the solar system, which means that Jupiter has the most resources. If any planet in the solar system gave birth to a planet of our era first, it must be on Jupiter. To deal with the Zed on Jupiter, we mean to deal with the Zed in the entire solar system. You know the situation we are facing. It is already difficult to deal with the Zeg. If an alien civilization fleet comes at this time, all the efforts you and I have made before will be in vain. Bai Xiyang floated opposite He Xingzhou and said, it's useless for you to tell me all this. I personally prefer to believe you and help you, but I can't make others believe this. So? He Xingzhou knew that she must have had some idea when she said that. So you have to prove your strength. Bai Xiyang said, the Interstellar Construction Association's newcomer competition is too late in terms of time. You still need at least 30 to 50 years to prove your potential. By the time, the Blue Star civilization may have been destroyed. If you can completely eliminate the Zed on Mars within 3 years, I will have a way to convince the members of our organization to help you contain the Pleiades society and make them dare not easily attack the solar system. 3 years. He Xingzhou thought about it, which was a bit difficult. Bai Xiyang continued, several members of the Pleiades society will make pre-war preparations and mobilize the fleet. It will be around this time. Okay. He Xingzhou agreed and said, then it will be 3 years. Within 3 years, we will definitely eliminate the Zed on Mars. I'll wait and see. Bai Xiyang said. He Xingzhou immediately went back to make preparations. Immediately build a large number of L2-class space reconnaissance ships and frigates, and start building space destroyers. He Xingzhou began to design space cruisers and more advanced weapons. They would definitely not be able to build a large number of space cruisers within 3 years. He Xingzhou only needs to make a few ships to be used as the command ships of the fleet. On the other side, Bai Xiyang also returned to the Black Sea civilization. She said it to He Xingzhou easily, but the fact is not so. From the beginning to now, the Black Sea civilization has never taken the Blue Star civilization seriously. Not to mention that the Blue Star civilization is weak, it is not their subordinate civilization. If humans were in their position, they would not be willing to help the Blue Star civilization. In the world of the Black Sea civilization, this is a rocky planet with a large mass. Its surface is not rock, but an endless deep sea. In the universe, if a planet is just right from a star and has a lot of water resources, it will become an ocean planet. Blue Star is an ocean planet, but the ocean on Blue Star is only a juvenile compared to the Black Sea civilization. The surface of the planets of the Black Sea civilization is all covered by oceans more than 10,000 meters deep. The deepest place on Blue Star is just the average depth here. On this planet, except for the artificial floating islands, there is no land. Because the ocean is too deep, the seawater here does not look blue, but black. So the name they translated in the virtual universe is called Black Sea Civilization. Under the deep sea, there is a brilliant civilization. Various magnificent deep sea buildings, strange marine creatures, endless deep sea ships, etc. Are there spaceships and warships flying from the deep sea to outer space? In the deep sea, in a giant bubble-like building somewhere. He Xingzhou came here after logging off from the virtual universe. This is the Iceberg Investigation Society, one of the 5 major forces of the Black Sea civilization. The purpose of this force is to find out the truth about the attack on the Black Sea civilization. After knowing the truth, it will prescribe the right medicine to revive the Black Sea civilization. He Xingzhou's mother, Bai Bin, was once one of the founders of the Iceberg Investigation Society. Now He Xingzhou can attend the Civilization Council with the support of the Iceberg Investigation Society. When He Xingzhou came here, hundreds of elders of the Investigation Society had been waiting for her for a long time. He Xingzhou, what's the news about the Blue Star civilization? One of them asked. He was an important elder at the Investigation Society, He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou said truthfully. They found the reconnaissance ship of the Pleiades Society and wanted us to check and balance the Pleiades Society. Hearing this information, the elders of the Iceberg Investigation Society discussed it. The Pleiades Society has discovered them and will certainly launch an attack on them. He Xingzhou said, the Blue Star civilization will certainly not be able to withstand their attack. Everyone, we have to study whether to help them. No need to study, the Blue Star civilization can give up. Another elder, Bai Yu, said, the Zeg and the Pleiades Society have hit them both, and their chances of survival are 0. We should adjust our strategy in time and reach an agreement with other elders in the Civilization Council. Help a subordinate civilization and make plans for our future. His idea was supported by most people. Everyone knew that once the Black Sea civilization encountered danger, one of the subordinate civilizations would become the new main civilization. And the elders responsible for supporting it would become the leaders of the new civilization. If you make the wrong choice at this time, you will face suppression and liquidation in the future. He Xingzhou said. Dear elders, I want to say that we should continue to help them. Now if the other elders may not appreciate it. And the Blue Star civilization, the potential of the Blue Star civilization exceeds that of any other affiliated civilization. It does have potential, but the universe is cruel and there is no time and opportunity for them to develop and grow. Blu-ray said, He Xingzhou, I know you are very optimistic about the Blue Star civilization, but this concerns all of our members and cannot be judged based on one's own preferences. He Xingzhou continued, don't you want to find evidence of those black hands secretly releasing Zeg into weak star systems? Our civilization would not have fallen to this point if it had not been attacked by the Zeg and the enemy. The mastermind behind the scenes is secretly breeding the Zeg as a weapon of war. If we find evidence and submit it to the Alliance will be able to eliminate them and restore the glory of our Black Sea civilization. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, the elders present were silent. This is exactly the purpose of the establishment of the Iceberg Investigation Committee. They also encountered Zeg attacks at the beginning. This caused a huge disaster to the Black Sea civilization. During this period, the investigators headed by Bai Bin discovered that the Zeg were deliberately released by other civilizations. They began to investigate the truth. When they found that there was Zeg in the solar system, they devoted a lot of attention to it. No need to investigate. Bai Yu sighed, we don't want to know the truth, but the truth is beyond our ability. If we continue to investigate, we will face the danger of survival before we get the results. Blue Star civilization can help us investigate. He Xingzhou persuaded, it's like an investment. We only need to invest very small resources to get a possibility. If the Blue Star civilization can grow up, they can not only deal with the Zeg, but also contain the Pleiades society, and help us find evidence and improve our voice within the civilization. This is a win-win situation. He Xingzhou asked. He Xingzhou, how can you make everyone believe you that the Blue Star civilization can do all this? He Xingzhou said, I have discussed with He Xingzhou that within 3 years, they will completely eliminate the Zeg on Mars to prove their strength. If they can do it, they are worthy of investment. If they can't, there is nothing we can do. 3 years. The Blue Star civilization has just entered space, and they are going to conquer Mars. He Xingzhou knew the situation in the solar system very well. Their Black Sea civilization has been investigating the situation in the solar system. On Mars, many planetary overlords and space Zeg have evolved. Even a level 1.5 civilization may not have the strength to defeat them. Without the help of our weapons, they can't do this. Bai said directly. So this can prove their strength. He Xingzhou said. Okay. He Xingzhou agreed, I agree with this proposal. Well. Bai said, just regard it as our last attempt. If they can't do it, we will change the plan immediately. These 2 people were the meeting chairman of the Iceberg Investigation Council. They all agreed, and naturally the other elders had no objection. He Xingzhou was under tremendous pressure. She knew that once He Xingzhou failed, the Investigation Council would definitely replace her from the Civilization Council. He Xingzhou firmly believed that other plans were all slow deaths. What subsidiary civilization, the Black Sea civilizations planned to be reborn by borrowing a shell company, were all just waiting to die. She still remembered what her mother told her, if the truth about the Zeg invasion is not found, the Black Sea civilization will surely perish. All the clues indicate that there is a black hand behind the scenes controlling all this. All the efforts made by those elders of the Civilization Council are wishful thinking. He Xingzhou, I've tried my best, and it's up to you next. He Xingzhou thought to herself. 2.5 years later. Moon, Space Battleship Factory. It is more convenient to build space battleships on the Moon than on the Blue Planet, because the Moon's gravity is smaller and more suitable for the assembly and testing of large battleships. He Xingzhou, wearing space armor, was inspecting the Moon's battleship factory with He Hongwei, Qimin, Luoyun and Leunfen. Now the Moon's battleship factory can produce an L1 class space battleship in an average of 15 days, and it takes twice as long to produce an L2 class space battleship. Together with the 4 battleship factories on the Blue Planet, we can get about 8 battleships a month, and almost 100 battleships a year. Battleship designer Wang Yan introduced. Luoyun said. Now we have 50 L1 class space reconnaissance ships, 50 L1 class space frigates, and 20 L1 class space cruisers. 100 L2 class space reconnaissance ships, 100 L2 class space frigates, and 20 L2 class space cruisers. There are also several command ships. Almost. He Xingzhou said, this is already the limit of our manufacturing capacity. It is very difficult to expand production capacity relying solely on the resources of Blue Star. Qimin has always been in charge of intelligence-related work. He said, from the intelligence of Mars reconnaissance, our main opponents are the 5 supervolcanic insect nests in the Tharsis Plateau in the western hemisphere of Mars. In addition, there is an unfinished space insect nest. The number of surface Zeg and planetary overlords is estimated to be 500. There are also about 300 to 400 planetary overlords with the ability to survive an attack in space. The actual number may be more, and most of them are elementary planetary overlords. After the Zeg arrive at the planetary overlord, the evolution speed will slow down. The probability of an elementary planetary overlord evolving into a medium planetary overlord is only about 1%, and the probability of evolving from a medium to a high level and higher is even lower. This is why the Zeg yearns for planets with larger mass. Only then can they have enough resources to evolve into a planet devourer. Almost. He Xingzhou said, although our troops are not as many as theirs, our space battleships can easily fight 2 or 3 elementary planetary overlords. Time waits for no one. He Xingzhou also wanted to fight a more confident battle, but he still needed the Black Sea civilization to contain the Pleiades society, so he could only fight as soon as possible. Everyone returned to the command center and began to formulate a battle plan. We don't have enough battleships, so 90% of our forces must be sent out. He Hongwei said, there are military bases on the Blue Star and the Moon, which can play a certain protective role. requisition all conventional spacecraft and engineering ships, and send out other forces in the space area near the war patrol. He Xingzhou said, it's enough to leave a few emergency warships behind. The defensor of Blue Star and the Moon will be in the charge of Commander He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou said. Yes. He Xingzhou responded. He has been promoted to the second-level commander of the Blue Star Alliance. In addition to him, the commanders of the Chuan Force who performed outstandingly in the Age of Disaster have become the backbone of the Blue Star Alliance. Now start formulating the Mars combat plan. He Xingzhou called Chuan and opened the space map. This is a dynamic map of the solar system, with the Sun as the origin of the spatial coordinate axis for planning. We have 6 main attack points. He Xingzhou pointed to the Mars area. The first is the space hive in outer space of Mars. We attacked it, and the Martian Z rebuilt it, and there are special Z space patrols to guard it. If we don't destroy this space hive, when we enter the surface of Mars to fight, it will cut off our space support force and put us in danger of being caught in a pincer attack. It's best to use an assault to destroy the space hive. Lu Yuan said, we have figured out the patrol routes and times of the Z. The resources in the space hive are limited. Every once in a while, the Z will return to the surface to replenish energy. This is when their defenses are empty. If we fight a blitzkrieg and destroy the space hive, we will directly gain air supremacy over the entire Mars. The combat methods of Star Wars are completely different from surface combat. The space hydrogen bombs, laser weapons and plasma weapons of space battleships can directly carry out global strikes. The atmosphere of Mars is very thin, and the lethality of laser weapons and plasma weapons there is greater than that of Blue Star. Under the firepower of the space battleships, whoever loses the space domain first will face a disadvantage. Since it is a surprise attack, it must be fast. He Xingzhou said, I suggest that the Space Reconnaissance Fleet undertake the surprise attack mission and take down the space hive as quickly as possible. Everyone had no objection. Now their warship with the strongest camouflage ability and the fastest speed is the L2 class Space Reconnaissance ship. When attacking the space hive, the Z will definitely support it. At this time, our frigates and cruisers must immediately enter the Martian atmosphere to intercept it. He Xingzhou said, the other main fleet must immediately fight. In this way, send 80 L2 class space reconnaissance ships to participate in the surprise attack on the space hive. L1 class space battleships will all go to the surface of the planet to fight, together with other L2 frigates and cruisers, as the main fleet. After entering the atmosphere, there is atmospheric obstruction, which affects the sailing speed of the battleship. At this time, the speed disadvantage of the L1 class battleship is not so obvious. The main fleet has to attack the 5 supervolcanic insect nests, which is not enough. Lady Infant said, there may be large insect nests underground on Mars, so we have to dispatch transport ships in advance to transport a large number of planetary surface weapons for combat. This can reduce the lack of firepower caused by the insufficient number of our warships. The transport ships he mentioned are not space transport ships, but ordinary industrial transport ships. The manufacturing capacity of the Blue Star civilization is limited, and there is no spare capacity to manufacture transport ships. The crowd also formulated several plans, including plans for a strong attack if the raid is discovered, plans for how to adjust tactics if the raid fails, and plans for several planetary surface operations if the raid succeeds. After the agreement, He Xingzhou summoned the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance above Level 2 to announce the results. After our discussion, the deployment is as follows. The headquarters has decided to conquer the Z on Mars in 3 months. Commanders He Xingzhou, Jie Lang and others are responsible for the safety of Blue Star and the Moon. Commander Lu Yuan led the assault fleet to attack the Space Z nest. The main fleet is commanded by Commander He Xingzhou to attack the 5 supervolcanic Z nests on Mars. Lady Infant's troops land on the surface of Mars with the transport fleet to assist in the ground attack. I will lead the command fleet to command or coordinate operations. He Xingzhou himself also kept a command fleet. It is not large in number, but the warships are the latest models designed by He Xingzhou, which is considered the trump card of this war. Other commanders follow that deployment and perform their respective tasks. In view of the fact that the Z may have spies on Blue Star, this operation is a top secret plan before it begins. No information shall be leaked before the war begins. Yes. All commanders responded together. Commanders above Level 2 are already the most advanced group of people in the entire civilization. After repeated reviews, there will be basically no problems. He Xingzhou did not even inform Bai Xing about this plan. 3 months later, He Xingzhou contacted Bai Xiang. Why don't you take action? Bai Xiang was even more anxious than He Xingzhou, and there was grievance on her pretty face. I can't stand the pressure anymore. As far as I know, the Tianhe civilization, the Tianying civilization, and the Tianyuan civilization are already gathering fleets and preparing to attack the solar system. Already attacking. He Xingzhou smiled. When? Bai Xiang asked in surprise. Bai Xiang was stunned for a moment, and said, I want to share your war footage with the elders of our civilization. Okay. He Xingzhou said, let them come to the virtual universe, our office, and I will broadcast it to them. Bai Xiang immediately notified the elders of the Black Sea civilization and the Iceberg Investigation Committee. Hundreds of these people came at once, and Wenhin was surprised and said, this is the first time that so many people have come here, and there is not enough space. Then expanded. He Xingzhou spent another 300 universe coins to expand the space of the office. This is a virtual universe, and the space is not big enough. In theory, space is infinite. However, the Order Alliance is not so selfless. It is like an online game here. You have to spend money to do anything. After He Xingzhou spent money, the office space immediately expanded 3 times. Although it is still a bit small, it already has an exhibition hall that can accommodate hundreds of people. This place is really small. Several elders of the Black Sea civilization complained. For a level 1.0 civilization, it is good to be able to afford to rent an office. Don't worry about it. Didn't you say that the war has started? Where is the picture? 2 elders, Bai Shizhou and Bai Yu, came to He Xingzhou and said, you are the spokesperson of the Blue Star civilization, He Xingzhou. How is the war going? The signal has not come yet. The live broadcast will start in 10 minutes. He Xingzhou said. In fact, according to the plan, the war had already started at this time, but the signal from Mars to the subspace communicator of the Blue Star was delayed, so they could only see the delayed picture. Hearing his words, the elders frowned. There is still a delay in the communication within the star system. They haven't experienced such a primitive feeling for a long time. 10 minutes later, the picture finally appeared in the office. This is the reconnaissance picture of the L2 class space reconnaissance ship, Shadow. They are heading towards the orbit of Mars at 20% of the speed of light. Mars is already within reach. Attention, we have reached the Zerg's cordon. Commander Luen on the Shadow ordered, everyone listens to the order, speed up at full speed, overload 8%, target, Phobos space hive, destroy it completely. Received. At this moment, 80 L2 class space battleships accelerated at full speed, and the speed once reached 27% of the speed of light. This speed is enough to leave most Zerg. In the space near Phobos, a planetary behemoth responsible for patrolling discovered the abnormal movement and issued a warning. Several plasma energy storage cannons fired, directly evaporating it in the vacuum. Attention, the assault fleet has launched an attack, the main fleet is attacking, and the transport fleet is following. In the picture, the figure of He Xingzhou appeared. He was on a battleship. He Xingzhou himself was also in the battleship. At this time, He Xingzhou in the virtual universe was just a virtual image that could connect to He Xingzhou's words. There is such a long delay from Blue Star to Mars, and the signal may be interfered by the Zerg. How can He Xingzhou stay in the Blue Star command? He is currently on a special command ship, hiding in the space near Mars, commanding the battlefield. Received. All the warships have arrived near Mars. When they heard the war order, they immediately revealed their bodies and attacked Mars. Chapter 189 Battle of Mars. 6,000 on Mars. When humans attacked the space hive, Noah had already learned the news. How dare humans take the initiative to attack me? Noah ordered, gather the outer space Zerg immediately and wipe out the human fleet. Prepare the supervolcano hives, support the outer space and block the human attack on the hives. Planetary overlords flew out from the 5 shield volcano hives, and at the same time, the outer space Zerg flew to the space hives and confronted the human assault fleet head-on. The assault fleet led by Luen was stopped by a swarm of about 50 space Zergs before it arrived at the Phobos hive. The lowest of them were at the level of high-level planetary behemoths. There were also many at the level of planetary overlords. The detection satellite detected that from 3 directions in space, there were at least 500 planetary behemoths flying in the atmosphere of Mars. The assault fleet was all space reconnaissance ships. If they confronted the Zerg head-on, they would definitely not get any advantage. The second detachment stayed, and the first detachment continued to move forward. Luo Yuan knew that there was no time to tangle with them now. The space was vast, and the attack range of the Blue Star Civilization fleet and the current Martian Zerg was limited. It was impossible for one force to completely guard all directions in space. Half of the raiders stayed behind to fight the Zerg, while the other half continued to move towards the space Zerg nest. In the virtual universe, at the Blue Star Civilization office, the elders of the Iceberg Investigation Office of the Black Sea Civilization had already seen the scene here. Space Zerg. It seems there are still quite a few planetary overlords. There should be more Zerg on the ground. With only a few dozen warships, wouldn't it be suicide to attack the Zerg? It's only an L2 class warship. Can they defeat a planetary overlord? They talked as they watched, and Baiyu even asserted, this fleet alone can't last more than an hour. He Xingzhou said, don't worry, the war has just begun. The assault fleet quickly came to the vicinity of Phobos. Its mass and volume were much larger than a few years ago. The Zerg spliced Phobos and Deimos together, and transported a lot of supplies from the surface of Mars. If Phobos is wrapped in green plants, it seems that countless green vines have wrapped the satellite layer by layer, and always facing the direction of the sun. It has also grown countless huge leaves to absorb solar energy. More than 80 space Zergs have flown out of the hive, and more than 2/3 of them are primary planetary overlords. Attack! Luo Yuan shouted. On the battleship, plasma weapons, proton missiles, space hydrogen bombs and other weapons fired at the same time. For a moment, the space near Phobos was completely illuminated. The terrifying high temperature of the space hydrogen bomb can kill planetary behemoths without energy shields with one shot. The ship-borne plasma cannon can't even stop the plasma protection layer of the primary planetary overlord, which is enough to injure and kill them. The proton missile has also been improved. Now the proton missile launch port and the plasma ray launch port of the battleship are coordinated with each other. After the plasma ray penetrates the plasma protective layer, the proton bomb will follow closely and attack. Even if the primary planetary overlord is hit, it will die instantly. Near Phobos, more than 20 Zergs were killed in one round of salvos, and the green shell of the space hive was also pierced in several places. Proton missile? You actually have this kind of weapon? Bai Xibang did not tell the elders of the Black Sea Civilization about the proton missile. When the elders saw the proton missile, they were a little surprised. Proton missile, that is a 1.7. They actually have weapons that only the above civilizations have now. No wonder they can hold on until now. Wonder the attack of the Zerg. Yes, normally, a planetary overlord can destroy a level 1.0 civilization. With this weapon, no wonder they can hold on. Their other weapons also exceed the level of level 1.5 civilization, but the speed of the battleships is not fast enough. The performance of the battleships can't keep up. Even if there are proton missiles, it's useless. Baiyu felt from the bottom of his heart that the Blue Star Civilization was a low-level civilization and was unwilling to believe them. He said to He Xingzhou, you can hurt the Zerg, and the Zerg can also destroy you. He Xingzhou smiled but said nothing. The Zerg in the screen had already begun to fight back. Various atomic breaths shot towards the battleships. Before this, the Blue Star Civilization had no means to stop their atomic breaths. All kinds of weapons, battleships, and bases will be destroyed by them, but this time, the situation is different. One of the elementary planetary overlords approached a space reconnaissance ship. It had two heads. One head used atomic breath, and the other head created a super strong electric field and attacked the reconnaissance ship at the same time. Baiyu and others had already sentenced the battleship to death in their hearts. Being hit at such a close distance, it would undoubtedly be destroyed. Activate the energy shield. Battleship mounting, the AI system has automatically activated the energy shield. A high-temperature, high-energy plasma gushed out, and under the constraint of the double-layer reverse magnetic field, the battleship was wrapped in a vacuum. The attacks of the planetary overlords all hit the energy shield, and the particles collided with each other, sparks flew, and at this time the surface of the energy shield was like a hydrogen bomb explosion. But even with such attacks, the battleship was still intact, and only a small part of the attacks hit the hull and were blocked by the hull armor. Energy shield technology. Baiyu and others were stunned again. How do you have energy shield technology? The elders of the Black Sea Civilization said in amazement, we only broke through the energy shield technology when we built the L8 class battleship. With this energy shield, half of the Zerg's attacks will be blocked. Is this an L2 class battleship? It has an energy shield and proton missiles. The attack and defense systems can be matched to L8 and L9 class battleships. Based on these 2 points, the military strength of Blue Star civilization is enough to be called a level 1.5 civilization. He Xingzhou, did you tell them about these technologies? He Xingzhou questioned. How is that possible? He Xingzhou looked at their surprised expressions, her little face slightly smug, and said, I'm not in charge of technology. Aren't these technologies controlled by you? They developed them themselves. He Xingzhou was secretly surprised. Indeed, all the resources that He Xingzhou could mobilize were under their control. From the beginning to now, He Xingzhou has never given any scientific and technological help to the Blue Star civilization. Her support mainly lies in informing the Zerg of information and giving them subspace communicators. If the Blue Star civilization can develop these technologies on its own, then the strength of this civilization will be much more terrifying than their Black Sea civilization at the beginning. He looked at He Xingzhou, who had a calm expression, as if everything was within his calculations. He Xingzhou was not only curious about him, but according to intelligence, He Xingzhou's position in the Blue Star civilization was irreplaceable. Most of those technologies that transcended the times came from him. How did he do it? The Zerg obviously did not expect that in just 3 years, human space technology would have made another major breakthrough. Under the protection of the energy shield, the warships can move forward against their attacks and bomb the space hive. The huge leaves of the green plants outside the hive had long been smashed, and their bodies were riddled with holes, revealing their true appearance. When the battleship first came to Mars, He Xingzhou remembered that Phobos was a satellite condensed from rocks and ice. But now, it has completely changed and turned into a diamond insect nest covered with thick diamonds. Why did this insect nest become like this? Lu Yuan saw the space insect nest and felt something was wrong. He ordered, open up the distance and continue to attack. Even if the bugs have made this nest completely out of diamond, it can't stop the attack of space weapons. The warships distanced themselves from each other and continued to bombard the diamond space nest. This space nest was covered with holes, and a blue plasma tail flame similar to that of a warship was produced on it. It actually began to move in space. It has a large mass and does not move very fast, but because of this, it is strong enough to face the attack of warships. Even if the space hydrogen bomb melted several layers of its outer shell, even if the proton missile penetrated hundreds of meters deep, it did not affect its movement. There are still many Zergs in the nest. They hide in the nest to attack. In addition to atomic breath, freezing rays and acid bombs are also fired from it to attack. The freezing ray is extremely destructive to the energy shield. It can quickly neutralize the high temperature of plasma, causing a gap in the battleship's energy shield. At this time, acid bombs or atomic breath follow up and can penetrate a space reconnaissance ship in a short time. 3 warships in the fleet were hit, the cabin ruptured, the internal and external pressures were unbalanced, the nuclear fusion reactor exploded, and they blew into 3 fireworks in space. This is the Zerg. When the elders of the Black Sea civilization saw this scene, they seemed to recall the days when they fought against the Zerg, and their moods became heavy. Target a few weak points and penetrate it. Even though the warships were damaged, Lu Yuan remained calm. Everyone here was a warrior who had experienced several life and death tests. Some people had their lives hanging by a thread, with only a head left, and they survived after complete prosthetic transformation. The sacrifice of their comrades will only make them more motivated. The assault fleet began to look for the weak points of the Zerg nest and focus on attacking. This was very effective. Even if the Zerg nest was hard and could not be destroyed once, then twice, 3 times, 100 times. It can always be penetrated. Commander-in-Chief, it will take at least an hour for me to destroy the space Zerg nest. Lu Yuan reported. Okay. He Xingzhou immediately ordered the main fleet. Commander He, you must at least stop the Zerg over there and block all Zerg support to space within an hour. Received. He Xingzhou has followed the main fleet to the outer space of Mars. The main fleet consists of 50 L1 class space reconnaissance ships, 50 L1 class space frigates, 80 L2 class space frigates, 20 L2 class space destroyers, and 1 space cruiser. The space cruiser is the command ship that He Xingzhou is on. It is also the most advanced space battleship currently owned by the Blue Star civilization. Its mass, space, defense, and firepower are more than 3 times that of the space destroyer, and it is already a medium to large battleship. The space reconnaissance ship and frigate are both small battleships, and the space destroyer is a medium-sized battleship. The battleship entered the Martian atmosphere and fought a fierce battle with the bugs supporting the space hive in the atmosphere. The war here is more intense. The number of planetary overlords is more than 3 times that of space, and there are also many medium-sized planetary overlords. They are definitely larger than the primary planetary overlords, but their vitality, attack and defense capabilities have been significantly improved. The plasma weapons of L1 class battleships cannot penetrate their energy shields at all, and they are easily destroyed by their magnetic fields and electric fields. He Xingzhou commanded, "All L1 class battleships, evacuate the main battlefield and fight near the ground." Received. The L1 battleships began to lower their altitude, came to the surface of Mars, and continued to bomb. L2 class reconnaissance ships and frigates are no match for medium-level planetary overlords. Luoyuan arranged space destroyers to target medium-level planetary overlords one-on-one. The entire Mars ushered in a lively scene that had not been seen in 4 billion years. Supernuclear explosions, shock waves, the blood moon of the giant beast's flesh, battleship wreckage, bomb fragments, all ran rampant in the entire atmosphere. On Mars, hurricanes and super dust storms have risen, covering the sky and the sun, sweeping everything. My king, the strength of mankind has increased by more than 10 times. The subordinate reported to Noah, "We are temporarily unable to break through the atmosphere and support the space hive." What? Noah could not believe that the civilization that was almost exterminated by the Aura King, a primary planetary overlord, had grown to this point in a short period of time. They were able to fight across planets and put such great pressure on them. Noah said, "It's time to dispatch the kings of the 5 supervolcano hives." On the Tharsis plateau, the 5 shield volcano hives issued a roar that resounded through the world. The condensed ultrasonic waves triggered the eruption of volcanoes that had been silent for millions of years. In the black smoke and magma, super beasts appeared one after another. The Escarol's Volcano King, this is a 4-winged bird-like beast with a body length of more than 4 kilometers. It bathed in magma and flew into the sky. Wherever it went, the flames spread all over the prairie, and everything around it was burned and melted. An L2 space frigate was spit out a plasma flame by it and exploded instantly. The second one is urgent, the Pavonist Volcano Worm King. It looks like a dragon with blue scales on its body. Its body length is estimated to be more than 5,000 meters. This Worm King spits out hundreds of giant ball lightnings into the air. If a warship approaches, the ball lightning will quickly approach and electrocute it. After it flew out of the crater, it flew straight into space. "Stop it!" He Xingzhou shouted, "Go to destroyers." Destroyer E-12 has received it and is heading to intercept it. Destroyer E-41 has received it and is heading to intercept it. The 2 nearby space destroyers immediately approached and attacked and intercepted it. The 3rd supervolcano Worm King also appeared. From the Arsa crater, a super beast crawled out. Its whole body was covered with thick carapace, and it had a 100-meter-long horn on its head, which could create super strong magnetic and electric fields. The warships bombarded it frantically. The plasma protection layer generated around it was several times thicker than that of other Worm Kings. With its own carapace, its defense was extremely terrifying. The 4th supervolcano Worm King also appeared. A super monster flew out of the insect nest of the Abut volcano. Like humans, it has 2 legs and claws that can walk upright, a triangular flat head, and can generate an anti-gravity system by itself, rushing into space. Energy reaction shows that these are medium-level planetary overlords, extremely close to high-level planetary overlords. Xuan reminded He Xingzhou on the command ship. There is still one that hasn't come out. He Xingzhou looked at the map. In the largest volcano, Olympus, no super monster has appeared yet. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, the Mars surface combat troops have arrived. At this time, Lady Enfeng's voice came from the command ship. The surface combat troops followed the transport fleet and were slower. At this time, they finally arrived. He Xingzhou said, "Commander Lady, there is still a big guy in Olympus, blow it out." Received. Lady Enfeng shouted to all units, "Everyone prepare to land on the planetary surface." In the outer space of Mars, thousands of spaceships landed one after another on mechas, drones, and giant modules. They are composed of giant mechas and various modular weapons, landing on the surface of Mars. One of the giant modules formed a super-large plasma energy storage cannon, which fired at Olympus. The plasma cannon penetrated the crater, and the high-energy reaction caused the magma to erupt, killing countless Zerg. The planetary behemoths bathed in magma, ran out of the hive, and fought with the surface troops. Several super hydrogen bombs were also launched and were about to fall into Olympus. At this time, a huge plant appeared from the volcano. The part exposed on the surface alone was more than 3,000 meters high. If its roots were at the bottom of Olympus, its height would exceed 22 kilometers, almost 3 times that of Mount Everest, and taller than the space elevator tower built by the Blue Star civilization. This giant plant can launch weapons similar to acid bombs, accurately hitting every hydrogen bomb. The hydrogen bomb was completely corroded by the acid before it exploded. Not only that, it also sprayed countless seeds, which took root and could grow rapidly. The same plant will spray acid and actively attack warships and mechas. Some of the seeds fell on the supergiant mecha, the Tower Bear and Heavenly King. The 5 cyborg pilots didn't care. These seeds were only the size of elephants, which were not worth mentioning compared to the size of the supergiant mecha. Something unexpected happened. The seeds actually took root and sprouted on the steel. Its rhizomes penetrated into the alloy, quickly debarked the metal elements, and could also absorb electrical energy to grow. Its growth rate was like turning on an accelerator 100 million times. Before the battle, the inside of a supergiant mecha had been split into 4 or 5 by the seeds and completely collapsed. Escape. The pilots immediately fled from the mecha. One of them flew out and was shot by a spike from the plant, piercing through the flight armor and died on the spot. Although the Olympus Worm King is a plant, it is more difficult to deal with than those super beasts. The appearance of 5 supervolcano worm kings has plunged the battlefield into a scorching heat, and the Blue Star civilization is even at a disadvantage. Every minute, a warship is destroyed. And up to now, He Xingzhou has not yet determined the location of the Noah Worm King. He was sure that the Noah Insect King was not one of the 5 Insect Kings. It could command these Insect Kings, and it was very likely that it had evolved to the level of a high-level planetary overlord. They can't hold on. In the virtual universe, in the Blue Star civilization office, the people of the Black Sea civilization were still paying attention to the war. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. Bai Shizou said to He Xingzhou, it's a pity that you encountered the Zerg. The fleet is still unable to move forward in front of the planetary overlords. According to this trend, the planetary overlords will be able to break through the blockade and head for space in less than 10 minutes. Everyone was discussing. Once they are allowed to enter space and lose their space hegemony, the Blue Star civilization will be at a disadvantage in all aspects. At the time, both the advance and retreat ends are likely to be damaged in the Martian atmosphere. Unless they can annihilate all He Xingzhou said that this request is too reluctant. It's our turn to go. He Xingzhou knew that as long as these 5 super insect kings were killed, Noah would definitely not be able to sit still. And to kill these 5 supervolcano insect kings, ordinary warships could not do it, only the secret weapon he studied could do it. In the space outside Mars, 5 space battleships entered the Martian atmosphere at a speed of 28% of the speed of light. The length of each battleship is more than 5,000 meters. In comparison, the Black Dragon with a hull length of 1,000 meters and the Silver Dragon with a hull length of 1,500 meters are just small ones. This is the L2 class space cruiser designed by He Xingzhou, a medium to large space battleship, and the command ship in the fleet. These space cruisers looked like giant daggers, with a whole row of thrusters and weapon launch ports installed at the tail. Target, lock on the Pavonus Volcano Insect King. He Xingzhou said, plasma polymerization ray, fire. Several plasma ray launch ports of the battleship fired plasma rays synchronously, and they converged together by adjusting the angle. The effect is equivalent to the continuous firing of 10 plasma energy storage cannons, and the power can easily penetrate the plasma protection layer of the planetary overlord. The dragon-shaped Pavonus Volcano Worm King has flown to an altitude of 100,000 meters. It had just destroyed an L2 class space frigate when it was hit by a plasma polymerization ray. The plasma polymerization ray that could illuminate the sky instantly penetrated its plasma defense layer, and half of its body was vaporized. With only half of its body left, Pavonus Volcano Worm King decisively gave up flying into space, and instead tried to escape back to the ground and drill back into the supervolcano worm nest. Proton missile locked. Fire. On the space cruiser, 10 proton missiles locked onto different parts of the Pavonus Volcano Worm King. It tried to block it with an electric field, destroying most of the proton missiles, but one still hit it. Its hard scales began to collapse from the atomic structure, and the super strong electric field penetrated the insect body, destroying all its biological organs. When the explosion was over, the Pavonus Volcano Worm King had turned into black ash all over the sky, and was caught in the Martian dust storm and completely destroyed. The proton missiles of the space cruiser have more bound protons, so they are more powerful. As soon as the space cruiser appeared, it killed a supervolcano Worm King, a medium-sized planetary overlord, within a few minutes. This scene once again shocked the people of the Black Sea civilization, such as He Xingzhou and Bayou. The attack capability of the L2 level space cruiser of the Blue Star civilization, except that the sailing speed is not as good as the warships of other civilizations, the firepower is already comparable to the warships of civilizations above level 1.5. It's only been a few years. How come their warships are updated so fast? These elders were secretly shocked. I remember that the subordinate civilizations supported by other elders, after giving them technical information, they were not so successful in manufacturing warships, and they failed many times. Compared to this, the Sea Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, the Conch civilization, and the Siren civilization are indeed a bit worse than the Blue Star civilization in manufacturing weapons. Unknowingly, the elders' views on the Blue Star civilization have changed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Nundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Borrowing the Martian Atmosphere. 8,000 words. After the cruiser appeared and killed the Pavinus Volcano Queen, the Zerg team was obviously in chaos. Those Zergs had never expected that the 5 super insect kings were killed so easily. My king, humans have stronger warships. The subordinates hurriedly reported to Noah, we can't stop their attack. Noah's mood was extremely bad. Being attacked by humans was already a humiliation for him. He had never fought before. This was no longer a question of humiliation, but a question of life and death. I shouldn't have believed that Gyora on Blue Star. An indigenous civilization actually allowed them to develop to the point where they could cross the planet to attack me. If he could go back to the beginning, Noah would definitely kill Aura first, and then destroy the Blue Star civilization. Now, only I will go out to fight in person. Noah is different from other insect kings. Under normal circumstances, he will not go to the battlefield himself. During the Blue Star World War, he only sent out a replica. In the current situation, the replica is definitely not a match for humans. There is a rough geological scar on the surface of Mars. It is more than 4,500 kilometers long and more than 600 kilometers wide at its widest point. As if there was supreme power, a long crack was cut on the face of Mars. This is the largest canyon in the solar system known to mankind, the Mariner Canyon. It borders the Noctis Labyrinth to the west and enters a large area of chaotic terrain to the east. The terrain is extremely complex. He Xingzhou also emphasized that the probe should be used to explore the Mariner Canyon, but every time the human probe failed to go deep, it was destroyed by the bugs. He Xingzhou concluded that there must be a nest of bugs under the Mariner Canyon. At this time, countless Zergs emerged from the abyss-like Mariner Canyon. There are thousands of planetary behemoths alone. And there are also 200 or 300 planetary overlord-level Zergs. These terrifying behemoths are like demons flying from hell, covering the sky and the sun, causing Martian dust storms and thunderstorms. The largest of them, the King of Zerg, is particularly eye-catching. It is a supergiant Zerg. Its body is similar to that of a spider, with 8 hairy legs. The leg length is more than 3,000 meters, and the diameter of the body is more than 2,000 meters. Unlike the spiders on the blue planet, its head is like a ball, standing on its body, and this ball is embedded with blue crystals. Those are its eyeballs, densely embedded in the head at 360 degrees, which makes people's scalp tingle. Super Zerg King appeared in the Mariner Canyon. Lady Enfing immediately ordered the ground troops to attack. Its thermal energy reaction is stronger than that of the supervolcano Zerg King. It is suspected to be a high-level planetary overlord. High-level planetary overlord? That is Noah. He Xingzhou affirmed. He judged that Noah must not have evolved to the level of the devourer of planets, otherwise Noah would definitely take the initiative to attack Blue Star. He Xingzhou. Noah's voice appeared in the communication channel of the original Zerg probe. It angrily said, I don't go to Blue Star to fight you, how dare you come to Mars? Today, all humans here, no one can leave. After I kill you, I will go to Blue Star and turn all humans into dry human meat. He Xingzhou snorted coldly. Don't talk, just use whatever you can. You underestimate the Zerg. Noah said in a gloomy voice. Prepare to feel fear. As he said that, it flew out of the Mariner Canyon and came to the atmospheric battlefield. Several supergiant armors attacked it with plasma energy cannons, and the plasma protective layer around it completely blocked it. The cruiser attacked with plasma polymerized rays, but could only break through the plasma protective layer. When the proton missile tried to attack, each of its eyes could emit rays to destroy it. This insect king has at least 100,000 eyes, covering all angles. The proton missile can't get close to it at all. Song Jinghong said. Noah began to fight back. It was like a super biological weapon. Wherever it went, human weapons collapsed and disintegrated. The matter hit by its rays, even space battleships, would collapse in a very short time. Just like proton missiles stripping electrons, the rays it fired could also strip energy shields and battleship armor. A space cruiser was unable to avoid it and was defeated by the rays. Stay away from it and find its weaknesses. Other battleships, get rid of those supervolcano insect kings first. He Xingzhou commanded. At this time, blindly attacking Noah would only result in the loss of manpower. The battleships pulled away one after another, and in this way, the Z began to gradually take the initiative. On the ground, the battle between mechas, mechanical beasts and Zegs was fierce. Neither He Xingzhou nor Noah cared about the battle on the surface of Mars. Instead, they set the battlefield in the atmosphere and Mars near ground orbit. As long as they control the air, the enemies on the ground will be cleared sooner or later. Noah led the army of planetary beasts and swept through the battlefield in the atmosphere, causing heavy losses to the main fleet of the Blue Star civilization. Its ability is not only that, its abdomen can also spit out a kind of biological silk, which is like a catheter, strengthening the electric and magnetic fields it releases. Warships or modular weapons that approach it cannot escape the fate of crashing. As Noah the Insect King moved, countless little spiders crawled out of his body. These little spiders drilled into the bodies of the insects. These insects were like drinking hundreds of tons of stimulants, and suddenly became manic and excited. Their combat effectiveness, recovery ability, and vitality increased several times. A high-level planetary overlord joined the battlefield, and the situation on the entire battlefield began to tilt towards the Zeg. We can't get close to it. He Xingzhou said, its combat power has at least reached the level of a space battleship. He Xingzhou observed the battlefield. At this time, the Battle of the Space Hive was nearing its end. Although the space hive on Mars was tough, it could not withstand the continuous firing of the assault fleet. Half of the ships had used up their reserve energy and were returning to Blue Star to replenish energy and ammunition. Commander Luo, what's the situation? He Xingzhou asked. Luo replied, the damage to the space hive on Mars has exceeded 70%. If we give us another 15 minutes, we can completely destroy it. He Xingzhou saw that King Noah had already flown out of the Martian atmosphere and headed towards the hive. He said decisively, give up attacking the hive. The hive is already useless. Use the speed advantage to harass King Noah from a distance. Yes. Luo immediately ordered, all ships that need to replenish energy and ammunition should return immediately. Other ships should cooperate with the main fleet to fight. Don't get too close to King Noah. Received. The warships readjusted their positions. The purpose of the space raid has been achieved. The severely damaged space hive can no longer support the Zeg's operations in space. The main target of attack at this time is King Noah and the other 4 supervolcano kings. After King Noah protected the space hive from being completely destroyed, he left behind some planetary behemoths and then began to attack the human command ship. It didn't care about those space reconnaissance ships, frigates, and destroyers. Only the few space cruisers that served as command ships could pose a threat to it. The 2 space destroyers attacked King Noah with plasma rays. They barely penetrated its plasma protection layer, but found that they could no longer distance themselves from it. At some point, the silk net launched by King Noah had spread throughout the surrounding space. Through the extension of the silk net, the range of the magnetic field and electric field it released expanded tenfold. In the face of the strong magnetic field, the speed of the 2 space destroyers slowed down greatly, like prey struggling in a spider web. Overload, 10%. The captain of a battleship shouted desperately. The thrusters were already at the maximum overload, but they still couldn't escape the attraction of the strong magnetic field. Struggle, wail. Noah enjoyed the despair of his prey. The rays from his eyes swept across, and the space destroyer immediately collapsed and disintegrated. Seeing this, the captain of another space destroyer gritted his teeth and said, I can't escape. Fight it. Attack its eyes. All the energy on the battleship was loaded into the plasma weapon, and it was launched together with the proton missiles, trying to smash Noah's eyes. Noah did not escape, but rushed forward against their attack, destroying the proton missiles while blowing up the space destroyer with his long legs, and then eating it through the big mouth of his abdomen. We have lost 2 more main battleships. He Xingzhou's heart was bleeding. They only had a total of 20 L2 class space destroyers, plus those destroyed by other insect kings. There are less than 10 now. And there are only 5 space cruisers left as command ships. In the virtual universe, He Xingzhou became anxious. She looked at He Xingzhou worriedly and quietly sent a private message. Do you have more powerful warships? No. He Xingzhou denied. Being able to manufacture these is already all our current production capacity and technological level. Then what should we do? If it really doesn't work, you can retreat. He Xingzhou sent a message. I think the elders have greatly changed their views on you. It is still possible to persuade them to help resist the Pleiades society. He Xingzhou said. It's not time to retreat yet. There is still one chance. What chance? He Xingzhou asked. It's hard to say. The success or failure of this Mars battle depends on this one move. He Xingzhou said. Blue Star Civilization, it's difficult. The unstoppable scene made by He Xingzhou feel quite regretful. You have done very well. It's just that the opponent you met is much stronger than you. That Noah King is already very close to the devourer of planets. Yu commented, it has not yet fully revealed its strength. If it shows all its strength, your plasma fusion rays and proton missiles will not be able to hurt it. This level of Zerg must be dealt with by L7 class space battleships. Other elders said, the Sky Eagle civilization of the Pleiades Association, the level of its self-developed warships is only L7 class battleships. Without the help of the Pleiades Association, even if the Sky Eagle civilization comes to fight this battle, it will be very difficult. While the main battleships are still there, retreating now is the wisest choice. The elders of the Black Sea civilization all believed that the Blue Star civilization was doomed to defeat. He Xingzhou knew very well that there was no possibility of retreat in this war. Once they retreated, the Noah King would definitely lead his army to chase to Blue Star and completely destroy their weapons. He Xingzhou looked at the battlefield. King Noah was killing people everywhere. It was heading for the command ship. If the command ship was destroyed, the war would fail. He Xingzhou commanded, all command ships, go to these coordinates immediately. He sent a few coordinates. When the captain saw the coordinates, they were shocked. Because of the war between the fleet and the Zerg, the atmosphere of Mars was abnormal, and now a super dust storm has been generated on Mars. The coordinates are located in this super dust storm. Although the atmospheric density of Mars is only 1% of that of the blue planet, the temperature difference between day and night is too large, or there is geological activity, and there will be violent air movement from time to time. At the time, the airflow drives the Martian dust on the surface to form dust storms. Every year, there are hundreds of dust storms on Mars. Sometimes, some dust storms converge together to form a global super dust storm. This super dust storm is more terrifying than the hurricane on the blue planet, because they carry a lot of sand and dust, and their height can exceed the 5 shield volcanoes on the Tharsis Plateau. The dust, water vapor and other substances in the dust storm will also form super strong lightning. Even if it is a planetary behemoth, it will die if it is caught in such a thunderstorm. Execute immediately. He Xingzhou shouted. Yes. Although they didn't know what the commander-in-chief was going to do, the captains all flew into the dust storm according to his instructions. In the dust storm, the magnetic field is chaotic and the electromagnetic interference is serious. The warships must raise the energy shield at all times, otherwise they will be pierced by sand and lightning. Want to use the dust storm to avoid my attack? Noah saw the movement of the command ships, and those command ships actually fled to the dust storm. In the dust storm, its magnetic field and electric field will be disturbed and cannot be accurately attacked. The rays will also be blocked by the sand and dust, and the power will be greatly reduced. Noah didn't care about the small dust storm at all. Even if the lightning hit it, it would only replenish its energy. The dust storm is too close to the surface of Mars. Noah judged in his heart that there was interference from the atmospheric flow. Once the human warships entered the dust storm, they would lose their speed. If it were in space, you wouldn't be wiped out if you ran away. In the Martian dust storm, you'd be digging your own grave. Noah approached the edge of the dust storm and began to attack. Its rays could briefly penetrate a small dust storm. Since the warship had an energy shield, the dust storm was still rolling up that dust on the ground, so the attack was difficult to be effective. No, it was not in a hurry either. It could devour sand and stones and carry out heavy nuclear fusion to replenish energy. Human warships couldn't do that. Maintaining the energy shield all the time was a high consumption. Within 5 minutes, their energy shield weakened, and there was only one way to go. He Xingzhou continued to order. The command ship keeps attacking Noah the Worm King, and the other warships deal with the supervolcano Worm King. Yes. The command ship continued to attack. Just like Noah the Worm King's attack was blocked by the dust storm, their plasma polymerization rays were also blocked, and their power was greatly reduced. They couldn't even penetrate Noah the Worm King's plasma protective layer. What are you doing? Isn't this just waiting to die? The elders of the Black Sea civilization began to question He Xingzhou's command. Hide in the dust storm, what else can you do? He Xingzhou disagreed and continued to command. He said, "Command ships gather in the direction of Noah and turn on the electric field." Yes. 5 command ships began to gather in the direction of Noah Insect King. They turned on the electric field stimulated by the warships, and the appearance of charged particles made the lightning in the dust storm more frequent. In the dust storm, thunder and lightning roared every moment. He wants to draw the dust storms together to form a super dust storm on the surface of the planet. He Xingzhou has seen through He Xingzhou's purpose, but he said, even if it is a super dust storm, it can't kill Noah Insect King. Doing this will hurt the enemy by 1000 and yourself by 800. The idea is feasible, the key is that after the warships are damaged, the fleet is really finished. And Noah Insect King has a stronger recovery ability. Even if he is injured in a super dust storm, he can recover quickly. By you judged. Unless they have an L2 class space cruise fleet of more than 30 ships, they can kill Noah the Insect King. The idea is to sacrifice these command ships, severely injure Noah the Insect King, and buy time for other warships to evacuate. They were thinking, how can He Xingzhou save the situation? If it was the Black Sea civilization, which was only a first-level civilization back then, facing this situation, it would be a dead end. The gap in technological levels makes tactics meaningless. Tactics are based on a certain technological foundation, otherwise the attack will be ineffective against Noah the Insect King. He Xingzhou looked at the command screen. The speed of the warships was extremely fast, which also increased the speed of the dust storm. If I really get caught in a super dust storm, with my size and energy reaction, all the lightning will strike me. Noah realized the danger. Although human weapons will not cause any harm to me, for the sake of safety, I still don't take this risk. Noah decided to retreat. The main reason for the failure of the insects before was that they underestimated humans. Noah will not make the same mistake this time. 5 dust storms have converged. The strong wind, dust, and the collision of countless charged particles have caused an unprecedented super dust storm on the surface of Mars. Its height is enough to cover the highest Olympus volcano on Mars. In this chaotic area, everything is buried by the dust storm. The terrifying lightning cannot illuminate this area. A primary planetary overlord was caught in the super dust storm because it could not avoid it. Within 3 seconds, it was pierced by the super thunder, and then buried by the sand and dust, and died. At this time, the electric field generated by the friction and collision of the super dust storm has exceeded the electric field that can be generated by the proton missile. The 5 command ships cannot survive alone in such a dust storm. They must concentrate all their energy on the energy shield, otherwise lightning can destroy the battleship at any time. The strength of the energy shield continues to weaken. Please remind the captains to leave quickly. But none of the captains evacuated. They saw the last instruction that He Xingzhou sent to them before the super dust storm formed. All warships turn on the electric field and fire proton beams at Noah the Insect King. In a super dust storm, do we still need to turn on the electric field? The captains knew that once they did this, countless charged particles would inevitably attach to the warships, and the energy shield would definitely not be able to withstand it. Obey the order. The captains shouted in unison. All the warships turned on the electric field, and for a time, the lightning in the super dust storm flooded 10 times. The strength of the energy shield was rapidly weakening, and these warships began to fire proton beams at Noah the Insect King. It is a proton stripped by an electromagnetic strong force converter, and it is also that core of the proton missile. Once the proton beam loses the restraint of the strong force, a super electric field will be generated immediately. This proton beam is equivalent to a proton missile without a shell. The attack range is short, the energy will disappear in an instant, and it is difficult to attack the target. The proton beam emitted in this super thunderstorm, while generating a terrifying electric field, attracted all the charged particles in the dust storm. From the perspective, it was like the lightning launched from the battleship, which attracted the 9-day thunder, all shot in one direction. Attracting thunder. It turns out that he was trying to attract thunder. The moment he saw the light, Noah already understood He Xingzhou's idea. He knew that the weapons of the battleship were no match for him, so he artificially created a super dust storm on Mars, borrowed the lightning generated by the natural environment, and created a super energy shell. Then used the proton beam as a lightning line to guide these energies to attack himself. This is a man-made meteorological weapon. At this moment, Noah was very scared. It was not sure if it could block such a terrifying energy attack. But how could it avoid the speed of lightning? It carries high energy itself and is a natural lightning attractor. The proton beam guided the lightning attack again. On the surface of Mars, in the dark super dust storm, it seemed that hundreds of thousands of thunders exploded at the same time, pulled by straight rays, and hit the huge body of Noah Wormking. Boom, the earth-shaking sound was enough to make people's eardrums explode. This scene was comparable to the 9 heavens' divine punishment in mythology. Countless energies simultaneously hit Noah Wormking's plasma protective layer. In the past, this was its protective layer, but at this moment, it was its lightning-inducing layer. The lightning took only a breath of time to penetrate its protective layer. At the same time, its skin, organs, tissues, and cells were also penetrated. Even organs that can accommodate biological nuclear fusion will exceed their carrying limit under such terrifying energy release, and explode or be vaporized. Noah Wormking's body was pierced with 5 large holes with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The walls of the holes were all dead biological cells. It fell from the sky, and Noah Wormking's body was severely damaged, and it could not even maintain flying. Keep going. He Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He had been thinking for a long time about how to deal with Noah the Wormking. Using the Martian atmosphere to create a super dust storm, and then coordinating the attack with proton weapons, was his last resort. The plan to kill Noah the Wormking had begun the moment the main battleship entered the Martian atmosphere. The location and coordinates of the dust storm were carefully calculated by him. Now, everything is just right. Seeing that their attack was effective, the captains fired new proton beams again, guiding lightning to bombard Noah the Wormking. They had just consumed most of the charged particles in the dust storm, but dust collisions were still taking place in the dust storm, generating new charged particles. Even if the power was not as strong as before, it was still no problem to beat Noah the Wormking, who could not support the electromagnetic protection layer. Several more thunderbolts hit Noah the Wormking, and all the nerve cells in Noah the Wormking's body were paralyzed. It could not support the power of resistance at all, and it was completely relying on its tenacious vitality to stay alive. And all its subordinates who came to rescue it were also killed by lightning and turned into a charred corpse. Joined forces to attack King Noah. After seeing King Noah was crippled, He Xingzhou made a prompt decision and transferred all the surrounding warships and weapons to bomb King Noah frantically. Without the plasma protection layer, King Noah was a living target at this time. Plasma energy cannons, proton missiles, and space hydrogen bombs all fell on it, turning the area within 100 miles into a scorched earth. King Noah's life breath was disappearing rapidly until it disappeared completely. King Noah was killed. The highest commander of the Zerg fell, and the principle of obeying the highest evolutionist engraved in the Zerg's genes disappeared at this moment. The situation is over. If this continues, we will be wiped out by humans. The original 5 supervolcano Wormkings, now only 3 are left. Escaral's volcano Wormking and Orsa's volcano Wormking fled directly into space. They wanted to leave Mars and save their lives. Damn, I'm still here. Seeing this, the Olympus volcano insect king was extremely anxious. As a plant, it could only move slowly. It had not yet evolved the ability to fly in space. At this time, Noah died and his teammates fled, so it could only stay where it was and be beaten. Stop them. In space, Luowan, who learned that Noah the insect king had died, led the fleet to intercept and hunt them in space. The insect kings all began to flee for their lives, and the other insects were even more confused. They lost their command, and all the insects that could survive in space tried to escape from Mars. Other insects, some were still attacking humans desperately, while others drilled into volcanoes and underground, trying to survive. The target has been killed. Run. In the super dust storm, the 5 command ships could not hold on. they were also attacked here. The energy shields of 3 command ships had been completely destroyed, and the hulls were highly damaged. After they drove out of the dust storm at full horsepower, they immediately started the small escape spacecraft to escape, and on the spot, the 3 command ships exploded violently and crashed directly. Only 2 space cruisers were saved. The surviving warships did not stop at all and joined the war again. At this time, the battlefield on Mars has become a one-sided massacre of Zed by humans. Everyone knows that unless another Noah's Zed king appears, humans will win the battle on Mars. He Xingzhou remained cautious. In the past hour, 70% of the Zed in the atmosphere had been killed, and still no new Zed king appeared. He knew that the victory of the Mars war was already decided. In the virtual universe, when the elders of the Black Sea civilization saw He Xingzhou commanding the warships and using super dust storms and proton beams to kill Noah's queen, they were all stunned. They thought that in front of the Zeg, Blue Star civilization, as a first-level civilization, would only be defeated. What's more, when Noah's king appeared, all the weapons of the Bee, they were all in despair. But under the command of He Xingzhou, they turned the tide and killed King Noah. Beautiful. From the beginning, the location and position of the dust storm were calculated. An elder couldn't help but praise, the location where the command ship appeared was also calculated. There happened to be 5 command ships corresponding to 5 dust storms, which surrounded King Noah. Even if it realized the danger, it would be too late to escape. Why didn't I think of it? We can also use meteorological weapons to attack. Wonderful. This war was well fought. It can be said to be a classic battle of the weak defeating the strong. I have to sigh when I see it now. This Blue Star civilization, and He Xingzhou, are indeed beyond my imagination. The Battle of Mars was won. He Xingzhou was also full of emotion and said, just relying on a few antique warships, they can defeat the Zeg on a planet. Their combat effectiveness is really strong. Yu didn't speak. He didn't expect this ending either. In this war, the weapons and tactics used by the Blue Star civilization completely exceeded his understanding of this civilization. When Bai Xibang saw the death of Noah the Insect King, her pretty face was full of pride, and she said, I told you long ago that they can do it. She smiled slightly, looking at He Xingzhou, still amazed in her heart. He had calculated the weather weapons. How many tricks did he have? He Xingzhou nodded and said, the Blue Star civilization can destroy the Martian's egg. It seems that we really have to consider Bai Xibang's plan. The other elders also agreed very much. We originally thought that the Blue Star civilization was just a slightly stronger first-level civilization, but now it seems that their strength is stronger than our several subordinate civilizations. Give them time, becoming a second-level civilization is a foregone conclusion. Supporting them is also a disguised way of targeting the Pleiades society. It can help us share the pressure from the Pleiades civilization, which is indeed a good choice. It would be even better if this civilization could become our subordinate civilization. Hearing their discussion, He Xingzhou said, everyone, I must make one thing clear. The Blue Star civilization will not become a subordinate civilization of other civilizations. If you are willing to help us resist the Pleiades, it won't take too long, just 50 years. We will definitely give you something in return, whether it's fighting the Pleiades or giving you corresponding help in the future. The elders were all considering it. Bai Xibang had emphasized to them long ago that the Blue Star civilization was unwilling to become a subordinate civilization. It was precisely because of this that the people inside disagreed to help the Blue Star civilization. Now it seems that helping the Blue Star civilization may not be helping them, but also helping themselves, giving the Pleiades a strong enemy in the solar system. The members of the Pleiades are all in the star system next to the solar system. It is inevitable that the Blue Star civilization will grow and develop, and it will have friction with them. At this point, the interests of both parties are the same. And in this Mars battle, they also prove that they have the strength to do this. He Xingzhou said, okay, we will discuss this carefully. If things go well, the Pleiades fleet will not come to the solar system within 50 years. His words were very confident, and they must have had the means to contain the Pleiades. Please subscribe and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 191 Superstarring Project 6000 When Bai Xibang heard He Xingzhou say this, she secretly sent a message to He Xingzhou, saying, it's a short thing. He Xingzhou smiled slightly. He was still in a command ship in outer space on Mars. On the battlefield on Mars, the Zeg had already lost their battle. All that was left was to clean up the battlefield. At this time, Blue Star In outer space on Blue Star, at Spaceport No. 3, the busy airport was replenishing energy for spacecraft. They would serve as temporary supply ships and go to Mars to deliver nuclear fusion materials and ammunition to warships. In outer space, a patrolled satellite was flying, and a ray of light struck and destroyed it. F-447 patrolled satellite was destroyed. Warning, unknown enemy situation. The Skynet satellite system sent an urgent telegram to the command center. Enemy attack in the direction of Spaceport No. 3. Frigates will go immediately. He Xingzhou had just received the good news from Mars. He thought everything was fine, but he didn't expect that there would be enemies to attack them. Several frigates immediately headed to the direction of Spaceport No. 3. The spaceport also went on full alert, defensive weapons were prepared, and various space drones and space mechas were dispatched. In the shadows, a huge monster flew at 30% of the speed of light. It was extremely fast and had a super strong plasma protection layer. Several plasma cannons from the spaceport hit it, but they failed to break through the plasma protection layer. This guy, like Noah the Insect King, is also a high-level planetary overlord. Its evolution level is not as high as Noah the Insect King. It belongs to the level that is only one level stronger than the medium-level planetary overlord. It should have just evolved to a high-level planetary overlord not long ago. Plasma aggregation ray. In the spaceport, the nuclear fusion reactor was fully activated, and the energy was transmitted to the plasma weapon. Several plasma rays gathered together and penetrated its plasma protection layer in an instant, burning its skin and flesh, and injuring it. There was also a proton missile that hit it, causing it a lot of damage. If it was a primary planetary overlord, this proton missile would be enough to kill it. This guy still retained a certain combat effectiveness. He ignored his injuries and relied on his strong vitality to withstand the attack. He rushed into the spaceport and spit out energy rays to destroy everything he encountered. In just a few seconds, Spaceport No. 3 became a ruin. The space station and the space elevator below all stopped urgently. The space elevator lost its counterweight and fell from space. The residents of the artificial island below also hurried to take shelter. Surround it, don't let it get away. He Xingzhou said angrily. A group of frigates had arrived and attacked it frantically. This is not a main battleship, but it has the home advantage. On the moon base, a large number of space weapon modules flew out, combined into plasma polymerization rays and space electromagnetic cannons, etc. to attack it. There are also hundreds of proton missiles locked on it and attacked. This behemoth did not seem to think that in just a few years, human defense has been upgraded to this level. With so many weapons coming at it, its plasma, the protective layer, was not intact for a second. It was hit by several proton missiles and was seriously injured. The behemoth wanted to continue to destroy other space buildings. Seeing that it was already injured and there were too many human weapons, it turned around and ran away, flying into the depths of the universe. Chase, we must not let it escape this time. He Xingzhou shouted, prepare the tracking fleet. After learning from the last experience, they prepared a tracking team composed of several L2-class reconnaissance ships. Once the behemoth came to attack, this fast tracking team could track it in time. In space, several reconnaissance ships immediately chased after the behemoth. The behemoth was originally faster than them. After it forcibly destroyed Spaceport No. 3, it was injured by human weapons and its speed dropped a lot. The reconnaissance ship bit it tightly and chased it. The behemoth did not try to turn back to attack. If it turned back to attack, it might destroy several more human warships, but it would also fall in space. So it has been desperately escaping, but the distance between the tracking fleet and it has been getting closer. One of the captains, He Xingzhou, asked, report to the commander, the enemy has entered the attack range of our ship, should we destroy it? No. He Xingzhou said, hold it and see where it escaped to. When it retreats, we will kill it. Yes. The chasing warship began to maintain speed, deliberately chasing it slowly. Every time the behemoth escaped, it seemed to have a hope of escaping that pursuit, but the human warships could always speed up a little bit to catch up. In this way, the fleet had moved away from the blue planet and even flew over the orbit of Mars. After about 3 hours, the fleet had arrived in the orbit of Jupiter. Captain, Jupiter is ahead. The crew member reminded, if we continue to chase, it may be dangerous. He Xingzhou also knew that Jupiter is the most massive planet in the solar system, and there must be many Zerg on it. He warned, kill the target immediately. Launch a reconnaissance satellite. Yes. It takes half an hour for the signal to reach Jupiter from the blue planet, so at this time, they have to judge everything by themselves and can no longer rigidly request instructions. Several warships began to accelerate and attack the behemoth. After several hours of embarrassing escape, the behemoth was already weak. When the plasma weapons and proton missiles hit it, it was almost unable to resist and was quickly killed. The target has been killed. Our ship has entered the orbit of Jupiter. Return immediately. He Xingzhou ordered. Return immediately. The warships were turning around, and at this time, around them, there were strong energy reactions. It's space egg. On the detector, tens of thousands of red icons appeared in the space, and the energy reaction showed that these space Zeg were at least planetary overlords. Elementary, intermediate, and even advanced planetary overlord energy reactions. It turned out that the giant beast was calling for help while escaping, so that the giant beast surrounded them. Quickly retreat. He Xingzhou shouted, overload to 10%. All the warship thrusters entered the overload state. Their L2-class space reconnaissance ships had a speed of about 27%. With an overload of 10%, the speed could reach 30% of the speed of light. The warships quickly evacuated, and tens of thousands of space Zegs were chasing them. The medium-level planetary overlords could keep up with their speed, and the high-level planetary overlords were faster than them. Continue to overload 15%. He Xingzhou gritted his teeth. 15%, that's on the verge of explosion. The warship thrusters will definitely break down, said the first mate. I can't care so much. He Xingzhou said, adjust the direction and request support from the commander-in-chief. Yes. The ships accelerated again, and this time the acceleration was completely used without regard for the life of the thrusters. After the overload, they finally pulled away from the Zeg. 10 minutes later, the distress signal was transmitted to Mars. Go to a support fleet to pick them up. He Xingzhou dispatched several destroyers and cruisers. He Xingzhou and others were still madly running for their lives. The detection satellite showed that there were at least 5 high-level planetary overlords behind them. They were all powerful enemies like Noah the Insect King. How could their small reconnaissance ships deal with them? The thruster has reached critical high temperature and is shutting down urgently. The AI system sent a desperate message. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is no resistance in space, and they can still maintain their current speed by inertia. As long as the behemoths don't speed up, we still have a chance. The crew comforted themselves. The behemoths obviously didn't think so, they were still speeding up. Seeing that the behemoth was about to catch up with the last battleship, a ray flew over and pierced the plasma protective layer on the behemoth, injuring its body. The behemoth hesitated for a moment, its speed stagnated, and the battleship quickly fled. The support fleet sent by He Xingzhou has arrived, and there is still a certain distance from the orbit of Mars. If these behemoths insist on chasing, he is not sure to stop them, so he can only try to intercept them and then let the fleet evacuate. The behemoths seem to have some concerns, and after the support fleet arrived, they retreated decisively. Fortunately they've retreated. The crew members breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to chase, the fleet would be destroyed. Commander-in-Chief, we are chasing this time and we are sure that the space Zeg that attacked us is on Jupiter. He Xingzhou reported. The detection satellite has discovered a large number of space Zeg nests. He sent the pictures taken by the detection satellite over, and He Xingzhou saw that there were a large number of Zeg active outside Jupiter. They travel between space and Jupiter, and their prosperity is dozens of times more than that of the current blue star. And in the outer space orbit of Jupiter, there are a large number of satellites floating. Unlike Blue Star and Mars, Jupiter has a very large number of satellites, with 79 known ones alone. Their mass and size vary. Among them, the large satellites, such as Ganymede, are larger than Mercury. Io has an iron core with a diameter of more than 1,800 kilometers, as well as active volcanoes, magma lakes, atmosphere, etc. If these satellites are built into space Zeg nests, their horror will be more than 100 million times that of the Martian Zeg. Not to mention the terrifying monsters that may be bred on that huge Jupiter. Let the reconnaissance ships patrol nearby. He Xingzhou ordered. If the Jupiter Zeg intends to attack at this time, they will have no choice but to run away. Judging from the sneak attacks in the previous few times, the Jupiter Zeg does not seem to plan to collectively attack the Blue Star civilization at this time. Based on the Zeg information provided by Binang Xiang, He Xingzhou guessed that the Zeg has not yet produced a top-level leader on the mother planet, and that Jupiter Zeg may still be in a state of internal hegemony among the Zeg. Therefore, these bugs have not yet developed collectively into outer space, but are in internal fighting. No matter what, take Mars first. He Xingzhou looked at the display screen. The super dust storm on Mars was still continuing, and the battleships and mechas were still clearing the battlefield. Mars at T. Although the Zeg has been devouring its mass, it has also brought many creatures that can adapt to the harsh environment of Mars. When we take over Mars and transform it, human production capacity will at least double. He Xingzhou thought to himself that with the resources of Mars, productivity will be further developed. Moreover, Mars is closer to Jupiter. Building it into a military base can also serve as a buffer zone for the war between the Blue Star civilization and the Jupiter Zeg. The Mars war lasted for 10 days. The first day was a major battle, and the rest of the time was spent cleaning up the Zeg. The war was not declared over until the Zeg of the planetary behemoths were killed or captured on the surface of Mars. The command ship that He Xingzhou was riding on landed on the surface of Mars. He was wearing space armor and stepped on the soil of Mars. This reddish-brown land was full of explosion craters, Zeg corpses, and metal fragments. If these scenes were on the Blue Star, they would definitely look very desolate and tragic. But on Mars, it was a little different. This planet has not hit such a lively scene for 4 billion years. From now on, this planet belongs to us. He Xingzhou looked at the vast land and said this to the camera. The news of the victory of the Mars war has been transmitted back to the Blue Star. At this time, on the Blue Star, people are watching this scene. Mars belongs to us. We conquered a planet. Commander, he is awesome. We won the first battle of the Star Wars. The scene of the super dust storm plus the proton beam attack is so exciting. Millions of thunders are falling, like Thor's arrival. We have taken the first step to colonize Mars. Noah is finally dead. He pitted us so badly. If it weren't for Noah's science society, humans should have had more power to resist the Zeg. Where are those humans who followed Noah? Someone asked. He Xingzhou saw this sentence and said, most of the humans who followed Noah were eaten by him. Another part was made into half a dead Zeg people, and was used as an exhibit in Noah's Zeg nest, and was also eaten. After the death of Noah the Zeg king, the ground troops went to explore the underground Zeg nest in the Grand Canyon of the Mariners. In the underground insect nest, they found those insects. When Noah died, the insect nest was in chaos. Some insects thought that these insects had no cells in their bodies, and that swallowing them would speed up their evolution, so they rushed to eat them. He Xingzhou showed some photos, and the scenes in the photos made the audience shudder. It's so scary. I remember when the disaster era came, I envied them. I didn't expect that they were all made into living specimens. Don't they deserve this? These people had a lot of social resources back then. Instead of resisting the Zeg, they thought about escaping. This is the end. This is the end of those who surrendered to the Zeg. Being stronger is the only way out. He Xingzhou stood on the land of Mars and announced, I now declare in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Blue Star Alliance that Mars has become the first colonized planet of our Blue Star civilization. We will use 3 months to basically clean up the Zeg on Mars. At the same time, open Mars mining, industrial construction, base construction, Mars city construction, and Mars immigration permits. All those who meet the conditions can apply. After He Xingzhou finished speaking, people were collectively boiling. What does a brand new planet mean? It means countless opportunities. When Columbus discovered a new continent, it brought a century of glory to the West. And now, they have a brand new planet. It can be said that there are opportunities and gold everywhere. I want to immigrate. I want to go to Mars to pan for gold. Mars City. I apply to be a builder on Mars. Go to Mars to mine. I can't make it on Blue Star anymore, I want to go to Mars. Take me with you. Netizens are still posting comments online, and some smart people have already gone to the official website of the Blue Star Alliance to apply for relevant licenses for Mars immigration and Martian industry. The Blue Star Alliance is in urgent need of developing Mars, so it has set very low licensing requirements. Even individuals and companies without spaceships are eligible to go to Mars. He Xingzhou plans to use 80% of space battleships to help interstellar construction. Even individuals can rent space battleships and military mechas for Mars development as long as they meet the needs. 1 month later, in the virtual universe, in the office of the Blue Star Alliance, the elders of our Iceberg Investigation Association have agreed to help you contain the Pleiades Association. By 9 Xibang said to He Xingzhou, we will send a fleet to patrol nearby. They will definitely not dare to act rashly. Are you sure? He Xingzhou asked one more question. After all, this is a matter of life and death for civilization. Of course. Don't underestimate us, okay? Bai Xibang said, if our Black Sea civilization really takes action, it won't be a problem to destroy the Pleiades. Our opponent is a more advanced civilization. The reason why we don't fight them is just for other considerations. He Xingzhou nodded and said, that's good. He looked at Bai Xibang and said, thanks to you for this matter, we will remember it. Hilly. Bai Xibang snorted twice proudly and said, 50 years, they can only contain them for 50 years, and after 50 years, you have to rely on yourselves. Of course, if you show more potential than other civilizations in 50 years, I can still convince the Civilization Council to help you. There is enough time. He Xingzhou said. Within 50 years, they have to solve the problem of the Zeg infestation in the solar system. As for the rookie competition of the Interstellar Construction Association, He Xingzhou still did not update the ranking. At the Blue Star Alliance Command, He Xingzhou and hundreds of commanders are formulating plans for the next stage of development of the Blue Star civilization. After taking Mars, our first task will be to develop Mars, build Martian cities, military bases, space bases, and expand the fleet. He Xingzhou said, the Mars development mission will be handed over to Commander Lu Mei. Secondly, there is the problem of Zeg on other planets. Getting rid of the Zeg on Mars does not mean that we can sit back and relax. Everyone knows that there are Zeg on other planets, especially Jupiter. It can be said that we cannot deal with the Zeg on Jupiter at this stage. Therefore, investigating the Zeg situation in the solar system is an important issue, including continuing to improve the solar system communications system and detection system. This task is the responsibility of Commander Kui Women. We can't defeat the Zeg on Jupiter, but we can consider eliminating the Zeg on Venus and Mercury. Develop the fleet and first occupy Venus and Mercury near the blue planet. The military mission is the responsibility of Commander He Xingzhou. Commander Song Jinghong, continue to stud. After He Xingzhou explained the tasks of several first-level commanders, he said, the other commanders at all levels will perform their duties according to the corresponding tasks. Here, I also want to announce an important construction plan. The commanders looked at He Xingzhou. The previous plan was already heavy enough. What other plans are there? He Xingzhou said. According to the intelligence we got from the Black Sea civilization, the Zeg Space High can be launched as a weapon when it is fully built. For example, use the Hive as a kinetic weapon and launch it at the Blue Star. Everyone knows that 65 million years ago, an asteroid with a diameter of 10 kilometers hit the Blue Star. The impact power was equivalent to 100 trillion tons of TNT, causing mass extinction and changing the entire ecosystem of the Blue Star. If today, there is such an asteroid with a diameter of 10 kilometers hitting the Blue Star, can we solve it? Everyone looked at each other and discussed. With a diameter of 10 kilometers, plasma weapons are no longer very effective. The same goes for space hydrogen bombs. Even if it can be blown to pieces, its fragments falling on the Blue Star can cause a global doomsday. He Xingzhou said, this is just an analogy. The real situation may be worse than we imagined. Jupiter has dozens of satellites, and the largest satellite is enough to smash the blue planet into pieces. Of course, the Zeg should not have such strength yet, but it is still possible to push a space hive with a diameter of dozens of kilometers to hit the blue planet. The Zeg on Mars has proved this. We must take precautions before it happens. He Xingzhou wondered, how can we prevent it? Even if they launch an attack, we can't stop them. Do we have to build large-scale survival and military bases on Mercury, Venus, and Mars, or build space mobile cities in outer space? He Xingzhou smiled and said, the construction tasks on other planets are independent. In the age of cataclysm, we have never given up our home planet. Now that our scientific and technological strength is stronger, we will naturally not give up. My idea is to create a superweapon to deal with such a crisis, and at the same time protect the blue planet from being harassed by the Zeg. What superweapon can deal with this crisis? Lu Mei asked curiously. Kinetic weapon. He Xingzhou said, planetary orbital cannon. Planetary orbital cannon? Everyone was stunned when they heard what He Xingzhou said. He Xingzhou then explained, this is a super electromagnetic cannon I envisioned. The power generated by the asteroid impact comes from kinetic energy. We can also do it through technology. Build a superstar ring around the blue planet. This planet wraps around the entire equator of the blue planet, and uses the blue planet's space elevator to connect the superstar ring and the surface. The star ring itself is a supergiant structure surrounding the entire planet. Its core is a ring planet particle collider, which can be used for basic scientific research, antimatter and dark energy research. The outer ring has an electromagnetic orbit around the entire planet. A large mass electromagnetic cannon projectile is placed in it and accelerated through the acceleration orbit around the entire planet. It will generate kinetic energy comparable to an asteroid impact. If such a planetary orbital cannon is built, even an asteroid can be smashed to pieces. A high-level planetary overlord like Noah the Insect King can be killed with one shot. Chapter 192 Civilization Arena, 10,000 character chapter. The superstar ring, with further expansion, can also become a ring-shaped space city around the blue planet. After hearing He Xingzhou's description, hundreds of commanders in the headquarters were silent for a long time. After experiencing the Cataclysm era, the Xuanwu project, and the Mars War, the threshold that can surprise or make them feel incredible is already very high. At the beginning, a Great Wall of Steel was considered a fantasy by humans all over the world. And now, the superstar ring project is many times crazier than the Great Wall of Steel. Surrounding the entire planet, building a ring-shaped particle collider, a ring-shaped space city, and a planetary orbital cannon. Any idea is enough to subvert their cognition. Is this a feat that humans can accomplish? 20 years ago, before the Cataclysm era, any of them dared to assert that if someone said they wanted to build such a superstar ring, they would definitely be denied by everyone and regarded as a joke. And today, it was He Xingzhou who said this. They are all commanders who have witnessed countless miracles. The commander-in-chief is still the commander-in-chief. He Xingzhou said with emotion. The superstar ring project reminded him of the Xuanwu project. When He Xingzhou proposed the Great Wall of Steel, his first thought was that it was too difficult to reach the sky. Today's superstar ring project is 10,000 times more exaggerated and equally difficult, but he no longer thinks it is impossible to achieve. Things are different now. These are 3 super mega structures, 3 in 1. Lu Mei said, if we really want to implement it, it will not be enough to rely on the resources of Blue Star alone, but also the resources of Mars, Venus, and Mercury. Lu Mei's first reaction was not to question, but to think about how to implement it. The commander-in-chief's idea is as grand as ever. I think it is very feasible. Kui Women said, there are so many space insect nests on Jupiter, we can't pin our hopes on the internal fighting of the Zerg, they will attack us sooner or later. Blue Star is our base camp. Building the superstar ring and planetary orbital cannons is not only a way to resist the Zerg, but also a way to resist the Pleiades fleet. I can't help much with the superstar ring, but I fully support it. Song Jinghong said. The attitudes of the other second-level commanders were more distinct than theirs, and some were even excited and enthusiastic. Lady Enfeng said, this is the military weapon that our space civilization should have. Fighting on Mars is not going smoothly. To build a superstar ring, we can mobilize all the troops and build it together. Lu Yuan was even more excited and said, the Space Force must also participate. If the ring-shaped space city and planetary orbital cannon can be built, the power of our space defense will be directly enhanced by 10,000 times. Yes, if we can have such a space defense system, the Zerg will die every time they dare to sneak attack. Kyo-home strongly agreed. The Zerg's several sneak attacks on outer space have caused them losses, and the Space Force is holding their breath. Zhu Tenden, a top scientist at the Academy of Sciences and one of the main members of the Interstellar Construction Department, spoke. Regarding, we have already had ideas about the planetary particle collider, and we can do our best to complete this design task. Other commanders at all levels agreed very much. He Xingzhou said, okay, the Super Ring project is set. It is expected to take 30 years. All departments must fully cooperate and carry out the military missions on Mars, Venus and Mercury simultaneously. Within 1 year, produce the design drawings and announce the plan. The headquarters began to discuss the superstar ring project in detail. This will be the first super space megastructure built by the Blue Star civilization in the true sense. Space elevators and space supports are space buildings in low Earth orbit, and they have not yet reached the level of space megastructures. And the superstar ring is almost one of the top space buildings that a first-level civilization can build. He Xingzhou has seen it in interstellar construction. With the diameter of Blue Star, which is 12,742 kilometers, he can probably become a second-level interstellar builder directly after the construction of the superstar ring of a planet of this specification. The construction of the superstar ring is mainly to resist the Zerg attack, and it can also accumulate technology for the construction of the Dyson Sphere. He Xingzhou immediately began to prepare. The superstarring involves too much technology, and he has to plan it carefully. In the office, He Xingzhou divided the superstarring project. The first step is naturally to build a particle collider around the planet. He Xingzhou called out the quantum optical brain to unlock the corresponding technology. Spend 1000 units of energy to unlock the high-energy accelerator technology. Spend 100 units of energy to unlock the ultra-vacuum pipeline technology. Spend 300 units of energy to unlock the rapid cooling technology. Spend 500 units of energy to unlock the microscopic particle observation technology. Just a ring planet particle collider involves tens of thousands of new technologies. He Xingzhou naturally cannot complete such a workload by himself. The Interstellar Construction Department has organized a team of more than 100,000 people to develop and design together. It is worth mentioning that 10 years have passed since the new era. With the promotion of various policies and means, the population of Blue Star civilization has increased by 10%. In addition, the average life expectancy has increased to more than 500 years, and the population mortality rate has plummeted. It is expected that in another 20 to 30 years, the population will be restored to the population before the disaster era. This population is still pitifully small compared to interstellar civilization. Therefore, Blue Star civilization manufactures a large number of robots to perform various labors. Now the factories are almost all fully automated factories, and engineering construction is also all robot labor. In the city, all walks of life are using robots on a large scale. Humans are mainly engaged in management, design, research and development. In order to ensure the safety of robot management, the Blue Star Alliance also has a special intelligent machinery safety department to be responsible for this content. He Xingzhou's sister, He Xingzhou, now works in the Intelligent Machinery Security Department. All employees of the Intelligent Machinery Security Department are prohibited from implanting superconducting quantum chips and intelligent mechanical prostheses, but are allowed to implant biological chips and biological computers for genetic modification. Similarly, in the Institute of Biology, there are also prosthetic modifiers who hold important positions, striving to achieve a balanced development of the two technological directions. Half a year later, at He Xingzhou's home, He Xingzhou has just completed the design of the circumplanetary particle collider with his team, and Zhu Tenbin has begun to arrange the manufacturing plan, so he can take a short break for 2 days. Zhu Zlan and Jing Manrong are busy in the kitchen. Usually, housework can be done by nanny robots or real nannies. When the family is reunited, they are still used to doing it themselves, which seems more lifelike. This is the characteristic of the older generation. Young people born in the new era rely almost entirely on robots to complete their daily work. This does not mean that they cannot endure hardships, but it is caused by the development trend of the times. Now is the era of interstellar development, and there are many more things that are more arduous and meaningful than doing housework. Brother, can I apply to visit the virtual universe? I heard that there are real silicon-based civilized creatures there. It would be great if we could communicate with them. He Xingzhou looked at He Xingzhou weakly. The Blue Star civilization only has one subspace communication device, which can only transmit 5 information streams. It is very difficult to enter the virtual universe. Lumi, how is the personnel arrangement for the virtual universe recently? He Xingzhou asked. Lumi said, there are still 3 positions today. Mr. Wenheng is in the office. Mr. Zhu Tenbin is studying in the Interstellar Construction Association. He Xingzhou said, okay, we can go and have a look after dinner. It just so happens that I also want to go to the civilization arena for a stroll. Yeah. Big brother is the best. He Xingzhou laughed. At this time, Jing Manrong came over with dishes and said, it's also good to go to the virtual universe. If you can't find a boyfriend on Blue Star, you can go to the virtual universe to find an alien. As long as it is a humanoid creature, we can accept it. Ha ha ha. He Xingzhou and Zhu Zlan couldn't help laughing. After the simple meal, He Xingzhou took Zhu Zlan and He Xingzhou to the base where the subspace communicator was placed to connect their consciousness. A few seconds later, their consciousness came to the virtual universe. Here, Bai Ning Xibang had been waiting for them for a long time, and He Xingzhou informed her in advance. Bai Ning Xibang certainly knew Zhu Zlan, but it was the first time she met He Xingzhou. Hello, Miss Bai. He Xingzhou took the initiative to greet her. Are you He Xingzhou's sister? Bai Ning Xibang looked at her carefully and said, I always feel that you look familiar. Is that because of my brother? But my brother and I don't look alike. He Xingzhou said. No, no. Bai Xingzhou thought for a while and said, don't you think that He Xingzhou looks at her? He Xingzhou and Zhu Zilan were both stunned when they heard her words. When they looked at He Xingzhou again, they were surprised. He Xingzhou was born beautiful, there is no doubt about that. She has been praised for her beauty since she was a child. Her face and figure are in line with the golden ratio of the human body. Many girls envy this. After listening to Bai Xingzhou's words, He Xingzhou also felt that He Xingzhou's face shape was indeed a bit similar to the order angel in the order square. Zhu Zilan even gestured. If she was given wings, she would really look like it. He Xingzhou asked curiously, what is an order angel? Bai Xingzhou explained. It is a silicon-based life that maintains order in the virtual universe of the Order Alliance. Then maybe this girl was an angel in her previous life. He Xingzhou said narcissistically. Don't be so conceited. He Xingzhou complained. They walked around the initial city, and He Xingzhou was very curious about everything. The various civilizations and aliens in the universe refreshed her view of the universe. Seeing it with your own eyes and touching it are completely different from reading the information. When she arrived at the Order Square, she even compared her face to the Order Angel and found that her face shape was indeed very similar to that of the Order Angel. She tried to communicate with the Order Angel, but the Order Angel floated in the air like a sculpture and ignored her. How aloof. Robots are so hard to communicate with. He Xingzhou whispered. Okay, we've almost finished our tour, it's time to get down to business. He Xingzhou said to Bai Xingzhou, let's go to the civilization arena. Finally, it's time to get to this part. Bai Xingzhou couldn't wait. She came to be a tour guide today just to go to the civilization arena. He Xingzhou went to the civilization arena just to improve his understanding of interstellar warfare and improve his weapons. The Mars war made him realize that the space military strength of the Blue Star civilization was not strong. If they hadn't used the super dust storm, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Martian's egg. In addition, He Xingzhou always felt that it was safer to rely on himself than on others. Even if the Black Sea civilization currently agreed to temporarily contain the Pleiades society, what if they changed their minds? What if the Pleiades society still attacked with great force? Civilizations are not individuals. Their thoughts and decisions are affected by countless factors, and no one can judge them. He must be fully prepared. Civilization arena. Zhu Zilan was also looking forward to it. After the new era, He Xingzhou completely handed over his daily work to the artificial intelligence. Zhu Zilan began to learn how to operate and command the warship. She wanted to become a qualified captain and commander, and be useful when He Xingzhou needed her. Times have changed. Her special forces skills and mecha control skills are now a bit backward. Several people followed Bai Xingzhou and came to the upper level of the initial city, in front of a gate floating in the air. Inside the gate, there is a starry sky. Is this the place for simulating battlefields? He Xingzhou exclaimed, it's so beautiful here, it's like there's a universe in the gate. Bai Xingzhou rubbed her hands and said excitedly, I haven't been here for a long time. I'm going to make a fortune this time. They walked into the Stargate and instantly came to a planet. Welcome to the civilization arena. A black-winged order angel appeared here. She introduced. You can participate in free competition, ranking competition or special competition here. Before participating in the competition, you need to recertify the civilization level and enter the information of the weapons used by the civilization. He Xingzhou didn't care about it. They were a first-level civilization, and no matter what weapons they had, they were primitive weapons in the eyes of the Order Alliance. He entered some information into the subspace communicator and started scanning. Soon, Chuanzi said, after certification, the level of Blue Star civilization has been upgraded from 1.0 to 1.2. The relevant weapons have been entered. You can start your civilization competition journey. He Xingzhou's virtual universe guide Chuanzi reminded him, when the simulated civilization competition is officially underway, you can start the simulation training. Do you want to start? Let's start. He Xingzhou said. They were not familiar with the rules yet. Each simulation requires a universe coin. Chuanzi said. In the virtual universe, there is always a little money to spend. It doesn't seem like much, but when accumulated, it is an expensive expense. In the past 10 years, He Xingzhou has spent most of the rewards he originally received, leaving less than 1,000 universe coins. For many civilizations, when the universe coins are used up, they can only continue to earn universe coins by selling intelligence, technology, resources, or completing related tasks issued by the Order Alliance, which is equivalent to working for the Order Alliance in disguise. You guys practice first, I'll go play 2 games myself. Bai Xingzhou said, and her figure disappeared from the spot. She had entered a certain arena to conduct a simulated war with other civilizations. He Xingzhou, Zhuzilan, and He Mengyu entered the training ground for training. Welcome to the first level civilization training ground. He Xingzhou appeared in an unfamiliar star system. Chuanzi introduced. This is a simple difficulty training star system. You will face a fleet of 1.2 civilization strength in this star system. Destroy the opponent's manpower as much as possible and destroy the opponent's military bases and industrial bases. The weapons you use are all from the weapons owned by this civilization, and the technology and quantity are synchronized. He Xingzhou found that the number of fleets he could mobilize was indeed synchronized with reality, because it was a simulated battle, and the number of weapons of the enemy was about the same as his. He Xingzhou can still check the enemy's information. Humanoid civilization armor, civilization strength level 1.2, number of warships 500, L1 warships 200, L2 warships 300, highest level warship L2 space cruiser, highest level weapon, plasma ray. Only plasma ray? He Xingzhou was a little surprised. They had used this thing in the planetary battlefield, or was it because of the simple difficulty? He began to simulate the battle. In the initial battlefield, he and the simulated enemy occupied a planet each, began to lay out and fight. He Xingzhou didn't have much skills at all. He divided part of his strength to defend the planet, and then let the main fleet attack the enemy. In the whole process, almost no tactics were used. Because the enemy's warships were no match for him at all. The strength of the opponent's plasma ray was similar to the giant mecha he made in the Cataclysm era, and it couldn't even penetrate the energy shield of the warship. The training war was a one-sided crushing. In less than a day, he took down all the enemies. A day here may be less than a minute in Blue Star time, because the simulation process is the transmission of brain information, just like dreaming. Chuanzi said. The initial training has been passed. You can continue training or start fighting with other civilizations. He Xingzhou thought for a while and said, let's go to a higher difficulty. There are also general difficulty, difficult difficulty, very difficult difficulty, hell level difficulty, etc. Each level is divided into 9 levels. The highest level of difficulty no longer restricts the enemy's civilization level and weapons. He Xingzhou said, let's try hell level difficulty 9. He entered hell level difficulty 9, and he still hit so many weapons. After a microsecond, he didn't do anything, and Chuanzi announced, you have failed. He Xingzhou. Is it over? I want to see the battle replay. The battle replay was slowed down countless times. Only a small black dot appeared in the star system, and then it quickly expanded and swallowed the entire star system. Chuanzi explained. Your simulated opponent uses a hyperspace annihilation bomb to completely annihilate the star system you are in. The score for this training, 0 points. He Xingzhou. ... Forget it. Let's face an opponent with a civilization of the same level of strength, the highest difficulty. He Xingzhou said. Select difficulty 1. This time, He Xingzhou's opponent switched to a level 1.2 civilization. The opponent had far more warships than him, with more than 100 L2 class space cruisers and a fleet of more than 2,000. He Xingzhou simulated the battle again, and it was indeed more difficult to fight. The enemy relied on the performance advantage of the warships to repeatedly fight with him in space, and there were also several sneak attack fleets that came to attack the base camp from time to time. He Xingzhou suffered a little loss, but relied on weapons beyond the civilization level to maintain the situation and barely won. Simple. Winning on Mars is still a matter of timing and weapons. He Xingzhou thought. He continued to train, and during training, he could also adjust the type of civilization. For example, the silicon-based civilization opponents who were adjusted may have only 1,000 warships at the beginning of the war, but once the war started, they could quickly explode their troops, and the number of warships would increase as the war progressed. They could also use information attack methods to invade the intelligence systems of warships and make them betray. Or opponents of non-human civilizations use biological warships, which have extremely strong self-repair capabilities. Even if they are broken, they can still divide matter and energy to repair themselves like the Zerg. There are also civilizations that do not use warships, such as individually powerful space creatures. Civilizations that only develop space mechas. Starship civilizations that live in the asteroid belt and specialize in sneak attacks, and so on. When He Xingzhou first faced these civilizations, even in training mode, his winning rate was very low, less than 50%. Later, he gradually became familiar with the combat methods of some civilizations, became alert, and his winning rate gradually increased. After dozens of games, He Xingzhou was able to challenge the difficult 1.5 level civilization. The elders of the Black Sea civilization were right. Proton missiles and energy shields are often 1.5. It can only be developed by civilizations above level 1. Because of the threat of the Zerg, the Blue Star civilization has developed weapons faster than the overall development of civilization, which belongs to the bias type. Other civilizations, as long as they have a spaceship with a speed of 5% of the speed of light, their range of activities basically reaches the entire star system. However, their Blue Star civilization has L2 level warships, but their range of activities is still limited to Blue Star and Mars. He Xingzhou. Binang Xibang sent him a message. He Xingzhou left the training ground and saw Binang Xibang's face full of reluctance. I lost miserably. She said aggrievedly, I lost every game, and there is no more fun. I lost all the money I saved with great difficulty. Unlike the Blue Star civilization, their Black Sea civilization has a higher level of civilization certification, and its strength has declined seriously. When competing with other civilizations of the same level, they are basically abused. At this time, He Xingzhou and Zhuzilan also left the training ground. Zhuzilan was still not satisfied, and she said, I found that our Blue Star civilization is still quite strong. Our fleet has no problem playing difficult mode. He Xingzhou agreed highly and said, a novice like me can pass the training. Those warships are not as terrifying as the Zerg. Binang Xibang said, of course, even the Order Alliance has to deal with the Zerg, so you can imagine how powerful they are. In fact, the opponent you have been facing is one of the most difficult enemies in the universe. At the same civilization level, your strength is very strong. He Xingzhou was surprised and said, so, we're equivalent to Peerless Masters who start at the hell difficulty and practice in secret. It's not that exaggerated. He Xingzhou shook his head and said, I just tried a higher difficulty and was killed instantly by other civilizations. Other civilizations here can also compete with the Zerg and other civilizations. Don't think they are too weak. That's right. He Xingzhou nodded, maybe the opponents we met were simulated opponents, not real opponents. Mentioning this, Binang Xibang said to He Xingzhou, do you want to have a practical training? How to train? Let's fight. Binang Xibang said, I will use the fleet of the Black Sea civilization to fight you. The performance of the warships is too different. He Xingzhou said. He has realized that if the gap is one level of civilization, there is almost no possibility of victory. The tactics you think of are useless in the face of stronger technology. The battle can also limit the level of civilization. For example, I only used the weapons of the first level Black Sea civilization to fight you. Binang Xibang said. This is possible. He Xingzhou readily agreed after hearing her say that. He also wanted to know how the strength of the Blue Star civilization compared to other civilizations. Okay, let's start a game. Binang Xibang immediately created a private room. He Xingzhou and Zhuzilan watched the battle in a star system, and they occupied a rocky planet respectively. He Xingzhou was on a simulated blue planet, while Binang Xibang was on a simulated Black Sea planet. At the beginning, both sides chose the same tactics and launched communication and detection satellites to each other's locations. Intelligence and communication are important parts of combat. After that, it was time to deploy defenses and exploratory attacks. He Xingzhou arranged the planetary defenses system on the planet, and then sent a reconnaissance fleet to nearby planets. In the simulated war, the location can be chosen from many planets, and you can also choose to mine and produce weapons on nearby planets. If both opponents are keen on developing production, a simulated war can even last for 1,000 years. Neither He Xingzhou nor Binang Xibang had that patience. The purpose of both sides detecting nearby planets was to build military bases. Their reconnaissance fleet met in the space near Planet A. Attack. He Xingzhou decided to take the initiative and let the reconnaissance ship launch a tentative attack. The laser weapon was fired. This kind of high-energy laser, because of its speed of light and its strong point-to-point destructive power, is more useful than plasma rays in Blitzkrieg. Several lasers were aimed at Binang Xibang's warships. The shape of the warships of the Black Sea civilization is similar to marine life. For example, these reconnaissance ships look a lot like tuna and swordfish. This is because their warships, in addition to sailing in space, sometimes have to sail into the deep sea. My brother attacked first. If he penetrated its power compartment, these reconnaissance warships would be GG directly. He Xingzhou couldn't help explaining. Then you underestimated me too much. Bai Xingzhou snorted lightly. She did not take any defensive measures, but directly launched a counterattack against the attack of the laser weapon. When the laser hit the tuna battleship, the high-energy laser did not penetrate it as He Xingzhou expected, but was reflected by some kind of mirror crystal on the surface of the hull. Reflected hull armor? He Xingzhou was shocked. He had met too few opponents, and this was the first time he encountered this kind of defensor. On the surface of the enemy's warship, there is a crystal armor with a reflectivity of more than 99%. Like fish scales, when the laser hits it, most of the light is reflected, and naturally no damage can be caused. The enemy's attack has arrived, and the warship launched a space torpedo. It is so fast that when it was about to hit He Xingzhou's space reconnaissance ship, an energy shield had risen on the surface of the reconnaissance ship. High-temperature plasma could have melted these weapons, but this time, it failed. The surface of this special space torpedo is covered with a layer of mucus protective film. The energy shield only destroyed its protective film, and it still hit the reconnaissance ship accurately. The huge kinetic energy immediately destroyed the battleship's armor. At the same time, an ultra-strong nuclear fusion reaction occurred, blowing up the battleship. A combination of kinetic weapons and space hydrogen bombs. He Xingzhou realized that this space torpedo was actually a space electromagnetic gun. When a violent collision occurred, the nuclear material inside underwent a nuclear fusion reaction, allowing the kinetic weapon to see. Bai Xingzhou said proudly. Now you know, even if we only use the first-level civilization warships, our combat effectiveness is not to be underestimated. This has just begun. He Xingzhou became interested. The stronger the enemy, the more motivated he was. He moved the warships apart and began to pull and attack. Depending on the speed of the warships, the speed of the missiles, and the distance between the warships, the effect achieved will also be different. The specific method to be adopted must be judged based on the actual combat process. He Xingzhou no longer used laser weapons to attack, but used plasma weapons to attack. He found that the opponent's warships also had a mucus protective film, which was similar to the energy shield and could also withstand a certain degree of plasma weapon attacks. A quarter of my brother's reconnaissance fleet has been destroyed, and he has not yet destroyed any enemy fleets. He Xingzhou said, we're at a disadvantage. Zhu Zhilan thought. The enemy's warships have strong defensor capabilities against laser weapons and plasma weapons, and the proton missiles did not hit the enemy. Reconnaissance ships alone cannot defeat their reconnaissance ships. It is better to use proton beam attacks. The energy at the reconnaissance ship cannot support large-scale strong force conversion and launch proton beams, so He Xingzhou used another method. He used timed proton missiles and detonated them in advance before attacking the enemy warships. The super-electric field generated can penetrate and crush, damaging the opponent's ship. Moreover, He Xingzhou found that after the mucus protective layer became conductive, the defensor capability would decrease. At this time, using plasma rays would be much more effective. Using this tactic, He Xingzhou defeated 3 of Bai Xingzhou's reconnaissance ships and turned the situation around. The scene was in a stalemate, but no one was willing to leave first. This planet was very close to the opponent's planet. Whoever occupied it first would take the initiative in the war. So after the first round of collision, both sides began to mobilize the main fleet and started a head-on collision here. Medium-sized spaceships were mobilized, and the proton beams and plasma fusion rays of He Xingzhou's cruisers caused great damage to Bai Xingzhou's warships. Bai Xingzhou's space destroyers and cruisers also showed new weapons. For example, the freezing ray, in addition to lowering the temperature, can also form ultra-low temperature cold nuclear fusion, which is extremely destructive to the energy shield. The two sides fought hard, and He Xingzhou sent another fleet to attack the deep-sea planet. His sneak attack fleet easily broke through the outer space defense of the deep-sea planet, but when he came to the surface of the planet, he was in trouble. Bai Xingzhou has mobilized defensive weapons, and their defensive weapons are also a kind of meteorological weapons that can trigger super tsunamis and thunderclouds. For the base under the deep sea, the situation on the sea surface has no effect on them, but for He Xingzhou's fleet that is going to attack the deep sea, it is a natural barrier. Not only can you sneak attack, Bai Xingzhou also sent a fleet to sneak attack his base camp, and she also used meteorological weapons here. A large number of ionosphere controllers were launched from her warships, entering the planetary atmosphere, controlling the changes in the ionosphere, and creating directional thunderstorms, hurricanes, and rainstorms. He Xingzhou's base was in chaos. The defensive weapons could only attack those large targets, and it was difficult to do anything about the ionosphere controllers that stirred the weather. On the front battlefield, my brother's fleet was completely suppressed, the sneak attack tactics were blocked, and the house was stolen. Now it is a comprehensive disadvantage. He Xingzhou saw that on the front battlefield, He Xingzhou's destroyers and cruisers were too few, and they were no match for Bai Xingzhou at all. They could only rely on space to attack. If you don't go back to defend, your home will be gone. He Xingzhou's main fleet did not go back to defend, and he continued to pull with Bai Xingzhou. The buildings at home were constantly being destroyed. If this goes on, they will face failure. His real means of attack is not this force, but the asteroids of the deep-sea planet. Zhulan found something wrong from the perspective of watching the battle. Only part of the fleet sent by He Xingzhou to sneak attack the deep-sea planet was attacking the atmosphere, and the other part was equipped with many modular thrusters. After they cleared the military equipment in the nearby space, these modular thrusters were all attached to the asteroid and began to push the asteroid to accelerate in the orbit of the deep-sea planet. He wants to use the asteroid to hit the deep-sea planet. Bai Xingzhou also realized that something was wrong. He Xingzhou actually learned the Zerg's moves. He first used the thrusters to push the satellite of the deep-sea planet, and then accelerated it through the thrusters and the gravitational orbit of the planet. After reaching a certain speed, he tried to change its direction of operation and push it to the deep-sea planet. The impact of the asteroid is enough to shake the planetary plates of the planet, and natural disasters can destroy everything. At the time, the underground magma will erupt and turn the deep sea into a sea of magma. How can it change the orbit of the satellite? Thrusters alone are not enough. Bai Xingzhou thought. She did not return to defend because it was too late at this time. So Bai Xingzhou simply increased the firepower and continued to attack He Xingzhou's main fleet and base camp. He Xingzhou began to fight guerrilla warfare to avoid a head-on decisive battle. In the outer space of the deep-sea planet, the accelerated satellite has already circled the planet twice and gained enough kinetic energy. At this time, He Xingzhou mobilized a large number of unmanned warships to reach the back of the satellite. At his command, all the warships exploded one by one, using the impact force generated by the space nuclear explosion to push the satellite to change its direction of movement. When it got close enough to the deep-sea planet, it was captured by the gravity of the deep-sea planet and crashed into the deep-sea planet. If it crashed, Bai Xingzhou's base camp would be completely destroyed. At this time, Bai Xingzhou had not yet taken down He Xingzhou's base camp and main fleet. He is too difficult. Bai Xingzhou thought to herself. The warships she used were actually higher than the 1.5 level civilization, otherwise it would be impossible to suppress He Xingzhou. Seeing that the performance of the warships was not as good as hers, He Xingzhou actually came up with this tactic, not only to severely damage the base camp, but also to self-destruct her fleet to destroy her base camp. Bai Xingzhou had no choice but to launch some unconventional means. In the deep-sea planet, the seawater parted and a huge cannon was revealed. The barrel of the gun alone is 10,000 meters long, larger than He Xingzhou's largest battleship. Inside it is a huge solid crystal. When the cannon was fired, the solid crystal was ejected and hit the satellite that was about to hit the deep-sea planet. The powerful kinetic collision generated the power of a 10 billion tons of TNT explosion. The inside of the solid crystal also began to crack and explode, undergoing a high-pressure nuclear fusion reaction, which blew up the satellite. A large number of fragments flew into the farther space, and some of the fragments fell on the deep-sea planet, causing earthquakes and tsunamis, but the power was not as strong as before. What kind of cannon is this? When this shot was fired, He Xingzhou knew that he had already lost. He had used up all his means and could not be Bai Xingzhou's opponent. A kind of Star Destroyer cannon. Bai Xingzhou said truthfully, or one of the prototypes of the Star Destroyer's main gun, using nuclear fusion materials compressed. After reaching a certain mass, it is fired with an electromagnetic cannon, and the kinetic energy and energy generated are enough to shatter the asteroid. Bai Xingzhou said with emotion, "Although I beat you, I have used weapons that only 1.8 level civilizations have. You're already very strong. If you lose, you'll lose." He Xingzhou doesn't care. When civilizations in the universe fight each other, the other party will not care about your civilization level. Through this battle, He Xingzhou also saw many new means. For example, the electromagnetic hydrogen bomb, mucus protective layer, ultra-low temperature cold nuclear fusion ray, etc. of the Black Sea civilization, and this Star Destroyer cannon. This is another way to fight against the Zerg. If it can be copied and used on battleships and superstar rings, wouldn't it be stronger? Wonderful. He Xingzhou said excitedly, every alien civilization has its own weapon characteristics, I learned it. Zhuland was deeply touched and reflected that the effect of meteorological weapons in the planetary atmosphere is better than that of space battleships. In space battlefield operations, the control of weapon properties, distance and speed is also very important. There are too many factors. For all humans, the experience of space warfare needs to be learned repeatedly. The training is over. He Xingzhou said, your performance has exceeded my expectations. In this case, we can go to the free arena to make some money. How to do it? He Xingzhou asked. He Xingzhou smiled and said, although your civilization certification level is 1.2, your war strength is exceeded 1.5. If you play well, it will be no problem to fight higher levels. While you are not ranked yet, no one knows your true strength. Fighting other civilizations in the free arena and gambling can earn you a lot of resources. For example, cosmic coins, minerals, advanced materials, or battleship blueprints, weapon blueprints, and intelligence are the same as the trading market. As long as it is valuable, it can be used for gambling. Don't you only have L2 battleships now? If everything goes well, this time you can win thrusters, space weapons, or battleship blueprints above L3. This is a great opportunity to directly improve the strength of civilization. He Xingzhou was also tempted when he heard this. Right now, the Blue Star civilization is short of resources and weapons. If he can win the blueprints of advanced battleships, he doesn't have to design them step by step, and can directly upgrade the battleship level to above L3. Moreover, he is about to build a superstar ring, which requires a lot of resources, such as precious space metals and space materials. Time is a problem if he relies on his own manufacturing, and whether there are so many corresponding rare materials on Blue Star and Mars is also a problem. With enough cosmic coins, you can buy them directly from the Order Alliance. Even if the express delivery fee will be a little more expensive, it is worth it. Then what are you waiting for? Let's get started. He Xingzhou said. I've been waiting for you to say this. He Xingzhou smiled, Chuanzi, take us to the free arena now. Free arena, we're here. After Chuanzi finished speaking, the scene in front of everyone changed. This was a spherical hall full of aliens. In the middle of the hall was a space. In the space, two civilizations were at war. There is a fan creation activity in the book review area. You have the chance to win rewards by posting your creations, pictures or videos. You can take a look. Chapter 193 Strength is a Mystery. He Xingzhou looked in the middle and saw only a blur. As expected, Chuanzi said, this competition requires a payment of 100 universe coins. Watching. Does it cost money to watch the competition? Then can the participants get a share of the money? He Xingzhou asked. Yes, 10% of the viewing fee belongs to the Order Alliance, 70% belongs to the winner, and 20% belongs to the loser. Chuanzi said. Don't think about it. Only when those civilizations with a lot of knowledge conduct simulated wars will other civilizations be willing to pay to watch. He Xingzhou said, for example, the two civilizations that are conducting simulated wars now are two relatively famous 2.9 level civilizations. They all hope to become level 3 civilizations, so these civilizations come to watch the game, hoping to get inspiration from their technology or fighting methods. He Xingzhou looked at the number of online viewers in the arena. The number of viewers of this simulated war exceeded 30,000, which means that if you win a game, you'll get 3 million cosmic coins. You know, the reward for building a Dyson Sphere is only 10 million cosmic coins from the Order Alliance. Don't worry about them, let's make a battle first. He Xingzhou asked, how many cosmic coins do you have left? Only 800 left. Then let's go all in, 800 coins for a match. You are now a level 1.2 civilization, and you have 0 combat experience. There must be a lot of people who want to make a fortune. He Xingzhou said, among the civilizations of the same level, some are branches of advanced civilizations. For example, a civilization sends some people to colonize other star systems. When this alien colony grows and develops, it may become a subsidiary civilization. Such a civilization is much stronger than an ordinary civilization. Other civilizations have received technology and training from advanced civilizations, and their strength is also stronger than that of civilizations of the same level. They like to find newcomers to compete the most. He Xingzhou set up a room in the arena and asked civilizations of the same level to compete. The deposit was 800 universe coins. Blue Star Civilization, Qingfen. Arena level 0, new civilization. The information he posted could be seen by other aliens in the arena. It is very difficult for a level 1 civilization to earn universe coins. He bet 800. Is he rich and willful, or is he hiding a trump card? Others were thinking that no one would be a fool to come to the virtual universe and become the representative of civilization. Qingfen of this Blue Star Civilization bet 800 cosmic coins at the beginning, so he must have something to rely on. What are you afraid of? It's a waste if I don't make 800. Someone immediately entered the room and paid a deposit of 800 cosmic coins. Its name showed that it was the Ape Star Civilization, White Ape, and its civilization level was also 1.2, with the civilization arena level 1. Level is related to war experience, a winning rate of 70%, and no ranks. Ranks can be obtained by participating in ranking competitions. Ape Star Civilization, I remember that this civilization seemed to be a branch of a certain orc civilization, and it is very powerful. The real strength of the Ape Star Civilization is 1.5. This Blue Star Civilization is going to be abused. Place your bet. I bet on White Ape. Ape wins, 100 cosmic coins. In addition to the competition, spectators can also place bets. I'll bet 1,000. Bai Xibang directly took out all her cosmic coins and bet on He Xingzhou to win. In the match between He Xingzhou and the White Ape, because both sides were judged to be low in strength, only one cosmic coin was needed to watch the game. Hundreds of aliens entered the arena to watch the game. They were not so active at ordinary times, but they chose to watch the game because they were curious about the strength of the Blue Star Civilization and wanted to collect intelligence. In free competition, neither side can view the other's weapons, equipment and other information, and can only meet once in the virtual universe. He Xingzhou saw the other party, who was, as his name suggested, a white ape man more than 3 meters tall. It grinned at He Xingzhou and said, "I won't be polite with your 800 cosmic coins. Let's start." He Xingzhou skipped the trash talk and entered the arena. The arena also allows you to choose a map, and both sides agreed to start with an ordinary star system. He Xingzhou began to deploy his troops, first arranging defenses, then manufacturing and releasing a large number of detection satellites, and dispatching a reconnaissance fleet. After some operations, when He Xingzhou arrived at the enemy's base camp, he found that something was wrong. The enemy's space battleship, the length of the hull is only more than 300 meters, barely reaching the L2 level. In terms of the size of the hull, it is not as good as the aerospace mothership he built before. One of his reconnaissance ships is more than 1,000 meters long. Is this a trip to confuse the enemy? He Xingzhou was skeptical. No matter what, he had to test the enemy's strength. He tried to attack with a reconnaissance ship, and the plasma ray directly blew up the enemy's battleship. The main fleet of the Blue Star Civilization actually has plasma weapons. The White Ape was shocked. His battleship weapons only hit space hydrogen bombs and high-energy lasers. The other party is indeed not a simple 1.2 level civilization. Fortunately, I also have a secret weapon. The weapon placed by the White Ape on the satellite was launched. It was a high-density, large-mass electromagnetic artillery shell. On the Ape Star, they call it a ship-destroying missile, and one missile is enough to destroy a space battleship. When the ship-destroying missile came to the reconnaissance ship, He Xingzhou used the defenses system casually, and the plasma cannon evaporated it with one shot, without even opening the energy shield. That's it? He Xingzhou was full of doubts. Isn't this too weak? The enemy is still hiding its strength. He continued to test. The main fleet had not been dispatched. Only a few reconnaissance ships were fighting here with space drones and reconnaissance satellites. The enemy's warships were destroyed one by one, until He Xingzhou's reconnaissance fleet came to the surface of the Ape Star and destroyed all its military bases. He discovered that this seemed to be the enemy's entire strength. There were about 100 of those small battleships. Is this the so-called level 1.2 civilization? The White Ape said unwillingly. You are really hiding your strength. It's my bad luck. He chose to admit defeat. The deposit of 800 cosmic coins and 70% of the hundreds of coins paid by the spectators all went into He Xingzhou's account. He Xingzhou earned more than 1,000 cosmic coins in a short time. And he could also see the comments of other aliens in the room. This Qingfeng is very powerful. Their L2 class battleship looks like L7 class. Sure enough, they are not newcomers. The white ape was defeated. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively at the time. Question mark, question mark, question mark, He Xingzhou asked with his mind full of questions. Not only him, but also He Xingzhou and Zhu Zilan asked with their minds full of questions. Zhu Zilan's pretty face was full of surprise, and she said, "It's over now. The enemy is not letting us go, right?" "Yeah, I feel like it's over before it even started." He Xingzhou was even more puzzled. "Isn't it said that this ape civilization has the strength comparable to that of a 1.5 class civilization?" "Yeah, wasn't its power destroyed by He Xingzhou?" Bai Xibang smiled and put away the money she had earned. She made nearly twice as much from the bet she made just now. Watching the replay, he actually deployed many space drones in outer space, as well as various beast-shaped warships. Those weapons were all cleared out by your warships. "Those are weapons?" He Xingzhou was speechless. The weapons deployed by the other party were not as powerful as the planetary behemoths. He Xingzhou didn't take them seriously at all, and the robot cleaning team cleaned them up directly. This is the strength of a normal 1.2 level civilization. Bai Xibang said, "Imagine that there were no Zeg on Blue Star. You developed normally, went to Mars, and built a Mars base. At this time, you can be called a 1.1 level civilization. If you can break through 10% of the speed of light, you can be rated as a 1.2 level civilization. Many 1.5 and 1.6 level civilizations only have L2 and L3 level warships. Then what is our real strength?" He Xingzhou asked, "Didn't you say before that it was only equivalent to a level 1.5 civilization?" Bai Xibang said, "That depends on who you compare it with. There are tens of thousands of level 1 civilizations, but only 1 in 1,000 can become a level 2 civilization, and less than 1% of level 2 civilizations can become a level 3 civilization. So to be able to become a level 3 or above civilization is already the best among tens of millions of civilizations. Compared with such a civilization, your strength is still more than level 1.5, do you understand? So that's the comparison method." Zhu Zilan laughed. "So, if we compare it with ordinary civilizations, we can even be comparable to level 1.7 or above civilizations." "That's right." Bai Xibang didn't say it too exaggerated. When she and He Xingzhou simulated actual combat, they had to take out the Star Destroyer to defeat their opponents. And some level 1.9 civilizations cannot even produce Star Destroyers. "Keep going, it's too fast to make money this way." He Xingzhou looked at it and found that one cosmic coin could buy 100 tons of nuclear fusion materials. This time, he made 100,000 tons of nuclear fusion materials in one wave. Excluding shipping costs, He Xingzhou opened the room again, and this time he held back 1,500 cosmic coins. There were many aliens watching in the room, and they were all hesitant. The previous competition did not test the strength of the Blue Star civilization at all. Who will continue? How can the same level beat them? Unless they are branch civilizations or affiliated civilizations of those advanced civilizations, they cannot beat them. No, if a civilization of the same level goes up, wouldn't it be suicide? He Xingzhou waited for a long time, but no one was willing to compete. He thought about it and changed the limit level to 1.5. "You're so inflated. Does Qingfeng really think he can defeat a level 1.5 civilization? The speed of other people's warships alone is far faster than theirs. How can they fight in space? Don't just say you can't do it. Who will go up?" "Let me do it." Another person stepped forward, paid a deposit, and competed with He Xingzhou in civilization. Wild beast civilization, wise dog. A four-legged beast appeared in front of He Xingzhou. Its civilization arena level is 2, its win rate is 63%, and it also has a rank, which shows that its rank is bronze the third. This means that he has a lot of experience in ranking competitions. "Generally, those who were in him playing the pig to eat the tiger," said the wise dog. "You've come to the wrong place. Let's get started." As usual, He Xingzhou chose to start without any nonsense. Bet. Bai Xibang bet all the money she had just earned on He Xingzhou's victory. Some aliens were also following suit, and they were more inclined to the wise dogs of the wild beast civilization. Who will win this time? The spectators were still discussing. The strength of the Blue Star civilization exceeds level 1.2, but it should still be difficult to win against the Wild Beast civilization of level 1.5. The Wild Beast civilization is a powerful beast civilization. It is said that they're like the Zerg, and some of them can survive in space. The Wild Beast civilization is known as the Little Zerg. Some powerful Wild Beast civilizations can also compete with the Zerg. Little Zerg. It seems that the Wild Beast civilization has to be defeated. Although these civilizations have not witnessed the horror of the Zerg, they all know about it. It is said that no civilization of the same level can defeat the Zerg. Otherwise, why would the Order Alliance have to deal with the Zerg? This time, the ticket price for watching the game has increased to 2 cosmic coins, but the number of spectators has reached 1,000. Even the members of the Pleiades Society and several affiliated civilizations of the Black Sea civilization know about this. The Blue Star civilization is competing with a level 1.5 civilization in the arena. Do they have the strength to do so? Rude, Grey Wolf, Rafa, Dandazd and others also rushed to the free arena to watch. Several people from the Sea Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, the Conch civilization, and the Siren civilization also received the news and came to watch the game. The spectators cannot know the specific weapon information of the competing civilizations, and can only see the general situation, so if they want to obtain intelligence by watching the game, they can only know some of the most superficial information. They don't know what weapons the competitors have, how many there are, their power, speed and other detailed information. Challenging a level 1.5 civilization, the Blue Star civilization already has the strength to do so. Rug said after seeing the information in the room, "I'm afraid that Black Sea civilization gave them a lot of help. It's the Black Sea civilization." Grey Wolf said, "If it weren't for them, our fleet would have almost reached the solar system now. Anyway, let's see." Rafa and others said, "This Qingfeng hasn't appeared in the Interstellar Construction Association for more than 10 years, and now he has come to the civilization arena." Dugong from the Sea Beast civilization said, "I heard from the elders that their strength is not weaker than ours, so the main civilization has begun to help them." Fisai from the Fishman civilization disagreed. "What on earth is the main civilization thinking? We are a subsidiary civilization of the Black Sea civilization, and they actually use resources to help the Blue Star civilization. Just take a look and you'll know." The voiceless voice of the Conch civilization has entered the viewing area. Interesting. The Siren of the Siren civilization followed closely behind. At this time, the simulated civilization war has just begun. He Xingzhou was much more cautious than before. Since the Wild Beast civilization is similar to the Zerg, before the war, he first made some weapons against the Zerg, such as biological electromagnetic interference instruments, ultrasonic waves, infrasound waves, etc. Both offensive and defensive. Outer space defenser, biological detection satellites, space mechanical behemoths, etc. On the other side, the Wise Dog is making biological warships. Like the Zerg, some wild beasts in the Wild Beast civilization can survive in space, but their bodies are not as large as planetary behemoths. Therefore, they need to use some kind of biotechnology to make biological warships. The appearance of the biological warships is a giant creature with biological nuclear fusion organs, biological weapons, etc. Many civilizations are not familiar with the attacks of biological weapons, so they often gain an advantage in battles. Chapter 194 Double Act. As usual, the two sides conducted reconnaissance on each other. He Xingzhou was very experienced in biological detection and soon found out the strength of the Wild Beast civilization. The biological warship of the Wild Beast civilization is a meatball-shaped warship with a diameter of about 800 meters. It has space inside. The wild beasts control biological weapons inside, and some parasites and symbionts attach to it to become its biological weapons. Looking at the energy reaction, it is probably equivalent to a medium-sized planetary overlord. He Xingzhou estimated in his heart that if this is the most powerful biological warship of the Wild Beast civilization, then he is more than enough to deal with them. In terms of biological energy reaction, this biological ball warship is not as good as the supervolcanic insect king on Mars. Moreover, He Xingzhou only detected 2 biological warships, which means that the enemy's high-end forces are not many. He only needs to send out the main fleet to defeat the opponent. But He Xingzhou did not do that. After defeating the opponent, who would he fight in the next round? So he began to attack slowly and cautiously, treating the space reconnaissance ship as the main fleet and some L1 level warships as branch fleets. For the spectators, this war was extremely intense. He Xingzhou's fleet and the Wild Beast civilization fought in the space battlefield, the alien battlefield, and the planetary battlefield. The Wild Beast civilization has been constantly producing various biological weapons, such as parasitic beasts, symbiotic biological armors, biological warships, etc. And He Xingzhou has also been using secret weapons, which are L2 level on the surface, but in fact they have L3 level space frigates and destroyers. This Wild Beast civilization is really powerful. The spectators discussed, general L5 level civilizations really can't deal with them. Several biological weapons are extremely difficult to deal with. The Blue Star civilization is not bad either. They can resist until now. They say they are a 1.2 level civilization, and their military strength is completely comparable to that of a 1.5 level civilization. The Blue Star civilization is improving very quickly. Rafa analyzed, those warships must have absorbed the technology of the Black Sea civilization, which is much higher than their civilization level. Yes, and this Qingfeng has a lot of experience in dealing with the Wild Beast civilization, which must have been gained from fighting the Zerg. Dandazd said. Qingfeng will win this war, Grey Wolf asserted. Although the Wild Beast civilization is powerful and its biological weapons are very powerful, Qingfeng was not at all confused when dealing with it, which shows that he was confident. He said with a serious expression, "We underestimated his strength before." Yes, Rug said, "I'm afraid that the Blue Star civilization has become a subsidiary civilization of the Black Sea civilization." They analyzed it this way, but the representatives of the four subordinate civilizations of the Black Sea civilization did not think so. How did the strength of the Blue Star civilization increase so quickly? Did the main civilization give them a lot of scientific and technological information? Faye the 11th asked in surprise, "I feel that their strength is already comparable to ours." "No need to feel, it's certain," said the voiced voice, "the level of their warship weapons is stronger than that of the warships. Things are getting interesting." Siren laughed. "This human has not been in the interstellar construction for more than 10 years, and the ranking will be refreshed. The strength of the Blue Star civilization may have doubled. This is unscientific." Dugong said puzzledly. The second elder said that the main civilization did not give them any technological help. "How could this be?" "Who knows?" Siren said. The simulated civilization war has come to an end at this moment, and the ultimate weapons of both sides have met. The wise dog shouted to He Xingzhou, "If you surrender now, I can leave you half of the bed money. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and use whatever means you have." He Xingzhou responded. "Okay." The wise dog said proudly, "Let me show you the biological warships of our Wild Beast civilization, the Chaos Demon." The Chaos Demon it was referring to are the two biological warships that He Xingzhou had detected at the beginning. "It's a very impressive name," He Xingzhou complained. The Chaos Demon God appeared on the space battlefield. Like the planetary beast, it can create electric and magnetic fields and emit atomic breath. Those space reconnaissance ships were no match for it at all. Most of them were destroyed in a short time. "What a powerful biological warship!" the spectators exclaimed. "This power is comparable to the planetary overlord among the Zerg. A biological warship can completely destroy an ordinary 1.5 level civilization. Qingfeng is no match for the wise dog. He is going to lose." Seeing the appearance of the biological warship, even Lucia, Rafa, Grey Wolf of the Pleiades, and the leaders of several affiliated civilizations of the Black Sea civilization, Dugong, Siren and others, changed their views. The strength of the Blue Star civilization is improving very quickly. If it were an ordinary 1.5 level civilization, Qingfeng should have won this time. Unfortunately, the biological warships of the wise dog are too powerful. If this Chaos Demon God lands on a planet with a first-level civilization, it can completely destroy this civilization in a short period of time. In addition, its shape and power, for the natives, it is really the advent of the Demon God. His L2 level frigates couldn't stop it, and the defeat is certain. The Chaos Demon God has destroyed He Xingzhou's main fleet and flew to his base planet. Get ready to welcome the Chaos Demon God to come. The wise dog was excited. Speaking of it, the Chaos Demon God of the Wild Beast civilization was designed, and it was only successful after purchasing the Zerg's technological information in the virtual universe. The opponent's main fleet has been destroyed. How can it be stopped? 2 biological warships have flown to the outer space of He Xingzhou's base planet. He Xingzhou is helpless. He wanted to try to destroy the opponent with a reconnaissance ship, but now it seems that it is not possible. In desperation, he had to dispatch 10 L2-class space frigates and 3 L2-class space destroyers. So far, He Xingzhou has not used proton missiles and proton beam weapons. Those are weapons he will use against civilizations above L7. As soon as the space destroyer appeared, Ziquan felt the pressure. Why is his plasma weapon so strong? Ziquan saw that the opponent's space destroyer was almost twice as heavy as the Chaos Demon God. A plasma ray vaporized half of the Chaos Demon God's body. Xingzhou still has this kind of weapon. This is a plasma polymerization ray. They have the technology to accurately control plasma. This is one level stronger than ordinary plasma weapons. Chaos Demon God can't stop the attack of Blue Star Civilization. Before they discussed a few words, a Chaos Demon God was destroyed by a high-energy plasma storage cannon and turned into nothingness in space. How could this happen? Ziquan couldn't believe it. This was a biological warship made in imitation of the Zed planetary overlord. It was killed by the enemy with one shot. He Xingzhou continued to chase, destroyed another Chaos Demon, and then hit the enemy's base camp. With the fall of tens of thousands of super hydrogen bombs, the surface of the enemy's planet was completely blown into ruins, and the simulated war ended. I lost. The smart dog hadn't reacted yet. From the time the enemy took the advantage to the time it was defeated, there was no pause or accident in between. It felt as if the enemy's strength was strong enough to defeat it at will, and it was just playing with it just now. I finally won. He Xingzhou said seriously, "You're really amazing, I almost lost." The smart dog looked doubtful. Was this almost? Did Xingzhou really use all his strength? It couldn't find any evidence. After all, it hadn't hit the opponent's base camp yet. Even a powerful first-level civilization can't be that strong. It should have been his full strength just now. The smart dog could only comfort himself in this way. It said helplessly, "I admit that you are indeed very strong. Your civilization certification should be changed to level 1.7. He Xingzhou said, "If the Angel of Augur wants to determine it this way, I can't do anything about it." Xingzhou won, I lost a lot. The group of people who had just placed bets wanted to cry but had no tears. I lost 1,000 universe coins, which our civilization spent 100 years to accumulate. I lost 500. Didn't they say that the wise dog would win? Hilly. Bai Ningxiang laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth, because the odds reached 5 times, and her assets increased 5-fold again. He Xingzhou also made a lot of money. The ticket fee plus the universe coins obtained from the victory, his assets have reached more than 4,000 universe coins. Xingzhou won again. Several people from the Pleiades Society, the 4 auxiliary civilization leaders of the Black Sea civilization, were surprised and full of doubts in their hearts. What is the strength of the Blue Star civilization? It's a pity that the Wild Beast civilization has not tested its full strength. It's hard for us to attack them without knowing their strength. Rug thought for a while and said, "We must test the strength of the Blue Star civilization today." "Rafa, you go." Rug said, "Fight him." "Okay." Rafa nodded. The South River civilization is a 1.8 level civilization and the weakest member of the Pleiades Society. At this time, He Xingzhou was still making appointments for a fight, but no one came up. The 1.5 level Wild Beast civilization is not his opponent. At least a 1.7 level civilization can fight him. Betting 4,000 universe coins at a time, the cost of losing a game is too high. 4,000 universe coins, many first-level civilizations have to save up for 100 years to save up. Where did this Xingzhou come from? Go and investigate his information. He is so powerful, he must be a subsidiary civilization or a branch civilization of the advanced civilization, right? More and more people were watching the battle around. These civilizations had their own network of relationships, and any news spread immediately. Even when Hing at the Blue Star Civilization office sent a message to He Xingzhou, "Commander-in-Chief, after you won 2 games, a bunch of people came to our office. They are here to make friends with us." Before, the Blue Star Civilization had no allies. After He Xingzhou demonstrated his strength, those civilizations came to him one after another, including some level 2 civilizations. He Xingzhou replied to Wen Hen, "Exchange what you have, don't reveal key information, and ask for more intelligence." These level 1 and level 2 civilizations are spread across every corner of the Orion arm of the Milky Way, and have inextricable ties with high-level civilizations. As long as their intelligence can be combined, the civilization forces and strength structure of the entire Orion arm can be known. Wen Hen received. In the civilization arena, Rafa directly approached He Xingzhou and said, "Qingfen, I'm here to fight you. Release the restrictions on your opponent." He Xingzhou now set his opponent to be at most a level 1.5 civilization, and the Nhe civilization where Rafa is located is level 1.8, far exceeding him. Nhe civilization? Level 1.8, this is too high. Level 1.8 against level 1.2, even if the Blue Star civilization can defeat the Wild Beast civilization, the gap in strength with the Nhe civilization cannot be made up. He will definitely not agree. In fact, He Xingzhou also wanted to know the strength of the Nhe civilization, the Cyrus civilization and other civilizations. These civilizations are only about 10 light years away from the solar system, and the Blue Star civilization will soon fight with them. Now that their fleet has been blocked by the Black Sea civilization, He Xingzhou wants to know how big the gap is between the Blue Star civilization and them. He chatted privately with Zhu Zilan and others. Bai Xibang said, "The fat sheep has come to the door, why don't we cut it down?" Zhu Zilan asked, "They are a level 1.8 civilization, can we really beat them?" Bai Xibang said, "If it is a war in reality, you can't beat them. Because they have weapons such as star destroyers given by the Pleiades civilization, but in the simulated civilization war, Rafa cannot use these weapons. He can only use the weapons made by the Nhe civilization. They have more warships than you and they sail faster, but your weapons have stronger attack power, so you are not without a chance." He Xingzhou has always been a person who likes to watch the fun and not mind the trouble. She instigated, "Brother, why don't we fight him? To deter the villains." He Xingzhou said, "We must fight, but we can't agree to it so easily." He exited the private message, rejected Rafa, and said, "A 1.8 level civilization fights a 1.2 level civilization. Do you think I would agree?" Rafa had expected his reaction, and he said, "You don't have to refuse. I heard that you have turned to the Black Sea civilization. This is not a wise choice. Fight me, and you will know how to judge. Your choice is related to the rise and fall of civilization. As for the gap in strength, don't worry, I won't use our secret weapons." He Xingzhou still refused, looking completely disagreeing. At this time, the assist by Xibang stood up and said, "Qingfen, fight him. If you don't fight, won't you lose our face? You thought we were afraid of the Pleiades. Just fight. It's okay even if you lose. You have to fight with momentum." He Xingzhou was very hesitant and said, "You can fight, but you can't bet. Can't afford to lose." Rafa smiled, "Okay, it's just a friendly match, no bets." "How can we not bet?" Bai Xibang jumped out again and said, "Qingfen bucks here, I bet with you. The losing party has to pay 1 million tons of nuclear fusion materials, 1 million tons of space metals, plus 10,000 cosmic coins, and cover the shipping yourself. Do you dare to come?" Bai Xibang's bet made Rafa dare not accept it casually. Energy and metals are strategic materials. 1 million tons can build a main fleet together. And the postage is even more expensive. Seeing his hesitation, Bai Xibang laughed and said, "Is this all the Pleiades can do? There are many opportunities to send supplies for free in the Order Alliance. Could it be the Pleiades would not even be willing to do this? Bet her." Rug stepped forward and said, "Since they're eager to send us resources and money, we don't have to be polite." Chapter 195 How to deal with steady players. Since Rug had spoken, Rafa said, "In that case, let the Angel of Order testify." It was naturally difficult for both parties to come up with so many resources now, so they needed to use the credit of their civilization as collateral in the Order Alliance. With the supervision of the Order Alliance, both parties could trust each other to keep their promises. The Black Angel of Order appeared again and notarized the agreement between the two parties. Both parties used the credit of civilization as collateral. The losing party had to pay compensation within the specified time. If the agreement was not fulfilled, the cosmic coins in the account would be automatically deducted, and the civilization would be blacklisted by the Order Alliance and become a hostile force. Any civilization in the alliance could attack them. Such consequences were something the betting party was unwilling to bear. Just as Bai Xibang finished the notarization, several elders of the Black Sea civilization appeared in the arena. They dragged Bai Xibang to the secret meeting room and scolded her. "Bai Xibang, what are you doing? I made you one of the spokespersons of civilization, not to let you do whatever you want. Now our resources are already tight, and you actually bet so much for the Blue Star civilization. In terms of quality, these materials are not much, but it takes time and energy to refine and smelt them." Bai Xingzhou was not panicked at all. She knew that her actions would definitely be reported by Dugong and others. She said, I am sure to win this time, and the bet is shared by He Xingzhou and I. That also requires the resources of our Black Sea civilization. Can you afford it if you lose? The second Delta Baisha scolded. If you lose, our Iceberg Investigation Association will naturally bear the responsibility. Two elders of the Iceberg Investigation Association also arrived, Bai Shizu and Bai Yu. They had seen the battle on Mars with He Xingzhou and the Zerg, and they had a clearer understanding of the strength of the Blue Star civilization. In the war with the Nhe civilization, as long as there are no weapons from the Pleiades Association, the Blue Star civilization is fully capable of fighting them. Just spoiled her. The fourth elder, Lan Long, snorted coldly, when something goes wrong, I want to see how you'll bear the consequences. Let's just watch the competition. Bai Yu entered the viewing area. The contest between He Xingzhou and Rafa, that is, the contest between Blue Star civilization and Nhe civilization, has begun. He Xingzhou adopted a full defensive tactic. According to the existing intelligence, Nhe civilization is a 1.8 level civilization, SE. The battleship has reached the L5 level, with a speed of 50% of the speed of light. If they fight in space, even if his battleship weapons are stronger than the opponent's, because of the speed disadvantage, they will fall into a completely passive situation. So He Xingzhou planned to set the battlefield at his own planetary base camp, and he arranged weapons from the beginning. Reconnaissance ships and detection satellites were constantly deployed to the battlefield, and both sides were testing each other's strength. After a period of testing, the two had a general understanding of the opponent's strength. L2 level battleship, the fastest speed can reach L3 level, and its firepower can reach about 1.6 level. Rafa watched your game before and knew that the opponent was very strong. Now after testing himself, he found that He Xingzhou's strength is stronger than he imagined. The main reason is that the opponent is not strong in a single technology, but in comprehensive development. From the reconnaissance system, space communication system, weapons, defense system, etc. There are almost no shortcomings. If it was our Nhe civilization at level 1.5, we would definitely not be his opponent. Rafa felt a sense of crisis. The Blue Star civilization could survive the Zerg attack until now. There was indeed something unusual about it. Rafa's number of warships is at least 3 times that of mine. The setting may be 5 times. He Xingzhou detected that the opponent's number of space warships was much higher than his. The weapons it currently displays include laser weapons, space hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic guns, as well as plasma rays, plasma guns and other weapons. If it is in outer space, my fleet will only be destroyed. He Xingzhou began to think about countermeasures. He really couldn't beat the opponent in a head-on confrontation. So he could only rely on strategies. In interstellar war, it is necessary to make reasonable use of space and planetary environment. In He Xingzhou's outermost space defense circle, Rafa could no longer hold back and sent a fleet to attack. The two sides had the first wave of competition. In space, the detection satellites and space automatic patrol drones released by He Xingzhou were completely cleared by laser weapons within tens of minutes. He sent out a fleet to intercept. This fleet was composed entirely of L1 class warships with a slow speed. When the fleet arrived at the battlefield, the defense circle had been broken by the enemy. Attack. Rafa gave the order earlier than He Xingzhou because his warship had a longer attack range. Before He Xingzhou's warship entered the battle circle, the enemy's laser weapons, space hydrogen bombs, space electromagnetic guns and plasma weapons had already hit them. L1 class warships do not have energy shields as a means of defense. It is very difficult to rely on warship armor to resist the opponent's attack. As a result, a one-sided situation appeared on the battlefield. The fleet sent by He Xingzhou could not touch the opponent at all and was eliminated in the front row, so the fleet immediately evacuated. This is completely abused. The number of spectators reached nearly 10,000. The battle between the 1.2 level civilization and the 1.8 level civilization made the aliens very interested, and the ticket price for the exhibition also rose to 10 cosmic coins. If He Xingzhou can win this game, the cosmic coins and resources he will get can at least arm him with an entire fleet, and also speed up the construction of the superstar ring. He hasn't used his full strength yet. Grey Wolf commented, in the last game, he obviously used L2 class battleships, which should be his main fleet. Well, he is testing the performance of Raphael's battleships. Rube nodded. The strength of the Blue Star civilization is a bit unworthy of its reputation. Pesha, the second elder of the Black Sea civilization, said dissatisfiedly. He wants to lure the other side to go deeper. The third elder Lanzhao said, it's a pity that he miscalculated a little. When the strength gap is too large, the trap will not work. Raphael didn't fall for it. The fifth elder Honglin was also watching carefully. Although Raphael's fleet easily won the encounter battle, it did not pursue the defeated fleet, but played steadily, releasing a large number of space drones and satellites, and there were also space engineering ships and robots to build a space base nearby. He intends to completely surround Xingzhou's outer space, so that Xingzhou will completely lose its space rights and can only passively take the beating. The aliens all saw Raphael's decision. He played too steadily. If other civilizations hit such obvious advantages, they would generally directly send their fleets deep into the enemy and wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. However, Raphael's style of play can no longer be described as steady, but rather as survival. Not only is he encircling, but looking at his posture, he is actually going to build a space fortress in the opponent's outer space. When his space fortress is built, won't he hang up the opponent and beat him? It's foolproof. Raphael is too good at dragging it out. Rug was a little dissatisfied. Grey Wolf and others could understand Raphael's idea. There were too many resources involved in the bet this time. If they really lost, the Pleiades would definitely not provide many resources. At the time, the Nhe civilization would have to pay the money. After this wave, the economy of the Nhe civilization would at least regress by 50 years. Most of the resources they obtained were originally to be delivered to the Pleiades civilization. This gambling war could seriously injure the vitality of the Nhe civilization. That guy is really, Hemangya was speechless when she saw it, and said, looking at his posture, this battle will not be over for decades. Fortunately, it is in the virtual universe, otherwise in the real universe, this battle will last a lifetime. Zhuziland was also speechless. The opponent was too cautious. Since the opponent did not take the initiative to attack, He Xingzhou did not take the initiative to attack either. He had already sent a fleet to the nearby planets. The simulated battlefield is a small universe with various celestial bodies such as stars, planets, and asteroids. It can even go to other star systems, the Milky Way, and other galaxies. In the virtual universe, both sides chose accelerated simulation, so that the time consumed in the real world will be less, and it can achieve a few tenths or even 1/100th of the effect. The other planets in the star system have been occupied by Raphael, and I will go directly to the asteroid belt and the meteorite belt outside the star system. He Xingzhou transferred the battleship to the outer edge of the star system to mine the resources of asteroids and large meteorites for development. In the simulated war, weapons can also be built and developed. Generally, civilizations will not choose this method because it is too time-consuming. He Xingzhou also felt that it was not good to waste time, so he simply started to simulate a superstarring in the asteroid belt. The virtual universe of the Order Alliance is countless times more powerful than He Xingzhou's physics engine. Not to mention simulating a superstarring, it is more than enough to simulate a Dyson Sphere. He Xingzhou found a large asteroid in the asteroid belt and began to build a planetary orbital gun. In the real universe, he has already designed the structural diagram of the planetary particle collider. It is just right here to continue to improve the planetary orbital gun. He hid this location for spectators so that the spectators could not see his actions here. Raphael would never have thought that at this moment his competitive opponent had begun to do two things at the same time and study real technology. In the simulated battlefield, 10 years pass quickly during the time acceleration stage. In the past 10 years, Raphael has continuously sent warships to harass He Xingzhou in outer space, and they were destroyed every time. And camp was also blocked. You have been completely blocked by me. How can you beat me with the resources of one planet? Raphael was secretly proud in his heart. He has built resource mining bases and warship factories on 5 planets. Now he is continuously producing warships. When the number is 10 times that of He Xingzhou, the combat power of 10 times the L5 class warships will be completely crushed. It's boring. The spectators felt fearless. Even if there was time acceleration, such a war still made people uninspired. What they wanted to see was a balance of power and a Jedi counterattack. Instead of each building a warship and then being slaughtered. Xingzhou has several secret points on the star map, and he must be making warships. Siren said. If I were Xingzhou, I would pull out the main fleet to fight him at the beginning, or directly escape, abandon the base camp, and attack the opponent's base camp. If it drags on like this, it can only be waiting for death. Zhu Ying commented. If it were me, even if we were developing together, I wouldn't let the other side develop so smoothly. Fei the 11th analyzed, sending a small fleet to sneak attack the other side's alien planet mines and space fortresses can slow down the other side's development speed by more than double. He didn't do any of these. Dugong wondered, what on earth is he thinking? This guy, is he really going to develop to the end and then fight a decisive battle with the other side? Bai Shizu and others thought to themselves that with the space destroyers of the Blue Star civilization, if the number can be increased several times, it is not impossible to win. It's just that the resource-rich planets on the map have been occupied by Rafa, and his development speed is definitely not as fast as the other side. Another 20 years passed, and because neither side chose to go to war, time acceleration was directly adopted. In the outside world, only 2 days have passed. It's finally built. Outside He Xingzhou's planetary base, Rafa has built a magnificent space fortress. This fortress itself is a super weapon, with more than 1,000 space battleships inside. In addition, he can mobilize 1,000 L5-class warships in the bases of various planets, and there are more than 500 warships in the bases. This strength is not even reached by the Nhe civilization in the real world. In the real universe, a civilization cannot use all its resources to develop military power. It has to carry out various consumption, research and development, etc. And the number of He Xingzhou's warships has also expanded to more than 800. If he builds with all his strength, this number can be doubled. But He Xingzhou did not do so. He put more energy into the planetary orbital cannon. On the asteroid, He Xingzhou looked at his achievements with satisfaction. The mass of this asteroid is about the same as Pluto. It is a rocky asteroid. He Xingzhou used the resources of the asteroid belt to build a superorbital cannon along its equator. It is a supergiant magnetic field acceleration orbit with 1 million nuclear fusion reactors arranged on the orbiter's energy. In addition, there are countless magnetic field generators and controllers. He Xingzhou stood on the asteroid, looking at the buildings surrounding the sky, and was filled with emotion. I didn't expect that weapons that have not been manufactured in reality have been simulated in the virtual universe. With the experience here, building the superstarring on that blue star should not be a problem. Now it's time to launch the weapon. He Xingzhou has prepared the planetary orbital gun weapon. He carefully selected a rocky asteroid from the asteroid belt, which has a diameter of 50 kilometers. The asteroid that hit the blue star and wiped out the dinosaurs before was only 10 kilometers in diameter. 3 years to accelerate, and then it will take 10 years to launch. This asteroid electromagnetic orbital gun is different from the defensor device that He Xingzhou is going to build on the blue star. As an active weapon, it must accelerate the asteroid to a certain speed and then fly to the enemy's base camp. This weapon took 30 years to manufacture, 3 years to accelerate, and 10 years to launch, and it is estimated to take 43 years. In the real world, if we really go toward the Nhe civilization, this weapon may be destroyed before it is built. Now, since Rafa wants to hide, it is just what He Xingzhou wants. He used a giant modular thruster to slowly push the asteroid into the accelerating magnetic field of the asteroid orbital cannon, and used the energy of 1 million nuclear fusion reactors to continuously give it kinetic energy. On the other hand, Rafa had already begun to mobilize the army to completely destroy He Xingzhou. He knew that He Xingzhou had another fleet in the starry sky, so he sent a reconnaissance fleet to search all over the star system, while strengthening the defense of the base camp and gradually entering the inner outer space defense circle of He Xingzhou's base camp. Three-pronged approach, steady victory. Until now, Rafa is still thinking from the perspective of others, blocking all possible means as He Xingzhou. Chapter 196. What else is he hiding? Another 3 years passed in the simulated war, and Rafa had completely surrounded and besieged the outer layer of He Xingzhou's planetary base. In the outer space of the planet, there were countless military satellites, space warships and unmanned space planes floating. He Xingzhou could no longer build any buildings on the surface of the base, so he could only move the military base underground, dig underground cities, and use geothermal energy to develop the military. On the other hand, the sneak attack fleets and small space bases deployed by He Xingzhou in the star system were also cleaned up by Rafa. His remaining military strength should only be the planetary base and a fleet in the asteroid belt. Rafa felt that it was time to launch a general attack. The asteroid belt is too wide, and even if he keeps patrolling, it is difficult to find that fleet hiding in it. For example, directly attack the opponent and force it to show up. Chengfen, it's time to end. Rafa took the initiative to call out to He Xingzhou, saying, This game will let you know the gap between our civilizations. After you fail, you can consider joining our Pleiades society, otherwise the next time will not be a game, but a real fleet. Oh. He Xingzhou's reaction was extremely flat. He was improving the design of the battleship. One advantage of the virtual universe is that the opponent's weapons have been scanned by subspace scanning instruments, and the degree of restoration is very high. Although the confidential part cannot be peeped in the virtual universe, that is, reverse research cannot be carried out. But knowing its appearance, function and results, He Xingzhou can still reversely deduce some things. In the small-scale encounter in space, He Xingzhou obtained a lot of information about the enemy's warships. According to reverse calculation, He Xingzhou has designed Del 3 and Del 4 warship thrusters. When he leaves here, he can immediately upgrade the warship level. Attack. Rafa gave the order. In the outer space of He Xingzhou's planetary base, there are densely packed warships and space weapons. Military satellites use lasers to destroy all suspicious buildings on the surface. There are no tall buildings on the entire planetary surface. Then, thousands of space warships attacked together. Rafa's fighting style was extremely brutal. He didn't care where the enemy was. Relying on decades of accumulated resources, he dropped hundreds of millions of hydrogen bombs and bombed the entire surface of the planet. Anyway, this is a virtual universe, and it won't hurt to use up resources. The entire surface of the planet suddenly became turbid. Strong winds, heavy rains, mushroom clouds, dust and tsunamis rushed into the clouds thousands of meters high. This place has become a purgatory on Earth. This is an absolute firepower crush. The spectators commented, with this firepower output, the Blue Star civilization will definitely lose. I've said it before, there's still a chance of winning if we fight Xingzhou earlier. The longer we delay, the more miserable we'll die. No doubt. This war is so boring to watch. Waste my cosmic coins and time. Rafa observed the situation coldly. After a round of hydrogen bombing, he sent out countless robot troops to start looking for underground bases. In a supervolcano crater, he found He Xingzhou's base. Through this supervolcano, the robot troops went deep all the way and found an underground world at a depth of several thousand meters underground. In this underground world, there are cities, military bases, mines, factories, etc. The explosion of the hydrogen bomb affected the underground world, but did not cause much damage. A large number of mechas, aerospace motherships, and warships rushed out of the underground world and wiped out Rafa's weapons on the surface of the planet. Xingzhou is a talented person. He knows that he can't develop into space, so he actually dug out the underground of this planet. He has been using hydrogen energy and geothermal energy. There are a lot of weapons built in the underground world. Although this strategy is feasible, he can only wait for death because he has occupied the military power in space. Dandazd analyzed, as long as Rafa's fleet blocks space and continuously sends troops to attack and bomb, the underground world will soon collapse. He has another army in the asteroid belt. According to calculations, he should start attacking at this time. Rug judged. Sure enough, when he saw the army of the underground world, Rafa's heart was not shaken. He had expected this a long time ago. Continue to attack. He gave an order, and 1,000 warships entered the planet's atmosphere, found the location of the underground world, and forcibly started to attack from the surface. His attack was enough to cause a violent earthquake, and with the unmanned machine troops sent to attack deep underground, the collapse of the underground world was only a matter of time. At this time, He Xingzhou's main force in the asteroid belt had already appeared. His number of warships was not as many as his opponents, and he was actually divided into several groups. Are you here? You've been hiding for so long. Rafa methodically mobilized the fleet defending the base camp and prepared to organize a defensa. However, what surprised him was that He Xingzhou's main fleet did not attack his base camp, but returned to his own base camp, seemingly intending to support the base camp. It's too late to come back now. Rafa knew that even if this fleet teleported here, it would not be able to defeat him. If I were you, I would choose to attack my base camp with all my strength, so that there is still a chance to win. You are going back now to help, but you are just sending yourself to death. Rafa talked to He Xingzhou again. Hitting the enemy's psychology and morale is also part of the tactic. He Xingzhou smiled and said, returning to help and attacking, I want both. Rafa was suspicious. Could it be that he had any other way that he had not thought of? My brother is finally going to attack, I am so sleepy watching. He Mangyo cheered up. What does he want to do? Is he going to use meteorological weapons to cooperate with the fleet to wipe out the enemy's main fleet? Zhu Zhilan guessed a little bit of He Xingzhou's thoughts. It's stable, this wave is definitely a sure win. Bai Ningxiang is even more mysteriously confident in He Xingzhou. Comparing the development speed with He Xingzhou, isn't that courting death? If you lose this time, Bai Ningxiang and your Iceberg Investigation Association prepare to leave the Civilization Council. The second Delta Baisha snorted coldly. If there is a huge loss of resources, even their Black Sea civilization will find it difficult to accept. These resources, no matter which subsidiary civilization is given, are enough to push the subsidiary civilization to the second-level civilization. Look carefully. At this time, Bai Shizu and Bai Yu were inexplicably calm. In fact, they were quite worried at the beginning, but they found that He Xingzhou had been orderly throughout the whole process. They judged that He Xingzhou was probably hiding some means. Hey, no, He Xingzhou's fleet speed is wrong, it's nearly twice as fast as before. The third elder of the Black Sea civilization, Lan Zhao, has already discovered something strange. The speed of He Xingzhou's fleet has reached 30 to 40% of the speed of light. Blue Star civilization has L4 class warships. Bersha, Lanlong, and Hongling were surprised. Didn't they even have space warships decades ago? They actually still have L4 class warships. This Qingfeng is really good at hiding. The leaders of subordinate civilizations such as Dugong, Fishi, Zhuyin, and Siren were also secretly surprised. The strength displayed by He Xingzhou always exceeded their expectations. L4 class? Black Sea civilization is really willing to give it. I'm afraid it has given all the technology to Blue Star civilization. Rook's face was gloomy. He believed that this kind of warship was not developed by Blue Star civilization itself, otherwise it would not be so fast. Black Sea civilization invested so many resources in them, and Blue Star civilization happened to be next to the Pleiades. Could it be that the other party wanted to fight a proxy civilization war? Let Blue Star civilization become an agent and fight against them. Brother is amazing. He has actually developed an L4 class warship. He Mengyo said in surprise. Yes, it seems that he was also developing technology during the simulated war. Zhu Zhilan smiled. He Xingzhou always surprises people. L4 class. When Rafa saw He Xingzhou's fleet, he was shocked at first, and then he felt a little relieved. This guy really hid his strength. Fortunately I am stable enough. I have so many L5 class battleships, and I still have the advantage. Rafa had been waiting for He Xingzhou's fleet to arrive in the nearby space area. He blocked the way of He Xingzhou's fleet with several times the power of the battleships. Both sides did not waste time and went straight to war. This time, He Xingzhou mobilized energy shields and proton missiles that he had never used before. Rafa was horrified to find that his L5 class battleships, except for the speed advantage, were actually inferior to the opponent in firepower. Most of his laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons, and plasma weapons were offset by energy shields, but he could not withstand the attack. Once hit by a plasma cannon, the warship will be destroyed instantly. On the space battlefield, He Xingzhou's warship is not even 1/5 of the enemy's, but it is extremely powerful. One warship can destroy at least 3 of the enemy's warships. Why is this Qingfeng fleet so powerful? The spectators of the first level civilization exclaimed. We're a 1.6 level civilization. If we face the Blue Star civilization, I'm afraid we will have no power to fight back. He didn't use all his strength just now. Seeing this scene, the spokesperson of the Wild Beast civilization, the Wise Dog, who had just fought with He Xingzhou, was even more unacceptable. He was just reflecting that if he had commanded properly, he would still have a chance to win. Now seeing He Xingzhou's warship, he instantly understood that He Xingzhou had been letting it go just now. We're both first-level civilizations, why is there such a big gap? The Wise Dog sighed in his heart. At the same time, he sent a message to the members of the same civilization, saying, go to the office of the Blue Star civilization immediately and contact them. For them, since the Blue Star civilization does not border them, there is a possibility of becoming an ally. Just like the secular world despises the poor and loves the rich, this is even more true between civilizations. Only by following a powerful civilization can one have a chance to develop one's own civilization better. He Xingzhou's several simulated battlefields have won many climbers and friends for the Blue Star civilization. This must be the technology of the Black Sea civilization. Rafa's face was ugly. He couldn't imagine that his fleet would lose so badly in a head-on battle. He saw that a space fortress that he had built in 15 years was bombed into space junk by 10 warships. Even if I have to trade the number of warships, I can still beat you. Rafa's 3 warships could only sink one of the other side, but he still had the advantage because of his large number of warships. Weather weapons, you can start. He Xingzhou ordered. A large number of ionosphere controllers were launched from the underground world of the planetary base. This was made by He Xingzhou imitating by Xingzhou's previous methods. He used super dust storms during the Mars War. But that kind of meteorological weapon is not yet mature and cannot accurately control the ionosphere in the atmosphere. After the battle with Bai Xingzhou, He Xingzhou also simulated a first-generation ion controller based on her ionosphere controller. Release it in the atmosphere, control ions by creating a large-scale electromagnetic field, induce global atmospheric changes, and create supernatural disasters. In the planetary base camp, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and hurricanes, thunderstorms, and tsunamis were generated all over the planet. The wind direction and the movement of thunderclouds were all controlled by He Xingzhou, and Rafa's weapons that stayed in the atmosphere were destroyed in pieces. Within a few hours, nearly 1,000 warships were destroyed. Weather weapons. Rafa fell again. He gritted his teeth and cut his words. He also thought that He Xingzhou had this method, just to destroy the planet's underground world before the battle with He Xingzhou's main fleet. He was a little anxious and sent too many space battleships in the atmosphere. It has been stable for decades in the simulated war, but it didn't stabilize at this time. Rafa was secretly annoyed in his heart that he was still too impulsive. Xingzhou, do you think that's all I'm prepared for? Rafa said in a deep voice, I still have a trump card. At those planetary mines, warships flew out one after another, and the number reached thousands. These warships have never appeared before and have been hidden underground. Like He Xingzhou, Rafa has also built underground military factories under the ground of each planet. Rafa still has so many warships. Grey Wolf asserted, then he will definitely win this time. There are too many. Although Xingzhou's warships have strong firepower, they are outnumbered. As long as we defend his proton missiles and use the warships to exchange 1 for 1, 3 for 1, or even 5 for 1, Rafa can win. Dandazd analyzed. Yes, Rafa's base camp has been intact and is still providing supplies. Even if Xingzhou's warships escape, he has lost the ability to build the base camp, and this game can only admit defeat. After twists and turns, it seems that it is time for Rafa to have the advantage again. Even He Xingzhou's user became nervous. Winning or losing was of great importance, because there were too many resources involved in the bet, no less than a real war. In an underground base on an alien planet, 100 Rafa's L5 class space destroyers flew out of the ground into deep space. They had just arrived in space, and before they arrived to support the battlefield, they were attacked. 10 space battleships were attacking them, and their firepower was even more fierce than those of He Xingzhou's main fleet. The defensive system of Rafa's battleships could not even be activated, and they were destroyed. He has a backup. Is it a new type of proton weapon? Ralph was shocked. His battleship only detected the generation of a super-strong electric field, which destroyed the battleship, but failed to detect the existence of the proton missile. This time He Xingzhou launched a proton beam. His strong force conversion weapon has been able to constrain the proton launch to a far enough a distance, which has increased the attack distance a lot. It can be used remotely in space, and can also be called an electric field weapon. The model of the warship is not necessary. Judging from the appearance and quality, it is at least a L4 class space cruiser. This is already a medium to large space battleship. He Xingzhou's main fleet is not equipped with it, which means that he does not have many of them. But these 10 warships can actually fight 1 against 10 and destroy Rafa's warships one after another. This is the case outside every alien planet base. Rafa realized a terrible problem. His warships seem to have been crushed by the opponent in terms of performance and function. Before the simulated war began, his warships were still chasing He Xingzhou's W. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197: The Power of Planetary Orbital Cannon. At this time, the situation has reversed. The global hurricane and thunderstorm created by the weather weapons in He Xingzhou's planetary base trapped one of Rafa's fleets in the planet's atmosphere. At other planetary mines, his ambushed fleets were blocked and destroyed, and the planetary mines and underground military factories were also destroyed. On the main battlefield, the number of Rafa's warships was also decreasing. He knew that when He Xingzhou's L4 class space cruisers completed the blocking mission, they would rush to the front battlefield, and then he would have no choice but to fail. Let's fight. Rafa made a prompt decision. Only if we send out all the fleets in the base camp now and annihilate his main fleet, can I have a chance of winning. You're really strong. Rafa talked to He Xingzhou, and his tone had changed. At this moment, Rafa regarded He Xingzhou and the Blue Star civilization as opponents of the same level. He said, I want to know, if the fleet of my base camp is dispatched, how will you defend? It is impossible to block my backup force with a few L4 class warships. Do you have more warships? He Xingzhou shook his head and said, no. My resources are limited, and this is the maximum manufacturing volume. Rafa breathed a sigh of relief. This is right. He had driven He Xingzhou to the resource-poor asteroid belt to develop. How could he have so many resources to build so many warships? My weapons have already been launched. He Xingzhou said directly to Rafa. What? Rafa looked carefully at his space reconnaissance network, which showed that there was a blank. The reconnaissance equipment there had been cleaned up by He Xingzhou, and Rafa hurriedly mobilized warships to prepare for the response. Are you lying to me? Rafa doubted. Even if a main fleet came from the direction, his defensive force was enough to stop it. Let it fly for a while. He Xingzhou did not explain. Rafa was even more suspicious, and he mobilized a large number of detection satellites and reconnaissance ships to check. This time, he did not encounter any obstruction. Just as He Xingzhou said, he had sent out all his forces, and there were no extra warships to attack his camp. The more this happened, the more uneasy Rafa felt. He Xingzhou's several methods had made him feel that he had completely misjudged his strength. What other power does he have to attack my base camp? Rafa racked his brains, but he couldn't think of any possibility. This is the civilization arena of the virtual universe. The maps are fixed. It is not the real universe, and other civilizations and forces may appear. On the main battlefield, Rafa's fleet was completely blocked in outer space by He Xingzhou's fleet. The space military circle he had built to contain He Xingzhou has now become his own barrier to resist He Xingzhou's attack. On the other side, the fleet of Rafa's base camp has been wandering in outer space, not daring to leave at will. Rafa has been completely passive. The spectators keenly noticed Rafa's thoughts. Why doesn't his base camp fleet go to support? What is he afraid of? It's a pity that we don't have all the perspectives, otherwise we can judge it. Rafa, what is he hesitating about? Rug was angry when he saw this scene. Just send out the base camp fleet, and you can wipe out Qingfeng's forces. You can tell with your toes that with the resources that Qingfeng has in the asteroid belt, he can't make more weapons. He is too steady. Grey Wolf and other side, we are going to lose the best opportunity, and maybe Qingfeng will turn the situation around, and this war will be simulated for decades. They were angry about why Rafa didn't encircle both sides, but Rafa discovered a scene that shocked him. The reconnaissance ship detected a high-speed moving celestial body, and it was flying towards his planetary base. Is that an asteroid? Rafa saw its full appearance and was horrified. The diameter of this asteroid is as high as 50 kilometers, and it is a rocky asteroid. Because it neither emits light, nor generates heat, nor reflects starlight, it could not be seen by astronomical telescopes before. Rafa's nearby reconnaissance satellite was destroyed by He Xingzhou, resulting in the asteroid already coming near the planetary base when Rafa discovered it. Its speed is comparable to that of a battleship. With the kinetic energy carried by its mass, if it hits a planet, it will cause a devastating blow to the planet's surface. At the time, the Earth's crust will vibrate, the ecosystem will be destroyed, the atmosphere will be turbulent, and all the buildings in Rafa's base will be destroyed. How could such a thing appear on the map of the civilization arena? Rafa still couldn't believe it at this time. This was a kinetic weapon launched by He Xingzhou. Launching an asteroid for impact, is this something that a first-level civilization can do? Even a second-level civilization would have some difficulty in doing this. How could it be such a coincidence? Its kinetic energy is abnormal, its direction is abnormal, and its timing is abnormal. Could it be? Rafa's face was extremely ugly. At this time, He Xingzhou answered the call with him and said, "You should have seen the gift I gave you." In the game time, this asteroid will hit your planet in 3 months. If you can destroy it, I will admit defeat. Please start your performance. He Xingzhou's words made Rafa's heart sink to the bottom. If it were in the real world, he could use the Star Destroyer supported by the Pleiades to smash the asteroid or change its flight trajectory. But in the game world, he only has the technology of the mecha civilization. Rafa knows very well that the mecha civilization does not have such strength. At this time, as the battlefield perspective expands, the audience also sees the appearance of the asteroid. Is this an asteroid? The audience were all stunned. How could an asteroid appear at this time? If it keeps flying like this and hits a planet, Rafa's base will be directly destroyed. His main fleet will also be at a disadvantage. Won't he lose the game directly? Is Qingfeng lucky or strong? Is he lucky? The expressions of several elders of the Black Sea civilization became solemn when they saw this scene. It can't be luck, said the second elder Besha. The competition map they used is an ordinary star system. Although there may be an accidental probability of an asteroid impact, this probability is so small that it can be ignored. Its kinetic energy, orbit and timing of appearance is so precise, it must be the work of He Xingzhou. The third elder Lanzhao asked curiously, could it be that he found an asteroid and changed its flight orbit? It's possible. The fourth elder Lanlong said, but to accurately control the flight orbit of this asteroid is not something that an ordinary first-level civilization can do. How did He Xingzhou do it? It's not just as simple as changing the flight orbit. Its flight speed has exceeded that of ordinary asteroids. He also accelerated it and gave it a lot of kinetic energy. The fifth elder Honglin Anal, even if you bombard it with warships, it is difficult to smash it or change its flight trajectory, unless he has the top weapon of the first-level civilization, such as the L9 class Star Destroyer. He Xingzhou can control the asteroid. How did he do it? Representatives of several affiliated civilizations saw that the asteroid was approaching Rafa's base camp. Rafa had sent warships to bomb it, but the effect was very limited. He could only blow up part of the asteroid, and did not change its direction or reduce its kinetic energy. He Xingzhou used planetary orbital cannons to accelerate it for 3 whole years, consuming the energy of millions of nuclear fusion reactors, and also used the gravity slingshot of dwarf planets to accelerate. How could several L5-class space battleships stop it? He Xingzhou was too terrible. Dugong felt uneasy. Every time we thought he had no way out, he would come up with more powerful technology. This guy, even if he is the eldest elder's biological son, he shouldn't be treated like this, right? Fei the 11th felt indignant. He thought that it was the Black Sea civilization that provided He Xingzhou its scientific and technological information. It's hard to say. I think our competition in the Interstellar Construction Association is also very dangerous. Zhuoyan was in a heavy mood. For them, once they were abandoned by the main civilization, they would completely become a subordinate civilization, and there might be a danger of destruction. Siren was quick-witted. She looked at Bai Nine Xiang on the viewing platform. The little mermaid was very happy now. She was already thinking about how to count the money. Although Bai Nine Xiang is from the main civilization, she seems to have no control over He Xingzhou at all. She whispered, I think in her eyes, it seems that the Blue Star civilization is the main civilization. She had another sentence to say, since she can win the trust of He Xingzhou, then I can do it too. I said my brother has a trump card. He Mengyo said excitedly, brother, come on. Zhuzaland was also waving her hands to cheer, you played so well. And Bai Nine Xiang shouted loudly, Qingfen, well done. What should I do, what should I do? Rafa was thinking about countermeasures, drop 100,000 hydrogen bombs from space to bomb it. Forcefully change its flight trajectory, reduce its mass, and minimize the damage. Hydrogen bombs can't get through at all. Qingfen said he wouldn't interfere, but he was actually prepared for it a long time ago. Rafa tried a large number of hydrogen bomb bombings, but he found that He Xingzhou not only launched this asteroid, but also covered it with a layer of metal and built a defensive system similar to a battleship. Rafa's laser weapons and plasma weapons have no effect on asteroids. Only space hydrogen bombs can bomb, but the hydrogen bombs are intercepted by the weapon defensive system before they can fly close. Rafa's interception plan also failed. The asteroid is rapidly approaching his base camp, and in other planetary mines, He Xingzhou's L4 class space cruisers have destroyed his hidden forces and went to the main battlefield for support. Once these powerful fleets arrive, his defeat in the main battlefield will be irreversible. And the last barrier base will also suffer a devastating blow. The asteroid is still approaching, and Rafa said anxiously that it would not work, but he could not think of any way. If in reality, there is another way. Rafa knew that if it were the real universe, he would only have one last resort, and that was to flee into the vast deep space with all his warships. With the speed of his warships, He Xingzhou might not be able to catch up. But in the arena of civilization, the key to victory or defeat lies in whether the opponent's base camp still exists. If it is destroyed, it means the loss of all territory and resources, and it will be deemed a failure. Let's fight. Rafa had been forced into a state of helplessness by He Xingzhou. He gritted his teeth and sent out all the warships and space weapons. Bomb as hard as you can, and see if there is any chance to stop it. Rafa could only do this. More than 1,000 L5 class space frigates and cruisers, several L6 class space cruisers, and even heavy warships that He Xingzhou had not yet developed, L6 class space battleships, all appeared. This was Rafa's trump card, and he had to use it all at this time. On the surface of the planet, in the space fortress, all weapons and equipment were activated to attack the asteroid. The density of its attack has reached a very terrifying level. The asteroid's defense system has completely failed, and countless space hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic cannons and other space weapons have bombarded its surface. Rafa has also calculated the location of the bombing point in order to achieve the purpose of destroying it. The bombing of countless weapons has completely illuminated this space battlefield. If there is a person living in the virtual universe, the Rafa planet base camp, he can look up and see that a second sun has appeared in the sky, shining brightly. He Xingzhou is also carefully watching Rafa's response. Now in a virtual universe, he is bombing Rafa. After going out, the Zeg space high can deal with him like this. He Xingzhou learns some experience. When facing by Xiang, he used asteroid kinetic weapons for the first time. At the time, he only made high-power thrusters and used the power of the warship's self-detonation to change the satellite's flight orbit. He Xingzhou said that he could not learn the way by Xiang responded at the time. He could not make a star destroyer. Now that the planetary orbital gun has been simulated, Rafa will face the situation that He Xingzhou made face. He Xingzhou saw that in the precise bombing, the asteroid he launched was broken into 3 pieces. One of the larger irregular main bodies still has a maximum diameter of more than 30 kilometers, while the other 2 fragments are smaller. Rafa directly overloaded and accelerated the space battleships to hit them. This is his most powerful kinetic weapon. Hundreds of space battleships hit the asteroid fragment one after another as if they were committing suicide, and their flight orbits were changed abruptly. According to the flight orbit calculation, the 2 small fragments will not be able to hit Rafa's planetary base. As for the main body of the asteroid, after all of Rafa's battleships committed suicide, the flight orbit also changed. He Xingzhou made a brief calculation, its flight trajectory did change, but not much. When it brushed past a planet, it would be captured by the planet and then collide with it. What a pity. If there were another 1,000 such warships, Rafa would be able to completely change the orbit of this asteroid. He Xingzhou thought to himself, what he did is the most helpless way, and the cost is too high. If the Zed use asteroids to create space hives to collide with planets, this method is definitely not applicable to us. How can we resist the second wave of Zed attacks after losing our manpower? It seems that we still have to rely on planetary orbital cannons to directly smash the asteroid. It's over. Rafa also calculated the orbit of the asteroid, and he had no other choice. Under the gaze of Rafa, members of the Pleiades Society, members of the Black Sea Civilization, and more than 10,000 representatives of civilizations who were watching the battle, the asteroid launched by He Xingzhou finally landed. It passed through the planet's atmosphere, and the friction generated huge heat energy, turning into a super large fireball that covered the Yong on the surface. This heavy blow made the planet unable to bear it. A super big pit appeared on the solid Earth, the crust broke, the continental plates collided, and plateaus and large rift valleys began to appear on the planet. Magma gushed out from the ground, the heat evaporated the ocean, the forest burned, the lakes dried up, the mountains collapsed into rift valleys, the abyss healed, the plateau rose, and the dust rolled up tens of thousands of meters, wrapping the atmosphere of the entire planet. This planet has completely turned into a primitive planet. And all the buildings in Rafa base camp, none of them could withstand such an attack, all collapsed, exploded, and shattered. In reality, He Xingzhou has never seen such a scene. Even if he saw it in the virtual universe, he had an extremely shocking feeling. If it were the real universe, this situation would last for thousands of years, and it would be the most desperate and dark era for the creatures on the planet, provided that there are still large creatures surviving. Too spectacular, this kind of weapon. The power is almost the same as the Star Destroyer cannon, right? He murmured in a low voice. To be precise, except that its mobility is not as good as that of the Star Destroyer, its destructive power is even stronger than that of the Star Destroyer. He Xingzhou said, the Order Alliance has a saying that the most powerful weapons often use the simplest principles. Impact, relying on the power of kinetic energy to destroy enemy targets. Even level 3, level 4 and higher civilizations will use this weapon. He won. Zhulan couldn't hide her pride. With a level 1.2 civilization defeating a solid level 1.8 civilization, even in the civilization arena, He Xingzhou's performance was enough to make many civilizations admire. Raphael looked at his base camp. At this moment, he felt mixed emotions. As the leader of a level 1.8 civilization, he was defeated by He Xingzhou. Decades ago, he complained that He Xingzhou was a primitive man of primitive civilization. Now, he is not even as good as a primitive man. I lost. Raphael has experienced countless storms, but saying these words is more painful than killing him. Not only did he lose, but he also lost without any suspense. On the main battlefield, the main fleet was completely wiped out. The planetary mines and bases were all destroyed. The base camp was smashed into a primitive planet by an asteroid from He Xingzhou. This was a complete defeat, a complete and utter defeat. He Xingzhou's asteroid shattered the pride and confidence in his heart. At this moment, Raphael even began to worry about the Nhe civilization. If He Xingzhou's fleet went to the Nhe civilization, could he deal with it? He Xingzhou didn't know that he had intimidated him. In reality, he didn't have such strength. Moreover, in reality, the Nhe civilization also had the Pleiades Star Destroyer. Even if He Xingzhou launched 10 asteroids, they would be shattered. Chapter 198 Galaxy Light. The Order Angel appeared in the arena and announced, the winner of this civilization competition is Qingfen from the Blue Star civilization. The loser must pay the compensation within the agreed time, otherwise he will be blacklisted by the Order Alliance. When it announced the results, tens of thousands of spectators in the arena were filled with emotion. The winner is Qingfen. It's incredible. How did he launch that asteroid? If Raphael had attacked forcefully from the beginning, he might not have failed. It's outrageous. Where did Qingfen and the Blue Star civilization come from? A civilization rated 1.2 actually crushed a civilization rated 1.8. Isn't this already a subversion of a first-level civilization? With their strength, becoming a second-level civilization is a foregone conclusion. If everything goes well, they can develop even higher. They actually won. Several elders of the Black Sea civilization did not expect that the winner was He Xingzhou. What He Xingzhou said is true. The Blue Star civilization is really much stronger than our affiliated civilizations. They all had their own thoughts in their hearts. For them, this was not a good thing. Each elder belongs to a different civilization. Even if the Blue Star civilization is powerful, it is not worth their investment. Bai Shizo and Bai Yu, 2 elders of the Iceberg Investigation Society, also felt overjoyed. They were calm on the surface, but when Raphael showed his strength, they were also shaken in their hearts. At this moment, the two couldn't help laughing. What a young hero. Ha, this battle is so beautiful. If they are given a few more decades, without our help, the Nhe civilization, Tianyuan civilization, and Tianlan civilization will not dare to attack them, right? Bai Shizo laughed. Although He Xingzhou is bold, she has a good vision. Bai Yu said with satisfaction. They can make a lot of money from this bet. The leaders of the Sea Beast civilization, the Fishman civilization, the Conch civilization, and the Siren civilization also felt a strong sense of crisis. We must do something. If this goes on, our civilization will lose its status. Qingfen's technology is too amazing. We have to apply for more technological support from the main civilization. He Xingzhou withdrew from the competitive game, and Zhulan, He Xingzhou and Bai Xingzhou immediately congratulated him with smiles on their faces. On the other side, the representatives of each civilization in the Pleiades looked unhappy. Raphael lost, which not only caused them to lose supplies, but also damaged the prestige of the Pleiades. Mr. Rude, our Nhe civilization cannot afford so many losses, Raphael said helplessly. Rude gritted his teeth and said, you messed up this matter. If you had attacked earlier, you wouldn't have the trouble now. That asteroid weapon takes a long time to prepare. Rafa understood that he had indeed made a mistake in judgment. But no matter what, he couldn't admit defeat. He would become the sinner of civilization. Rafa could only say, our Teen civilization is next to the Blue Star civilization. If we lose so many resources, the strength of our civilization will be greatly weakened. This is not only bad for us, but also for the Pleiades. Are you threatening me? Rug said with a gloomy face. I dare not. Rafa said quickly. Rug knew very well that Rafa was telling the truth. If the Nhe civilization really suffered heavy losses, the Blue Star civilization might rise from this. In a few decades, it is not impossible to defeat the Nhe civilization. His face regained its composure and he said, for this batch of supplies, our Bessel civilization will contribute 1/3, the Nhe civilization will contribute 1/3, and the Cyrus civilization will contribute 1/3. Mr. Rug, this, we, Grey Wolf, Dandast and others were about to raise questions, and Rug scolded. Don't you understand the principle of lips and teeth being cold? You joined the Pleiades society, you can't think about yourself when there are benefits, and think about others when there are losses. Everyone kept calm on their faces, but they cursed in their hearts. It was you who proposed the gambling war before. Now you let us bear the losses after losing. It's really shameless. They didn't dare to refute it verbally. As a subordinate civilization, their military power was controlled by the Pleiades society. To put it bluntly, they are the leaders of civilization in name, but they are actually workers of the Pleiades civilization. The Bessel civilization where Rug was located is the backbone of the Pleiades civilization. Rug showed a scolding, and then comforted them, saying, don't worry, this batch of supplies will not be wasted on you. When we conquer the Blue Star civilization and obtain the spoils, you will also distribute them in proportion. After several people calmed down, Cage of Tianyuan civilization said, that's right, Blue Star civilization has developed too fast. How can we allow others to snort beside our bed? We ask the main civilization to give us more support so that we can attack Blue Star civilization as soon as possible. Yes, the Black Sea civilization sent a fleet to intercept our attack. Without the help of the main civilization, we dare not attack the Black Sea civilization. Danteist also said. Don't worry, the main civilization will solve the problem of Black Sea civilization. Rug said, this period is the critical time for the main civilization. There is no need to go toward the Black Sea civilization. At least 30 years, at most 50 years, you'll have the opportunity to attack Blue Star civilization. That's best. While they were discussing how to pay, He Xingzhou also discussed the distribution of spoils with Bai Ningxiang and others. You did a good job this time. Bai Shizou, a veteran of the Iceberg Investigation Association, said to He Xingzhou, you can take all the spoils. Isn't that not good? Bai Yu hesitated, we also took risks. Bai Shizou said. The elders of the Civilization Council will not allow us to use resources and technology to support the Blue Star civilization. This time, the share we deserve should be regarded as help to the Blue Star civilization. Then I would like to thank you first. He Xingzhou said quickly. These resources are enough for him to build a powerful main fleet and a superstarring at the same time. Bai Shizou continued. Our help is not unconditional. As you know, we are under pressure from other elders and sent a fleet to help you temporarily block the attack of the Pleiades. I hope that in the future, if the Blue Star civilization grows up, it can become our ally and give us the same help. At this time, Bai Shizou no longer mentioned the matter of the subordinate civilization. Because he knew very well that the technologies displayed by He Xingzhou are not provided by the Black Sea civilization at all. Bai Ningxiang's guess was probably correct. There might be a more powerful advanced civilization behind He Xingzhou. With their pride, it is impossible for them to agree to the affairs of the subordinate civilization. Instead of making the relationship awkward, it is better to take a step back in advance. That's natural. He Xingzhou agreed immediately. The elders of the Iceberg Investigation Society withdrew from the virtual universe. Bai Ningxiang said to He Xingzhou triumphantly, He Xingzhou, I helped you make a lot of money again this time. How do you want to thank me? He Xingzhou thought for a moment and said to B.A. Miss Bai Ningxiang, now I invite you to become the honorary commander of our Blue Star Alliance in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Blue Star Alliance. Do you agree? The honorary commander is an honorary position of the Blue Star Alliance, enjoying treatment but no real power. Wow! He Xingzhou exclaimed while holding Bai Ningxiang's hand, Sister Ningxiang, I remember that the Blue Star Alliance does not have an honorary commander yet. If you agree, you will be the first, and an alien commander. Bai Xingzhou frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "That's it? Then what do you want?" He Xingzhou asked. "I want a restaurant with the highest level of your civilization." Bai Xingzhou said, "Arrange the best chef to cook for me." Zhuzilan smiled and said, "We can also erect a statue for you, right at the door of the restaurant." Compared with Bai Xingzhou's contribution, this request is insignificant. In the Cataclysm era, she helped Pan Yan decipher the Zerg language, allowing humans to know the news of the Zerg attack in advance, and relied on this in many battles to increase the combat advantage and avoid the sacrifice of a large number of personnel. Later, the subspace communicator, Zerg intelligence, Pleiades intelligence, etc. As well as the large amount of resources earned from this civilization bet, even if she built a space city, it would not be excessive. He Xingzhou agreed immediately and said, "Okay, I will ask someone to arrange this matter now." The few of them chatted for a while and prepared to exit the virtual universe. At this time, when Hin from the Blue Star Civilization office sent a message to He Xingzhou. "Commander-in-Chief, a big man has come here, claiming to be the special envoy of Galaxy Light." "Galaxy Light, what organization is that?" He Xingzhou asked curiously. When he introduced, "I don't know much information. It is said to be the largest joint organization of galactic civilizations in the Order Alliance." He Xingzhou simply asked Bai Xingzhou directly, "Do you know Galaxy Light?" "Galaxy Light?" Bai Xingzhou heard the word, her heart moved, and asked, "Galaxy Light found you?" "Yes." He Xingzhou did not hide it. "They're really quick." Bai Xingzhou gasped in amazement. "But why would the Galaxy of Light take a fancy to you? No matter what you say, you're only a first-level civilization. They've always looked down on first-level civilizations." "Then what kind of organization is it?" Zhuzilan asked curiously. Bai Xingzhou explained. "More than 100,000 years ago, there was a powerful civilization in the Milky Way, the Galactic Empire. When the Galactic Empire was overthrown, its territory not only covered the entire Milky Way, but also included the Andromeda Galaxy next to it and 30 Milky Way galaxies. I heard that it has become a sixth-level civilization, a supergalactic civilization. The higher the civilization, the rarer it is. A sixth-level civilization is almost the top civilization in the universe. The Galactic Empire is also one of the founding civilizations of the Order Alliance. I just don't know why, more than 100,000 years ago, it suddenly declined and the civilization split. The main civilization of the Galactic Empire at the time was human civilization, so now a lot of human civilizations and humanoid civilizations in the Milky Way are all considered the descendants of the Galactic Empire. Now all the advanced civilizations in the Milky Way are inseparable from the former Galactic Empire. They have more or less inherited the technology and power of the Galactic Empire. There is such a powerful civilization." Hearing Bai Xingzhou's words, even He Xingzhou was surprised. They knew very little about advanced civilizations. Who would have thought that the Milky Way had once produced such a powerful civilization, whose sphere of influence covered dozens of Milky Way galaxies and could even go to other supergalactic clusters? What is the connection between the light of the galaxy and the Galactic Empire? He Xingzhou, a united organization of civilizations that remained after the destruction. The purpose of the establishment of the light of the galaxy is to find the lost technology and technological creations of the Galactic Empire, aiming to restore the glory of the Galactic Empire. Bai Xingzhou said. The core members of the Light of the Galaxy are all former veterans of the Galactic Empire. It is said that the Galactic Empire has been destroyed for more than 100,000 years, and some people even survive to this day. Bai Xingzhou said here, her pretty face was extremely serious. Life for more than 100,000 years? He Xingzhou and Zhuzilan both found it difficult to imagine what kind of monster could live so long. He Xingzhou said. Compared to genetic modification or quantization of thinking, it should be able to achieve such a long lifespan. In theory, as long as the thinking carrier is constantly replaced, high technology can make people live longer than stars. Yes. Bai Xingzhou nodded and said, the Galactic Empire was a civilization like a god back then. As long as there are enough resources, it is no problem for them to live for hundreds of millions of years. I'm off topic. Let's talk about the light of the galaxy. They did try to restore the Galactic Empire and help the civilization of the Milky Way develop at the beginning. Our Black Sea civilization is also a member of the galaxy's light, and the Pleiades civilization of the Pleiades Society is also a member of the galaxy's light. But after tens of thousands of years, the galaxy's light has completely changed. There are still people who want to restore the galactic empire, but what they want is to make themselves and their civilization the masters of the new galactic empire. So the galaxy's light also began to split and fight for power. Once a valuable civilization appears in the Milky Way, they will be won over and incorporated. In the past, to join them, you had to be at least a second-level civilization, and a second-level civilization with great potential. The Bessel civilization where it was located, as a 2.4-level civilization, is not qualified to join the galaxy's light. I can't imagine that as a first-level civilization, someone would come to you. He Xingzhou said, I guess you just won a simulated war against the He civilization and were discovered by them. Then are there any benefits to joining the galaxy's light? He Xingzhou is more concerned about this issue. Of course there are. He Xingzhou said, although the interior of the galaxy of light is also very chaotic, there are still many opportunities to help civilization grow and obtain some of the technology and technological artifacts left over from that former galactic empire. That was the knowledge of the sixth-level civilization. How can lower-level civilizations have the opportunity to access it under normal circumstances? Once a civilization discovered a relic of the galactic empire. Within 500 years, it upgraded from a second-level civilization to a fourth-level civilization. Now it is one of the major giants in the Milky Way. In that case, we should join quickly. Zhulan said. You probably can't join now. He Xingzhou analyzed, they pay attention to civilizations with potential, but they don't necessarily invite them to join. They still have to undergo a qualification assessment. Starting tomorrow, the previous update time will be restored. Please don't read between 0100 to 2100. For details, please see the previous single chapter or book review area. Chapter 199 Target, Venus and Mercury. As they talked, they had already arrived at the office of Blue Star Civilization. At this time, everyone was waiting outside. Even Wen Hin was waiting. Seeing He Xingzhou come in, Wen Hin hurriedly stepped forward and said, Commander-in-Chief, the special envoy refused to talk to me and insisted on talking to you. He Xingzhou asked, where is he? In an independent space. Wen Hin pointed to the sky, where an extremely gorgeous inverted pyramid-shaped spaceship appeared. Flying is prohibited in the initial city, let alone such an ostentatious spaceship. If the representatives of civilization are allowed to do this, the entire initial city will be in chaos. And this inverted pyramid-shaped spaceship stood here, and the Angel of Order ignored it. He Xingzhou came to the spaceship, and a ray of light appeared on him, and he moved to the interior of the spaceship. It was called a spaceship, but in fact the space inside was extremely spacious, equivalent to a city. He Xingzhou could not explore other places. He appeared in a reception room. The furnishings inside were extremely simple, so simple that people felt that it did not match the appearance. Here, there were only 2 chairs. The rest was blank, absolutely white. A person appeared on the chair. His overall appearance is similar to that of humans from Blue Star, but he is taller, more than 2 meters tall. Blue Star Civilization, He Xingzhou. Before He Xingzhou could speak, the other party said, I am the special envoy of the light of the galaxy, Wei Chen. Wei Chen pointed at He Xingzhou, and Chuanzi reminded him, the other party has sent you a message, you can choose to receive it. Receive. After He Xingzhou received it, there was some introduction to the heart of the galaxy, which was more detailed than what He Xingzhou said. Wei Chen also said, the Order Alliance has strict restrictions on the contact between different civilizations, but in the heart of the galaxy, you can come into contact with the technology of advanced civilizations and obtain more advanced technological creations. There are more benefits, such as the opportunity to enter the ruins of the Galactic Empire, participate in the research and development of advanced technology, visit and study advanced civilizations and so on. We have very few requirements for members. The most basic requirement is that the members must be civilizations born in the Milky Way, with human civilization and humanoid civilizations given priority. He Xingzhou took a look and said, it's really exciting. I think you already know why I'm here. Wei Chen's communication with him was extremely simple, I've seen your simulated battle with an civilization. Among the first-level civilizations, the Blue Star Civilization has great potential. However, we in the heart of the galaxy will not recruit members of first-level civilizations. You must at least become a second-level civilization, and prove that your potential is also outstanding among second-level civilizations. He Xingzhou asked, how to prove it? clean up the Zeg in the solar system and win the rookie competition of the Interstellar Construction Association, become a second-level civilization and expand the territory to 5-star systems or more. At the time, the light of the galaxy will welcome you to join. Every condition that Wei Chen said is almost unimaginable for other first-level civilizations. Cleaning up the Zeg in the solar system is equivalent to defeating the devourer of planets. The champion of the Interstellar Construction Association's newcomer competition is equivalent to surpassing 100,000 first-level civilizations at the same time, including 1.8 and 1.9 civilizations. To become a second-level CI, needless to say, 99% of the first-level civilizations are stuck at this level. Expanding the territory to 5-star systems or more means that the Blue Star civilization must defeat all the surrounding Pleiades members, including the Tianhe civilization, the Cyrus civilization, the Tianyuan civilization, etc. This threshold is terrifyingly high. Okay. He Xingzhou only answered with one word. Very good. Wei Chen's response was even simpler, saying, I'll come find you when the time comes. After that, he sent He Xingzhou out of the spaceship, and the spaceship disappeared into the virtual universe. When Hind asked curiously, Commander-in-Chief, what did he say? Let's grow stronger and join the heart of the galaxy. He Xingzhou said. He didn't mention those goals. Even if he didn't join the heart of the galaxy, this was what he wanted to do. I wonder why the heart of the galaxy would recruit a first-level civilization. These conditions are really outrageous. Bai Xibang commented after learning about the conditions. Take your time. He Xingzhou said. By the way, don't you have money now? Your subspace communicator can expand the information channel and let more people in. Bai Xibang reminded. Subspace communicators can all connect to their subspace. Of course there are more than 5 information channels. Each additional information channel costs 1,000 universe coins. He Xingzhou directly spent 5,000 universe coins and expanded 5 more information channels. He planned to increase the number of people stationed in the virtual universe to 5, which would be more conducive to the work. He Xingzhou also deliberately left 5,000 universe coins for Wenhing as operating funds for the civilization office. After leaving the virtual universe, He Xingzhou immediately sent a bunch of information to Lumi. Lumi, these materials are military secrets, send them to each department. Received, Master, the information has been sent, and each department has confirmed receipt. Lumi said. Within a minute, each department sent a message to He Xingzhou. Space Military Science Academy. Commander-in-Chief. This is the design of the L4 class space thruster, and there are also drawings of 5 L4 class space battleships. We have received it and will start research and development immediately. Interstellar Construction Department. Our department has received the design of the planetary orbital gun you sent. Immediately carry out the transformation design. Alliance Command. We have received the content of the Civilization War video sent by the Commander-in-Chief, and we are studying it. He Xingzhou gained a lot from this trip to the virtual universe. This scientific and technological knowledge alone is enough to upgrade the Blue Star civilization to a 1.4 level civilization. Once the materials 1 arrive, it won't take long for the Blue Star civilization to break through the 1.5 level civilization. All departments are learning and digesting this knowledge. For that commanders, scientists, interstellar builders and other members of the Blue Star civilization, they really feel their lack of knowledge. This new information is transforming everyone. Especially the commanders, they began to learn how to fight in space wars, and began to take turns to went to the civilization arena to practice war command. The arsenal directly skipped the L3 class space battleship and directly started the research and development and manufacturing of the L4 class space battleship. A year later, a huge wormhole opened in the outer space of Blue Star. A large amount of supplies emerged from the wormhole and floated in space. In the subspace communicator, Chuanzi reminded He Xingzhou. The supplies you won in the civilization arena have been delivered, please sign for them in time. It's here, our supplies have arrived. He Xingzhou said in surprise, the fleet will check the supplies immediately, remember, check them all. Received. Chen Hong led people to receive the supplies. When seeing these supplies, the members of the space battleship were extremely surprised. 1 million tons of nuclear fusion materials are enough to support us to fight several space wars. There are also 1 million tons of space metals. With these, it is guaranteed to build a fleet and build a superstar. Each battleship only needs to use these space metals on key components, not all hulls are made of space metals. Too much, so cool. They happily dragged the supplies to the spaceport for inspection and distribution. In the Blue Star Alliance headquarters, He Xingzhou convened a commander's meeting. This time, we got a lot of spoils, but at the same time, we also completely offended the Pleiades. He Xingzhou said, so, we have to accelerate the expansion of our military strength. The design of the superstar ring has been completely completed, and construction will begin today. In addition, within 3 years, we will build a team called the Main Fleet of the Golden Crows used to wipe out the Z on Venus and Mercury, and completely destroy the 4 planets of Mercury, Venus, Blue Star and Mars. We have it under control. Yes. All the commanders responded in unison. 3 years later, at the Sentinel Research Institute, the biological laboratory, He Xingzhou had just received his second genetic modification. The modification process was very simple, just like a vaccination. The biological laboratory used the research on the Z gene virus to create a targeted gene mutagenesis agent. This mutagenesis agent can modify human genes, allowing human cells to continuously renew and replace, making them more active, and allowing people to use a certain degree of overweight and weightlessness. That is, the second generation of genetically modified interstellar humans. Even if humans who have undergone this modification live in a space station, on the Moon or on Mars, they will not suffer from various diseases and developmental deformities. At the same time, human lifespan will be extended by about 1-fold again, and it is possible to reach 1,000 years in theory. The modification is complete, and the next year is an observation period. Jiang put down He Xingzhou's arm and said, Brother Zhao, if you feel uncomfortable during this period, tell me in time. After these years of growth, Jiang has become an important figure in the School of Biological Sciences and has always been in a key position in cutting-edge biotechnology research. Well, I feel pretty good now. He Xingzhou said. Jiang chuckled and said, genetic modification is a slow process, and exercise can help the body adapt better. In addition to regular environmental training, weightlessness training and overweight training are also required. I do this often. He Xingzhou thought of the weightlessness training he and Zhu Zilan had in space combat yesterday. By the way, how is the investigation of the Venus Z going? He Xingzhou asked. 2 months ago, a reconnaissance ship tried to capture a space planetary behemoth from outer space on Venus and sent it to the Sentinel Research Institute. Jiang said, there are some differences between the Venus Z and the Martian Z. They are more adapted to high temperature and high pressure environments. In terms of biological weapons, they can release more venom, acid and nuclear energy rays. They have stronger defense against thermal weapons, and it is predicted that their evolution level is higher than that of the Martian Z. In summary, they are more tenacious than the Martian's egg, and their biological nuclear energy organs contain a higher average energy density. With the same strength, it is more than 1.3 times that of the Martian's egg. Their plasma protection layer is thicker, and it is difficult for ordinary laser weapons and plasma weapons to penetrate it. This is a big troublesome. He Xingzhou thought, and Venus is far away. Our blue planet is so close, it's strange that they didn't send Zeg to harass and attack us. Maybe they are also preparing. Jiang said. We can't wait. He Xingzhou stood up and said, I suspect these guys are afraid to secretly breed devourer of planets on Venus, and take the initiative. You just finished the genetic modification, Jiang reminded. It's okay, it's not decades ago. He Xingzhou said, you ask Academy Mission Huge to immediately send the information of the Zeg on Mars to the Academy of Military Sciences, and let them study targeted weapons. Yeah. He Xingzhou himself went to the warship production base on Mars to inspect the production of the main battleships. Mars, this is the 4th year after the recovery of Mars, and Mars has been built for the 4th year. It turned out that the super dust storm created by He Xingzhou on Mars had long been quelled under the interference of He Xingzhou's meteorological weapons. The transformation of Mars by the Zeg has made an oasis appear on Mars. The oxygen content of Mars is increasing, but this planet cannot become a planet like the Blue Star. Because the core activity of Mars has been weakening for billions of years, only an active core can build enough planetary magnetic field to constrain the atmosphere. The atmosphere of the Blue Star is constrained by the geomagnetic field, and Mars' atmosphere has been blown by the solar wind because the geomagnetic field is not strong enough to constrain it, and the atmosphere has been lost. The designers of the transformation of Mars proposed several plans, one of which is to artificially create an atmosphere so that the rate of increase of the atmosphere can catch up with the rate of loss. Doing so can only solve the problem temporarily, and it consumes a lot of resources. In addition, some people propose to use millions of superhydrogen bombs to drop into the core of Mars to reinitiate its internal energy reaction. This plan was also rejected, as it would also consume huge resources. Even if it succeeded, Mars would become a chaotic planet with earthquakes and erupting magma, making it impossible to carry out planetary construction. So the current approach people take is to build a huge glass cover. While protecting the atmosphere, the internal temperature and light can be adjusted to allow humans to have a stable living environment. As for other places, robots are used for operation or special Martian mechas are worn for operation. He Xingzhou came to the Mars battleship factory. This place is located in the original Olympus supercrater, and the interior is a transformation of the volcanic insect nest. Noah the insect king left a lot of legacy. Compared with other insects, it prefers mechanical technology. It was also the one who built the spacecraft to Mars. The insect nest itself can defend against attacks. Various functional partitions are also designed inside. After being occupied by the Blue Star Alliance, it was directly transformed into a space battleship factory. He Xingzhou landed in the supercrater wearing a new generation of Martian armor, and the scorching temperature was blocked outside by the insulation layer. There is still magma moving inside the volcano. This has no effect on them. Even if the volcano erupts, it will not affect the battleship factory. General Commander He, the person in charge of the Mars space battleship factory, came to greet He Xingzhou. He was one of the designers of the Chuan base. After the Mars transformation plan was launched, he took the initiative to apply to come to Mars and became the chief engineer and person in charge of the Mars space battleship factory. Chapter 200. Create a biological warship. How is the manufacturing progress? He Xingzhou asked as he rode the vacuum glass tube elevator. There were huge mechanical structures everywhere. It was like a huge underground city in a crater. Conveyor belts, small transport ships, and various engineering robots were busy working here. He said, 100 L4 class reconnaissance ships have been manufactured, 80 L4 class frigates, 40 L4 class destroyers, and 10 L4 class cruisers. In the simulation of the civilization war in the virtual world, He Xingzhou took decades to manufacture 800 warships. Among them, there were less than 300 L4 class warships. At the time, resources were scarce, but now they have manufactured 250 L4 class warships in just 3 years, which is very fast. They went all the way to the bottom layer, which is the dock of the L4 class space cruiser. In front of He Xingzhou, a shuttle-shaped super battleship was suspended in space. It was more than 5,000 meters long, with a maximum diameter of 800 meters, and the front and rear ends were both bullet-shaped. This is the X-20 liters 4-class space cruiser. He said, we just completed it a week ago. It can carry more than 300,000 crew members at a time. The normal speed is 40% of the speed of light, the maximum of a load of the thruster is 22%, and the fastest speed can reach about 50% of the speed of light. It has high-energy shield output, high-energy laser weapons, plasma weapons, proton weapons, electromagnetic guns, space hydrogen bombs, etc. It is like a mountain in front of people, and you can't see the end at a glance. He Xingzhou looked at the behemoth in front of him, a smile appeared on his face, and said, such a large battleship is not inferior to the former high-level planetary overlord Noah King. Thanks to Radfa, this is designed with reference to the battleships of their civilization. The materials are also prepared by them. If Radfa saw this battleship, I'm afraid he would be angry to death. This battleship is almost exactly the same as the main battleship of their civilization, from the appearance to the internal structure, and the firepower is even stronger than their battleships. Under normal circumstances, it would take He Xingzhou at least 5 to 10 years to design, manufacture, and improve a L2 class battleship to an L4 class battleship. After a battle with Radfa, he directly destroyed their battleships for nothing. With the addition of those space metals, he achieved leapfrogging technology research and development. I entered the data of this battleship into the virtual universe and conducted a simulated battle in the civilization arena. He said, it is no problem to deal with ordinary high-level planetary overlords. Don't take it lightly. He Xingzhou said, the Zergon Mercury and Venus may exceed 10 high-energy planetary overlords. It has been so long since the Battle of Mars, and it is foreseeable that more planetary overlords will evolve on these two planets. It would be great if there were space battleships. He Xingzhou sighed. Unfortunately, space battleships are heavy battleships, and the lowest level is L7 or above. General Commander, when will we launch the attack? She asked. The battleship factory is producing at full capacity. If we delay it for a few years, the number of our battleships will increase several times. Soon. He Xingzhou also wanted to be fully prepared, but he thought of the battle with Rafa. Rafa lost the war because he was too stable. Compared with the Zerg, the current technological development speed of the Blue Star civilization is not as fast as their evolution speed. It was attacking the devourer of planets at the beginning, and the juvenile devourer of planets needed a Star Destroyer to deal with it. And the Star Destroyer is at least a L9 class space battleship. From L4 to L9, the technology has diverged too much. To build such advanced battleships and superstar rings, the resources of Blue Star and Mars are far from enough. He Xingzhou must take Venus and Mercury as soon as possible. In this way, all 4 planets in the solar orbit that are close to Blue Star are included in the sphere of influence, and they will not be sandwiched inside and outside by the Zerg in the future. He Xingzhou stayed in the Mars space battleship factory to guide and improve the battleships together. Here, there are many soldiers and commanders. They also need to learn various knowledge to prepare for combat. I'm afraid it's not enough to rely on L4 class space cruisers to capture Venus and Mercury. He Xingzhou thought of the biological warships of the Wild Beast civilization. They also have a method to cultivate clone techs. If they also have biological warships, their military strength will increase significantly. He Xingzhou has a sample in his hand, Noah the Insect King. Most of the biological tissues of Noah the Insect King are still intact. For more than 10 years, Song Jinghong, Julia, Jing and others have been leading the team to study. The latest genetic modification and biological computers are all biological technologies obtained from Noah the Insect King. He Xingzhou connected several people and said, I saw such a biological warship in the virtual universe. It is similar to the cloned behemoth of the Sunbird Company before, but it is different. He Xingzhou showed the approximate structure of the Destruction Demon biological warship of the Wild Beast civilization and said, this biological warship can also be controlled by small organisms. It also has symbiotic biological armor, parasitic weapons, gene bombs and other weapons. This biological warship is interesting. Song Jinghong said, we can connect human thinking with the thinking of giant clones through biological computers, which is the same as the biological warships of the Wild Beast civilization. It should be said to be stronger. Huja said, the biological warships of the Wild Beast civilization are still far inferior to the biological weapons of the planetary behemoths. However, their symbiotic biological armor and parasitic weapons are very interesting. There are also parasitic and symbiotic species among the Zerg, which can be added to the design of biological warships. Jing said, some biological weapons are not very lethal to the Zerg, such as gene bombs. The Zerg gene itself is the most powerful gene weapon. There are also acids, venoms and the like. The Zerg itself has powerful biological protection functions. Especially the planetary overlords, this aspect is even worse. I think we still have to rely on bioenergy organs, combining the Zerg's technology with our technology to create biomagnetic field organs, bioelectric field control organs, spherical lightning cannon biological controllers and so on. He Xingzhou agreed, we are pressed for time, so let's use the body of Noah the Insect King as a template for the biological warship and carry out the transformation. They called together a biological warship design team of hundreds of thousands of people and began to jointly develop biological warships. Since the implantation of quantum chips and the invention of biological computer technology, the proportion of scientific researchers in the human race has increased 10,000 times. Because everyone has the same memory and computing power as a quantum computer, and with genetic optimization, now human society can let anyone go back to the past. The definition of genius has long been rewritten. Only those who can explore cutting-edge technology or basic science can be called geniuses. According to the intelligence collected by Wenhing in the virtual universe, not all civilizations are like this. Most first-level civilizations, even the 1.8 level Nea civilization and the 1.9 level Cyrus civilization, only the elites have genetic modification or chip implantation. He Xingzhou and others made rapid progress. In just a few months, they designed a basic biological warship. It is generally still the appearance of Noah the Insect King, but with human control parts and some targeted biological organs. Mars insect nests are the best breeding factories for biological warships. He Xingzhou discovered another benefit of biological warships. Aren't those insect nests on Mars the biochemical factories built by the Zerg? Fortunately, because they wanted to study biotechnology, they did not destroy these insect nests. They only needed to make improvements and they could manufacture biological warships immediately. Of course, the manufacture of biological warships cannot be like the assembly of parts and components of mechanical warships. Instead, they need to carry out genetic design and in vitro embryo cultivation. Using a large amount of growth hormone can speed up the formation of biological warships. Although this will make their lifespan very short. Song Jinghong said, the normal lifespan of Zerg is thousands of years. After reaching the planetary behemoth, it is tens of thousands of years. The planetary overlord can live for tens of millions of years. Our use of growth hormone to promote birth will accelerate the aging of their cells. The expected lifespan is no more than 1,000 years. Enough, even if it is only 10 years, it is enough. He Xingzhou said, the biological warships designed now will be all damaged in the war consumption if nothing unexpected happens. Jiang regretted. If there is a way to control the Zerg, it will be a biological weapon that can evolve automatically. Don't have this idea for the time being. He Xingzhou said, the Order Alliance explicitly prohibits trying to control the Zerg. According to them, even advanced civilizations cannot really control the Zerg. And we can't provoke the Order Alliance now. He Xingzhou said. Yeah, I understand. Jiang quickly dispelled this idea. She did think about finding a way to control the Zerg, such as neural machinery, brainwave control, parasitic brainworm control, etc. It's not like no one has tried it before, such as Dr. Barry, who later became the Barry Worm King. If we use growth hormone recklessly, we can give birth to the Noah biological warship in about a year and a half. Huge said after calculation. Half. He Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, that's it, invest resources immediately and start. While they are rushing to manufacture weapons here, human reconnaissance ships are also taking action on other planets. In the orbit of Venus, a stealth L4-class reconnaissance ship is quietly approaching Venus. Venus, the second planet from the outside of the solar system, has an orbital period of 224.7 days and has no natural satellites. Humans have not discovered space worm nests in the orbit of Venus. It is a terrestrial planet similar to the Blue Star, often called the sister planet of the Blue Star, about 40.5 million kilometers away from the Blue Star. For example, Mars is closer to the Blue Star. But humans know less about it than Mars. This planet is very special. Its core, it has solidified into an iron nickel core with a radius of about 3,100 kilometers, which is a super large metal core. Like Mars, the core is cooled. In addition, its rotation speed is too slow, resulting in a very weak planetary magnetic field, which is almost negligible compared to the planetary level. Captain, we're here. Venus is ahead. Deputy Captain Xinman shouted in the communicator on the L4 class reconnaissance ship Z-66. Oh, I see. Wang Sheng's appearance appeared on the communication screen, and he was wearing space armor. In the final battle of the Cataclysm era, most of Wang Sheng's body was damaged and replaced with prosthetic organs. After recovering as a cyborg, he also participated in the Mars War. Now he has become a captain. Seeing Wang Sheng's actions, Xinman frowned and said, are you going to scout in person? You are the captain. If something happens to you, before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Wang Sheng. Then you'll take over as captain, comrade Xinman. You? Xinman was helpless with him. This man liked adventure too much. If it weren't for this, with his merits, he would have no problem becoming the captain of the reconnaissance ship, let alone the fleet commander. Love you. Wang Sheng said with a smile, and then cut off the video. He and Xinman got married 7 years ago, and now they are a couple. A pair of space armors, including manned armor and unmanned armor, flew to Venus simultaneously. They have explored Venus many times, most of which were done by robots, but the information detected was limited. And the robots were always destroyed. This time they plan to send someone to explore. Xinman ordered. Keep the warships stealth and be ready to respond at any time. She didn't dare to let the warships get too close. There were too many targets on the warships, and they were easily discovered by the Venus Zerg. In order to ensure that everything was foolproof, Xinman also contacted the fleet command. Commander Luo, as the captain, he actually went to Venus to explore. Xinman reported to Luo and helplessly, I asked the nearby reconnaissance ships to come to support to avoid accidents. This Wang Sheng, he is so adventurous when he is a warship, I will punish him when I come back. Luo Yuan said this, but he thought in his heart that the fleet sometimes needs such people. If every captain is well behaved, then this fleet will lack the opportunity to create miracles. Don't worry, there are 3 reconnaissance ships nearby. I will let them sail to the orbit of Venus to provide support. Yes. After communicating with the headquarters, He Xingzhou shifted her attention to the detection machine. At this time, her mind was connected to one of the unmanned armors through the biological computer. She was surrounded by 3,000 space armors, 1,000 of which were manned and 2,000 were unmanned armors. Behind the armor, there were thousands of space drones and reconnaissance satellites to provide cover and communication. We're about to enter the atmosphere of Venus, and air pressure and temperature are being adjusted. The AI prompt sounded in He Xingzhou's ears. She saw that there were endless, thick clouds in front of her. This is a unique and strange sight on Venus. This planet is covered by a layer of highly reflective, opaque sulfuric acid clouds all year round. Its atmospheric pressure is more than 90 times that of the blue planet. Normal people and machines simply cannot bear it, so the armor coming to Venus has been specially modified. Because of this thick cloud layer, outer space detection is completely unable to know the internal situation of this planet. 92 standard atmospheric pressures, temperature 427 degrees Celsius. The numbers in front of them made everyone feel a little nervous. This is not a planet where humans can survive now. In such a perverted environment, what kind of Zerg will be born? The Zerg captured before just ordinary space Zerg flying in outer space. The real Venus Zerg is still hidden inside this UNAV. The current wind speed is 360 km per hour, and the flight resistance is relatively large. At the top of the cloud, they first felt the warm welcome from Venus. Under 92 times the atmospheric pressure of the blue planet, this wind speed is equivalent to sailing against the ocean current at a depth of 1,000 meters in the deep sea. In the thick sulfuric acid cloud, there seemed to be a place that continued to glow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.